Public Roads resulted in a partnership with the National Park Service to construct roads throughout the national park system. The Bureau of Public Roads became the Federal Highway Administration, and today that partnership still continues.
In 1872, the United States, a country that had not yet seen its first centennial, established Yellowstone as the first national park in the world. President Ulysses S. Grant signed Yellowstone into existence, and a new concept was born. And with it, a new way for people to preserve and protect the best of what they had for the benefit and enjoyment of future generations. Yellowstone Lake is one of the largest high-altitude lakes in North America and is centered over the Yellowstone caldera, the largest supervolcano on the continent. In the southwest area of the lake, the West Thumb geothermal area is easily accessible to visitors. Geysers, fumaroles, and hot springs are found alongside and even in the lake. The federally funded Hayden Geological Survey of 1871 provided the most detailed and scientific descriptions of Lake Yellowstone in the pre-park era. The Hayden Party, 34 men in all, launched Annie, the first boat to sail on Yellowstone Lake, and began exploring the islands and shoreline. The first photographs of the lake were taken by William Henry Jackson, and paintings by Thomas Moran, along with the Geological Survey, played a prominent role in convincing the U.S. Congress to pass legislation creating Yellowstone Park. Yellowstone Lake is the foundation of the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem, the largest remaining nearly intact ecosystem in the Earth's northern temperate zone. It provides the key ingredients to a large and complex food chain that sustains many of the animals for which Yellowstone is so famous. In 1894, the Lacey Act was passed by Congress, giving full protection to wildlife in Yellowstone Park, with the exception of wolves and coyotes. This act paved the way for future wildlife and environmental movements. From the days of the Hayden expedition to the present, Yellowstone Lake continues to be a source of rich, diverse, and sometimes surprising information that is rare among the world's Great Lakes. Lake Yellowstone and Yellowstone National Park, in all its preserved glory, is like no other place on Earth, and must be seen and experienced to be believed and enjoyed.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Miles, how's it going?
Going great.
Yeah?
How are you?
Good. How's your drive to work today?
Very short.
Yeah. How are the roads?
Very clear and in excellent condition.
That's good to hear.
Honestly, yeah.
So, speaking of roads, to start, I have a trivia question. I'm curious if I would say this is on the easier of some of the questions that we've been hearing, but
Okay.
Do you know how many miles of road are in Yellowstone National Park?
475?
That is very close. 452, I think, is the number that I've been given from facilities in some of the reports that I've read. But yeah, 450 plus. And that's roughly the distance between like DC and South Carolina, Charleston, as the crow flies. So it's like multiple states. So it's a lot of roads that are in the park that we maintain
In harsh conditions.
in harsh conditions.
On a volcano. No big deal.
Yeah, yeah, so, yeah. It's either burning the road away or it's frozen and under snow,
Or both.
or both. Yeah, for many. And so to talk a little bit about that, I think when people come to the park, they just drive on the roads. You kind of take that for granted. But there's a lot of work that goes into keeping those up to date. So today we're joined by Brian Batzloff. He's the engineering equipment operator supervisor for the special projects crew. Did I get that correct?
You got that correct.
All right. Well,
Yep.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you
Thanks
doing
for
today?
having me. Good.
Yeah. How was your drive to work today?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. And when the roads are in bad shape, and you're like, man, that pothole, like what happens in your mind when you're driving to hit a pothole?
I try to figure out why it's there.
Who do I need to
More
call to
than
get this
anything.
fixed?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and get started. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
Here in Yellowstone, actually. I started, got my first job here in 1998. I was a carpenter's helper in the carpenter shop here in Mammoth. And then that was my last year of college. And then I went back to school, tried out some telecom work for a little bit in Atlanta, Georgia, and then decided I wasn't a city person. So I came back here. My family's from the area here right outside the north entrance. So I'm actually a third generation to work here in Yellowstone.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad and my grandfather both worked up here in the park. Actually, my grandfather's on both sides.
What?
Whoa.
Wow. So what jobs did they do?
So my grandfather, ironically, he at one time held my position for a short time, which is, I didn't know that until recently when I was going through some of my dad's stuff, and I actually found his old nameplate from his door on there. So I have it in my office now.
Oh, that's
actually
super cool.
too. But no, he came, I believe in the 50s, shortly after World War II, after he got out of there, and he came with his uncle to Yellowstone and started his career out in Grant Village, and then kind of worked his way into Mammoth here. And then I think when he retired, he was the foreman for the carpenter shop.
Awesome. And you mentioned him working at Grant Village. You are on special projects that's based out of Mammoth.
Yep.
Have you worked at other areas in the park?
I did. My first full-time position at Yellowstone was out at Old Faithful. And I was a heavy equipment operator out there for about a year. And then an opening came back with special projects. And they actually approached me for a lateral transfer for that position.
So between the job that you currently have and that first job, you mentioned that you had some movement in there to get where you currently are. Can you walk us through all the variety of jobs that you've had?
So, like I said, my first year I was in the carpenter shop as a carpenter's helper, and then had that year where I was down trying to do the telecom stuff in Georgia.
You're Rumspringa.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I actually applied for a labor position with special projects. And when I got that job, I enjoyed the work. And so I just tried to take in as much as I could with the job and everything, and saw what I could do. And then my next position with them was a seasonal truck driver, motor vehicle operator for them. And then eventually when I was able to get on at Old Faithful as a heavy equipment operator, and then transferred into Mammoth, then worked my way up to be the work lead for special projects. And then here probably 3 years ago, I was hired as a supervisor for special projects.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. Like a lot of the jobs in the Park Service, this is like a theme that we've noticed, I think, is that people need to move around a lot to kind of, have to find advancement. But Yellowstone, because it's big enough, that there is also that opportunity for a lot of people, that there's more linear ladder opportunities here than other parks. Like a lot of times it's just, you might be the only heavy equipment operator and it's at a certain level. And if you want to promote, you got to go somewhere else.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's cool to hear. Do you have a typical day? And like, I know that there's seasons, like,
Sure.
But like,
for us, there's really not a typical day. I mean, we have our big projects, our large projects in the summer, which consist of paving projects and chip sealing projects, which are road maintenance that we have to do every year, certain sections of the road. But, there's always the stuff that comes up, and that seems to be a daily occurrence, especially with the higher visitation and use and everything. We see more and more stuff that actually wouldn't normally, be there as far as that goes. But a typical day, I try to get into work probably about an hour before our team shows up, and then get everybody rolling, as my group likes to be out the door and working. So I try to have them out the door by 7:00 on the dot there, so they can get after it. And then kind of whatever the day takes us is where it kind of goes there.
So if not a typical day, do you have typical seasons of the, you mentioned a summer season. So like what sort of projects do you guys do in different times of the year?
So like for the summer season, like I just mentioned, basically the chip seal and the paving projects. And unfortunately, it's the time where we hinder the most with the public and the visitors. But with the way our work is, it's depends on the weather. You know, I mean, we can't work in the real cold temperatures. We can't do this work if there's a lot of moisture, you know. So unfortunately, July, August is when we're the busiest, and you know, we do create a lot of traffic problems out there in the park, but it is for the betterment so that they can have nice surfaces to see the park on, you know. And then in the fall, we start winding down a little bit, and we actually start gearing up for spring opening, for opening the park in the spring, because that is it takes us about 3 months to do all of our plowing. We start to open the park after snowmobiles in March, the first week of March. And we typically don't get done until about, usually it's Memorial Day weekend is what we shoot for, but the first week of June, a lot of years.
Wow.
And that's because we have to cover also the Beartooth Highway, which is outside the park, but it's 11,000, about 11,000 feet, I think, is the elevation up there. So there'll be snow 30, 40 feet deep up there in early June.
So, for somebody who's interested in, you know, getting into this line of work, is there a skill set or something that that is the most important to have for like
a lot of it's just you got to be willing to work hard, you know, and put in the time, because our groups put in a lot of time. We use a lot of project money. So in the summertime, we have the ability to have overtime, and it takes the overtime to get these jobs done. But it'll be typical when we're on our projects. We'll work 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week if we need to, you know, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And then, you know, as we jump to the next project. So you've got to be willing to, you know, put the time in and everything, but it pays off in the long run.
So speaking of overtime, I know that your crew was responsible for when we had the flood in June 13th, 2022, you guys were basically the first responders, you know, more or less to the road that is now paved. Like
Sure.
It was an old dirt road. What, like, your crews did that? Like, how much time and effort did you guys, I mean,
oh man, that
Seems
was
like you worked around the clock.
just
is
about
my memory.
Just about. We were,
Because
we
for
started.
people who don't remember, for people who don't remember the flood, the one developed road between headquarters and the rest of the world basically just got wiped out. So I remember you guys were on it. Seemed like instantly.
Yeah, they gave us the okay. I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was 2 days after. And we needed to get the old wagon road from Mammoth to the north entrance in Gardner shaped up to where we could get access, because basically Mammoth was cut off, you know, to everything. And at one point, both Gardner and Mammoth were cut off to everywhere because Highway 89 was also flooded out at Yankee Jim Canyon. And so, we started on and, you know, talking with Cam and everything. It's like, do what you got to do to get it done. So we started on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just hammered it out until they kind of got things in place to have a contractor come in and kind of take it the rest of the way to final completion. But
yeah, you guys crushed that. Thank you again for all of that.
No problem.
Us that live in Mammoth, I think we can't thank you guys and your team enough. That was really awesome.
I couldn't believe how fast it was.
Yeah.
I mean, just if anyone had been on the OGR before that, it was basically like,
if it rained a little bit, you couldn't ride a bike.
It's ice.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't ice, but it was just the way the dirt is around here. It was just so slippery. And so to see it go from that to passable in a passenger car,
you definitely wouldn't recognize it now. If, you wouldn't realize what was under there before.
It's amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite part of the job?
That's kind of a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things. Of course, when you've worked here as long as I have, there's so many different things you could jump into. But I just like, more of the challenge, of everything. And like I mentioned before, with the higher visitation, so that creates its own challenges, and to try to not ruin the visitor experience for everybody. So the challenges that go into planning the projects and making sure that everything's up and running, I think is probably what I enjoy the most of it. And it creates a lot of stress as well. But
So like on the flip side, you have things that we all love about working in a national park. Are there any, what's your biggest challenge or the hardest part of your job?
Again, I think it would be the planning phase, because there's so many variables. I mean, between weather, between traffic, between just anything that, I mean, just for instance, the OGR, just all of a sudden that threw our whole summer into chaos because we still had to get our normal work done too that summer. And it just, and that's kind of the way we run a little bit is get our stuff done, and then whatever else pops up, we'll try to fit that into and go from there.
Were you guys able to take a break that winter once it snowed and the road was there? Like
somewhat. We ended up having a fairly decent winter that winter also. So this winter has actually been kind of a blessing for us.
Yes. Yeah. So, with the challenges, like, obviously if everything's great all the time, then there's no, reason to leave. But with challenges, like even with those, what keeps you here? What keeps you in the green and gray?
It goes back to the challenges. I mean, I like the challenge. I like to be able to push myself and push my team, and they like to be pushed, and me to be able to say that I went out and look at what we did for that project and be happy with what we did, and have people to come back and even tell us and compliment. I mean, just like you guys' compliments with us, here, it's, I mean, that the pride that we have in our work is really.
Do you have is there a moment in your Park Service career that kind of stands out as like a defining moment, or something that you did, or like something that you look back on and you're like, man, we did that? Like,
I mean, if you put it that way, there could be so many, just because of what we do with what we have and what we have to do. I could probably say that for a lot of things, and everything. I can't say that there's one specific thing. I mean, I just look back, there's a lot of years, and I look back and say, wow, we accomplished that much. I mean, I guess the OGR would be a great example though, for that, because that's not just us either. I mean, the whole team, the whole park came together for that.
Yeah.
We had a major role in it, but there was a lot more involved than just us.
Yeah. So, we've had a lot of people talk about, how they feel like, the mission of the National Park Service and, keeping this place in great shape for visitors and for future generations. When we think of, national parks, a lot of people think about the resource itself. You guys are working on roads. How do you see yourself fitting into this mission? Like, what is the, how do you feel that you personally and your team contributes to that larger mission?
Well, the infrastructure is major. I mean, that's the major of what the visitors, that's their main travel ways, and that makes the experience of their trip to the park. If the infrastructure is poor, they might have the most beautiful scenery, but if they have to drive over terrible roads and, to get there and are miserable doing it, then, they're not going to have a good time and enjoy themselves. So it's important what we do and what we have to do here.
Do you have a lot of employees that come into the Park Service from like private industry, contractors, things like that?
We get a few.
Because I'm just curious what the experience is like. Like it's different. I'm sure. Like you said, planning around the visitors and.
Yep, and it's so with what we do, we're so varied in the different tasks that we perform. So we'll get a few private, people that come from private professional settings and everything. But a lot of people, I mean, for us, for a lot of years, it's been a lot of development. We've had to develop a lot of people and everything, because a lot of private sector stuff is more centralized on, I do this, they don't have maybe as wide a range of what their skill sets and what they're needed to be. And it doesn't seem like we get as many applicants from the private sector. And I don't know if that is pay gap difference or where that comes from, but we do a lot of interdevelopment for us.
And so is there like a formal training, or, for somebody who is wanting to get into this, like how does one get into your line of work?
So there is formal trainings out there. There's a lot of like tech schools and things like that will do the trainings, heavy equipment trainings, truck driving trainings for commercial driver's license and things like that. We don't require necessarily any formal training. We do have obviously the trainings that we do through the Park Service and that we do through our department, and everything to keep everything up. And the in-house trainings we do to develop our people is kind of the direction we go. But in order to get these jobs, obviously you do have to have some experience, with the heavy equipment.
You probably need a driver's license.
And a driver's license, yes, obviously. And so we require all of our heavy equipment operators have to have a commercial driver's license, Class A Type 1. And so they have to be able to maintain one of those licenses to perform the duties. But other than that, for the most part, no formal training is necessarily required for it.
Gotcha. So this is, for the people that are listening that are interested in this type of career, and if they were to go on USA Jobs and look for this, what is the series of your job like? And the people that work for you, do you have that?
I believe you actually.
Okay.
I wrote it down because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, and we're laughing with ourselves because it's like this. It's so in the weeds. You apply for it and then you're like, I forget what my job was. Yeah.
So the series is actually for the equipment operators is 5716. We actually do have a couple of other series that are for our seasonals, and I think 3502 is one, and that would be kind of our entry level positions there, and those are seasonal positions. And then I think 5703 is for our seasonal motor vehicle operators that drive our dump trucks and things like that.
And what grade are those entry level positions?
So the entry level for the labor positions are WG5s, and then our seasonal truck drivers would be WG8s.
Gotcha. Cool. So, do you have any advice for somebody other than, obviously have your grandfather work in a park and
Sure.
you're born into it is, not everybody can do that. But
Right.
now that you've been in it, you've been doing it for a while, for somebody who is, looking at, transitioning, getting out of the city and wanting to come drive a truck in Yellowstone, what sort of advice?
I would say, first of all, get your license.
Yeah.
Obviously, your commercial driver's license, and apply. Just apply. Get out there and apply for multiple jobs. See what you can get, because there's different things. What we do might not be best suited for what you want to do, but you don't know till you get there.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard that Yellowstone has one of the largest fleets of vehicles out of like every park. We have like 1,200 or something like that. How many heavy equipment machines do we have that you guys run?
That's actually a really good question. We have probably just of heavy equipment. This isn't counting our dump trucks, our tractor trailers, our pickups, and our utility trailers and things like that. We have over 70 pieces of equipment just for special projects.
Wow.
Different piece of equipment.
So for our, for all the 5-year-old boys that are listening that want to know all the different pieces of equipment, can you rattle off some of the ones that you guys have that you use?
Yeah, I can. So we use road graders. We actually have 5 of those just on special projects. We have front end loaders, bulldozers, rotary snow plows. That's usually everyone's favorite.
I got to ride in one with you.
Yep,
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And those are pretty amazing machines. The ones we have right now will move, I think, 3,500 tons of snow an hour.
Oof.
And we have 7 of those.
Wow.
Because like you were saying before, we have over 400 miles of road in the park, and as what we plow in the spring, we have to plow over 300 miles of that in the springtime over packed snow that's been groomed all winter and packed down like concrete, basically. So, and we have basically 2 months to get that done.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's crazy. Have you seen the operation before, Miles? Like, have you ever seen like in person?
I haven't seen the full operation. I was just wondering I've seen pictures, but I was wondering what the full cadre of vehicles is.
It's pretty, if you get a chance, I think if you can look on YouTube and look up Minute Out in It.
Yep.
I think is what it's called. And that gives a pretty good show. It's a pretty good video of most of the equipment working. And that's our park plowing here, which that operation is a little different than when we're up on the Beartooth Pass, because snow conditions are a little bit different. But in that operation, we have one grader that has a V plow on the front of it, and we hook 2 bulldozers to the front of it, and we have to pull it through the snow,
Whoa.
break up the snow.
Yeah, it's crazy
That's
to
wild.
see.
Yeah.
And then you got the cleanup crew that comes in behind
Yep.
and widens
And widens everything out with
Do you have a mechanic with you?
we run 2 mechanics with us the whole time out there. And then we have 2 actually separate rotary plows that run in the areas when they get out in the park. So they'll split off from the main crew and they'll work in the areas, and they'll have a mechanic with them so that we can open up the areas while we're still opening the roads.
Yeah, it's so I've
been
had
amazing.
when my first year here, I came after winter, and it was the spring plowing, and I had the opportunity to go out. I think we were at Lake, right?
Yep,
It's
we
like
were
in that
between Lake and Grant. Yep.
Yeah, and Brian was running the rotary plow, and just like it like hucks snow forever. It's really cool to see that. And then I think 2 winters ago, I went up to the Beartooths, and it was like a lower snow year, but it still was like a 35-foot wall of snow. What's the name of that big famous curve?
They call it the bar drift there. Yeah, and I don't know the full history on it, but it has to do with years ago, back when the state of Montana and the state of Wyoming would meet, because the state of Montana plows the Montana side, and then we take care of the Wyoming side. They would meet up there, and then they would cut a bar into the snow out there in June or whatever, and then the town of Red Lodge would come up and they'd have a big party. And I believe, I'd have to look this up to get verification, but I believe there's some pictures out there. At one time, they even had an elephant up there which is so random. You know?
Yeah, it's really like just unbelievable to see that operation. And again, that happens in closed areas. Like it's just another thing that happens behind the scenes. You know, you drive through construction in the summer, but you're not driving through the plow operations. Right. And so, yeah, that's like a huge thing and the schedule that you keep. I used to work in Glacier, and they also have a road that requires crazy plowing, the Going to the Sun road, but they don't really put a time limit on it. It's kind of like it's open when it's open. When we're done, you guys are like cutthroat, like we got to hit these dates. These are when the thing's open.
And we're pretty proud of that. We haven't missed for the park. We haven't missed an opening date since I've been plowing out here. And I think I've been plowing since 2007 or 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. There we go. So, yeah.
Another thing I was wondering about is like, I assume you kind of get to know different areas of the park when it, being on a volcano is so weird. Sure. It's just like, has it been interesting over all these years to get to like, there's probably going to be a pothole there this year.
Sure.
And like, because the weirdest things pop up on the road, I'll just, one day I'm driving, it's fine. I'd come the next day and there's just like a 3-foot tall, 3-foot wide bubble in the road.
And some of it's so unpredictable because the geothermal stuff moves so much. I mean, there could be an area that you've never had problems with before, and all of a sudden an issue pops up, and I think Jake was kind of saying before, we built roads on a volcano. What's not a volcano, we're on high mountain slopes or over swamps. So we don't have the most ideal areas that our roads corridors are built on.
Yeah. And I hadn't thought too about the increased visitation, and also like vehicles just keep getting bigger.
Right.
Yeah. Like RVs are bigger.
And then a lot of electric vehicles are really heavy.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing sometimes when I read the weights on these things. I'm like, whoa, 7,000 pounds for a normal size pickup or something. I hadn't thought about that, but
yeah. So before we go, one of the last things that we like to ask everybody is, it doesn't have to be work related. I mean, if it was, then that's great. But do you have a favorite story of, in a national park, whether vacation or on work time, just like something where you're like, man, this is such a cool thing that I'm a part of that I get,
probably, and it's not really a story because it encompasses a few years of time, but I was able to actually, when my dad's last few years here, I was able to work beside him a little bit. He worked in a separate crew. He worked for the North District maintenance crew at the time, but I was able to work alongside him on a lot of projects and stuff his last few years before he retired. So that's pretty amazing when you look at the scope of what the Park Service entails and everything.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Did you guys have a father-son friendly competition going on whose work was the best?
Oh, there's always that, whether it's even now.
Yeah. So, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know, Miles, do you have any other things you'd like to ask?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate, again, all the work that you guys do, and especially all the work that, hopefully you guys can relax this winter a little bit from the winter 2 winters ago and all that OGR stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the time and getting the word out there on what we do. Because we are kind of one of the behind the scenes type of people. They might see us out there and everything, but a lot of people don't know actually what we really do. So,
yeah. Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brian Batzloff. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/what we do podcast. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
All right, Ashton, first of all, it's great to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you too, Brett. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm awesome. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever hitchhiked before?
You know what? I don't think I have, honestly.
The way your face went, I thought you were about to tell me an epic hitchhiking story.
No, I'm actually surprised I haven't done that though.
Well, I did some research in the superintendent's compendium, and hitchhiking is legal within Yellowstone National Park as long as you follow some certain rules. So one of those rules, which is in Section 5, Part 4.31, which I'm sure you read
by heart,
all the time, says that you can hitchhike as long as a sign isn't bigger than certain dimensions.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what the max dimensions for your hitchhiking sign would be?
Wow, this is a very niche question. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just going to take a random guess. I'm going to say it can't be bigger than like 5 by 5 feet.
So 5 feet. That's a really big sign.
I was trying to,
that's
like go a little bigger than I thought.
That's huge. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. So you're going to have to trim.
That's a more like usual size of sign.
Yeah. So next time you're recruiting someone to pick you up for hitchhiking, it just needs to be under that 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay,
and you should be good.
Interesting.
If you want to hold a 5-foot sign, those sign spinners, that might be your go-to. So our next guest probably knows or is a lot more likely than we are to know Section 5, Part 4.3 of the Superintendent's Compendium by heart, because she's the law enforcement specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. So, Katie Anderson, have you ever cited someone for hitchhiking with a sign? Like if Ashton gave them their 5-foot by 5-foot sign, have you ever cited someone for that?
No, but I would have definitely stopped and taled to her if she had a 5 by 5 sign. I would want her life story.
That catch your attention.
To know her.
Yeah, I feel like you don't even need to know the compendium to know that, like, that's probably someone you want to talk to.
Exactly.
Well, there's always a first time for everything. So I'm guessing you see a lot of things, something different every day as a law enforcement specialist. But I want to backtrack a little bit first before we get to your current position and talk about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service.
Yeah. So thanks so much for having me. My where and when. So my career with the National Park Service began in 2001 as a GS3 park guide at Assateague Island National Seashore in Maryland, living with those wild ponies, which was pretty much a childhood dream being fulfilled right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So was it the wild ponies that got you to that job, or how did you hear about the Park Service?
Well, so the Park Service goes way back for me. I'll have to go many decades back from that. It pretty much goes back to about the late 1950s when my grandparents jumped on the Ranger 3, which is a vessel that takes visitors from the mainland of Michigan and takes them out to an archipelago of islands in Lake Superior called Isle Royale. And the island, as it's sort of lovingly called by all of us who sort of grew up there or grew up going there, along with my family, were super instrumental in my formative years in instilling a strong conservation ethic and just in turn, inherently me knowing that my life work was going to end up being working on preserving wild and public lands like Isle Royale.
So did you grow up near Isle Royale then, or just vacation there?
Yeah, I grew up in northern Minnesota. And so that was, we always kind of came from that Grand Portage side out to the island. But the island has always been a huge part of my life.
That's a big bucket list park for me. I've never been there.
It's incredible.
Have you been there, Ashton?
No,
Oh.
actually, I just visited northern Minnesota last fall, but we were there just after the boat, like the ferries went out to Isle Royale. So we have to make another trip next time.
Yeah.
Definitely bucket list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started out with that background of the conservation ethics kind of being instilled in you from a young age. And then you got that job at Assateague. How did you, as soon as you got that job, were you like, this is what I want to do? This is where I belong. So
Yeah, it is. I mean, I knew it like growing up, there was no question that this is what I was going to do. The National Park Service. It was just really refining what part of the Park Service I was going to be part of.
And so how did you get from playing with wild ponies to where you are now? What are the steps and iterations of jobs and units that you've worked at?
Yeah, so that is there are such interesting journeys for us in the National Park Service, for a lot of us. What's neat about the National Park Service is that you can really experience the entire country on a deep level by working in the national parks, really from coast to coast. And that's pretty much what I did for those first 15 years with the Park Service. Right after I finished my season at Assateague, I made my way into the heart of DC to work for the Wilderness Society. And I was interning for them and really just getting amazing exposure to the Hill and really understanding how important the work of the nonprofit world was, but also how it coincided with the federal government agencies and, the decisions being made on the Capitol. And so spent a good chunk of time there, really kind of digging into how do I get on permanently with the National Park Service. After I finished up my DC work, I ended up going up to Acadia National Park in Maine and spent a fall up there counting raptors. That was another big part of my life growing up in northern Minnesota. We had big flight migration routes. And so was an intern up there, a volunteer up there as well, just really kind of starting to build my resume and figure out how I could get my foot in the door full time. As I learned about the different types of rangering, sort of the longer I got in, I made my way to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore, another archipelago of islands in northern Wisconsin.
I used to live in Bayfield.
Yes, and exactly. So the Apostles well. And I dipped my toes in interpretation and lived out on Stockton Island. And it was an amazing experience. And from there, I put myself through a seasonal academy, which was kind of the norm in how to get permanent in the law enforcement ranks. And so put myself through that academy because I really wanted to be running more of like the adrenaline junkie calls that were kind of coming with rangering. And I really wanted to get in on some of the craziness. And so then I spent the next 5 years of my career seasonally at Rocky Mountain National Park as a seasonal law enforcement ranger, doing the front country side of things and then also the backcountry work. I was able to jump in on the search and rescue operations, really got my first experience working fatalities and working the family liaison roles. And then also starting and really integrating the other side of my life that had always been so strong for me. And that was having a horse component in my career and started my mounted patrols at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've done like a lot of things.
I have, and that was the seasonal days. And I'll make it brief on the permanents, but the permanents were really neat because that Rocky experience, in my off season, I had been doing ski patrol work full time and had some avalanche background. And so Yellowstone picked me up permanently to be working on Sylvan Pass and be doing the avalanche control up there as well. So I sort of could bring a skill set of the rangering skills as well as sort of my other life loves into one job. And then ran down to Grand Canyon for 5 years and got some crazy experience down there. And that experience on the South Rim, being a South Rim Ranger for about 5 years, really built the core of who I am as a person and ranger and supervisor at this point in time. And then returned to Yellowstone to the justice operation and the law enforcement office as the court liaison, and which I can say is now definitely one of the best jobs I've ever had. And into the role that I have now full time as a law enforcement specialist for Yellowstone National Park.
That's awesome. And I guess we should mention to folks that you're joining us remotely from Glacier National Park. So you're on a detail currently at Glacier as well, right?
I am. Yeah. Within the National Park Service and just federal agencies in general, we're able to do either temporary promotions or details, kind of where a park unit will borrow you for a period of time and let you get some really good experience. So right now I'm the acting chief ranger in Glacier and filling in a gap, a period from when the old chief ranger retired and when they get their new chief ranger in.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to have some of those.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a typical day in your position at Yellowstone? I'm guessing not, but what is a normal, if you had to, I'm doing air quotes for people listening, what's a normal day for you look like?
Completely not normal. So, it's really interesting. The Yellowstone Law Enforcement Office is super unique in the National Park Service. We've got a full-time federal magistrate, so a judge right there. We've got a United States attorney right in the building. We've got a United States marshal who works on all of our arrests with us and our warrants. And Yellowstone cases are all prosecuted in-house, and our sole purpose in my operation is in support of the field staff, so the field rangers who are doing all the patrols and the response to emergency stuff, and really our office provides subject matter expertise. We assist with, search warrants and blood draw warrants on DUIs and filling out criminal complaints, and really just supporting our partnerships in and out of the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things going on. And I'm guessing it's that like variety that you're seeking. I mean, you talked about being an adrenaline junkie. Obviously, you don't seem like you're the type of person that just sits down often.
Yeah.
You're always out doing stuff is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the operation is a dream for me because it's super dynamic. There's a ton going on. It's slightly out of control. There's a lot of stuff happening. And there's always just like kind of big balls or big issues floating up in the air that need to be tackled. And I like that. That's definitely the energy that I like dealing with stuff at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something, not every person is going to thrive in that type of environment. Like, what are some things that you do that helps you, juggle all those things that you say is up in the air? Like, what qualities do you need to have to enjoy a job like that?
I think there has to be sort of a natural comfort level with multitasking things. And I'm not sure if that's an ADD portion of my universe or something else, but being able to ride the waves of chaos a little bit and be okay with that. And take a left-hand turn when you were supposed to take a right-hand turn that day. Like, that is absolutely critical. I think it's also super cliche, but communication, like literally being able to communicate with everyone from defendants who are sitting in your jail, prisoners, to the chief magistrate judge and beyond is it's completely mission critical in our operation. I'm sure 90+% of my day and my job as a law enforcement specialist is just building trust and bridges with the field and all of our partners through just so much. Like, you cannot over communicate in this job.
Sure.
Yeah,
that makes a lot. I mean, and like communication can make the difference between like de-escalating somebody and escalating somebody. I mean, that can make a huge difference in what your day ends up being like.
Absolutely.
So is that your favorite part of the job, that variety, that you just never know what's going to happen doing a lot of different things, or is there something else?
That is a huge part of what makes me love my job. I think if I was really going to be pinned down on having to say what my favorite part of my job is sort of in the last decade of my career here, I would say, whether we like it or not, the National Park Service is like a giant family and it needs tending to very similarly. My favorite part of the job, I think, is probably having really meaningful connections with my team and my peers, and those many levels above me. And being at a point in my career right now that I'm given some creative liberty to create the type of work environment that fosters those connections.
Yeah.
I think it's so interesting because I think that adrenaline junkie is like your younger years, and the older you get, it's just life is short, and the relationships that you have at work, which is where we spend most of our time, and at home are just so critically important. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's been that's come up a few times in our conversations with people, especially those that have like lived in the interior of the park or like remote areas. It's like that community is so important because that's who you have.
Yes.
And so you do a lot with those people. You work with them, and you have them over to dinner and all those things. And I think that's part of what is so special about the National Park Service experience that you just don't get in other jobs.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work environments where you work with your coworkers and then you also go live in the same neighborhood as them.
Yeah.
Like they're literally your neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference.
I know when Jake takes his recycling.
Right.
I can see what he's been eating for lunch if I wanted to.
Perfect. That is a perfect example of how this works.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of the job?
Similarly, I think I went the first 2/3 of my career here. I have gone full blown energy. Like I've done things at 1,000% and really kind of gone full send on everything. But it takes a toll. Like this career is not for the faint of heart. We see a lot of the underbelly and the darker sides of society, and to have to deal and we have to deal with the aftermath of all of that. It is us. We are exclusive jurisdiction here. We don't have other agencies coming in to sort of take the case from us. It lays in our hands. Yellowstone sees up, 2 to 3 million people in a really condensed portion of the year in the summer there annually. And all of those visitors and those of us living in the park bring our issues and problems and addictions with them and with us. And so it's really critical at this stage in my career, and we've seen the aftermath of not sort of dealing with some of that stuff and talking about it, that we actively process the cumulative work stress and the trauma. And thankfully, Yellowstone National Park is at the forefront of supporting their team with the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. And the National Park Service is building out some exceptional peer support, mind-body wellness type programs to support us proactively for a fulfilling career, but more importantly, for our well-being the day we retire and beyond. And so we're still coming out whole. And that has been a huge culture shift that has accelerated, I would say, in the last 3 years. And so the toughest part of my job is like the loss that we see through trauma and, undealt with issues. But also just the light in that is that I've got the opportunity right now with my own career to, hyper focus on those things and be part of shifting a culture nationwide, really.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I mean, especially, we all take our jobs home with us somewhat, but in your position, especially, I'd imagine that's like one of those things that's really hard to not take home. And, I mean, that could really eat away at you if you don't take care of yourself when you're home with your family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And you mentioned the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. I'm not sure. A lot of people might not know what that is. Do you mind just telling people a little bit about what that entails? Yeah.
So the project came about in cooperation with the Yellowstone. I believe with Yellowstone Forever was where that partnership really came about after the Yellowstone flood and after the loss of some coworkers to suicide. And there was just some forward thinkers and support from the superintendent's office and the chiefs to move forward in that partnership to fund mental health resources in Yellowstone. I mean, one of the most amazing parts about living in Yellowstone is its remoteness. And it's disconnect from the rest of the chaos of the world that's happening around us. But the downside to that is we have a hard time with resources and getting them. And so the Yellowstone Resiliency Project has funded bringing in healthcare providers for counseling and touch bases and just connection. So we're not kind of going through these big life events and sort of suffering on our own. And there's, bigger conversations that are sort of happening on like where next, what next for these programs. But absolutely critical for every division in the park to have this resource to be tapping into and just normalizing the conversations around it. I mean, this is the human experience that we have right now, and nobody is alone in their suffering. We all go through it. And just the pressures of life, create environments that we need to take care of ourselves and one another. I mean, that's just the reality in the Park Service is we have to take care of one another. So this Yellowstone Resiliency Project is brilliant. The folks that are working on it have just done an incredible job implementing it. And we are so lucky to have that team working for us.
Yeah, definitely forward thinking. That was the key point I think you brought up there. It's like one of those things that plays dividends. It's you're playing the long game when you're investing in people's mental well-being. And so that's awesome. I guess cycling back to kind of your career, it sounds like you've had a lot of moments that you could probably choose as a defining moment. Do you have one defining moment that you would say, kind of defined your NPS career or set you on a trajectory or that you can look back on?
I think about it often because I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the best park you've lived in? What's the best position you ever had? And I can honestly say that I am so, like, at the core of my being, I am so incredibly proud of every single job that I've had with the National Park Service over the past 23 years. I'm so proud of myself as a GS3 at Assateague Island. Like, that I ever even like stepped into it and got that job. I would say it all builds on itself. It builds character. It builds who you are to the core of your being in each of these positions that you're in. And I would say just sort of sitting here in this window now, like watching the snow dump, on Glacier Park, the acting chief ranger in Glacier National Park right now is one of those highlights. And I feel so honored to have the support from my Yellowstone team, which is like my core team, to take on this role and to have this connection now with yet another incredible gem of a park and the amazing people that call this place home.
Yeah, you have all these connections to places where people like they're on people's bucket list. Like they're happy to just make it to one of those in a lifetime. And you've got all these special memories that so many, and we all do. I mean, that's kind of why we all do what we do, I guess, in a way.
So lucky.
That's awesome. Yeah. Since it was such a good answer, I'll let you get away with, I technically said you had to have one defining moment, but I'll let you get away with it because it was a really good answer.
But if you know me, there's never one. I always juggle at least three things. So
I'm the same way. So, and this is a pretty, probably a more straight connection than some of the other people that we've interviewed. But how does your job contribute to the Park Service mission? So, the Park Service mission is kind of drives everything that we do, and it's at the forefront of our minds every day. But so how does your job contribute to that?
I would say it takes a massive village of committed public servants to come anywhere near fulfilling the mission of the National Park Service. I am just a cog in the wheel, but at the core, I truly believe that my work is super meaningful and impactful. And I feel that every single day, whether it's helping the field rangers with a complex victim case as we run the victim witness program in my office, or supporting the prosecution on a significant poaching case. I love my job. And, I've heard people say that like, you shouldn't love your job because it'll never love you back. And I just am unconvinced of that. And I think you need to find deep joy in the work that you're doing and believe truly that it's making an impact and it's for the greater good. And I never question that, no matter how hard my days are. I know that like I'm giving back way bigger than I'm getting, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and someone has to keep Ashton with her 5 foot by 5 foot hitchhiking sign.
You got to keep me in check.
On the right side of the law.
Unreasonable, Ashton.
Hey, I went big.
Yeah,
Can't
keep
blame me
these
for
people
that.
in
Yeah.
check over here. So for those of people who are listening to this and are just like, wow, that sounds like an awesome job, like me. Like I'm like, wow, that sounds like so what series do I look at in USA Jobs to do what you're doing?
Yeah. So the series that post on USA Jobs, which is where all of our federal jobs are posted, is 0025. So right now that's the Ranger series. And at some point there may be a shift in that, but right now 0025 Park Ranger Law Enforcement is what folks would be looking at in USA Jobs.
And is that the same series for like all the positions kind of working their way up the ladder?
Yeah, it is.
So
everything from your field level law enforcement, GS 5, all the way up into your chief ranger positions.
Awesome. That makes it easy. I feel like a lot of times it jumps around and gets complicated and it's hard to keep track of all those numbers. So 0025 is the one to remember. And do you need formal training to get that like GS5 position?
You do. There's a couple routes now. Kind of the old ways where we would put ourselves through a seasonal academy, a law enforcement academy that's sort of connected with the National Park Service, and then you would apply to seasonal positions like summer positions. This last year, a new system, a direct hire initiative was sort of started, and we're hiring things a little bit differently. So in that case, a couple times a year, there's announcements that are flown nationwide for the National Park Service law enforcement positions. Either way, you'll spend a significant amount of time at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. And then in a field training park as you build the foundation to your law enforcement career.
How long are you in that field training park for? The
field training park is, I got to think about how many weeks it is. 13. I think it's 13 weeks. I'm kind of talking off the cuff here, but, and sometimes that's your home park. Yellowstone we're really lucky. We're one of those parks to have a field training park and staff in place that can field train folks in person.
Awesome.
And what's the kind of stuff that people are exposed to in that training? Like if somebody's interested in going through that, like what would they expect to be exposed to? Yeah,
I think this kind of ties into to another portion of some of the questions. At the core of these jobs, we are federal law enforcement officers. Like that is the core of what we're doing. And so, for example, FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they do foundational, like basic law enforcement training. So everything from some people's first day on the firearms range with your pistol and your shotgun and your rifle, to patrol tactics, like how do I literally drive my police car? How do I do high speed pursuits, kind of chases? How do I care for victims in cases? How do I physically maintain my fitness and show that I can ground fight with somebody that I'm going to need to go hands-on with in my career? How do I handcuff somebody? What are my arrest procedures? So it really takes you through all of the basics of how to be a cop.
Wow. Yeah. So it's like a good crash course then.
Yeah. You make it or you don't. It is
Yeah.
a crash course. You have to have the mental space and be really there to want to do it, because it's not all fun and games at all.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I bet you build some really strong connections with the people that you go through that with, kind of like, boot camp or something.
Absolutely.
Well, before we let you go, Katie, do you have, we like to ask this of everybody because it's just fun for us. And I come up with more things that I want to do in my summer vacations, but do you have a favorite story or memory? It doesn't have to be from Yellowstone, any National Park Service unit that you visited or worked at. Do you have a favorite story?
It's going to come from Yellowstone. I don't know if it's a specific story. I think what I would say is this kind of speaks to the specialness of living in these places. Living in Yellowstone is like being in a National Geographic episode every day. And I would say it's amplified when you live in the interior, which I've lived in several times, and I don't now. But what I would say is you can almost gauge the rhythms of the year, like the seasons of the year, by the flow of the wildlife and the thoroughfares and the tracks that they are walking. And, just this season right now, as I'm not in Yellowstone, I'm in Glacier and I don't have the bison out my window. I'm starting to wonder if the cow bison right now with their big swollen bellies, if they're starting to make their way towards Mammoth Hot Springs and down to their calving grounds. And that always is like my sure sign that spring is coming. And I just think that's just one of the most incredible parts about living in Yellowstone is that you can just, it feels very prehistoric to be living there with them and just watching these old rhythms just float by. Like we are truly just there in somebody else's world. And we're just guests. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
Yeah. I love being in a place where it's like you said, those connections to like the natural world. Like the bluebirds are like, I heard a bluebird, spring is coming and everyone's just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Whereas some places people will be like, what? The what? So that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I know I speak for all of us, but we thank you all for your service and thank you for keeping us safe. I know I live like literally all of my neighbors are law enforcement rangers, so I just feel like the safest person whenever I'm out and about my home. So thank you all for what you and your team do day in and day out.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Katie Anderson. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new listeners find the show, so thanks for doing that. If you have a question or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
The observation platform at McDonald Creek Overlook allows visitors to get an up-close look at this beautiful and powerful force of nature. In summer, the blue-green waters run clear and inviting, but in early spring, melting snows send a torrent of water cascading down the valley as it funnels through these narrow rock walls where it literally vibrates the viewing platform. It's easy to see the erosional power of streams from a vantage point this close. Streams also hide a more sinister side as well. In Glacier, the leading cause of fatalities is from drownings in creeks and streams. Even though the streams present a cool and refreshing appearance, please remember to use extra caution around water anywhere in the park. Stay on the paths and don't step over railings and barriers. As powerful as McDonald Creek can seem during spring runoff, it's nothing compared to the flood that came through this valley in November of 2006. Fed by huge amounts of warm rain, early mountain snows melted quickly and soon overwhelmed riverbanks throughout the park. This viewing platform survived, but just barely. Water pounded the railings and washed out and damaged bridges and roads in several areas of the park. Across the creek, huge trees left stranded as driftwood high above the creek provide vivid clues to the force of water. Glacier is a land of contrasts. Throughout the park, you will discover awesome examples of the power of nature, all set against the backdrop of some of the most beautiful scenery in the Rockies. McDonald Creek is an excellent example of massive power and delicate beauty combined.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Wonderful.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. No, and maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about
And,
you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years, and I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake. Yeah.
And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton, but it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water's heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's, I'd say, wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah. So if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. Yeah, so Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist just outside the park at all our entrances, and about $600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion,
Roads,
like with a B?
Billion with a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What we do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a webpage with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/what-we-do-podcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. But generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here. Boring. Yeah. We're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very lucky. Yeah. And the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division. Law enforcement officers, obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first three, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So, for example, you might hear someone say, like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
No.
I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you.
Hello again, Rocky Rangers. 2 quick announcements before we get started with this week's episode. They might sound familiar because they're the same as last episode. We still have a big pavement preservation project going on in the park. That's going to be creating delays and closures over the next week and change. The biggest impact? Alpine Visitor Center and Old Fall River Road will be completely closed on Thursday, August 17th. Other impacts are too complicated to cover in detail here, trust me on that, but you can get the full deets on our website. Point your browser to nps.gov/Romo. Look for alerts at the top of the page. If you're on a mobile device, it'll be hidden in our little menu. Find the alert related to pavement preservation and click more. It's been rain lately, with heavy thunderstorms and even continuous rain rolling in every afternoon. It's raining right now. Always check the weather before your visit. Plan any hikes so that you are well below tree line before storms are set to arrive, and never leave the safety of a building or your car if thunderstorms are present. Lightning is serious business, so play it safe. And now for our episode. This week, we joined Design Outside, a class of undergraduate graphic and industrial design majors from the University of Kansas who spent a week camping at Moraine Park and expanding their creativity outside of the classroom and studio. As you'll hear, the class had a big impact on the students, and it was super fun to talk to them, to hear all the different types of projects that they'd come up with over the week, how the week impacted their design process now and potentially in the future, what it was like to camp for the first time for some of them, and to get to geek out about design stuff, because that's what I do all day usually. We hope this podcast inspires you also to camp, to explore Rocky, and to create beautiful things. Let's rock.
it going?
Good.
How's your week been?
Very good out here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, how about you introduce yourself?
Okay. My name is Jeremy Shellhorn, and I'm Associate Professor of Design at the University of Kansas. And I teach a summer class called, it's the Do Studio, Designing Outside. And the purpose of that is to really get the students outside of the traditional classroom setting and get them outside where they have to be in a place that pushes them to think about design and make things differently than they would otherwise. And it's been a great week out here at Rocky. The weather's been great, but it's just a good time to get them out of their comfort zone and have to deal with things like climate and elevation and not being able to run into studio every 5 minutes to print stuff out. So great.
Yeah. This is year 2, right?
This is year 2, yeah, second annual.
Yeah.
So I was certainly a little bit better at preparation. And
yeah. How did this feel this year compared to last year?
It was very good. I think I had a good mix. These students got to do a couple hikes to kind of get acclimated.
Oh,
we
nice.
went to Emerald Lake the first day.
Yeah.
We had a lot of flatlanders, so they
Yeah.
had to get used to the elevation.
Very smart for our listeners. Very smart move.
Yeah.
Start
and then
easy.
Started easy.
So you went up to Emerald Lake and did you do like sketching and stuff, or was it?
Yeah.
What was kind of involved?
So we got up there and just got acclimated to hiking in the elevation, and then just kind of had a sketch time.
Yeah.
And it was hot out, so we did
Yeah.
have a couple brave souls that did maybe get into the water.
Ooh.
And then
That'll wake you
very quickly got back out of the water and resumed sketching.
Never will you feel more alive.
Yeah. And
That's awesome.
So that was a great kind of first day to get acclimated. And then the next day we went to Mills Lake. Kind of the prototypical, gave them the story about, one of the proponents of getting, Rocky up as a park, Enos Mills, and he was actually a Kansan.
That's right.
From Lynn County, Kansas.
Yeah.
And so I gave him a little bit of story about how he ended up here. And so we went and visited the lake of his namesake.
That's great.
And then a couple of us that were up to a little more adventure kept on going to Black Lake.
Okay, yeah, that's a good hike.
And there was a little bit of snow.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier this week. Like, how much snow?
There was quite a few spots where we were crawling up and then maybe sliding down.
Yeah, okay, so a lot of snow.
Yeah, a lot of snow.
And I guess that was like late June.
Yeah.
Late June. That's that's pretty typical.
Yeah, it was gorgeous, and one of the nice things about
I love
going
Black Lake.
past, Mills Lake was, it's fantastic to see that site, but if you're able to go maybe just a little bit farther, you beat a little bit of the crowds.
That was kind of, Mills Lake was kind of like my first introduction. So I came here for the first time, I guess 3 years ago, to make their brochure map. So everybody who uses a map in the park, I came here to make that. And I stayed afterwards and did a backpacking trip. And like I went in Glacier Gorge, up to Mills Lake, up to Black Lake. And then I actually kept going up past that, like way up into Glacier Basin. And I tried to go over Stoneman Pass, and that's when I lost the prescription sunglasses that I was talking about earlier.
Oh,
So
got it.
there was still a lot of snow up in that pass.
Yeah.
And that was late. That was like in the 20s in July.
Wow.
Anyway, but it's beautiful up there. I love that. Like Longs and the Keyboard of the Winds coming down, and Pagoda Mountain, Chief's Head.
Tried to point out
Black Lake,
as
too.
many places like that on our way, and certain times you head up that part of that particular trail and you get a good kind of side angle of the diamond on Longs Peak. And so we did have a couple climbers in our group. They did not venture to something that hard.
Yeah.
But a little bit of bouldering this week, and mostly hiking and sketching.
Oh, that's awesome.
And just getting out with the paints.
Yeah.
And stuff that sort of forced them to, get off screens for the week. So I mean, as an educator, just a chance to get them to, experience a place like this. Force them to have maybe some parameters they don't always have.
Yeah.
And force them to be a little bit more creative
Yeah.
about how they're going to create. What we're looking at now is sort of a show. We're in Moraine Park Campground, and my students have put up a show, a little art and design show, and invited some of the camp guests here and we're just hanging out and sort of looking at what
Yeah.
they did this week.
Yeah, we're gonna walk around and play Pass the Mic.
Cool,
We're just gonna get to play like Duck Duck Goose,
Awesome.
kind of.
Awesome. Yeah.
We'll do that in a little bit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's so awesome, and it's something that we do try to promote, but I think doesn't get associated a lot with national parks is art.
Mhm.
And art has always been so essential. Like
Mhm.
part of the reason why Yellowstone was even set aside is that Moran
Yeah.
went into the wilderness and
Mhm.
hauled all the stuff
Mhm.
and painted it and interpreted it so that people could see it and be like, wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and a painter
And it's
like,
inspired so
yeah.
much art too that isn't even about national parks necessarily. Like that's great that you made the
Mhm.
connection with Enos Mills.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Albert Bierstadt.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The lake named
Incredibly
after him
famous
here.
here.
Same kind of deal. If you didn't have a photographer to send out, you had, paints and
Yeah.
drawing. And I think for these kids, they know how to use those tools, but this really sort of forces them
Yeah.
to do it.
And camping all week too.
Yeah.
It kind of gets you in a different
Absolutely.
headspace.
Absolutely.
Especially
Slows
after
them
the
down.
first couple, like after the first
Yeah.
2 or 3 days when you're
Yeah.
like really in it, you're really embracing the new shower routine
Yes.
or lack thereof.
Yes. A couple cold
Cold
showers,
mornings and-
a couple
Uh-huh.
solar showers
Yeah.
that maybe we didn't set out in the sun.
Yeah,
completely.
long enough.
Yeah.
But you tried.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. You're
Yeah.
preparing for our solar future.
Right, yeah,
It's
that's-
smart,
Yeah.
but rather important in the sun.
Yeah.
Should we walk around and play tag?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's just walk around. We
Okay.
can just drag the mic cables. It doesn't matter.
Fantastic.
They're strong.
Let's talk to these. We have a couple junior rangers that are.
Oh,
maybe
new
a little-
junior rangers.
Oh, all three of them right here.
Yeah, wow. All 3 of our junior rangers. What a treat.
Well, they said it was 9 and up for the activities, so
Yeah.
There was no age limit.
It's actually, I think, a growing in popularity. We'll probably have to pass the mic around a little. They're pretty specific to where they're held. All right, we have our 3 junior rangers.
yep, we're here.
Whenever people want to talk, we
Oh,
can just
yeah.
pass the mic around. Tell us your name.
My name is Alex.
And Alex, where are you from?
I'm from the University of Kansas. which
University
is
of Kansas.
Everyone, yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, from Kansas.
From Kansas?
Yep.
Where in Kansas, in case we have Kansas listeners?
Just outside of Kansas City,
Okay.
in a suburb of Kansas City. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, why don't we go down the line?
I'm Gracie. I'm from Lawrence, Kansas. I also attend the University of Kansas.
And then my name's Dagny. I live in Denver, but I go to the University of Kansas.
Oh, nice. Interesting. Maybe I'll ask you more about that.
2 of us study industrial design, and then 1 of us graphics design. So
Nice. How did you enjoy the Junior Ranger program?
it was amazing. I learned a lot actually from
Really?
it. Yeah,
That's
some
great.
really great activities.
Yeah,
The ecosystems, I think, was the most interesting part.
yeah.
We're also about to go get the Stargazers badge.
Ooh,
patch
nice. You're going to go to the
tonight.
stargazing program?
Yep.
You will love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been getting out at night here enough to be able to see,
We
but
got some good night skies.
yeah.
It's been pretty cloudy too.
Oh, that's true.
Hit and miss.
Yeah, I think tonight you're looking good.
Yeah.
It's looking extremely clear.
No, I'm excited.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people much above the age of 9 enjoy the junior ranger program. I almost think we should have an adult ranger program.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
I just doing the activities. I imagine parents involved with their kids learn a lot as well. Like with the kids, just
Yeah, that's what we hear. It's a great program.
Dagny and I have considered making. We thought it was one of our projects that would be fun to make our own patches. For being an adult ranger. Like
Oh,
adult,
nice.
We were thinking like all of the names like super senior, junior, senior ranger. Like we were trying to think of like how to be inclusive.
Mister. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that. I don't know. What have you guys thought about this week? You enjoyed camping all week?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's been a lot of fun. It's definitely not something I've done in a long time.
Yeah. Any of you guys been to Rocky before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody?
yeah, everyone. Yeah.
Wow. There's such a big Kansas, Rocky, Denver, of course.
Neighboring state, man.
It's true, yeah.
It's not a far drive, and it's a lot better looking.
Yeah.
In some ways.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay,
yeah.
we have
If
the
you like
sunsets.
mountains,
We have sunsets.
that's true. Yeah, my fiance is from Wyoming, where it's in a little more open part of Wyoming and misses the sunsets.
Yeah.
Big open sky.
Baxter was chasing one. A
Yeah.
fellow classmate was chasing one, and he finally got a good one last night. So
Nice.
yeah, while he was fishing.
So Jeremy gave a little bit of overview about the class, so people sort of get the overview. I think his intent was to shake things up, get you outside. You know, how has it been different from your normal design life, if at all?
I mean, usually our design life is, I mean, tons of late night hours in a studio, dealing with the rest of college
Yep.
while trying to do design projects. This has just been completely different, being outside constantly,
Yeah.
having to adapt to the environment and what you just have available. I think there was a lot of creativity from using available supplies that you couldn't necessarily go to the store and pick up whatever you wanted. You kind of had to use what was available, and a lot of sharing of resources and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for the most part, graphics, we live oftentimes in the basement, so there's
Yeah.
very few windows.
I know how that goes.
So, you know, there's the joke we had. It's like, well, the only windows are on the computer. But it was like really fun not being in a basement, not being on a computer, you know,
Yeah.
actually being outside in a temperature that was ideal instead of the humid Kansas weather. And so
Oh.
that was a lot of fun. And like, I did a lot more handmade stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually feel like I fall heavily on, you know, Illustrator program, like
Yeah,
Illustrator and
I definitely do.
mostly Illustrator for me. Yeah,
I think we all do that with the computer.
Yeah.
It was nice getting away from it.
oh yeah, definitely.
Because during our normal design process, we usually jump into that technological aspect
Yeah.
really, really fast.
Yeah.
And staying away from that really, I know I got a lot more ideas than I normally would have
Really?
gone through.
Yeah.
Just by using the pencil and paper and
Huh.
some watercolor.
Yeah.
I think there's the Bauhaus philosophy of design, where like using a lot of materials to experiment, and it was fun. We do that in our first year of design school. It kind of gets lost when we go to the computer, and so it was nice kind of
Yeah.
returning to that and playing with physical materials. I was playing with some pine cones earlier today, and like put some googly eyes on them, and that was just a great time.
Like you tripped, yeah. He just tripped over a pine cone and then he just started collecting them, and we were just like, "What is?"
I just picked it up and I looked at it, and it looked like a face, and I was like, this would be a great character, and so I just put some eyes on it.
It's like cabin fever, but you know, with a van in your case.
Yeah, just with a van. Yeah, we watched The Shining last night, so
Oh, man.
we're all thinking about
in
that.
that little ranger
Yeah.
section.
Have you been?
That was amazing being in the ranger station. My favorite thing was looking at how they store hats there.
Oh. Yeah, you saw the
I
hat
love
holders.
that.
Geeked out about that a bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how to describe it for people. It's just like like two pieces of thick paper with kind of a circular cutout in it, so that you can slide the brim of the flat hat down into it.
Yeah,
It's
so the hat
pretty- yeah.
sits flat against the wall.
Yeah, and it keeps it in a flat. You know, it keeps the right shape and all that stuff.
Everyone had their name next
Yeah.
to their hat, which was just really cute.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
It was like, you know, going to class, you know, hanging up your hat.
Yeah,
I really want to make one now.
Yeah.
Just because I have so many
So
floppy
many
hats.
for
I haven't-
kids and
Yeah,
mini
'cause-
uniforms.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
that was the
exactly.
cutest thing. We went to the Alpine Ridge Visitor Center, and they had all those like mini junior ranger, or like just ranger outfits for like kids. And
Yeah.
I don't know. We've been enjoying a lot of the mini outdoor gear that is out there for children.
Oh yeah, and actually, I'm pretty sure the Junior Ranger badge is bigger than the actual badge. So,
actually have to agree with that.
Is yours made out of plastic though?
no, they are metal. That is different.
Dang.
Actually, I don't
I
have
feel
a
che-
badge right now.
I feel cheated.
Because I'm also often in the office and on Illustrator and in Photoshop and in InDesign, and I find the same thing. Even being here, sometimes it's hard to remember to get just like sketch stuff.
Yeah.
It's also can be so much more time saving, I think, too, to just get stuff out. You know what I mean? Like when you're really proficient in Illustrator, you can do some things. You can be fast, but I just think there's something cool to just
I feel like sometimes you get to your result almost a little too fast
Yeah,
and miss out on the
exactly.
creative process.
exactly.
Because I think a lot of the fun I had today, like this whole week, was just like playing in my sketchbook, because I haven't really used like markers and ink or gouache all that much in like recent years. Like I love like those like just illustrating by hand and stuff. And so that was a lot of fun, just like experimenting with layering and how those
Yeah.
look and interact with each other. And so it's like kind of a fun. I really didn't do anything graphic design wise. I just was like illustrating all week, and it was
Yeah.
like really cathartic,
Yeah,
really fun.
sounds great.
Yeah.
Is your all's stuff? What's your all's stuff?
I did the I'm calling it the climbing universal route identifier, or
Oh,
yeah. So I feel like climbing routes could be increased safety wise if they had a better like designation system.
Mhm.
So I just started like talking to some climbers, and out of the climbers I pulled at several of the crags, mainly at Lily Mountain, none of them knew the name of the route they were climbing or the difficulty,
really?
nor the amount of
Interesting.
protection that was required. 0% of them. So I thought
Wow.
that was like kind of crazy.
Interesting.
And so I felt like if, some little like small designation tags could be made with the route information from the difficulty level and also the amount of protection needed.
Interesting.
And also when it was bolted. So that's on the back of the tag. So I made some little prototypes and put them on a route and photographed them. And then
that's great.
Tried to use, I was hoping like all the climbing routes designations around the world are all kind of different. And so I was hoping to maybe use shapes and color and maybe a new system that they could all fit within, could kind of unify them. So I was trying to use almost like the skiing slope system of, a green circle tag for low level routes. And then, all from the Yosemite system to like all the other worldwide ones, they could all put their numbers on it.
Right.
But,
somewhere on that scale.
Somewhere on that scale, but they could all have a unifying design language of, the lowest ones are green circle up to, blue square to all the way up to, like a black diamond.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, hopefully Jeremy will send me example, like everyone's stuff, but.
Yeah, I'm excited to work some more on it. Maybe send it over to you. So.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what our climbing folks would think about it.
Yeah, because we definitely I remember just speaking with Alex real quick on his that one thing that was really cool too was the idea. Sorry, I was getting distracted.
That's okay. Yeah, we've got some campers or other visitors that have showed up to check it out.
Yeah, they're from the next campsite over.
Nice, making connections.
I'll get back to my thought. I just kind of escaped me. So I guess what I did was I just focused on a lot of illustration because I really wanted to make a children's book. But
nice.
We did so much outdoor activity that I really didn't have the time to sit down and illustrate. So I just made a little character, a little chipmunk. And I was just thinking of how he might interact with the mountains and the ecosystems because I really thought it'd be a cool way to educate on the ecosystems and introduce to other characters among ecosystems. And so I made a little bear too. So it's for you, that's the birds on top of my sketchbook, but then it's the mountains and then the little things at the bottom.
That's awesome.
Little red jacketed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I just did this week was thinking of more of a younger approach to the mountain.
Yeah, that is a fun feel. I'm trying to think of what era or something it reminds me of, but I like it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I don't have a name for him yet, so
yeah.
If you have any suggestions.
For now, he's just Blank
yeah,
the bear.
Just Blank. Yep. So
I kind of like Blank the bear.
Blank the bear.
Actually.
Yeah, that's cute. No, I like the. Yeah, but that was kind of my approach. I work with preschoolers back in Kansas, so I kind of had them in mind when I was making it, the idea and
That's
the colors
great.
and stuff. So yeah, I was really thinking how could I teach the kids I teach in Lawrence about what I've experienced and how they can help save the Rocky Mountain National Park, or how they can make a difference, or even just be more educated in a very easy way.
Oh, that's super awesome. Yeah. That's great. What about you?
So I focus specifically on some hiking shoes for people hiking specifically within the Rocky Mountain National Park. Because as a child, I did a lot of hiking, but my footwear wasn't adequate enough, so it really made me really dislike hiking, dislike backpacking.
Yeah, sure.
Until I was able to find the shoes that actually worked for me and for my environment. And I notice a lot of people on the trails are wearing these athletic shoes, which don't really translate well into this environment, especially when you're encountering snow and rocks and water and dust and dirt and everything. So I thought about the specific trail conditions that we encountered on our different hikes, and then looked up a few on some hike rating websites and tried to combine a shoe where you're keeping that toe protected, you have a sole that can really handle those rocks and those sharp inclines, and then also more specifically finding a way so that way people can casually go through those areas with those snowbanks and still be safe and not be sliding down. So I know that most snow protection is goes over the whole shoe, and you take it completely on and off, and thinking maybe of a thing where you can flip it so it starts out on the outside of your shoe, and you can flip it down and goes on the bottom side of your shoe. So it's not necessarily in use all the time.
Yeah. Is that, do you do a lot of product design like that in your normal school stuff?
I would say shoes is my emphasis right now.
You really like shoes?
Yeah, I really like them. I've been having a good time drawing them.
That's awesome.
And there's a lot of different variations.
Yeah. Yeah, I like lots of weird types of shoes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Right now I have on, what are these? Tiny, super thin, barely there, barefoot sandals.
The soles are really thin.
Yeah, they're super thin. But
They're
shoes are fascinating. And like you said, especially if you end up hiking or backpacking a lot, you start to really care about shoes.
Yeah.
Because you hate when your feet are killing you.
And I'm a person with a really weird foot, so other people can not be feeling the same discomfort I have in the past,
Yeah.
that would be a great thing. And
That's
I'm sure
awesome.
a lot more people would come outside and
Yeah.
really enjoy it.
Yeah. That's really cool. What a diversity.
What do ranger boots like? What does a ranger usually wear? Because I feel like they, with as much as you guys are outdoors, like, is there a standard issue boot?
Let's move out of the smoke. Yes. Yeah, we're right by the campfire. We said we were going to have podcasts that were like we were sitting around a campfire, and we actually are this time.
Very literally.
What's up? Yeah. Too bad you can't see it. We'll get some sound of the crackling fire later.
Ooh.
Ranger, there are standards. Yeah, there are uniform standards. So in terms of appearance and things like that, and then there's like specific ones that you can order. And then people who are out in the back country or, like climbing rangers or there's more choice about what works for you. So, I mean, nobody's going to want to let you go out with something like totally inadequate, but most people are just like, these are the type of boots that work for me, They tend to be brown leather. We try to keep it classy for the most part. Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, the uniform standards are, I don't know them as well as I should because I don't usually, I don't get to wear a uniform as much as I'd like to, really. Yeah.
Actually, Alex and I recalled what you were going to say about the tags. And it was just the fact that we thought, like, How Is Their Way National Parks could be a part of that because you wouldn't, I think you actually, did you see how much that cost for rescue?
Well, I just tried to look up some data on rescue, and from what I could tell and some brief sources, it looked like climbing rescues were the most expensive rescue operation that the park can have. I was reading stories about helicopter rescues, and I found just one bill, like one cost, which was, I think, a little over $30,000 for one rescue for a climbing operation. So I thought, man, if there's anything we can do to make those routes safer, which I feel like knowledge is power. So if you can equip people with more knowledge about the climbing environment and the route, that possibly you could reduce the number of climbing rescues you need.
Yeah, because that's what we were thinking too. Is like yesterday was actually my first time rock climbing, and Alex was like looking for the specific route he had picked out for us because like I couldn't climb anything harder than, I think it was a 5.2 that we might have found. But yeah, I couldn't have climbed anything probably harder than that. I mean, I'm already,
your first time.
Exactly. And so like thinking about like, that kind of also like if maybe you don't know what to look for and you get misled. So like thinking about how like that icon like really, really could save, because people then might also realize like, oh, I can't quite do this one yet. And like think about that.
It's very interesting. Yeah.
I don't think we found the right route because we were using a guidebook, which I thought I had the most updated guidebook, but I guess we were trying to, climbing routes are designated by, it's the third bolted route from the left side of this rock feature. And I think more bolted routes had gotten added since that guidebook had been published. So it was kind of interesting.
It's a very popular climbing place up here. That's interesting. It's cool that you were thinking about that. I just met with one of the climbing rangers today, Everett, and we're going to work with him on a new preventative search and rescue video. PSAR is what we call it in the Park Service for Longs Peak, for exactly what you're saying. Like, number one, we don't want anyone to get hurt ever, obviously. And then number two, whenever someone needs a rescue, you're putting people's lives at risk. I mean, that's what they do for a living, but still. And then, the cost is incredibly high. So
I think something that everybody forgets, whether you're new to it or old to it, that usually looks a little easier from the ground.
And I think, and this is what we're going to try to convey in the video for people with Longs Peak, is that it kind of has a reputation as a climb or as a hike, and it's not a hike.
Yeah, we went up to the visitors center.
Oh, really?
Up there, and we're like, oh yeah,
Isn't
this is
cool?
very intense.
Yeah.
They had some cool shoes up there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they give you.
We met some llama rangers.
Nice. Yeah, I'm going to go out with them soon, sometime this summer. We're going to do a podcast with them. I'm glad. The Longs Peak Ranger Station is really cool. It really apparently gives you a feel for it. I haven't climbed yet, but I'm going to a week from next Thursday, because we're going to go up there to start getting some shots, and for me to scope out places where we can get shots, and just getting that message out there to people of like, take it seriously, because it's a type of thing once you get past the keyhole where if you fall, you'll probably die. You'll at least be very badly injured and need intense rescue. So I think people go not realizing that. Anyway,
We had a lot of fun. We went out as a group, and also this is a different segment, but you encourage, or through Jeremy, encouraged us to look at the wayside signage.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun looking at that and kind of
Yeah, I
seeing
bet.
The design of those and
Yeah.
how they designated or showed information to
Yeah.
visitors. It was really interesting looking at those. We tried to do. We kind of talked about one as a group as like a see-through wayside sign, so that you could maybe etch the outline of the mountain with
and
the
then
peak
if you
information.
get to the right level.
You get to the right level and look through it and see the
That's
the kind
interesting.
of mountain range.
Stand here,
Right.
And it's like it's a perspective point.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that we noticed was like you had to look, and compare before you really kind of saw what parts of the mountain were where. But I could, and I always thought like it was kind of evolved from the idea of like maybe an app, but then we realized service is so non-existent up on those mountains. But like, that idea that you could use GPS and like hold it up and kind of like those constellation apps that show you where constellations are, it could show you the peaks and you could just like tap these little hot spots and it would give you that information. So something.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier this week, that's something that I would love to see happen is an app for a park.
That'd be amazing. I think.
And I've seen some prototypes for a couple parks, and basically the way they work is that when you're at home, when you download it, they say, do you want to download all the content for offline use? So that way you can, when you're at your hotel or visitor center, before you get there, you can have it all. And then there's one like that for the National Mall in DC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can hold it up and just move around, and it'll show you like where all the museums and monuments and things like that are. Yeah.
I like that interactive aspect because it's almost like virtual reality.
Yeah.
Or augmented reality, where it kind of like transposes something computer generated on top of something real. And I think that's like a really cool interactive way to like learn more information.
Yeah, to learn more. Yeah, I think that's we're all any way that we can let people learn more stuff.
Oh yeah. I think that's why I like the Junior Ranger program so much, is because it was so informative, and I was kind of like, it was funny going into the station like, oh yeah, we're here for our Junior Ranger badge, and they're like, how old are you? You know what I mean? But I think that like having something like that, just like
we're over 9.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know.
Yeah,
It says up, sir, up. We just happen to be up.
Exactly.
The Junior Ranger program actually ended up leading us around the park a lot.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got a more fulfilling visit from this time, even though I've been here a lot in the past, being someone from Denver.
Yeah.
Than I ever had before, just because it's a lot more information and you feel like you have more of a mission.
Yeah, because like we were like, oh my gosh, is that a bird in our handbook? And we were like, what bird is this? And we were really into it. And then like Dagny and I had an unfortunate, we had to run back to our campsite because we needed to grab something before dinner. But on our way back, we were lucky enough to run into some bears. So it was like, while we were a little bit late for dinner, we also had this crazy experience where we got to see a mom and her cubs. And so like that was like, and we were just like, we get to put this in our ranger book. We were so excited about it.
I think like what you were saying earlier about like being more creative, having more ideas come to you, that kind of thing. That's exactly like when you're outside all day, basically. Stuff just more stuff happens that is unusual.
Oh yeah,
your life is much less planned, and so it's like, oh, we were a little late, and then we saw bears.
Yeah,
because if you'd been a little earlier, you wouldn't have seen them.
No, not at all. Because like well, Dagny saw it first, but like last time I was in Estes was August, and I actually stayed at a cabin here, and I feel like I spent so much time like at the cabin, not really thinking about like how much I wasn't experiencing the outside. Whereas like I've been outside all week, and like counting down the days for a shower and stuff, like you just like, and we've been able to witness like deer walking through our campsite and like just like, and we had a bear spook that spooked a couple campers and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just been like a fun experience that I couldn't have had if I was in the safety of 4 walls.
There's one right now. Right next to that other. Is that mule deer?
Oh yeah. Yep, mule deer just a little ways out from the campsite. Man, it's such a nice evening. It's too bad we can't transmit temperature.
Would you really want to, though? We want you to come here.
That's true. We do want you to come
I
here.
hope VR doesn't get that good.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll ever become like 4D. But I was going to say that like, I think what's craziest about being here is like I'm used to like 90-degree, 60% plus humidity, and like coming here has been like a dream. And I was like, I had to go buy a hat. Like I was like, I'm going to go back to Kansas, and I am not going to be able to use this hat. Like,
yeah, I remember the first time I grew up in the South and kind of the Midwest, so humid for sure. And they don't get to choose who talks on mic next. We choose them. Oh. It's like duck, duck, goose. They just have to accept it. Those are the rules. Yeah, so I lived in Mississippi, Iowa, Kentucky, you know, places that are hot and humid in the summer. And then I went to Yellowstone for the first time, and I worked there for a whole summer. And I lived about this elevation, like 8,000, almost 8,000 feet. I was at Canyon. And then I came home, and I was just like, oh my God, I can't handle that. Like, it's almost like I never noticed it before, and then it ruined it for me. I think that's why a lot of people, we get a lot of people, just for it's so refreshing and cool.
Love that dry air.
Yeah, exactly.
My lips
Gives me
have
life.
Never been more chapped. I already have gone through my chapstick.
It takes, actually, that's something that we try to tell people in our visitor information. So we're telling you now in visitor information that
Apply chapstick before
Yeah.
you arrive.
As you drive
Vigorously.
towards Colorado, the closer you get, the more chapped your
Every
lips.
Yeah.
That's how I can tell
miles
when I'm going to get
apply more
home.
Yeah, it takes you a while to get used to it. Who are we going to pick next on Mike? Thanks so much for talking to me, to us. Who's next? I'm stepping on my cords. Does anyone want to? Because if not, then you're going to be assigned. Yeah, hop on Mike. We'll pass it around. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't come prepared.
Yeah, lay down.
I thought I did, but
Let's get like 16 bars. I'm just kidding.
Yo, my name's Blake.
We'll give him 16 bars. Now I just have 16 ain't enough in my head. Have you heard that?
No, I have not.
Oh man, Andre 3000 just destroys on it for like 3 minutes straight. Anyway, what's your name?
My name's Blake.
Blake, where are you from, Blake?
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis.
Yeah.
I have family in St. Louis.
Really? Where?
I think Webster Grove.
Oh, yeah.
Webster Grove.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm also from St. Louis.
Yeah? Yeah, one of my uncles and 3 cousins and my aunt. St.
So
Louis.
The whole family.
Yeah,
basically.
and then my uncle's still there, and Kansas City, I've got my cousins in Kansas City.
all right.
So yeah.
Yeah, it was hard making the switch from St. Louis to Kansas.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was a Mizzou fan. I don't know if you've heard, but we're all KU students. And, for my whole life, basically, I was a Tiger fan, and I was like,
That was hard, huh?
Everyone else likes Mizzou out here. I'm gonna like something else.
Nice.
But
So have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park
I
before?
have not.
No, this is your first time.
Yep. I've been to Yellowstone though. I've been all over the country. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think about this park compared
Honestly,
to some others that you've been to?
some of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen.
Really?
I mean, I've been, like I said, all over the country, and the mountains are my favorite part.
Yeah.
Of it.
Me too.
Like, I guess.
Yeah.
Any natural setting.
Yeah,
So.
it's kind of my thing as
And
well.
plus, I took a geology class earlier this semester. So.
Oh
learning
yeah, it
about-
must be really cool to be
Yeah,
here with all this
the plate
exposed rock
tectonics
and
yeah.
think about how different things formed.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah. Did you go up on Trail Ridge Road at all?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Lava Cliff there?
I don't.
It's a pullout there. It's a thick layer of rock that was from a big volcanic explosion from the Never Summer Mountains, which are to
Wow.
the west. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I didn't see that.
It's easy to miss. There's a lot to look at when you're on Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes.
Yeah,
were,
what'd you think about that, Trail Ridge Road? That's one of the things that
I
I
had
think.
trouble breathing
Yeah.
on my way up there. I was short of breath.
Yeah.
And like there was this one point where there was a parking spot before the visitor center. There was like a parking area and
Yeah.
a walkout, and you could see like a whole bunch of different peaks.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure what that area was called, but as I was walking downhill and out of breath.
Yeah.
Getting to the scenic.
It surprises people.
Yeah, I know.
There's a lot less oxygen in every breath up there. Yeah.
You're right. And I mean, I saw someone smoking a cigarette up there. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
How are
Their
they
lung
breathing?
capacity must be incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
I want some
They're
of that.
superhumans.
Sometimes I've been up there at Alpine Visitor Center, and did you go to Alpine Visitor Center?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
that's a cool visitor center.
Yeah. I got to see both gift shops.
That's the highest elevation visitor center in the National Park Service.
Really?
The entire National
That
Park
was
Service.
12,000, like 13,000.
It's just under 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
all
just
right.
a little bit under 12. Actually, I should know the exact number because it's on our podcast that we just put out today. It's like 11,796 or something
Okay.
like that. It's close to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the highest one.
Right above the tree line.
Yeah.
It was really cool just coming up from an area where there's heavy forest,
Uh-huh.
and then it just cuts off, and there's
Yeah.
nothing. It's like a completely different environment,
It
but at
is.
the same time, it's just it goes together. I can't explain how many things are running through my mind. Like, how is this?
Yeah. It's pretty mind blowing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it has. It's for me, it always has a really surreal feel. You're just like, how is this
Right.
real life?
Right. Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
everything's a little weird.
Yeah, I feel like humanity is not supposed to be on the top of mountains, but somehow
Biologically, we are not. But, it's hard. It's hard to survive up there.
definitely.
And
I mean,
that road's only open a little bit of the year.
right. I saw those giant sticks on the side of the
Yeah.
road.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those are for the plows, right?
Exactly.
How big is the plow that goes up on that
They're
road?
huge. They're actually not plows. They're rotaries. So they're like a giant snowblower. So on the front
Like
of
a
them,
fan, like a blade.
yeah, they're like a spiral blade on the front. That's like 4 feet tall or maybe more, and then so it basically eats the snow in, and then spits it really high out the back. Because if you plowed it, there wouldn't even be anywhere to.
So, but it doesn't
put
shoot it back onto the road, right?
No,
right?
yeah, it shoots it at an angle,
Okay,
like over
all
the
right.
side of the road.
All right.
Yeah, so the snow is so deep that they have to take multiple passes with that thing.
Yeah, I
So
figured
it's
as
pretty
much.
crazy.
Yeah.
And this year, they had it all clear. We were like almost ready to go, maybe open the road a little earlier than expected. And then we had, like here where we're standing, 3.5 feet of snow. This was like
right here in this camp.
This is like mid-May.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I was gonna ask. Like, I guess snow stays up there until like a
Yeah.
couple weeks from today.
Yeah,
right?
if you'd been here a few weeks ago, there would have been a ton of snow up there.
Oh my gosh.
It's just that once the sun starts getting really intense and the days get long and it gets clear,
Right.
the snow melts incredibly fast. But like I went up there. You should go on our Facebook and look. I went up there and took some 360 photos, and it was like May 22nd, and it's I have on a
Up
huge
on top
coat.
of Trail Ridge Road.
Yeah, I have on a huge coat, and the snow is like incredibly deep.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
crazy.
still can't imagine the snow in the summer. That blows my mind.
Yeah, that's the other thing is the snow sticks around here a really long time.
Coming up from St. Louis, it was probably 70 to 80 degrees a day. And then I've been wearing a sweatshirt, doubling
Yeah.
up on the sweatpants every
Yep.
night. It's crazy. And it's like it's July.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So
This
I
is
mean,
about as warm as it gets.
yeah, it's
just about.
It's crazy thinking about. I got a chance to go to San Francisco. It was the same
Uh-huh.
thing.
Yeah, in the summer it's
Yeah.
chilly, quite chilly,
But
as Mark Twain said. So what kind of design do you do?
I'm an industrial designer.
Okay.
It's my senior year.
Uh-huh.
I'm getting ready to enter the real world. and
Yeah.
I don't think I'm very prepared.
Well, you are and you aren't.
Right.
I'm 32. There's definitely a learning curve.
Right.
It's good though.
I mean,
because it's a lot of it's the kind of stuff that you can't learn until you do it. You just
right,
have to
exactly.
Do it. So,
It all comes with
yeah,
experience.
we'll figure it out. Like I never would have thought I would ended up here in this job.
Right.
When I was a senior in college, never could I have imagined.
I know my passions are going to lead me
Yeah,
where I want to
exactly.
go. I've been drawing since first grade.
Yeah.
So
So what's it been like being here? So I mean, normally when you're probably designing on the computer.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Like all of us do that do design.
Coming out into this environment, having no studio.
Yeah.
It's a totally different game.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I did cheat a little bit. I went to Kind Coffee,
Uh-huh.
and I had an opportunity to sit down and work on my computer.
Yeah.
For the necessities, but
Sure.
for the most part, I was doing a lot of drawing, sitting right outside of my tent.
Yeah.
And the environment is just so peaceful, and I mean, you really get an opportunity to hone in on what's going on in your head and what you want to put on the paper.
Mm.
And for me, it's like a new kind of piece and an upgrade in my creativity.
That's awesome.
So I really love it, and
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Hopefully, there's ways you can find to bring that in the future.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
It can be challenging, but
you're right, but it's testing new things.
Yeah.
And experiencing things that you otherwise would not have.
Yeah.
That help you grow.
is your stuff up here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's walk over.
Sure.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This is me.
Oh, that's super cool. I was wondering who did that.
I made a raincoat, and
That's awesome.
it doubles as inside of the sleeves come off, they button to the chest portion, and inside of the sleeves you can store rain chaps.
Oh, yeah.
But it also doubles as insulation.
That's pretty awesome, actually.
So, yeah, it was just the quick idea I thought of. Usually it takes me longer than a week to create a product, but
why do you think it went faster here?
Well, actually, good question. It's because I got to experience the environment myself, and I recognized what would be easy, light, and efficient to bring with you on a hiking trail or rock climbing. Because you never out here. I've learned that the weather is pretty unpredictable.
It's extreme. Yeah, it's crazy.
So you want to be prepared for hot, cold, rain, sunshine,
like all in a day.
Yeah,
especially if you go up to Trail Ridge.
Right, and you want to also pack lightly too.
Oh, sure.
So I thought I'm going to make a coat that can keep you warm, protect you from rain. There's a ranger style cap that actually,
I see that big wide brimmed cap. That's actually that's a really cool idea.
And it like slides into the hoodie. So it
whoa.
So if you see here, it's like a drawstring.
That is super cool.
If you ever seen like one of those wire frisbees that just folds.
Yeah,
It's kind of like
that.
So it protect.
Yeah.
It's like a sunlight.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you need sun protection here as much as rain.
Right, exactly.
And it goes back and forth.
Because I've gotten sunburnt, and I've also been shivering. So it's all part of the experience for me, and
it's invigorating.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it is interesting. When I'm a big hiker and backpacker, and like, I think you just tend to get interested in gear stuff. Like,
I mean,
like you
definitely
to the point where people who aren't into it almost think you're a weirdo. But it's like when you're freezing cold and not thinking very straight and it's you can't see and whatever, like you care about how nice a zipper is, how nice a zipper pull is, things like that.
If there's a need for it, there's a market for it.
Yeah.
And if there's not a market for it, that's an opportunity to make one.
Yeah. So what kind of stuff do you normally do in terms of design? Is it all over the place, or do you focus on particular types of products?
My specialty is computer-aided design, CAD. So this last semester I created a computer mouse. And it was more of a task mouse. It vibrated, and it like had an LED light on the bottom that would pop up, say blue if it was social media, green if it was a work-related email, or red if it was a text.
So when you're designing that in CAD, are you going into like the tiniest detail? Like, to what level do you have to go?
Basically, from start to finish, I'll decide who I'm going to be designing for. I decided in this case I was going to make something for a person in an office-related environment. So I researched what that person does on a daily basis, what they need, what can make their job easier. So once I figured that out, I did 100 to 200 sketches of just quick product, quick mouses, getting the form right. Then I took those sketches and I brought them into CAD, and I made a model, and I made probably 6 or 7 different models until I got my form right. And from there, I moved it into KeyShot, which is a rendering program. It's what a lot of car companies do to put their car in an environment like this without bringing the car actually out.
Yeah, they
here.
just render it into the environment.
Yeah,
put your light sources and a few things.
Yeah, exactly. They choose the angle of the light. It makes it look real, as if you just took a photograph of it. So after that, then I'll put it all together, wrap it up, and put it in Photoshop and whatnot.
Yeah.
And label my process and clarify my steps along the way.
That's super cool.
So yeah.
So do you think that this trip or anything that you learned or experienced here is going to translate over into your design? And
definitely. What this trip has taught me is how important it is to understand what the user needs and experiencing on a personal level what it means to research your audience, I guess. And I actually did it backwards. Well, I guess the right way. I researched my audience by hiking and doing things outside in the national park, which gave me the idea to create a coat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a natural step I learned
Mhm.
that I really think will be valuable for me in the future.
That's
when
awesome.
I'm testing out products for other people, and I
That's
want to
great.
understand what's like in their shoes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love it.
That's great. I'm glad you had a good first visit.
Yeah. I mean,
We're always here.
I'll be back for sure.
We're supposed to be here forever. So as long as the United States is a country, which we also hope is forever, we're supposed to be here. So, we'll be here.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to come back and have my next experience here. It was a wonderful time, and thank you for having us.
Oh yeah, my pleasure. Yeah, it was. Yeah, when Jeremy approached me last year about it the first time, he was kind of like, "Do you think we get a campsite?" And because housing is really tight here.
Yeah.
Like we don't even have enough houses for our own employees, and so it's hard. But he was like, "Oh, we'll camp. It'll be great." That's exactly what I want.
Right.
Because it's going to put people in a different
in that environment,
in a different headspace, where they're forced to use different tools, or they're forced to like make art despite physical discomfort, or
or
whatever.
Experience it from a different from a process.
To shake things up.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, I mean, maybe this doesn't happen for everybody, but I definitely relate to what you said and what other people is just like being outside day after day, all day. It takes a few days, but after a few days in, you start to kind of get in a different
Right.
space.
Getting used to the altitude, definitely.
Yeah, and that
was
definitely
probably
takes
the
time.
hardest
Did you have
part.
headaches or anything?
I didn't have headaches. I had breathing problems on the first day.
Yeah.
So I had to call
That's
it
not
short.
uncommon.
But after the second and third day, I was 100%
Doing way
ready to go.
better,
Yeah.
yeah.
I went climbing yesterday, and I didn't actually get to climb because it started drizzling. But I went up the hill to the climbing spot, and I just felt 100% better than I did Monday.
Yeah.
So
that's good that you recognize that. Some people don't even realize necessarily, and they keep pushing it, and then they feel real bad.
Right.
Yeah, I get headaches. I live here, but when I was first adjusting, it usually takes me a couple weeks to feel like pretty
like you're in a natural
environment. And the actual to become some people never become 100% acclimatized, which is interesting. Yeah, quite a few
Is
people.
it like smokers or
No, it's not really understood why, number one, different people adapt to altitude differently, and number two, this is what makes it confusing, is the same person on different instances will react very differently. So you can have someone who's acclimatized a bunch and never had a problem, and they're in great shape and blah blah, all the things, and then just one trip, they'll just have huge problems.
Wow.
Or I had a friend.
Part of that might be because they're used to the extreme.
It could be. One of my friends, I've had multiple friends who are backpackers who are just like in incredible shape, and they even went early and took the time to acclimatize, and they'd had other trips where they were fine, and it just like shut them down.
Yeah.
Like almost to a dangerous level.
I mean,
so it's pretty interesting.
The crazy thing is I think I hiked 7 miles my first day, and it didn't feel like 7 miles. It was just the fact that I was going uphill the whole time.
Yeah.
That I think it was almost a mental thing for me. Like, like you need to chill out, breathe a little bit more.
And it's like a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting it until Jeremy said it, and I was like, wow, I guess I really do have to let nature figure itself out.
For sure. Yeah,
So.
I think that's one of the things that's kept me loving national parks. I think, and just what we facilitate, the experience that we're trying to let people have, like the experience that you had, which is to have that opportunity to like experience nature as it is without control, with as little control as possible.
Right.
And just to see that and like you said, learn how to like embrace it, be ready for it,
Right.
be safe, be smart,
And be creative.
Be creative. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's a huge part of it for sure. That's awesome.
This is a great experience, and I really appreciate you having us out here again.
Glad to hear
Rock
it.
Chalk Jayhawks.
Nice.
And I'll hand the mic off.
Who else should we give the mic to? We should do one. We should hand it off to something.
All right.
Somebody. One more.
Ryan?
Well, yeah, we're gonna get a group picture.
Oh, okay. Group picture. Oh, the smoke.
Anyone
We can get Miles with his stuff.
Anybody?
Yeah, where should we stand?
Oh man.
Oh, you've been chosen. You can pass it.
You can't call camera shy because it's a microphone.
That's true. We thought that would help.
All right.
I don't know. We're going to get a group picture first, though.
Saved by the bell.
Can we continue the interview during the picture?
Yeah, we can do the interview during the picture.
Everybody say
I mean,
cheese.
at the worst thing that'll happen is I just have to spend half a second editing it out. So I would never edit you out.
I hope you do that. That's the thing.
Just be really boring.
We're gonna have all the tall.
Just be really boring.
Yeah, exactly. We'll cut you right out.
Yeah, sorority squad.
Sorority squad!
I'm just casually holding up mine.
Work it, use it.
Work it.
Say cheese.
Where?
Oh!
Oh.
Snag.
That's a Leica too, isn't it? You better be. That's a precious, precious child.
No, I can't.
I just nodded it.
Why did we stay right here?
Wow. Memory card full. It was meant to be. Oh, phone picture.
All right, here we go. Am I not spotting them? Thank you.
Nice.
I think the memory on the recorder is full too.
No, it's not.
No? You
Sorry.
sure?
Yeah.
All right.
We can only record 21 hours, 48 minutes, and
Oh.
36 more seconds.
Are we
So
planning on being out here this long?
Yeah. Turns out audio doesn't take up that much.
What about the batteries? Battery low or
space.
something?
I've got an extra set of batteries.
Oh.
So, nice
Came
try, though.
prepared.
What's your name again?
I'm Luke.
Luke. Where are you from, Luke?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Madison.
Most beautiful place other than the Rocky Mountain National Park.
Madison's pretty cool.
It is. You
Yeah.
been there?
I have. Two of my best friends from college both went to University of Wisconsin in
I
Madison.
wish I could have gone there.
They liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they liked it there a lot. I think the winter's not as much.
No, once you're used to it, it's not too bad.
Right.
And it makes everywhere else feel.
If you're from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just cold.
I actually, a lot of the times, wish the winter here were colder, but less windy.
Yeah.
So the winters
No, that's the thing.
here, it's surprising here. A lot of times in the winter, it's above freezing.
Yeah.
But the wind is like brutal.
That's what makes like Kansas winters almost worse than Wisconsin. Like Wisconsin will be 10, 15 degrees
Yeah,
colder,
exactly.
but like not wind.
Yeah,
So, like,
I would gladly take like 0 degrees and calm
Yep.
over like
Oh, for sure.
35 and windy.
Yeah.
Yeah. They get
like-
that more on the west side of the park. They get the colder, stiller,
Yeah.
deeper snow. 'Cause then you can cross country ski.
Yeah, I bet. About 2 years ago, Wisconsin was colder than Mars. Parts of Wisconsin. It's like negative 130 degrees wind chill
Ooh.
in like the eastern part of the state.
Damn, that hurts.
Like you go outside, like your eyelashes and
Yeah.
your nose just like all freeze up. People are like, you get like boiling water and you throw it outside and it just turns
Yeah.
to snow right away.
Yep, I've done that.
That's insane.
I lived in Alaska for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets
You
gets pretty cold.
Yeah, you gotta find some ways to have fun out there.
Yeah.
You can't.
I like deep cold, but
Yeah.
some people hate it.
Yeah, I can do it.
I dig it.
Yeah, Taylor doesn't like it.
No?
Taylor was complaining all day today, and it was sunny and maybe 70 degrees. She's bundled up.
Where's Taylor from? Oh, okay. You're from
Clearwater.
Yeah.
She says Wichita. 'Cause she likes to be a city girl.
Dang. We're getting real. Getting real. Nice. Have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I have not.
No.
No.
Okay.
My mom lives in Golden though, so
Oh, okay.
I'm in the area.
So you've been around.
I've been in Colorado before.
You
but
go to the mountains much when you're in
Mhm.
Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you've been up in the mountains, just
Yeah.
not in Rocky.
skiing.
Yeah. How does what do you think?
I love it. It's like I didn't know what to expect on this class, but
Yeah.
I have already like planned a trip to come back like with
Really?
my friends. Yeah, we went to Door County up in Wisconsin last year. We were camping like on Lake Michigan.
Uh-huh.
And I was just thinking about like road tripping out here with them. Like
That's awesome.
there's just endless things to do out here.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Do you guys want to be on mic? We'll pass it around.
They're just waiting for it.
Oh, and what kind of design do you do?
I'm in industrial design.
Another industrial designer.
Yeah, and so are these two.
Awesome. This is cool.
Yeah, handing off to Tay-Tay.
We'll just pass it around. Tay-Tay, is that your legal name? I'm just kidding. What's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor.
Yep.
And you're from Kansas. Where in Kansas?
Clearwater, Kansas.
Clearwater, Kansas. Just, we probably have a lot of podcast listeners, we hope, from Kansas.
Yeah.
So they want to know. They're curious. Do you do industrial design as well?
Yes, I do.
And have you been to Rocky Mountain National Park before?
I actually went on the trip last year.
Oh,
and
really?
I liked it so much I'm taking
Oh my
it
gosh.
again. Yep.
I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you. How's it been different this year versus last year?
I feel like this year the projects are a lot better.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I knew I had more like expectations last year. I didn't really know what to do, but I came into it this time wanting to do outdoor gear, which is why I came.
Nice.
And so sleeping in the hammock, I have lots of ideas of
cool.
how to improve that for camping.
I bet.
So
yeah,
it's
you
been
should.
helpful.
I don't know how many companies you researched, but there's some interesting. There's a big world of hammock campers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which-
like people get really into it.
Yeah.
They do some stuff like they design them with,
yeah.
with foot pockets so that you sleep off the bias so that you can lay flat. That's a
Oh,
big thing with
yeah.
camping hammocks. And then the other problem, as I'm sure you found out, was staying warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a neat. Actually, someone I went to college with owns his own hammock camping gear company.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I actually got inspired polar stuff out of Portland.
Uh-huh.
They have a lot of like casual camping stuff,
Mhm.
which I kind of want to get into more
Yeah.
because a lot of the stuff that I found for like camping with hammocks, it's super expensive and like
Yes.
really specialized. So
Yes, that goes for a lot of backpacking and camping gear.
yeah, so I'm trying to do like simpler stuff that you can like add into a hammock you already have and like turn it into a tent.
That's
So,
really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something that I'm not an industrial designer, but just kind of tangentially interested in. Because with backpacking, like, it can cost so much money
Yeah.
to get into. And so
Yeah.
I feel like it can prohibit a lot of people just based on that, and it shouldn't.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
Yeah, because last year I was like, I've never really been like
Yeah.
camping, and I was like, I'm nervous. Like, what if everyone else is like has all this high tech stuff, and I have no idea what I'm doing? So
Yeah.
it's been pretty interesting. Like,
Yeah. So do you feel that your camping skills have improved since last year?
yeah, I think they have.
I mean, you came back, so you must have
Yeah,
liked it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to sleep in my hammock last year, and I got way too cold and slept in the car. So this year I only slept in the car once
Wow,
instead
that's
of like
cool.
3 times. So
That's cool that you're taking that and making it like your focus.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed quite a few people with doing kind of different gear like footwear, clothing,
Yeah.
stuff like that. And
Yeah.
it makes sense because it's your direct experience, right?
Yeah. And so for this trip, I want to do that for my senior thesis. So I just kind of focus on patterns
Uh-huh.
and I would like take pictures and then create like color palettes from those
Mhm.
and then make patterns to use like for the camping gear.
Nice.
So that's what I focused on this week.
We got embers in the
Yeah.
air. Yeah, we'll look at it in a second. What about pass the mic? Getting everybody on the mic. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's your name?
My name's Baxter.
Baxter?
I'm from St. Joe, Missouri.
St. Joe.
Mhm.
Okay, nice. That's where is it?
It's about an hour north of Kansas City.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I lived in Red Oak, Iowa for
Okay.
quite a while, so we would always drive down through.
Okay.
Sort of through that area. So you're industrial design as well?
Yes, I am.
Nice.
Mhm.
Have you been to Rocky before?
No, this is my first time actually.
Really? Have you been in the mountains a lot?
I was in the Bitterroot Valley in
Oh,
Montana
yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
Bitterroot is beautiful.
Mhm. It's
That's
very
awesome.
cool.
So that was your kind of first
Yeah, kind
big
of
mountain
first trip. Yeah,
Yeah.
drove up with a couple friends and enjoyed it so much I thought I'd sign up for
Yeah.
another class. And,
Yeah. How's this been?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the park?
You know, I've never been, but I've just been blown away by the views.
Yeah. Yeah.
Incredible. And
Yeah.
I've been just awestruck about all the lakes here.
Yeah.
And
The
they're
lakes
just
are amazing.
beautiful. And I just didn't imagine how great this place would be.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
I mean,
It's
been a great
yeah,
experience.
Took me by surprise the first time I came here too.
Yeah.
And I've been to a lot of parks, but still, it's just there's something about it. Just like every park, there's something about it. Yeah. What have you been working on this week?
I kind of been taking a step back and doing a little bit of photography, but
Nice.
I kind of focused on an app a
Mhm.
little bit, a hiking app based on just looking at, the types of people. There's all different types of people come from all over the world here, and it seems like they've been maybe unprepared. I've noticed. I saw a couple people walking up in just like sandals and without water.
Yep,
And
for sure.
for safety reasons for park rangers, I thought it'd be nice for people to be educated about their trail that they're going on. So the app I've been kind of designing is based on a little bit of an app that's already been out there. It's called All Trails, but I took a little spin off of it, and I've kind of created just something that's easy to use and shows all the trails around you.
Yeah. Do you have it?
Yeah, it's actually right here.
Oh, nice.
Just shows a quick picture of the your hike that you're supposed to go on and the rating and all that kind of stuff. With most of the park not having service, I thought it'd be nice to download a map so that you know what direction to take and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not super data heavy, then
yeah,
you could pre-download a bunch of stuff.
And then another quick thing I wanted to do was like have a check-in, so that if you like maybe go on a serious hike, you're gone for maybe a day or two, you could check in and then check back out, make sure people know where you are if you're just by yourself.
That's cool.
And
So if you checked in and if you had like a profile page or something, somehow people could see if you had checked back in or not. Yeah, that's awesome, because that's that's something that we try to impress upon people. And I mean, it's easy to forget, but
just
always let somebody know where you
especially
are.
if you're out there by yourself.
Yeah, even here, I think like our trails are so nice. Like our trail crew does an amazing job, and they're just beautiful. And there's so many nice bridges, and there's paved roads, that it kind of gives people the impression that, whatever. But yeah, when you're 5+ miles away, and we have people get hurt not even that far from the trail, just
sprain an ankle maybe.
Yeah, or like you said, they just don't bring water, or just things that are preventable. I think people just don't know. So that's cool that you're trying to
just
integrate the
get people
education part into it.
I also thought I'd maybe integrate like a medical part aspect of it, maybe that just the park rangers could see. Whereas it could have your medical information on it if there was a rescue mission or something like that.
Yeah, like it could be built in that you would give consent or something to have that information shared.
Maybe you're diabetic or something like
that.
And
that's cool. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
So how has being out here been different for you in terms of, well, I mean everything, but design? What kind of influence do you think that's had?
It's been different because you're not in a studio. You don't have, other people. It's been kind of just on your own this week in terms of designing things, which has been nice.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of, I don't know, people telling you what to do or that kind of stuff. And so you kind of go on your own. We've been, as a class, just all over the page with projects, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does. I wish we'll get some photos from you guys after, so we can post it maybe with the with this podcast episode. We'll put it in the blog post. But yeah, it's really, really cool stuff, and like very high production value for working out of a campground too.
I mean, we're working with no Wi-Fi, just little to no supplies, and I mean, it turned out
right?
great. Yeah, it actually is.
One thing that always amazes me is how much more time you seem to have when you don't have Wi-Fi. You don't have internet access and movies and stuff.
It's been nice.
And you're waking up early because it's, I don't know, maybe there's people here who still sleeping, but I usually am a sleeper inner, but when I'm camping, I get up.
Sun wakes you up in the tent.
I'm just like, and you tend to fall asleep really early.
You're so cold, you're ready to get up in the morning.
Yeah, like backpackers midnight.
Yeah.
When I would be backpacking, we'd be like, oh man, it's late. What time is it? 8. Like in the spring when it's not quite as light as it is now. It's really light. What time is it right now? 8:34 and plenty of light in the sky. It's interesting. What is your fiance's cousin's husband? Anyway, he's my cousin. He's my cousin now. He's from Hawaii, like born and raised, and hadn't traveled a ton until he started doing travel baseball. Anyway, he was here visiting in the summer, and he was just like, "Whoa, like the sun stays up so late." And I never thought about. I've never lived anywhere like near the equator at all, so that's pretty interesting. It is. I worked up in Alaska for a while. There, it's real interesting. I was in Denali.
Oh, okay.
And so, like on the summer solstice, we just stayed up all night. I mean, you could read a book in like the darkest it got.
Really?
Yeah, which was like the sun sets at 12:40 in the morning, and it comes back up at a little after 3, I think, or maybe no, earlier than that. Anyway, yeah, it's super nice out. Yeah, that's cool. It's been interesting to hear from everybody how it's influenced their design. What kind of things do you normally design? Do you normally do app development?
No, it was not really. We've been kind of all over with our industrial design class back at KU, but we've been doing electronics. What else? Tiny homes. I mean, pull toys. A lot of
That's
different
really
stuff.
cool.
Shoes. But we haven't really been doing apps or anything like that software-wise.
Yeah.
So it was kind of nice to explore that.
Yeah.
And see what ideas I could bring.
Yeah. Yeah, industrial design is something that I know like nothing about, but it sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I've always done flat stuff. 2D.
Yeah. I wish I could be graphically, but I'm not really.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's interesting, how like I feel like there's such a huge range of different types of people in design, and you can be effective in such different ways.
Yeah.
Like one of my best friends that I worked in Alaska with him, he can just draw like anything. Like he can kind of, he's just incredibly visually original. And I'm not like that at all, but I'm really good at like, I'm going to come up with a structured newspaper template and like the relationship between all the typography and that kind of super logical stuff, or photography where I can capture it. But when I just have to put it down, I'm better than that in music, I think. That's really cool. Yeah. So, gonna come back?
Yes, definitely. I don't know about this class because I'll be graduating, but I will definitely be back to Rocky Mountain National Park.
Awesome. And were you backpacking in Bitterroots at all?
No, we did a little bit of hiking.
Okay,
but
nice.
Not a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of it takes a little, like we were talking about, it takes a little bit of gearing up. But if you ever have a chance to do that here, it's like next experience level up in some ways.
It was nice not having to worry about grizzlies or
that's
mountain
true.
lions or anything like that.
It is very different here that way, because I worked in Yellowstone and Denali, and it's a different feel.
Yeah.
It has its pluses and minuses, I feel like.
It makes you not worry too much about wildlife, but at the same time, you kind of still have to be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah, like the wildlife here, as long as you're intelligent about it, they're not,
Yeah.
I mean, people sometimes aren't.
Yeah.
Sometimes get a little close, but it's nothing like, like I went backpacking in Yellowstone all the time, and it's just, you just kind of accept that at some level, even if you do everything right, there's something out there that if it chose to,
you're not at the top of the food chain.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very different feeling. And I agree. I think that that's part of everything that goes into giving Rocky. Like, it's beautiful and jaw-dropping, but it is also a little bit approachable. Like, you don't have to have the same fears.
Yeah.
And
it's a little more family-friendly, I would say.
Uh-huh.
I guess less threats, but
there's definitely still things to watch out for.
No, definitely.
But
we kind of had a little run-in, maybe possibly with a black bear that came through the camp.
Yep.
We're not sure. I was the only one up for it. And
really?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Unfortunately, we try really, really hard to get the bear message out about storing your food and doing everything properly. But some people still don't do it, and bears are very smart and very hungry, and so they tend to be around the campgrounds sometimes. But we're putting in more and more of those bear boxes, which I think are helping, because it's just easy, just like put all your stuff in there. So I think we're trying to get a bear box for every campsite eventually.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, we got there with Aspen Glen.
Okay.
That's a whole interesting industrial design challenge. Bear cans.
Really?
I don't know if you've ever looked at. Yeah. So when you're backpacking, obviously there's not bear lockers usually, and so you have to carry something with you the whole time to keep your food in. And if you're in places with trees, if you know how to do it correctly, you can hang your food. Right.
Up, yep.
But like in Denali, like
There's
you're above
no
tree
way.
line all the time. And so, yeah, it's literally just like a canister.
Oh, really?
That you just set 100 yards or more away from your campsite. And so it is interesting to see the different designs out there. Like the one that I use has tabs that you push in, and then it kind of lets you unscrew it. And over the years, they've had to keep adding tabs because there would be very smart bears out there somewhere
That'll get into it.
who have figured out, like, oh, if I bite this tooth here and this tooth here and push in here, like, they're super smart. Yeah, so there's certain areas where you're you're required to use one, actually, in the backcountry. And like the Sierras they have the most devious bears. So there's like a whole agency that tests and approves these things. And every now and then a new one comes to market.
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see. The one that has been really interesting is called Ursac.
Okay.
And it's Kevlar. I think it's Kevlar. Maybe it's even Dyneema now. Anyway, it's like an extremely, strong fiber. And then they try to like weave. They make a bag out of it that you put your food in.
That'd be nice. So it's
and
not
then,
so bulky.
yeah, it's way lighter. But it, for the most part, isn't approved in places. It's not foolproof enough for a lot of agencies. So there's space out there.
Something to look into.
Yeah, I think there's like there's two major people, and then there's people that make one out of, it's like carbon fiber, so it's really light, but very expensive. Yeah. All right. Have we harassed everyone we should harass? Nope. No?
No. Nope. The three girls. You got
we haven't
Molly, Maggie,
harassed
and Beth.
you yet?
They're actually one.
They're one?
They're one group.
Three as one?
Come on.
Yeah, come on over. Come on over. Nice. Check, check.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Why don't we introduce? You can start with yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
What's your name?
My name is Molly.
Where are you from?
Minnesota.
Where in Minnesota?
It's called Woodbury. It's like 5 minutes from St. Paul.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
You know, I just figured there'll be podcast listeners who know exactly where
Relate
that is,
to Minnesota.
so,
Yes,
we're
Woodbury,
trying
home of the Royals.
to- yeah. What kind of design do you specialize in?
Graphic design.
Graphic design.
Yes.
Okay. Me too.
Oh, yeah.
All these industrial designers. I'm like,
I know.
that is
I
super
think
cool. I don't know anything about
well,
it.
there's 4 of us here, yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
So it's interesting to be around a bunch of ID kids because we really aren't after freshman year.
Yeah. What do you think is? I've never interacted
with ID.
Yeah.
They think a lot more 3D than us.
Uh-huh.
They can see like physical copy a lot better than we can. It's a little hard for us. We see pretty flat.
Yeah, I was just
things.
I was just talking about that actually.
Yeah.
With Baxter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, about like I was like I'm in the 2D world.
Yeah.
That's how my brain works.
I feel like a lot of their projects too were a lot more like practical and like used where we just made cool things. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean there's lots of different ways of graphic design. For us in the Park Service, for me, it's like just how to communicate with people well. Basically, how do we make something that has that nice balance, of like that kind of nice tension that you always want that makes a good design, but is also really clear. Because that's a big thing for us is that, people are on vacation. There's crazy stuff going on. They're seeing all this crazy,
Yeah.
and we want to teach them stuff, but we don't want to like
get in the way of
throw the book at them. So yeah, kind of learning how to use design to do that, super important. Yeah. How about you? What's your name?
My name is Maggie.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Have a cousin in Kansas. Two cousins in Kansas City. Yeah. And your graphic design as well?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll finish introductions and then we'll
Yeah, I'm Beth. I'm from Wichita, Kansas. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so we do have a lot of Kansans and some upper Midwest people. Wisconsin, Minnesota. Nice.
Yeah.
So have any of you guys been to Rocky Mountain before?
No, I think this is the first time for all of us.
Yeah. You guys been in mountains before?
Yeah. I've been to Colorado and other places, just never the park before.
I went to Vail.
Okay.
I've been to Estes, just never really to the park.
Okay. Yeah, so you've seen some mountain stuff. So what do you think? What do you think about Rocky?
It's awesome. It's beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah?
Especially with what we see every day in Lawrence. It's
very flat.
Yeah.
Right, very
Geographically
different.
a huge contrast. So it's nice to see everything. And we went hiking a lot, especially the first day, and
elevation change.
That hits you, right?
Yeah, we decided the first 15 minutes are the hardest, but once you get to the destination, it's always worth it.
Totally. Yeah, I'm my body's especially stubborn, so for me it's like the first 1 to 2 hours. Especially if it's really early. I'm like, oh man. But yeah, every time once you get into it, you're like, I'm so glad I'm doing this.
Yeah.
This just feels so good and engages your mind in a different way. Yeah, how is it's been interesting hearing from different people how the camping and hiking and being outside all the time has affected lots of things. But your design, how is that? What do you think the benefit has been there? How has it been different? I mean, because a lot of people have said and I'm the same way. I'm on the computer all the time. I'm pretty much in, Illustrator and InDesign and Photoshop and.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say, having not as much technology at your fingertips all the time was a huge thing for most of us. It's also just, I think this week specifically in my project, and I guess in all of ours, we pulled a lot more from the environment around us and stuff that we don't normally see. So if I hadn't have been here, I wouldn't have known what this stuff looked like, and I wouldn't have been inspired to do that kind of thing. So it's just kind of a different environment, helps you pull different ideas and things that you would never normally see. If I was in Kansas, I wouldn't be looking at the same things and making the same things. So that was a big.
Yeah, one thing that I don't know, this is just my own personal pet theory, but national park visitation has been going up for sure the last few years, at least at Rocky it has hugely, incredibly. And I think part of it for me, and you guys would know even more because I'm 32, so but I've had I had the internet and stuff for a long time, and you have to be here. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, you have to be here and have the experience. It doesn't really translate any other way. It's not really reproducible.
Even in pictures, it's just
exactly.
Not the same.
So it's something that it's cool that we have these places, experiences that are here set aside specifically for you to be able to have a genuine experience that you can't have anywhere else. That's cool. What about you guys? How did it?
I think the biggest thing was not being able to rely on outside sources. So having to come up with things that were personal experiences, things that you are familiar with. And then also for me, a big thing was not being able to compare what I was doing to other things that have been done. So it was kind of figuring out a way, or I guess it was just not having the ability to go out there and look at what's already been done. So just
I hadn't even thought about that, but that is huge because we all do that. When I'm starting a project, I'm just like, oh, I have this feel in mind, and you start looking at references,
and then you get lost.
You kind of if you had, you still come up with something original, but maybe you had some idea before you started looking that now has gotten kind of drowned out, maybe. And then I think the comparison thing is huge too, because I know for me, I feel in everything in life, you do best when you aren't self-conscious about it. But it's really hard when you have the world of design and you're like, oh my God, I can't do this. But it's they're one of the 10 best designers of all time.
But at the same time, I thought it's been a really long time since I've been told make whatever you want. There's no guidelines or prompt or anything. And at first it was oh my gosh, what should I do? I can do anything. And just this pressure to make something awesome. Because you have the 1 week.
Sure.
And everyone here is so talented too. And seeing everyone's together everyone around you is making really amazing stuff.
Yeah,
so
I agree. When I
puts
looked
more
at everything,
pressure
Yeah,
on.
there was definitely panic. Like, what do I do?
that's cool though. Like that's a good,
Yeah.
that's a good group dynamic. I
Yeah.
think when you have a bunch of people together who are who are good at something,
Yeah.
it makes everybody
Mm-hmm.
kind of step their game up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love a lot of this stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get pictures up so we can put it on the blog.
Oh, cool.
Good. Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you guys have had a good time
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
that it's
great.
been valuable.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Do you think there's things from this experience you'll take back with you?
Yeah.
Getting smoked.
I feel like I'd be more likely to go visit other parks now.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's
Yeah.
really good.
I think especially aside from the design and just the camping aspect of being here, none of us have ever camped for an entire week.
Yeah.
So that was really tough at times, but
Right.
now, yeah, I think the longest I've ever camped is really a night or two.
Right.
So
weekend.
yeah, a weekend. So
Yeah, I think it's
12
that
hours.
day like 3 to 4
Yeah.
where the game starts
Yeah.
to
It's right.
change.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because you're like, wait, there's nowhere for me to
Mhm.
go.
Yeah.
I live here.
Mhm. Yeah. But after this, I
Yeah.
think I'd be a lot more willing to do stuff for longer periods of
That's
time.
great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's it's like a time-based thing, you know. You almost have to you realize, I mean, I've done backpacking trips and you kind of sense this pattern where it's like day 2, day 3, day
Yeah.
4, and as you get deeper into it, you become more and more comfortable.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's cool. You get your mind in a different
Yeah.
gear.
Yeah, but we've also heard a lot of people around camp saying like this is the nicest campsite they've been to, and like how all the facilities are really close and Estes is
Yeah.
right there. So it'd be really
Mhm.
interesting to even go somewhere more remote.
Oh, yeah.
where we like can't go
Actually,
to Estes for
actually, that's a
showers.
really good point. Yeah. I've talked about this with people before, like those of us who work here. You know, it's very unusual
Yeah.
to have a park of this size and type, but then to have a real community
Yeah.
right at the doorstep, and then an airport an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because like when I worked in Denali, and even there's some stuff compared, but like there's no grocery store. Although I heard that they're building one, but there's no grocery store. So we would drive to Fairbanks. So it's
Mhm.
4.5, 5 hours round trip for
Jeez.
groceries.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so it's and so you're right. There's a whole realm.
Yeah.
Also, what I would encourage you to do, there's 417 units in the National Park Service system.
Wow.
So there's national parks, which I think there's 59 or 60 of now, but then there's a whole bunch of other stuff, and like national monuments.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
We run a lot of those. Forest Service and BLM run a lot more. There's historic sites. Yeah, anytime you have the chance. The job I had before this, I went to all sorts of different parks and made brochures for them. It just, so many places are really cool, even if you wouldn't think
Yeah.
to stop there. Like little Revolutionary War battlefields and Civil War battlefields.
Oh, yeah.
And oh man, I'm blanking on the name right now. It's a Congaree National Park, which is a swamp area, kind of right on the border of the Carolinas. Like, it was incredible, and I'd never heard of it. So
Yeah.
that's cool that you're more interested now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, you can go if you go to findyourpark.com, or if you go just go to nps.gov. Like, we have maps of every park unit.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Keep it up. Future park visitors.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Our next episode will be released on Friday, August 25th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Bye for now. What's up, Rocky Podcast listeners? This is the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. It is Friday, June 30th, the last day of June. So happy early July to everybody. We appreciate you coming along for the ride. This week's episode is super cool. We have Cynthia Langeth. She is the ranger, the lead interpretive ranger up at the Alpine Visitor Center. So we're going to learn all about things alpine, from the flowers to the animals to the weather and things to watch out for, all sorts of stuff like that. So definitely stay tuned. Before we get started, we wanted to give you a couple of pieces of news. First of all, Old Fall River Road is open. It just opened up like while we were recording this. So Old Fall River Road is now open for your driving, walking, or whatever pleasure. It is one way up only. If you don't know that, it's one way from the bottom to the top. And we have had some times where it's been super busy last year and we've had to shut down traffic in the middle of the day. So if you're planning on coming, as with everything, arrive early or come later in the evening. It's a beautiful road. So if you've never done that before, check it out. And it leads up to the Alpine Visitor Center, where Cynthia and all of our Alpine Rangers are that we're going to talk about today on the podcast. Another thing with roads, we do have road construction going on if you're coming to the park. So Moraine Park Campground Road, there's some construction there. It can be like 5 to 15 minute delays pretty soon after you turn off Bear Lake Road. And then we also have some pavement preservation stuff, keeping our pavement in good shape throughout the park. And that's just in various areas. So if you come to an area where cars are stopped for a little bit, that's probably what it is, unless everybody is stopping in the middle of the road and looking at elk, which you should not do. So hopefully that gets moved on. But otherwise, it's probably pavement preservation. We've got a program coming up that we want to tell you about. It is Climbing Longs Peak. So this is going to be some of our climbing rangers that live and breathe Longs Peak every day as their job, talking about climbing Colorado's favorite 14er, Longs Peak. They're going to talk about climbing and hiking routes, lessons learned, how to prepare and manage for risks, and all the things that are involved if you're thinking about a climb. This program is free and open to anybody, and it is going to be at 7:30 p.m. on the evenings of July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center. So again, 7:30 p.m., July 5th and July 21st at the Beaver Meadows Visitor Center Amphitheater. So come and check that out. And one last shout out before we head into the podcast, the Rocky Pledge. So we've been putting this on our social media, and we also have it on our website. We have come up with something this summer called the Rocky Pledge. It is a pledge that you can take by yourself, with a group, out loud, in your head, whatever, however you want to do it. We just ask that it be meaningful to you. So if you go to go.nps.gov/Rocky Pledge, you'll see our Rocky Pledge logo, you'll see the pledge itself, and you'll see ways that you can join in. We just have so many people coming up to the park now. And actually, in a future episode, you're going to hear about that very soon. We're going to have Kyle Patterson, the public information officer for the park, here, and we're going to talk about the pledge and what you can do to help keep Rocky beautiful and protected. So go there to learn more about that. We're also encouraging people to take shots on social media. You'll see our logo is like two hands lovingly encircling a bighorn sheep. So if you want to go out in the park and take pictures with your hands encircling stuff or any creative ideas, anything like that, just tag them with a hashtag Rocky Pledge. And we go through and look at that hashtag and we repost shots. And we have a bunch of followers. So, win-win for everybody. All right, we are going to head into the podcast. Again, this is Cynthia Langeth, the Alpine Visitor Center main interpretive ranger, and you're going to learn all sorts of stuff about her and the Alpine.
You need a Britney Spears mic.
Yeah. That'd be awesome. Here, everyone put on these Britney Spears mics. Okay, so I will give you a little intro before the beginning of the podcast, so we won't have to go through your full name and everything. So we will start out. Yeah. Then you can monitor, listen in. I have to hear myself talk.
I hear voices in my head, and it's mine.
I hear my own voice in my head. We don't have an exact outline.
That's okay.
We just kind of freewheel.
We can wing it.
So we'll start with Cynthia. What do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park? Like, what's your official title?
So my official title is Park Ranger, Interpretation, and EMT, which is kind of an interesting combination.
Yes.
But I primarily spend my time in the summers in the alpine tundra of the park and manage the Alpine Visitor Center operation.
What about in the winter?
So in the winter, there's a lot of catch up from summer.
Yeah.
After hosting 3.5 million of your closest friends, it takes a little cleanup time. So in the winter, we do a lot of preparation for the summer, and I also get to lead snowshoe walks and full moon hikes in the winter, which is pretty awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll come back and talk about that in a little bit. So, Alpine Visitor Center. Rocky's pretty famous for its alpine tundra.
It is.
Is it not? On the way driving up here, we saw lots and lots of people eager to see it. So I thought we'd start by just talking about alpine tundra, what it is, what makes it what it is, nature. It is because of what it is. So I guess first we could talk about tundra in general. So what is tundra in general?
Yeah, so tundra is, I guess, a slightly more generic term that just describes ground that is free of trees. And kind of historically, it's also been defined as, a lot of permanently frozen ground. That certainly, I don't think, is necessarily the case from a scientific standpoint today. But when tundra was initially used, it was to describe an area free of trees that had a lot of permanently frozen ground. And then that either, occurs where you are at a, really far north latitude in the Northern Hemisphere, or you're at a really high elevation, which is, of course, what we have here in the park.
Right. Okay, so tundra, place without trees, that's due to temperature, I guess, instead of dryness, sort of. Alpine tundra is because of alpine being high elevation, right? So it's due
versus
to the elevation.
Arctic tundra, which would be latitude-based. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to find tundra due to latitude, you have to go very far north. If you want to find tundra somewhere like Colorado, you just have to go up to, in Rocky, where does tundra begin, generally speaking? What's the range?
So generally speaking, it occurs around 11,400 feet in elevation in Rocky and kind of in the this region of the southern Rocky Mountains. Certainly as you go further south, tundra is found at higher elevations. As you go further north, it's found at lower elevations. I mean, there's alpine tundra at the equator, if mountains are high enough.
If it's tall enough.
Exactly.
Yeah, I worked in Denali National Park for a while, and I think their south-facing slopes was around 2,400 feet, and north-facing was around 1,800 or something like that. And yeah, you just keep going north, and eventually it's sea level.
Yeah, you
takes a while.
Don't have trees even at sea level.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
Pretty amazing.
So at that 11,000 foot mark here, approximately, in Rocky, what is it about that elevation that makes it so there are no trees?
So, certainly there's a lot of factors that influence tree line, but the primary driver is temperature. Trees need a long enough period during the summer to basically grow into trees. They need to have enough time to put on new growth and grow upwards. And if the average warmest temperature during the summer months is below 50 degrees, then you pretty much don't have trees anymore. So that 50-degree isotherm, as it's called, is the determining factor for tree line. So yeah, it's just too cold. Trees don't have enough time to grow up into trees.
Right. It is too cold and harsh for any tree to make it.
Yes, we definitely get the little kind of shrubby trees we call krumholtz, which technically are the same tree species you find down in the big, majestic forest, but they're a little stunted up here.
Yeah, Krumholtz. That's an interesting word.
Isn't that a great name?
Yeah, it's a German word, right?
Yes. Crooked wood.
Crooked Wood. Yeah, you see it. I'm trying to think of some places visitors go that are really good to see it, like Rainbow Curve or...
Yeah, Rainbow Curve is definitely approaching that kind of
close.
transition zone between the forest and the alpine tundra.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and even even at pull-offs like Forest Canyon, Medicine Bow Curve, you can see examples of crumholts.
Yeah, it's really amazing. It's almost like natural bonsai or something. They just grow super close to the ground,
It's
really
definitely
gnarled. They just
Mother
creep
Nature's
along in little
pruning.
pockets. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywhere where they can find a little bit of shelter from the wind, even from themselves. It's amazing how thick it can grow in places too. Okay, so alpine tundra. Rocky has a lot of alpine tundra, right?
About a third of the park.
About a third of the park. And the park is just under 250,000 acres, so a lot of areas of alpine tundra. And I think one of the things that makes Rocky so cool and unique is that we have this road that takes you right up into alpine tundra. It's paved. You can see it in the summer when the road is open. And so when people are driving up, that's what they're seeing. One thing that I want to make sure we talk about, so we'll talk about it now with the alpine tundra. So no trees can grow up here, but other stuff can grow up here. What other kind of things grow on the alpine tundra, and when do they grow?
Yeah, so surprisingly, I think to a lot of visitors and even staff when they first start working here is how diverse the alpine tundra is. 35 miles an hour in your car can kind of look like a lawn. But when you stop and really spend some time taking a closer look, there's actually over 300 plant species that make their home in the alpine tundra here in the park.
Yeah.
Some of those are endemic to high elevations in this area.
So they're only found?
They're only found kind of in the southern Rocky Mountains. And then some of them are circumpolar. You'll find them in tundra up above the Arctic Circle. You'll find them in other mountain regions in the world. So it's a pretty cool mix of plant species, a lot of flowering plants, which certainly is what draws a lot of people that come here up into the high elevations in the summer is to see the wildflowers.
Yeah.
And then it's just amazing how tiny and slow growing they can be. The growing season here is kind of short compared to what most people are used to in their gardens. And
about how long is it?
Well, it depends. It depends. If you're in a really sunny, windswept area where you're snow-free for a longer period of time, you might have a really posh growing season of like 90 days.
Ooh, 90 days.
Yeah. We're talking like, living the life. And then other plant communities, other areas in the tundra where there's really late-lying snow may only have a 35 or 40-day growing season.
Wow.
So you don't have a lot of time to do business as a plant. So you kind of have to have some, tricks up your sleeve in order to start growing at lower temperatures and put your flowers out into the world a little earlier than a lot of lower elevation plants. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, what are some of the tricks?
Well, certainly being able to photosynthesize at much lower temperatures than your counterparts down low. So a lot of alpine plants will start growing when temperatures are still, 32, 34 degrees Fahrenheit, just above freezing, really.
Yeah.
And then just growing quickly and putting a lot of energy into flowering right away because it's actually more energy intensive to make seeds. So you want to have a longer period of the summer where you're putting that energy into making seeds for the next generation. So a lot of plants up here flower pretty early. And then they have, hair and
that's
red
one that I think is
pigments
really cool.
and waxy coatings and just all kinds of different adaptations depending on which plant you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's just really cool to get to know the alpine plants a little more and, just really be surprised and I think impressed by how uniquely adapted life is up here. I mean, they've done studies where they've taken high elevation plants down to greenhouses and they drop dead.
Really?
They're like, life is too good. I just can't take it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that some of these plants only can grow here in this what seems like impossible, harsh environment.
Yeah, I remember, when I first started working up in Alaska and we would, be out and just to see all the different kinds of plants. And that was another thing, like you're saying, circumpolar or just tundra in general plants. I recognized so many plants here. Some of them are the same species, or some of them are really close, even though it's so far away, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
Same thing with the hair and all those different adaptations. And I also think the diversity is amazing. I guess, is that because, like you're saying, conditions vary so much from place to place, and it is so on the limit of where it's possible to grow, that just small changes in, like you're saying, snow freeness or sun exposure or moisture retention or soils, is that what drives that amazing amount of diversity that you can sometimes see?
I think so. It's really interesting up here. You can walk just a short distance and transition from one very kind of specific plant community into another that's very different, from a super dry, rocky, windswept fell field into a more lush meadow. Another 100 yards down a trail, you might come to a wetland. So it really is, it's like a big city that's got all these really unique neighborhoods, ethnically and architecturally and, economically. It's just, it's the same thing, but it's, the natural world doing that on a smaller scale.
And I think the point that you made is really, really good, is that I think this happens too a lot of times in desert parks or just anywhere where the conditions are difficult, is that when you're driving through, even at 35 or 25 miles an hour, it kind of looks like, there's not that much going on right there. And then if you stop and you actually start walking some of our trails, which we can talk about, and you look closer, you realize, whoa, there's so much stuff. You almost have to get your nose down in the ground. If you ever see anybody with their nose in the ground and their butt in the air, they're probably smelling or just taking pictures of their flowers.
We call them belly flowers. You have to get on your belly to actually appreciate them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is one thing I want to make sure that we cover, is that I want to talk about our tundra protection areas that we have in the park and why those exist. And so let's talk about that first. So we have tundra protection zones in the park areas. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So I think one of the things that I really kind of admire about the alpine tundra is its incredible ability to adapt and overcome this really harsh environmental conditions. But at the same time, because of the harsh environmental conditions, it's also really fragile. So because plants grow so slowly up here, a few careless, footprints can wipe out decades worth of growth for some of these species. So we learned from a lot of research that was done back in the 1960s that tundra is really slow to recover from trampling. And because we get so many visitors and we have kind of, localized the impacts up here with our major viewpoints and parking areas in those particular spots, it's just not feasible to let folks kind of wander around on the tundra itself,
right? Because
there's too many feet, and they're going to cause long-term damage that is going to take 50 plus years to recover if no one continues to step on it.
Right.
So so in those areas we've created tundra protection zones where you actually are required by park regulation to stay on paved trails or in parking areas. And that's simply to limit the impacts of thousands of people, daily during our peak visitation months, from really causing, almost irreversible damage to the tundra plant communities in those areas. So it's really important in those high visitation areas that folks are staying on those paved trails and really allowing the tundra to thrive.
Yeah, I think that's something that surprises tons of people. Is like it takes a really long time for these tiny plants to grow. And when they get trampled, it can take so long for them to grow back. And
there's species that put on like 3 leaves in a year.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And then next year they put on 3 more leaves, or they're like a dinner plate sized plant when they're, 50 years old. So you can wipe out quite a bit of growth just by accidentally grinding your foot when you're walking across the tundra.
Yeah, that's amazing. So if people do want to be able to see and kind of walk through the tundra, get close to a lot of flowers, but not trample it and ruin it for the next 50 years and keep it beautiful for everybody, where are some places that you like to send people here to look and see everything up close firsthand?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of smaller pull-offs along Trail Ridge Road up above tree line where 2 or 3 cars can stop and people can get out, and then it's totally fine to walk on the tundra. It's resilient enough that it can handle being stepped on, a handful of times in a span of a few days. And in those areas, if folks are real careful and they, walk on bare spots and rocks when they can and walk softly on the plants when they are stepping on them, it's really not going to cause long-term damage. And in fact, it's a great way to get to know the tundra a little bit more. So really any of those smaller pull-offs where we don't have, large parking areas and signs that indicate you need to stay on a paved trail.
Okay.
It's fine to go out on the tundra. And it's interesting, a lot of visitors don't realize that you can walk on the tundra outside those tundra protection areas. And another great way to experience the alpine tundra and get to walk, off trail and really get down on your belly and check out the flowers is to go with one of our tundra nature walks, which are offered daily through the summer at 9:30 a.m. And we definitely take folks off trail on those hikes. And
so it's 9:30 a.m. every morning
at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Alpine Visitor Center. Yep. Go out with a ranger.
Through early August.
Oh, that's awesome. Our last podcast, if anyone missed it, you can tune in. We talked with Kathy Brazelton a lot about ranger programs in general and all the stuff that's going on. So that's a really good one. Up here, what are some other ranger programs at Alpine Visitor Center that people might be into?
So in addition to the Tundra Nature Walks, which we offer every day, we have a talk about the human history of the area, kind of specifically around the roads and routes people have taken through the mountains over time. We call that Road to the Top, and that one's offered twice weekly. And then we also offer all about lightning talks 3 times a week, and that one is really good just to learn a little bit more about how to be safe in the park, not only above tree line, but just when you're out exploring and adventuring in general. But certainly, big reason behind the All About Lightning talk is lightning is one of our environmental hazards in the summertime. So we like to educate folks as best we can about how to, how to plan ahead and how to, make good decisions when they're in the park so that we don't have anyone injured or killed by lightning.
Yeah, lightning is a big one up here,
Yeah.
I think. I mean, everyone knows Colorado gets a lot of lightning, but when you're up here above tree line and there's no trees, the tallest thing around is often you. Could you talk a little bit about, just some of those really general tips for folks as they're coming to visit? 'Cause I think it's something that people just, the Alpine is so different, Alpine tundra, from what most of us live in or experience on a daily basis. And that's one of the things that I think people just don't think about until you're seeing it and it's too late and it's scary.
Yeah, I think the Alpine tundra is kind of otherworldly to a lot of our visitors for a multitude of reasons. And one is, the weather up here. You come up from Denver, it's, 95 degrees, and then you step out of your car up here, and the wind is blowing, and the wind chill's, 42 degrees, and you're still wearing flip-flops and a tank top. So that kind of throws people for a loop.
Even right now, I don't know what it is in Denver today. I think it's in the 90s.
Yeah, it's supposed to be real hot today.
And right now, it's in the low 60s up here.
With a breeze.
I'm glad I have on a wind jacket. I've got on a vest. And this is a hot day.
Yeah, this is a really nice
This is a really
warm day
up here. So yeah, definitely. That's a great tip.
Yeah, and then I think too, when it comes to thunderstorms and lightning, so many of our visitors, and myself included, growing up, you watch storms build from a distance, and then they are, they're coming your way or they're moving away from you. But you kind of have this almost like theater experience when it comes to weather a lot of times. And when you're in the high mountains, the weather often builds right where you are. So you don't see it coming. You are in it as it's developing. And so I think it takes people by surprise sometimes.
Happens so fast.
It really does.
You'll see something off in the distance. And like you said, when you're like, oh, look at that storm, it's coming. And then...
Or those puffy clouds are getting a little darker at the bottom.
It's there in minutes.
Yeah,
sometimes.
So I think it does take people by surprise. And then, I think a lot of visitors just don't take lightning as seriously as they should here in the park as far as a real risk, a real hazard. So, definitely just getting out and playing in the high elevations early in the morning when there's less likely to be thunderstorms is always a good idea. Check the weather forecast ahead of time because we certainly can have thunderstorms develop in the morning. We've had thunder and lightning at 10 a.m. It's not always, noon or 1 o'clock. And then, just make sure you have kind of an escape plan. Don't push yourself. If you think the weather is changing, turn around. The only safe place to be in a lightning storm is in a substantial building or in a, hard-topped vehicle. Even outdoors, if you get below tree line, if you get into the forest, you're still not as safe as you would be inside. So I think it's really just about making good decisions ahead of time and choosing wisely about how you're going to recreate and how you're going to spend your time in the park, so that you don't put yourself in one of those situations that can become dangerous really quickly.
And then I guess since we're on the topic of safety, the other thing I wanted to talk about, make sure that we hit, is altitude. So
yes,
we're at Alpine Visitor Center right now. We're at what altitude?
So we're at 11,796 feet, so almost 11,800 feet in elevation.
Okay. And Trail Ridge Road goes a bit over 12,000 feet in elevation. Yep. So I'll tee you up for a question. So is there less oxygen at altitude?
There is not
There
less
is not.
oxygen percentage-wise as far as the amount of oxygen in our atmosphere. However, there's less available oxygen to you because the molecules are more spread out. So if you kind of think about a box of air at sea level and a box of air at elevation, the percentage of oxygen is still the same inside that box, but there's less oxygen molecules at elevation.
So you're getting less oxygen as you breathe.
Yeah, for sure.
Significantly less.
Yes. So your body is working a lot harder to get the oxygen it needs. And, a lot of people think like, oh, I'll be acclimated after being here a couple days. And for a lot of visitors, they do feel better after they're here for a few days, especially if they're taking care of themselves, they're getting sleep, they're eating probably more than they're used to eating. They're drinking a lot of water. Caffeinated beverages do not qualify as fluids when you're coming to altitude. So
those are all things that help.
They help.
Eat some, eat a little bit more food, get some more rest.
You'll
drink
find
some
you're
more
probably
water.
a little hungrier than you normally are. You need to drink more water because one, the environment here is very dry. And then two, your body's just working harder to get what it needs. So you're using up more energy, more, liquid in your system.
So those things can help.
They definitely can help.
But
you don't fully acclimate until about 3 months,
right?
Which is the bad news,
right?
Because your red blood cells have about a 3-month life cycle. So you don't get rid of the old low elevation red blood cells, all of them, until the 3-month mark, and create those nice new red blood cells that carry more oxygen. So while most people will often feel better after being here for a few days or a week, physiologically you're not going to be acclimated for quite some time.
And how does it make people feel? What are some of the some of the basic symptoms?
So, for a lot of people, they feel short of breath, a little lightheaded, a little fuzzy. Folks will often get a mild headache. Just kind of feeling blah.
Yeah, you just feel kind of.
Yeah, just kind of run down. And that's honestly pretty normal for most folks.
Yeah.
But what will happen is a lot of times it freaks you out, right? Like, why can't I catch my breath? I just did a short walk across the parking lot. So now I'm freaking out because I can't catch my breath. So now I can't catch my breath more.
Right.
And so I'm freaking out even more. And now I'm getting a little dizzy. And, it's kind of it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I thought about that. So just that feeling stresses people out.
Yeah, it totally stresses people out. It causes anxiety.
Okay.
So
if people are coming up, especially, I know people. I did this when I first came here. I flew in from DC area, drove up to Estes Park. Oh, we have a few hours before dinner. Let's drive up to Alpine Visitor Center. So you're basically going from sea level to almost 12,000 feet in no time.
Yeah.
And just standing around, you can feel dizzy, even if you're a perfectly healthy person. So one thing is, just recognize that those are some normal symptoms. And then what if you're up here and that they do start to get, if your headache starts to get really acute, bad, or really starts hurting, or you're just feeling crappy.
Really bad headache. You can't catch your breath no matter what you do, no matter how long you rest. Dizzy enough that you have to sit down or you're going to fall down. Those are definitely more concerning symptoms. And all of the rangers that work here at the Alpine Visitor Center are emergency medical technicians.
Oh, okay. Everybody.
And everybody. It's a requirement of the job here. And we have a medical clinic attached to the visitor center where we can certainly treat visitors who are having a more serious reaction to altitude or something else. A lot of people with pre-existing medical conditions will find that when they come to altitude, it really aggravates their condition, and something that they might have had relatively good control over at home now is manifesting itself as a more serious medical emergency. So we certainly take those things very seriously and are happy to help folks that are having a more serious reaction to the altitude. So folks shouldn't hesitate to come on into the Alpine Visitor Center and talk to a ranger if they aren't sure if what they're feeling is, quote, normal or not.
Right. Good. That's great. And then even if you're having mild symptoms, the best cure is?
The only cure is to go down.
The best and only cure.
Yes.
Go down in elevation.
Yes.
You'll be getting more oxygen. You will feel better.
Descend.
Yes, descend. Good. I think those are a lot of the safety things that I just wanted to make sure that we covered from the get-go. So we'll come back to Alpine stuff, Alpine Visitor Center, Alpine everything. But let's talk about you. Are you excited?
I'm excited.
I can tell how excited you are. So Cynthia, where are you from originally?
So I grew up in Missouri.
Missouri. Where in Missouri?
Midwest.
For our Missouri listeners.
So kind of the west central part of the state.
Okay.
Small town near Warrensburg, Missouri.
Uh-huh. And when you were growing up, were you guys big national parks travelers?
We were.
Mountain folks went out to the mountains, yeah?
Yeah, my dad was pretty opposed to going east of our home.
Yeah.
So we always went west and we visited national parks. That's just kind of what we did. We had family that lived near Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Park, near the Redwoods in California. So about every summer we took some sort of family road trip for a week or two and hit national parks. So, that was just kind of normal for me growing up. That's where we went on vacation.
Yeah.
We were definitely, though, the park visitor that stopped at the visitor center and got a map and then stopped at the overlooks and took pictures, walked the little nature trail, and then moved on to the next national park.
Okay.
We weren't hikers. We weren't campers.
Yeah.
We never went to a ranger-led program, which I find kind of ironic since I turned into a ranger that leads programs.
Yeah.
And I knew I wanted to be a park ranger by the time I was about 12, even though I
Really?
had no clue what they did. I just knew
How
they
did you
had
know?
to. Well, because they got to live and work in places like this, and that was good enough for me at that age. So, the older I got, I kind of figured out what park rangers actually did,
Right.
and
But
it
at
still
first
sounded
it was
cool.
just you went to a lot of parks
And I wanted to
and you thought,
be
wow,
there
that is cool.
all the time.
I want to be there more.
Yeah, I think it was really the landscapes, the the aesthetics of Western landscapes that really hooked me, and that kind of spoke to me on a level even as a preteen and teenager that was really meaningful, and I knew I need to be in these places. So,
Do you have any siblings?
I do. I have an older brother.
Does he feel like that?
He
Or was
definitely.
he more like, oh, this is fun, but whatever?
Well, he actually does outdoor
Okay.
photography and videography. So we both kind of ended up in fields that could have been somewhat predicted by our upbringing.
And why do you think your parents were so into the national park thing? Was it because you said you did it ever since you were little? Had they done that with their parents?
My dad did.
Okay.
He grew up, well, kind of, to a certain extent. They traveled a lot to Florida, so he grew up going to the beach in the winter months. He lived in Michigan. And then my mom grew up on a farm in Nebraska, so kind of wide open spaces have always been special to her. And yeah, I think that was just kind of their thing.
Yeah.
And then I think a lot of it had to do too with where some of our close family lived and was situated as well. It was
Sure.
like if you go to Jackson, Wyoming, of course you're going to visit Grand Teton National Park and Yellowstone National Park, and
You would
that's where I had relatives and
Right.
So I think they both just were really drawn to the same kind of Western landscapes. I remember them really being into photography. And
What's the first park you remember visiting?
the first park I remember visiting is probably the Redwoods. In California. And I remember the big trees, and then I also remember falling in the ocean and thinking I was going to get sucked out to sea. And then my mom having to shake out my little pink pants in the parking lot and sitting in my underwear in the back seat of the car was very embarrassing. So
Okay, so that sealed it in
that
your memory.
did. That's a very
Yeah.
vivid memory
Yeah.
for me as a child.
Were there any smaller parks or less well-known parks that you remember going to that stick in your head?
I remember Craters of the Moon.
Oh, okay. In Idaho?
Yeah, that one was really cool as a kid. The whole, lava fields, but then ice caves, was just really, really interesting. I remember skating in my tennis shoes in the ice caves, in early June when it was pretty warm outside.
Yeah,
So
hot.
it was that was a really interesting.
It's kind of
site.
southeast Idaho, is that correct?
Yeah, southeast, south central,
Craters
yeah.
of the Moon.
Yep.
For folks who don't know about that, we're trying to, I'm asking people these things because I'm trying to highlight some of the units that people might not know about other than Rocky.
Yeah.
And that's a really amazing, like you said, just bizarre place.
Yeah, super
just
cool.
Fields of volcanic rock and
Mhm.
ice caves, and it's pretty remote. Really interesting.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
That's definitely one I remember. And then I remember as a teenager visiting Fort Laramie.
Oh yeah, that's
National Historic Park, and I really liked that park. I was kind of into history at the time.
Yeah.
And just found kind of Western history really fascinating. And yeah, I thought Fort Laramie was really cool.
Yeah, so that's down in southeast Wyoming, past Guernsey, which I'm sure many of our listeners are familiar with Guernsey. Just look it up, Fort Laramie. It's really neat how it's been as different buildings restored to different time periods, and they've done a lot of work restoring it. And unlike Rocky, which is a very busy park, it is not a super busy park. So you really have a lot of things to yourself.
Yeah.
And at Guernsey State Park near there's a visitor center created by the CCC with exhibits from the WPA, and it is like in original condition.
Wow.
Yeah, so all the exhibits you can go in there and see, and they're all hand calligraphy, painted. It's really incredible. It's almost like
cool.
it's almost like a WPA museum. And it's kind of, it's just in this little park, and the building is very park rustic type architecture, huge stones and timbers.
Guernsey State Park.
Yeah, Guernsey State Park. Yeah, shout out.
We didn't hit that on our family
a lot of
road
people
trip,
don't know about it. I don't know if they want me telling
Yeah.
people about it or not, but now they know. Now they know. It's really worth seeing. So you knew you wanted to be a park ranger when you were 12.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about making that dream a reality?
So when I was looking into where to go to college, I definitely looked for programs that, were known in the kind of parks field, had parks and recreation majors, tourism majors, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I quickly kind of narrowed it down to just a handful of universities. And of course, dreamed big about going out of state, but then financial reality set in, and I ended up going to the University of Missouri, which has a good parks, recreation, and tourism program. And so I kind of went into it not knowing exactly what I would focus on, but pretty quickly realized kind of the interpretive educational side of things was what I was most interested in.
And why did that interest you the most?
I think I definitely was an extrovert in high school, loved drama and, kind of being in the thick of things all the time. And so that appealed to me, like being the educational ranger, being the one giving the programs, kind of, entertaining visitors to a certain extent. And just also learning about these places. I grew up in a rural area, and I just, I always loved just exploring the creeks and forests near where I grew up and trying to figure out how things in nature worked. So I think that was appealing too. Like that was my job, figuring out how things in nature worked and then explaining that to park visitors. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of similar. It's like, oh, I get to learn about all sorts of stuff and entertain people.
Exactly.
Be the center of attention.
This
Sign
is
me up.
awesome.
This is fun. And you get to learn about so
Exactly.
many different things, which I think is
And you're
is really,
always
really
learning,
cool.
because there's
You have to.
you never are going to know everything.
Yeah,
So it's
it's
like
constant.
this constant, like, oh wow, that's really interesting.
Yeah. So you went there. What was your first park? It didn't have to be park service, but park job of some kind. Did you do like internship?
I did. So I actually worked at a state historic site in Missouri one summer, giving tours of a lodge, a historic home. Bothwell Lodge State Historic Site near Sedalia, Missouri.
Bothwell.
Yeah. So
Look
that
it up.
was
Look
that
it up,
was
visitors.
a cool experience.
Yeah.
And then I actually got an internship in the National Park Service because I always knew that, growing up in Missouri, I wanted to move out west. So I don't think my family or my friends ever expected me to stay in Missouri. So I was pretty excited when I got a internship at Rocky Mountain National Park between my
Really?
junior and senior
That was
year
your first
in college.
internship.
It was here, which is funny because this wasn't one of the parks we visited a lot as a kid. I think I'd come here once with my parents when I was maybe like 13 or 14.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking it was beautiful, but it wasn't one of the landscapes that was kind of burned into my memory as a kid growing up.
Yeah.
Like Grand Tetons and Grand Canyon and Southwest Utah.
Right.
Was kind of burned into my memory more. So I found it kind of ironic that I ended up here, and then this has become obviously a really special place to me over time.
Yeah, what were you doing with that internship?
So I was doing interpretation.
Okay.
So working at
the
visitor centers and leading nature hikes.
And since it wasn't burned into your memory, what did you come away from that summer thinking? Like, did it?
Well, I think because I didn't grow up hiking and camping and doing those sorts of things, I started to dabble with that in college, kind of just locally where I went to school. And so this was the first like big Western landscape that I lived in and got to know more intimately as a hiker. I climbed Long's Peak that first summer, which was, at the time, like the hardest thing I had physically ever done.
Sure.
Kind of blew my mind.
Yeah.
And just kind of, I think, built a lot of confidence in myself as an outdoors person, being capable of hiking and camping. Like I planned a backpacking trip to the Grand Canyon after working here that summer for a bunch of my friends who had none of us had ever backpacked before. So it was kind of an epic fail in some ways, but also really awesome.
That's how you learn.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was kind of the same way. I was in Boy Scouts, but didn't do like backpacking or that kind of stuff. And then, I had an internship in Yellowstone one summer and just got after it, started backpacking and hiking and learning through great success and great failure, shivering nights and where you forgot something important or those things
like a sleeping pad.
Like a sleeping pad. Oh, it turns out they're not just to pad you; they're to keep you from being freezing cold. That's interesting that this is the first place that you came. So what about after that? What was your first Park Service job? Did it take a while? Or?
It didn't.
Okay.
The next summer after I graduated from college, I actually got a job back at Rocky Mountain National Park working at the entrance stations, collecting fees and selling passes. So that was my first, paid job in the park ranger uniform. And it was a great summer. It was super fun. I was fresh out of college, working with a lot of other folks fresh out of college. So it was kind of like summer camp. And it was, it was a really good experience. And then I was able to transition into more of an interpretive position the following summer here at Rocky Mountain National Park. And then I started popping around a little bit more to other national parks, which was kind of one of my goals when I was a seasonal park ranger. So I worked a summer in Olympic National Park. And
I love Olympic.
Oh man, talk about an amazing backcountry park.
Yeah, that's a crazy place. Just ocean to glaciers in no time.
Yeah,
Rainforest.
12 feet of rain to 12 inches of rain.
Yeah, exactly.
A year. Yeah, really cool park.
Yeah.
And then I worked winters in Death Valley for 3 years, which I
also
love
amazing.
the desert. Your comment earlier about
Yeah.
the desert and the alpine kind of having some similarities.
Yeah.
I definitely have always
Tons.
seen that and felt that. And I think it's one of the reasons I'm drawn to both environments, both landscapes.
Yeah.
But yeah, Death Valley was incredible. Talk about just, I don't know, just such a vast place that just, I guess for me, the desert, you either love it or you don't.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
There's not a lot of in between, and I absolutely love the desert. So that was a really cool experience.
Yeah, I do
spending
too.
winters there.
And I found that too because I also love alpine. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was up in Alaska for a while, and I went to Death Valley, I guess a little bit before I started working here, so a few years back, and to make their new map. And so we got to go all over the park for 8 days. I mean, we didn't get to go back on all the dirt roads because we didn't have time to ride on washboard for 4 hours, or 8 hours on a day,
and change 2 flat tires.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I agree. I feel like there are a lot of similarities. Same with the plants, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Just lots of hidden treasures. It's an amazing place. I feel like a lot of people end up just driving through there. You kind of live in Southern California, like on the way to Vegas or somewhere.
Yeah, it's what you travel through to get from point A
and the
to
speed
point
limits
B.
are kind of high, and you kind of blow through there. And in the summer, it is brutal.
Ridiculously hot.
At least down in the lowlands. Up high, it's nice. But yeah, an amazing place. And that's the largest National Park Service unit in the lower 48, right?
It is.
Yeah, it's around 3 million acres. So
it's huge.
1.5 times the size of Yellowstone. I think a lot of people don't realize that either.
Yeah.
And it has an amazing map. I'm just kidding. It is a pretty cool map, but that was a really fun
It's a
one to
pretty
make.
cool place. I believe it has a pretty cool
Yeah, it is. It is a really cool place. And then what about after that?
And then I came back here for several seasons. I actually worked as a seasonal park ranger at the Alpine Visitor Center, which was really fun. And then eventually decided that, if I was going to make a career of this, I, needed to have year-round work.
Yep.
And it took a few years, but I eventually got a permanent year-round job with the National Park Service at Point Reyes National Seashore, which was a really cool change from working in desert parks and mountain parks to go to a seashore and learn marine mammals and marine weather and pelagic birds and, all of the really cool things about, kind of coastal California.
Yeah.
And I was there for a couple years, and it was really a neat area to live, to visit a lot of other National Park Service sites, everything in the San Francisco area.
It's amazing how close it is
to
San Francisco.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
Yeah.
Did you work out at
it was
the
really
lighthouse
cool.
ever?
I did.
Did you live out there?
I did not.
Okay.
No.
That always seemed hardcore to me, the people.
Yeah, the wind. It's like the Alpine. The wind is
It's
pretty
just
brutal.
nonstop.
Yeah.
And fog comes through there too, right?
A little bit.
Not too much. A little bit. Yeah, Point Reyes is awesome.
Yeah. So I worked there, and then Joshua Tree National Park.
Ooh, man.
In Southern California, and then back here at Rocky. So
you've hit a lot of great places.
Yeah, I'm kind of picky. I have to, I have to be in a place that kind of feeds my soul.
Yeah, it speaks to you, right?
I like to visit a lot of, everything in the National Park Service. I feel is, valuable and important and inspirational and really cool to visit. But not all of the National Park Service sites are places I would want to work, just because I need to be really personally kind of excited about.
Yeah, I think that's
the place I
important. When I was doing that job where I was making maps, I traveled to all kinds of sites from big parks like this down to tiny little Revolutionary War battlefields and everything in between. And it's the people that were at those sites were excited about those sites. So I think
it's great.
Yeah, it's like there's niches for lots of different people. And in fact, I think a lot of people end up in these little subcultures of the NPS, which is what I've kind of learned. Like I remember when I was down at some Civil War parks in the South, they were like, yeah, the Cannonball Circuit, it's like people who just, they love the Civil War. And I feel like especially in interpretation, like you have to love.
We have to love the stories you're telling.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
If you don't love it, you'll either get bored of it or whatever, and then it shows for the visitors.
You're not going to be as effective at actually doing your job.
Yeah, that's great that you're able to be in so many places that worked for you. And so since you've been back at Rocky, have you always been at the Alpine Visitor Center?
The first couple years I was back here, I was not up at the Alpine Visitor Center.
Yeah.
I was down on the east side of the park, helping run the Sheep Lakes operation, which is another really cool place in Rocky. A lot of great people that dedicate their time to working there and helping protect the bighorn sheep and tell that story to the visitors.
Yeah, so that's down in Horseshoe Park. Fastest way is from Fall River entrance, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Just, for our visitors, look it up on our website, Fall River entrance, Sheep Lakes information. So you did that for a little bit?
I did. But, honestly, one of my dreams in coming back to Rocky Mountain National Park was to work at the Alpine Visitor Center and to kind of manage this part of the park from an interpretive standpoint. I just love the high elevation. It's really for me what makes Rocky really special.
Yeah.
It's the part of the park that I love the most. So when I was able to come back up here and start, managing the Alpine Visitor Center and recruiting volunteers and park staff that were also really excited about this environment. It's been awesome. It's going to be hard to leave.
Yeah, man. It's hard to top this, no pun intended. It is the highest elevation parks visitor center in the National Park Service, for those who might not know.
Yeah, surprisingly, the second highest elevation visitor center, I'm pretty sure, is in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's on Haleakala, yeah.
That makes sense. I never thought about that.
But a lot of people would not expect that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. I remember one winter I almost took an internship there in Haleakala, and they were like, yeah, by the way, it's real cold up here and remote. It is very high
I think their visitor center is at like 10,000 feet.
Yeah, it's really high up there. Like it gets below freezing a lot. Hawaii is an amazing place. So you've been up here running the Alpine Visitor Center for a while. What are some of the, I'm sure there are many, challenges of running the Alpine Visitor Center? Because it's such a crazy place to build anything.
It is. And that's honestly what I tell my staff, my new staff in the spring, before we can even get up here, because the road is still closed.
Yeah, when can you usually get up here?
Usually late May. We shoot for Memorial Day weekend, but that more times than not doesn't happen. It's
so
usually,
you don't have long between when you can get here when it opens to the public?
No.
Okay.
So yeah, it's kind of honestly a ridiculous place to have a building.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, it's a little over the top. So I think just the location is kind of ridiculous. We don't have running water for the first few weeks that we're open in the spring, and for the last 3 or 4 weeks that we're open in the fall, which is not a big hardship or anything, but it surprises a lot of visitors.
Yeah.
They're not prepared for it.
Absolutely.
They don't understand why they can't have a flush toilet. So little things like that make it kind of challenging sometimes. The weather is totally squirrely, especially in the early season and late season. We can have blizzards blow in, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
Lightning. I mean, our building has been struck by lightning before.
Yeah.
When it's really kind of dicey, you step outside and you can hear our lightning rod on the roof humming. And that's always a sign to go right back inside and tell people to put their umbrellas away.
So yeah, when people drive up, they'll see, or if they look at pictures online, these huge logs on the roof. That's for snow load, I assume.
It's to hold the roof on in the winter so it doesn't blow off.
From the wind.
Yeah.
Okay, because the wind up here is crazy.
Yeah, 100 mile an hour plus in the winter.
And then, all the lightning, rods sticking up. Yeah. So there you go.
Yep. So yeah, the building tells its story pretty well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, and then, people, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of otherworldly for a lot of visitors. They pop above tree line and it's like no other place they've ever been.
Yeah.
And the road doesn't have guardrails and their heart's pounding a little faster and they can't quite catch their breath and the road doesn't have guardrails and they're freaking out and they pull into the parking lot and they're having a full-on panic attack. And, we calmly and confidently reassure them that the road is just as wide here as it is in Kansas. And, it can be really scary though.
Yeah, it does scare a lot of people, understandably.
So just the kind of the visitor dynamic, people coming in not feeling well, people coming in freaked out about the road.
Yeah.
People coming in just super, blissed out because this is a pretty incredible environment.
Yeah.
So you get the full gamut. So you never quite know what your day is going to bring, which is one of the reasons I love it. But yeah, it can be an interesting place to work for sure.
Yeah. What is it about the alpine for you that speaks to you? I mean, I certainly can relate to that because I find the same thing. The first time that I went above tree line, I guess probably was in Yellowstone, and I was just like, this is it. This is it for me. I just immediately loved it. And I think as many people as there are who are kind of freaked out by it, there's a lot of people who have that feeling. But what is it for you that keeps the magic going?
I kind of think it's a combination of the just the visual landscape, the incredible views, the fact that you can see mountain ranges that are, 40, 50 miles away. That it's such this wide open expanse of a landscape. And that kind of combined with the really hardy, cool, quirky adaptations to the plants, interesting animals that are only found in the high elevations. I'm definitely a plant person, so I geek out on the alpine flowers totally. And just the fact that it's like such a harsh environment and the weather and the climate really shape it on some super in super nuanced ways that I just find really intriguing. And I'm always discovering something new. And it's just an incredible landscape. It's my happy place. It's where I go in my head when I need to be in my happy place.
Yeah, that's a good point about one thing I always like is kind of the rawness because things are so on the edge that you can see natural processes fairly clearly compared to lots of places. There's not trees covering up or there's complexity, of course. There's a lot of complexity, but there's also a certain straightforwardness about it.
It's pared down a little bit.
Yeah, you can just see how, even looking out here, you can see how on steeper slopes, grasses will kind of shift down and you can see how frost affects things and you can see
how slope affects things.
Right, exactly. That's a big one is, seeing north facing versus south facing or east or west and how that has an effect. And you just see all these natural things kind of laid out in front of you. And then, too, the power is you can't ignore it. You can have no illusion that you're in charge. It's just because every day that illusion will be shattered by something.
Yeah.
And to me, also, it feels a little bit like going into space, because it's like you get a little bit of the year where you can come up here and be relatively comfortable as a biological human. And then most of the year is just completely unsurvivable for a person. Basically.
Super harsh.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And one thing I wanted to come back to, because you mentioned a little bit earlier, and I think a lot of visitors may not know the kind of human history of Trail Ridge, and before it was a road, just Trail Ridge. Can you talk about that a little bit, and what it was used for, and the role that it played for different cultures?
Yeah, so the human history here goes back at least 12,000 years.
Wow.
We found archaeological evidence in the park of people using the high country, especially, way back.
Yeah.
And, kind of seasonally, of course, just like you just mentioned, it's not the kind of environment that humans can live in year round, but, it's a very rich environment in the summer as far as animal migration. Of course, 12,000 plus years ago, there was different species here than there is today. But, prehistoric people used this area for hunting, for gathering, for travel between kind of intermountain valleys. And the routes that they used continued to be used down into more modern native peoples. The Ute people used this area for a long time. I think at least 500, 600 plus years, and they used those same travel corridors that the prehistoric people used. There wasn't this big break. It was kind of a continuous use of this area. And once again, archaeological evidence of camps in the high country, of spiritual significance, and places of really powerful religion for the native people. We found archaeological evidence of that, as well as areas where animals were captured and butchered for food. So there's a incredibly rich human history in this area, and even today we're learning more about that human history and how different spiritual sites in the park might be tied together and might have ties to the seasons or to astronomical events. Or to other sites at lower elevation, and how they might be linked. And then kind of the late arrivals on the scene, the Arapaho, in the 1800s came into this area. And, the Arapaho and Ute are still consider this a very significant place in their culture. A lot of spiritual significance still here. The rivers in particular here, the fact that so many rivers start in the park is really significant. And then these high elevation areas, some of the kind of spiritual sites are still considered really sacred to Ute and Arapaho even today, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
I think, a lot of our visitors feel a spiritual connection to this landscape, and that's not something new. That's not like, oh, they made it a national park, and now people can, have this incredible spiritual experience and connection to this place. This has been a significant place for humans for a long, long time.
Right. Yeah, it's been speaking to people for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. We're very latecomers on the scene in the grand scheme of things as the National Park Service goes.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting too that, just when people come to visit, or if you're not coming to visit but you want to look online, go to our park website, see a map, or look it up on any map, and just look at Trail Ridge, not Trail Ridge Road, but just Trail Ridge, and you'll see it just makes sense as a place to travel. And so we have the Ute Trail that you can hike on that follows pretty closely the foot trail that was used, and even Trail Ridge Road doesn't stray too far from that.
It doesn't for many miles. Trail Ridge Road follows that route that was used by prehistoric and Ute and Arapaho people.
Yeah, it's just I always enjoy thinking about that when I'm here. That like you said, the park itself It's been here now over 100 years, which seems old, but is a very small drop in the bucket that people have been here for a really long time. What are the most common visitor questions that you get up here?
Well, certainly about the building.
Yeah.
Why are the logs on the roof?
Okay.
It's kind of an interesting architectural component.
Yeah.
And
so we covered that.
We covered
to keep the roof from getting ripped off by insane wind.
Yep, keeps the building from blowing away. We get a lot of questions about the poles along the road.
Oh, yeah, that's a good
the
one.
Snow poles.
Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people think it's to measure the depth of snow. When in fact, they are put there so that the plow drivers can find the road in the spring.
Yeah.
Which is pretty mind-boggling to think about.
Yes, if we've been for the past few years posting pictures every spring when the road crew are up here. So go on our Facebook and scroll back a little bit into May and look at some of those pictures, and you'll see why the snow poles exist. You cannot see the road. So that's what those are for.
Yes, that's what those are for. And we get a lot of questions just about hikes and, the wildlife up here sometimes is new for folks. Marmots and pika and some of the bird species like the white-tailed ptarmigan are unique to high mountain areas. So we get a lot of questions about that. And then because people have traveled, from the low elevations of the park to get here, they'll make note of things along the way, and we'll get questions about the dead trees that people see from the insect outbreaks that we've had in the last couple decades due to warming temperatures and longer summers and warmer, shorter winters. So we definitely get questions about that.
Yeah.
And and just people wondering where they can go to explore more. Folks, they are intrigued with this landscape, and being on a mountaintop is a pretty awesome experience. And so we get a lot of what's a good peak to hike, or where can I, get out and explore the tundra a little bit more.
And what about critters? What are the critters people wonder about?
Well, people definitely wonder about the marmots, the yellow-bellied marmots. Even though they're not exclusively found in the alpine tundra, people seem to notice them and see them more up here. So people wonder, what was that animal? Was it a beaver? They'll wonder what it was doing.
Yeah.
And then the pika, of course, the American pika, which is, at least in this part of the world, pretty much a high elevation animal.
Yeah.
And an animal we're definitely really watching. We mentioned how this is such a harsh environment. It's kind of like life on the edge. And, because things are so fine-tuned to the environment up here, changes in the environment definitely can have significant ramifications for some of these species. And the pika, because they're so well adapted to cold, but not so much to warm in the summers. And then they of course, can't be too cold in the winters. We're concerned about changes in snowpack affecting them in the winter, and then warmer temperatures in the summer affecting whether or not they can gather enough food to make it through the winter.
Right.
So people ask about the pika, and it's a good opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the research that's ongoing in the park and some of the things we're learning about this environment as it does change with the changes that are happening in our climate.
Yeah, any changes to averages you can start to see pretty quickly up here a lot of time. I mean, on the decade scale, which is enough for people to be able to actually notice. Even people who visited here or worked here for a long time.
Well, even something as simple as a snowfield. We get a lot of questions about the snowfield right here from the Alpine Visitor Center that we're looking at. And, we used to consider it a permanent snowfield because in the history of the park, at least, no one had ever seen it melt. And then I believe it melted for the first time completely in 2003. It was gone. And it doesn't melt every year now, but, I wouldn't consider it a permanent snowfield anymore.
Right.
And so, that's one of those changes that people who have visited, over the years might witness themselves. So it's not always a change that a scientist has to do in-depth research to determine. Sometimes it's as simple as noticing that, wow, I've never seen that snowfield as small as it is, or wasn't there always snow here in late August? And this year there's not. What's going on? So the Alpine Tundra definitely, has a lot of, I think, important lessons about changes that are happening, and then what that might mean for the future.
So we'll end with 2 questions.
Okay.
Second to last question, penultimate, whatever the word is. If you could give, we've covered a lot of tips about safety, where you can see things, animals, questions, things like that. So kind of apart from that, more general, if you could give people one piece of advice or just something to keep in mind as they come to Rocky, they come to the Alpine, maybe come to the Alpine Visitor Center, what would it be? It can be practical, or it can be more not practical, I guess.
I mean, I guess I would just say, take the time to really notice the little things. A place like Rocky, the landscape itself can overwhelm you because it's just like yelling at you in your face. Like, look at me. This view is amazing.
Yeah.
How can you notice anything else?
Sure.
And I think, that alone is very powerful. But I think when folks kind of zoom in on a more more micro scale, they can really discover some true treasures, whether it's noticing how an animal is behaving or noticing that teeny tiny, alpine flower at their feet that they almost stepped on because they were enjoying the view. Or just noticing, something down at lower elevations with, a rotting log in the forest and what's growing around it. Sometimes those little things, I think sometimes can layer on top of the overwhelming landscape pieces of a place like Rocky Mountain National Park and just add an incredible richness to your experience. So take the time to notice the little things, whatever that might mean, wherever you are in the park.
That's great. Take the time to notice the little things. And finally, so your first internship was at Rocky. You worked here before, you worked here now. What does Rocky mean to you? Hard question.
Wow.
Tough question.
That's a hard question. What does Rocky mean to me?
Kathy had a hard time with it too. Probably everybody will, but I'm going to ask everybody anyway.
I think it's changed over the years. When I first came here as kind of a, wide-eyed intern, it meant, just this really wild landscape, that I had to kind of prove myself in and figure out, how to be confident and capable in. And I think now, having worked here for a long time and having explored a lot of other Western landscapes as an adult, backpacking and, really, really getting to know places. I think now I see it more as a place to introduce people. Like, it's not as wild to me now that I've spent time in other places that are, bigger acreage wise and less visited people wise and, maybe a little more remote. Like, I don't feel kind of that sense of real kind of wildness and almost, an edge of danger to it as I did when I first came here. So now I see it as like a really cool place to introduce other people to like wildness. So I kind of see it as like the baby pool for our visitors. And I see a lot of our visitors experiencing it that way.
Yeah.
This is the first place they've really hiked very much. And, this is the first place they figured out how to pee in the woods and, how to use a water filter.
Sure.
And so I kind of see it now for visitors. It's what it was to me, a long time ago.
Right.
It was the place I kind of like got my wilderness legs under me and really learned to love wild places and exploring them on a more intimate level.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think about that a lot with Rocky and with a lot of national parks in general, is that, there's a lot of public land other than national parks, and a lot of it is really remote and out there with little to no visitor services, certainly no paved road that goes up to 12,000 feet. But this is a place where you can come with your family, or you can come regardless of your experience level and see what, the Southern Rockies can be, what Alpine can be. And then when you look at a map and you see all this stuff that is so hard to get to, you can have a personal appreciation and connection for it and understand the importance of it. I think that's a great point.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us.
You
this
are very
has been
welcome.
super fun.
Yeah.
And
anytime I can talk about the high mountains, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. When people come up to Alpine Visitor Center, maybe you'll see Cynthia. If you do, say hi.
Yeah, stop in and say hi.
And we hope we'll see you soon. that's our show. Thank you for joining us on this second episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. We have got a ton of great episodes in the works. We've been scheduling things left and right. So again, our public information officer, we're actually going to ride one of our shuttle buses up to Bear Lake and walk around Bear Lake and talk about the Rocky Pledge, talk about just general tips for seeing the park, and learn what a public information officer does at a park. It's actually a really, really interesting job, and Kyle has a ton of cool experience to share with you. We're going to be talking to our volunteer program coordinator, our museum curator. We're going to be talking to backcountry folks, climbing rangers. We have all sorts of stuff lined up for you. So we encourage you to subscribe for all future episodes for sure. And go on iTunes and give us some reviews if you like our show. We have a couple up there already, which is great. We appreciate those. And those just help people find our podcast and help it grow. You can also go to our homepage, which is at go.nps.gov/RMNpod, where you can get show notes. You can see a few pictures. There's a transcription available. And you can actually leave comments for any of our episodes. There's a little comment section at the bottom of each post. And we would love any feedback you have for stories you would like to hear, ways the podcast could be improved, anything you have that can make this be the best it can be. So we appreciate all your feedback, and we look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Ashton Hooker.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Hey, Miles.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Well, thanks for joining. We are joined today by Brett DeYoung.
Hello.
Thanks, Brett. Who is the park supervisory telecommunications specialist here in Yellowstone. So to kind of kick us off with this conversation about telecommunications, cell towers, computers, all the techie stuff that can be a little polarizing here in a park like Yellowstone. People like, remote places without any connectivity. We're going to get into all that, but I have a little trivia for you first. So let's see. We're talking about data. This is a big park, a lot of employees, a lot of computers, a lot of storage. How much storage do you think is supported on Yellowstone's network? You have to take a wild guess.
I'll take a wild guess. 100 terabytes.
You are actually spot on. Oh. That's amazing.
I remember Mark's emails.
Good job. So to put that into perspective, I was like, what does 100 terabytes actually mean?
Mm-hmm.
So correct me if I'm wrong. This was just some brief Googling. So 300,000 digital photos require 1 terabyte. So if you multiply that by 100, that is 30 million photos. That's a ton.
That's a lot of photos.
That's a ton of data and storage.
Or 1 hour of 8K footage. Just kidding.
Yeah. That's probably not too far off. Yeah. But anyway, to get into this topic more, we have Brett DeYoung. Thanks for joining us, Brett. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Good. So starting us off, where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
I started volunteering with the National Park Service. I came to Yellowstone right after graduating from Purdue, and I worked for the concessionaire, and I worked with the rangers at Old Faithful doing search and rescue and a number of other different things. Other jobs that I did for the concessionaire and risk management and fire safety. I worked with a fire marshal, and I worked with the safety office, and an engineering office. I worked with a facility maintenance division. So I knew most everybody pretty well after the 16 years that I'd worked for the concessionaire. And then one day I got a call from someone, and I applied for a job, and I walked across the street. And I asked them where the cafeteria was, because at the concessionaire, they fed us every day. And they told me I had to bring my own lunch.
Oh,
Oh
bummer.
man.
So I'm still working through that.
Yeah, you're still learning how to,
But
feed yourself
2006
every
is when I
day.
came over.
Did you why did you first come out and start volunteering? Were you just an outdoors person before that, or?
Yeah, I came out here like most people do, because they want to experience the outdoors and they want to live in it, and they want to, rather than taking a vacation, they want to walk out the door and do it on their time off. And so, yeah, I was just drawn to that. And it was a really close-knit community down at Old Faithful.
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up working winters and summers seasonally. And, we all worked closely with the Rangers. So it was just nice to spend time and broaden our sphere. So.
Mm-hmm. And what was it? Was there something about Yellowstone that drew you here, or was it just kind of, you just happened to
Not
come out
much,
here?
really.
Yeah.
No. It was, I was graduating from college in 1989 at Purdue, and it was during a recession at the time, and I was gung-ho to start paying off student loans, and I had a friend that kept saying, I love, I've been working summers in Yellowstone, and you should come out. And I said, okay, let's come out for a summer. And I think you hear that story a lot.
Yep.
People get hooked.
Got hooked.
So, yep. And my wife came out eventually, not long after that, and we just made a home of it.
Cool.
It's such a big park, and there's so many opportunities. You can move all over the place laterally, and there's a lot to do here. That's a benefit of a great big park.
Mm-hmm. So as a supervisory telecommunications specialist, do you have a typical day on the job? Is there even such a thing? Does it vary by season? What does that look like for you?
Most days are typical. When you get into a supervisory position, you don't get out in the park as much. So there's a lot of office time, which is, can be the downside. The upside is that you work with you have a staff, and they become your team, and that's fun too. And you kind of live through them in a lot of ways. But a typical day, we support Yellowstone's dispatch center, which is an 8-position dispatch center. It's FCC licensed, and it's an alarm monitoring center. It's a very busy center, as you all know, and it also supports the communities of Gardner and Corwin Springs and Silvergate and Cook City, and but we support all their technology, all their systems, their 911 systems, their CAD systems. That's their dispatch system. And it's very complex. So if I didn't get a call in the middle of the night from a dispatcher, then the first thing I do is when I get up at 4:45 in the morning is I look at my phone to see if there's any emails from any dispatchers, and maybe a radio system wasn't working correctly, or they weren't getting, when a 911 call came in, it didn't give the phone number or the address, or it was a misroute or something like that. So I look for those first thing just to see what the day is going to be like. And if there's none of those, then I, like many employees, live outside, in outside communities. I live in Immigrant up in Paradise Valley. If anybody's watched the Yellowstone TV show, it's not like that, but it's very pretty. But I live, so it's an hour commute for me. And we have a rideshare program that we've been doing since 1991, where employees all ride together, and it's a great thing. So, and I've been the program manager of that since 2016. But so sometimes I'll drive the van and drive a bunch of my employees to work. And anyway, so typical day. Then we get here at 7. A lot of us work 10-hour shifts and get in at 7. And I go around, I work with all my staff. I see what the telephone people are up to, what the IT people are up to, what kind of challenges they have, what's on the agenda for the day, what the alarm shop's doing, what the radio shop's doing. And after I've caught up with all of them, then it's like a lot of other jobs. It's emails and contracts and phone calls and meetings.
Gotcha. And so that day that you said you walked across the street to start working for the Park Service, obviously you didn't start out as like a supervisory telecommunications specialist. So can you tell us kind of your path from there to where you are now? Like, did you have other jobs in the meantime, or?
Yeah, that was pretty linear. I came across the Duo Fire Alarm Systems project. I was working in the engineering department with Xanterra, and We had tackled some big fire alarm system deficits. We took care of big buildings with Xanterra, the concessionaire. We did the Old Faithful Inn, the Lake Hotel, really important overnight occupancies where you can't have, you can't empty the building in the middle of the night because of a nuisance alarm. We did that sometimes. So we got things kind of under wraps over there, and then there were some deficits over here, and they wanted me to tackle that. So that's the job I got hired for. But then I became the alarm shop supervisor, and then my supervisor at the time that hired me, he went on to be the superintendent of American Samoa National Park. So then I detailed in his position, and eventually I got the position. So
nice.
And he's now the superintendent of Death Valley. So he never liked the cold.
Yeah.
I was about to say, he's
Yeah.
not the place to be if you don't like cold here in Yellowstone.
But an interesting thing about him is he hiked every single trail in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Wow.
And he was here 5 years. His name was Mike Reynolds, and he's still the superintendent of Death Valley. And then when he completed that project, he started hiking them backwards.
Oh, wow.
And then he left for American Samoa.
Wow.
So, yeah, I haven't
That
done.
is an accomplishment.
I'd
yeah.
like to do that, but it hasn't happened yet.
So you kind of ran through all of them, but I'm just curious if you could restate all of the different systems that fall under telecommunications in the park, because I think people, sometimes I forget, I'm like, I think I'm covering all of them, and I forget fire alarms or something like that.
I forget sometimes too.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot.
And then we're reminded. So the radio systems is a really important one, the land mobile radio system. We've got a big complex system, and that's what the rangers used to talk, and we send out pages. We still do pages for our advanced life support crews and EMTs. Law enforcement. There's resource protection people that are doing bear jams and animal jams and things like that. And it's just safety too for people working in the backcountry so they can communicate. So radio is a really important thing. We have telephones. We've got about 500 landlines and 180, 190 cell phone lines. So we manage all those contracts and all that hardware for that and the network that it takes to push it out there. The IT department, we've got a very complex network to get it out there. As you know, the chief information officer came out here one time from the Department of the Interior. He said the last mile is Mammoth. So everything we do to get that from Mammoth to the rest of the park is magic. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of different methods. So then we do internet services. We do all the right-of-way permits for the cell companies. There's a few of those in the park, 5 towers that we try to hide. There's what else? Telephone systems.
Alarm systems, you were saying.
Alarm systems, yeah, fire alarm systems, security alarm systems, video security.
And then all the dispatch, which is, like you said,
dispatch support,
very complex and very important.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I hope I didn't leave anything off so any of my staff is disappointed. But yeah, we do all that, and we try to keep it behind the scenes. So the visitors come and they see the resource and the animals and everything, and this goes unseen, but it's critical to keep them safe. And
right.
So, yeah. So
very important stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people, like you said, they visit and they would never know
hopefully
what's going on. Yeah, hopefully that's the goal.
Well, and I think a lot of parks in different settings have a lot of these things. They don't have to manage them themselves. We're such a big place. It's like, there's cell phone towers outside of smaller units, or telecommunication stuff kind of comes right up to the edge. Not that they don't have things that they need to do, but I always tell people Yellowstone, it's like a mini state in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah. If you can have a cell tower at a gateway community that covers where you need it to cover, that's great. We don't have to put it on federal land, but that just doesn't work here. It just doesn't reach far enough.
Right.
Yeah. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job?
Most important skill, prioritizing. Technical aptitude is the obvious one. A broad array of technical experience. Yeah. You have to be kind of a generalist in a lot of ways and, a specialist in others. But prioritization is really important. Essentialism is really important, which is kind of like prioritization, but doing what's most important all the time. And finding focus is really important because multitasking is kind of a defeatist sort of a skill. I think you do a better job for your customers when you're more focused and less multitasking.
Yeah. And so what would you say is your favorite part of your job?
Well, it's probably a boring answer, but it's true. I really like coming in and working with all my staff, seeing them face to face. We do have some remote workers, especially in IT, and they're great. And it's really fun to interact with people at different parks in different parts of the country. But, interacting with the staff, they're enthusiastic. A lot of them have been around for a long time. And you bounce ideas off each other, and they resource and network, and so that's great. The other best part about the job is probably going to like remote repeater sites up on mountaintops, and we'll hike to some of those. Sometimes we fly. We try not to, but skiing to them is pretty cool. It takes a lot of planning, and you got to be safe, but that's a great way to stay connected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been some good trips up to Mount Holmes the past few years, I feel like, among others. Yeah, but I know I've seen some pictures from that in challenging conditions. Things always like to go down in the middle of the winter, it seems like.
Yeah, and we do everything we can to make sure that they're going to hold up for the winter. Do all that work in the summer, but occasionally they quit, so you have to travel.
Yeah, we get some less than ideal weather in Yellowstone sometimes.
Just
we do.
Sometimes.
We certainly do. Sometimes you can't fly, so you have to take other methods to get there. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you just have to wait.
And where are those located?
We have 8 mountaintop repeaters. We have one on Druid Peak in the Lamar that you can't see. We have one on Henderson Mountain just outside of the park. We have one on Top Notch, which is in the park. We have one on Mount Washburn, which you can drive to for about 4 months of the year. That's quite a luxury. We have one just outside of the park on Survey Peak, in right on the edge of Grand Teton National Park and the Jebediah Smith Wilderness area, which is funny. You have to land the helicopter right on the park side because that's recommended wilderness, and Jebediah is actual wilderness, so no helicopters. So it's like an invisible line right on the peak. And then there's also Sheridan has one with a 1926 New Deal era fire lookout up there.
Wow.
That's really cool. And Mount Holmes, there's one on there. There's one on Purple Mountain. And the Mount Holmes one was inside a 1926 fire lookout, but it got struck by lightning and went down in a blaze. So let's see, did I miss any? Oh, Bunsen Peak also, which is just outside of Mammoth.
Which people can hike up to if they want.
They can.
Yeah. And see that one.
The Holmes one made me sad. That was the first one I'd ever hiked up to of the fire lookouts.
Yeah.
I was sad when that burned down.
Yeah.
Such a cool location.
Sure was.
And so you mentioned your favorite parts of the job. On the other side of that, what are some of the toughest things that you encounter in your position?
The toughest things is when things crash. That's a real challenge. Those middle of the night calls, you have to wake up and be lucid and understand what the problem is and who your resources are, and get to the root of the problem pretty quickly. It always amazes me how quickly we can restore something that seems catastrophic. So that's really challenging. Other things, like we may have links go down for days and there's been 2 times in my career that we lost Mount Washburn, which is kind of a hub, and we didn't have any cell service at all. And there's a lot of medicals in Yellowstone. There's a lot of, heart attacks and life flights and things like that. And when someone can't call 911 from an interior location, that burden just falls on us really hard. And if you're in the middle of something else and that call comes in, you're just, there's really no backup for you. So you just have to be fully engaged. Last fall that happened, and there's only been a handful of times that it happened, but last fall it happened the night before I direct a running race north of Yellowstone And so as the director, I was very busy and probably going to be up all night, but this happened in the middle of the night. So managing those two things was hard. So
yeah, I can imagine emergencies like that can be very stressful.
Yeah.
But
exciting.
Yeah, exciting and thankful that you're there to assist.
But then it's good to, I mean, there's always an upside to a challenge, an opportunity with a challenge, but just having a phone full of resources and knowing that I can get a hold of, a power company representative in the middle of the night, a cell tower company representative in the middle of the night, and I can get these things back up with their help. Everywhere in America, the linemen are always out in the worst times, and they're kind of heroes when it comes to that sort of stuff. So that's the role we have to fill.
Yeah. So even with those types of difficulties or challenges that you might encounter, what keeps you here? What keeps you working for the National Park Service? Why do you stick around?
Oh, gosh, all kinds of things. I mean, just the whole mission of it. Oh, one of the biggest things is just that this is just still an intact ecosystem. And, all the predator-prey relationship, all the predators that are restored, and that's amazing. And I've been here 30 years and you don't get over that. So that's a thing. And then the people and, I don't know, I could go on and on. Yeah. Skiing's pretty good.
Yeah. Maybe not this winter.
I try not to talk about skiing too much because you guys only have so much time.
Yeah. We'll have to hear some ski stories another time. But do you have in all your years being here in Yellowstone, working for the National Park Service, do you have a defining moment? Is there a moment that sticks out to you that you're like, yes, like that's why I work here, and it was super rewarding?
Okay, here comes a ski story.
Okay, perfect.
We had Mountain Homes, and Miles, you referenced this, but in 2011, Mountain Homes, the repeater antenna went down in December, and there was a big storm coming in. And the Mountain Homes repeater is also used by Montana State Patrol for Highway 191 outside of the park, where there's a lot of accidents. It's a dangerous road. It's a pretty important one. So, but we couldn't get a helicopter in because the storm front was coming in fast. So we decided we were going to ski it. So it was a team of three. It was another guy, Dustin Seen. He was a radio tech with us. Now he's the superintendent of Bighorn National Monument and Bighorn Recreational Area and some other stuff. And Doug Krause, who's our Hel-Tech foreman. We put together that trip in December, which there isn't much daylight. And we thought we'd stay in the Winter Creek cabin on the way in. We opened up the door, and it was about a half-inch deep in mouse poop. Ooh. So we said, nope. We're not going to do that. We thought we can push to the summit. So it was a real big effort. We got to the summit, and I got the cabin opened, and the storm was starting to pick up. And this is a 10,300 foot peak. It's a big effort. It took hours, and
it's a long ski in too, right? I mean, it
is a long ski. Yeah, it's a
10 miles.
Yeah,
one way,
it's
right?
eight hard miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got the cabin opened up. We got a temporary antenna installed, testing it out, and then we got that door closed. And the storm came in and just blew so hard all night. It just rattled that fire lookout all night. And but that was pretty neat. We were testing the radio from inside, and we were talking to Montana Highway Patrol on this really remote site. And next morning, ski out was nice.
Oh, that's super cool.
So that was good.
Yeah.
Good trip.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a defining moment. But that's one of the good ones.
Yeah. Definitely memorable. It sounds like.
Yeah.
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 So I'm just, you said about 30 years you've been doing telecommunications stuff in Yellowstone, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, of course, all fields change over time, but I feel like telecoms may be the fastest changing field in the past 30 years, I would venture. So what's it been like to see? I mean, even I'm trying to think, my first summer here was 2006, and I think there was like a payphone in our dorm. I mean, there was no internet that we could even use, or my cell phone didn't work unless I drove a long way. I would think I was at Canyon. And you were here well before that. So what's it been like to see the change? Because now I'm at home and I can stream 4K
movies from a satellite. It's so different.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So my first summer was '89, and we had a payphone, and we couldn't get radio stations, and we couldn't get TV stations. We watched VHS movies at the pub. That was fun. But it has changed a lot, and that's always a topic of discussion. And whenever there's some sort of new proposal, we get a lot of comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've noticed that people are very invested in the connectivity in Yellowstone.
Yeah, so there's two different aspects to your question. There's the expectation of a wilderness experience or a historic experience as well. But then there's also keeping up with what the needs are. And then, we're also a government agency, so we're on a government network, and we have cybersecurity issues, and we have to protect those perimeters like vigilantly as much as any other government agency.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So we're always protecting ourselves from threats, So that's the biggest agent of change these days, is keeping up with that and all the training and what we have to do for that. But everything in the middle between then and now, we've gone from, like you said, you had a cell phone, there was very few towers.
Mm-hmm.
We've added a few. We've definitely put a stop to more towers. But there was a point when Suzanne Lewis was the superintendent, and she said, I'm the only one who's going to have a cell phone. And then, then that expanded a little bit, and now we've got 150 of them out there because it's kind of a tool that everybody has to use, and the cost has gone down. But so, yeah, that's a big question. It's changed. A lot has changed. And we're fortunate to have some people that have been working in IT for 35 years, which is pretty neat because it's fun to hear their stories.
Mm-hmm.
But we also do have a wireless communications plan that the park put together in 2009, and that limits a lot of our wireless technology. So the intent of that is to not have cellular service on the roadways and in the backcountry, and limit it to the developed areas and only specific developed areas, which is a bit of a compromise. This is still one of those places in the lower 48, you can drive from Mammoth to Old Faithful and not have a cell signal for, 52, 53 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, especially with how ubiquitous internet connectivity has become everywhere. I think sometimes visitors come and they're just like, some people come specifically for that, and other people are just shocked. They're like, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean my Google Maps doesn't tell me where to go? Or like, where can I get Wi-Fi here?
Yep.
And there's one place, it's 3 hours away.
Yeah. I get the visitor comments in both perspectives.
Yeah, exactly, in both directions.
Sometimes in the middle, but usually strongly one way or the other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're getting into the nitty gritty here. If somebody were to go on USA Jobs and want to apply, to work in telecommunications, what series would they be looking for?
Well, the telecommunications series is the 0391. Electronics technician, which is our radio technicians and alarm technicians, are 0856. And the IT specialists are 2210 or 2210. And that's a really fast growing series because everything is connected by networks now. So radio's connected, telephone's connected by networks. So that's a good one to look for. And there's a lot of recruiting going on in the IT world. So in my branch, you could be any one of those threes.
Okay. And so are the opportunities available from like entry level all the way up? What does that look like?
Yeah. 7, 9, 11, 13.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so what types of training or anything like that would people need to get into that type of work?
You just fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. A variety of stuff. Radio technicians, we hire a lot from the military because they get really good training.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up antennas and repeaters and base stations and microwave network extenders and things like that. But anyone who's worked with radio frequency technology, IT, there's all kinds of, you can be Cisco certifications, you can be, graduate in computer science. We've hired those. a lot of people just gain a lot of knowledge and experience from jobs. And so as a hiring official myself, I look for all of those things. Myself, I have a bachelor's in the School of Technology with a specialty in organizational leadership. So I'm a lot of, leading a group as much as the technical. So it varies. There's no straight track.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll kind of find that in the Park Service as well. People kind of come from all kinds of backgrounds as well. So yeah.
I think knowledge and experience counts for more on a resume for this line of work than a degree does. But yeah, I don't know. We've hired some recent graduates too. So
do you have any advice if people were interested in applying or, getting that experience? What advice would you give for them?
Yellowstone, we feel like we're really specialists. A lot of small parks have one technology person and everything's thrown at them. But we're really, as far as the industry goes, we're generalists. So if you're in IT, if you're doing like system administration, also learn about networking and also learn about cybersecurity and learn about maybe coding, so branch out a little bit. And if you're, if you're into radios, also learn about networking so you can do radio over IP. So I would say that those are important things to do. If you want to work for us doing fire alarm systems, get like a NICET certification, National Institute for Certification in Engineering Technologies. And that tells me that you really know the codes, the fire codes in and out, and you're not going to build a system that's not going to work. So
cool.
Those are a few tips.
Yeah, that's great. And so finally, the last question we like to ask everybody is just about your personal experience, any memorable experience you've had. It could be either in Yellowstone or any other national park, work or personal time. Do you have a moment that sticks out to you?
Yeah, the 5 years I worked in the Bear Den ski shop at Snow Lodge.
Yeah.
That was the peak of my career, not of my pay, but
it's often how it works.
Yeah.
But it's been going up and down ever since. So yeah, that was great. We worked there the last year that it was open. It was the Snow Lodge then was nothing more than really, it looked like a roadside motel. It was cheap. Anybody could afford to stay there. The people that came to visit, they were all interesting. And the Bear Den ski shop was a log cabin with a wood stove right next to it. And that was great. They built a new hotel, the Snow Lodge Hotel, and the ski shop's in the gift shop now, and it's all still good. But those were good days back then. There was quite a community back then too. They were really strong skiers and outdoors people, and just a lot of fun.
That sounds awesome.
And many rangers worked in that ski shop too over the years before they moved over to the Park Service.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that wraps it up.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Brett.
Thanks for having me. It was fun.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brett DeYoung. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
Hello, world, and welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast, the official podcast of Rocky Mountain National Park. This podcast is something totally new for us. We're just getting started. This is episode 1. We're going to be running in a seasonal format, so we'll have a whole season, and this season we're going to do 10 episodes. What we're trying to do with the podcast is connect you to Rocky Mountain National Park through sounds and stories, with things like days in the field with climbing and backcountry rangers and park researchers, interviews with rangers about both their own lives and what they do in the park and the key park issues, soundscapes around the park, news, upcoming events, tips for your visit, all that kind of stuff. I'm your host, Miles Barger. I've worked as a guide in Yellowstone, Denali, and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Parks.
I've also worked as a cartographer for the NPS. NPS is Park Geek speak for the National Park Service. So you're going to hear a lot of people this season use that acronym, NPS, National Park Service. I made maps for the NPS brochure program, which makes the official brochures for all our National Park Service units. And now I'm here at Rocky, where I manage our webpage, social media, audio, video production, waysides and signs, printed publications, and other stuff. I'm not going to go too much into my story here right now, because as you'll see, the interviews on our podcast are not going to be formal and stuffy, blah, blah, blah. You know, we're not doing highly produced stuff. We're doing conversations with real rangers, with real park staff, volunteers out in the field. And we want it to be like you're sitting at a picnic table with us, you're sitting around a campfire, we're just having an interesting conversation. So I'm sure that in those conversations, details about me will naturally emerge. So for today's episode, I spoke with Kathy Brazelton, the East District Naturalist. The East District of Rocky Mountain National Park is the Estes Park side of the park. Kathy has been a longtime resident of Estes Park, and as you'll hear in our interview, has been in love with Rocky and the surrounding area for a long time. We chatted in Upper Beaver Meadows, a beautiful meadow backdropped by jaw-dropping mountain views, where we looked for signs of spring and learned about Kathy's lifelong passion for sharing with the world Rocky's unique beauty. We hope you enjoy. Welcome to the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Miles.
Thanks for joining us out here. Where are we right now? We're in Upper Beaver Meadows in the picnic area. I like Upper Beaver Meadows. I think it's a beautiful place. Good birds up here. Yeah.
I'm nodding.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll nod. We'll have nod on audio.
Okay.
So, how's that big snow? For those of you who might be surprised, it's what's today, May 23rd?
Yeah.
And we're standing in snow.
Because it's springtime in the Rockies.
Exactly. It's springtime in the Rockies. We just a few days ago had, gosh, my house we had over 3 feet.
Yeah.
I think in the park we had over
34,
3 feet.
something
34
like that.
or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. I think
Craziness.
Allen's Park had like 42.
Oh.
Have you seen a lot of snows that big here in the spring?
Not quite that big.
No.
You know, one year in March we got 56 inches.
56?
Yeah, it was phenomenal.
Whoa.
But those are odd little weather events.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing how it will snow and then melt very quickly. It's kind of nice. It's like a little hint of winter. All right. We'll just head into background stuff. So, Kathy, what do you do here at Rocky Mountain National Park?
I am the East District Naturalist, which means I supervise all of the interpretive stuff on the east side of the park from the Continental Divide down.
And what is, I don't know, our listeners might not know, we use the terms interpretation. What's an interpreter in the Park Service? We don't translate stuff, right? Well, we sort of do.
You know, I look at it, my grandmother to her dying day asked me what language I spoke. So
really?
and I think it is kind of being an interpreter. I take my knowledge and love of this place and put it into language that the visitor can understand because it's new to them.
So interpreters, we do stuff like ranger programs that people go on. What other kind of things?
Walks, talks, hikes. And then there's the non-personal stuff that you'll see around the park, the brochures and the wayside signs and things that help you understand where you are.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that.
Imagine you do.
So let's see. Where are you from, Kathy?
Originally. Born in Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee, but no accent. Amazing.
I lost it on purpose when
I
moved out here to go to college.
Yeah.
But I was a child of the South.
Yeah. I grew up in the South too, actually.
Yeah.
And I was kind of the same way. I didn't lose it on purpose, but I had a thick accent and Kentucky plus Mississippi plus Tennessee. So that was kind of a
doozy.
That's a good mix. And then I moved to Iowa when I was like 11 or 12 and it kind of went away. Memphis, Tennessee. How long did you live there?
2 years. But
2 years?
all my family was from there.
Oh, really?
But Daddy's company moved him all around.
Yeah.
And my family loved to travel.
Yeah.
And we came west.
Yeah,
In
like
the
a lot?
station wagon with the wood paneling on the side.
Like National Lampoon Vacation
Exactly.
style?
And 3 little girls in the back seat driving my parents crazy.
Oh, that's great.
But that's when I fell in love with the West.
Yeah, so it was you and 2 sisters.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And then ever since you can remember, you took trips out west?
Yep.
How did your parents get into that?
I'm not quite sure.
They just...
Dad was a crazy birder. He wanted to get lots of new species. And Mother was really enthralled with the beauty of the Native American lands. So we did a lot of poking around down in Monument Valley and Gallup, watching the dances.
Oh, wow.
And yeah.
That's
I had
awesome.
a blessed childhood, but it turned me on to my love for the national parks.
Yeah, that sounds great. What's the first national park you remember visiting?
Rocky.
Rocky? Really?
Yes.
How old are you?
I was 11 years old.
11. Wow.
Yep, and I fell in love with these mountains.
That was a family trip?
It was.
Huh. How long were you here? Did you camp?
No, we didn't camp. We hiked in the snow. We
Yeah?
all fell through. We had on our cotton jeans and our cotton boots. And it was May, though. We, coming from the south, we thought it would be warm. But no.
Oh, yeah.
But no, we had so many good experiences here. And then later we camped and backpacked and hiked all through the park. But
So you came here a lot
we did.
growing
we
up?
did.
Like how often? Would you come yearly or every few
I
years?
think we came once a year for probably 8 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then once I came out here and went to school, my parents kept coming back to visit.
So
I was
you went
their excuse.
You went to college here?
I went
in
to
this part of
Colorado
the country?
State.
Colorado State. Did you come? Was that because you loved Rocky so much, or do you love this area so much, or was it coincidence?
It was a combination of things. I adored the area, and I was going into forestry and natural resources, and CSU is the best school for that.
Okay. So do you think, I guess it's hard to say. I mean, it seems like your parents and visiting all the national parks would make you like resources and all that.
Oh,
Were
yeah.
you into that ever since you can remember as a little?
I wanted to be a ranger
little
ever
one?
since I was a little girl.
Really?
We went on a hike at the Grand Canyon, and I remember trotting along behind my wonderful ranger, and I asked him, "Do you really get paid for this?"
We still ask ourselves that
We do.
sometimes, don't we?
But I knew, and I
Wow.
was so lucky and blessed to have it happen.
Yeah, that's great. So you went to school at Colorado State in Fort Collins? Okay. Did you work? When was your first job as a ranger?
As a ranger?
Yeah, or in a national park. Did you ever do an internship? Or
Oh, yeah, I
anything
did
like that?
internships. I worked for state and national parks. I worked for Forest Service. I worked anywhere I could find a job in the biz.
What was your first thing in the biz?
When I was, parents don't let your children listen to this. When I was halfway through college, I took a semester off and I worked at Lowry State Park, our wonderful state park just down the hill. I worked for the Young Adult Conservation Corps. So it was a break from school, but it was also doing something that was, my goal was always, no matter what job I had, was to put some kind of a spin on it that would benefit the environment and benefit my career.
Yeah, sure. What kind of stuff did you do in that internship?
That was
or job?
So I made some maps and I worked on some trails.
Oh, that's interesting. Got to make maps.
Yeah.
I like to make.
I know you'd
doing
like that.
Yeah, I've made some maps in my time. I mean, it's interesting. I think because that question comes up a lot. I feel like from visitors is like, how did you do this, or how did you become a ranger, or what was involved, and I feel like those types of summer jobs and internships.
My first
key.
internship, you will love this. I went to Southern California, and it was the Louis Rubidoux Nature Center with Riverside County Parks. I was madly in love with a California boy at the time, so I did my internship down there. And the day that I got there, maybe within 2 or 3 days, my poor boss, who ended up being a wonderful friend of mine, was in a terrible accident and handed me the keys to the center and said, "Have a nice summer."
Wow.
So I learned,
You learned a lot.
from the kitchen sink on up,
Yeah.
but it was the best experience ever. I learned everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Sometimes I've had a few internships like that. Yeah, let's see. So when's the first time that you worked at Rocky Mountain National Park specifically?
I came here in the year 2000.
Year 2000. And what were you doing then?
Oh, it's a crazy story. I was chief ranger in several parks, chief of interpretation, and I wanted to move up here. And my husband got a job, and I didn't have a job yet. So I handed in my badge and moved up here on a leap of faith.
Yep.
But I wanted to raise my children up here. It's the scariest thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
But again,
it worked out.
Well, yeah. It was wonderful. And I had actually a summer off, which I haven't had since I was 16.
Yeah, that sounds great.
And I hiked and hiked and hiked and hiked.
Yeah, I got to. I mean, you already knew the park,
but you got to know it so much better. Right? Yeah, I'd sit down every morning with a topo map and a cup of coffee and just go, here we go.
Sounds like heaven.
It was.
That was a great
heaven.
Intro.
Yeah, and then I got hired on as a seasonal again, so I got to have all the fun and none of the responsibility of a supervisory position.
Yeah.
And then just moved on up. So
yeah, I guess that's something too we should explain for listeners, because this is our first episode of the podcast, so people are new to this stuff. Is that we kind of have different groupings of types of employees. We have kind of interns that are through different programs, Student Conservation Association at some parks, or here we have our own programs. And then we have seasonal employees, which are actually official government employees, but they're just working for up to 6 months or less. And then we have term employees, which are on kind of multi-year projects, but they're a defined limit. And then we have permanent employees,
right,
which is like what you'd normally think of as a full-time employee, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. So you started out seasonal again when you're doing that, but you've been a chief other places.
Yep.
Where'd you work before that?
I started in Redwood National Park.
Ooh, beautiful.
I was going to graduate school in the Pacific Northwest. It was beautiful.
When was Redwood created?
Oh gosh,
I'm trying to remember.
78.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It seems like it's always an evolving place.
Yeah,
so you're at Redwood.
I was at Redwood, and then I went from living redwoods to petrified ones. I went to fluorescent fossil beds.
That's kind of an interesting transition.
I'm looking at the fossils going, I know this ecosystem.
Wow, that's really interesting.
It was. Huge petrified stumps.
And fluorescence is in Oregon, right?
No, it's down
that's
in
right. That's the one in
Colorado.
I'm thinking of a different fossil ones in Oregon.
You're thinking of John Day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thinking of John Day.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
fluorescent.
For that, it was a wonderful thing. And then I went from there to Curated National Recreation Area. Which is different yet.
That's in Colorado also, right? Down by
between Gunnison and Montrose.
Montrose, yep. Yeah, I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a winter.
I was your neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that part of
Isn't it gorgeous?
The state.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
Curated is beautiful.
It is.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't realize that the National Park Service manages a lot of national recreation areas.
Yeah.
So not all National Park Service units are called national parks.
That's right.
Yeah, we have tons. I don't even know how many types of units.
Oh gosh,
like
the
15,
National Historic
16.
Site, National Monuments, National Battlefields, National Seashores. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, and for people, if you're listening and you're curious about that, go to, if you search the terms Find Your Park, you can actually find a big map that has, we have 400 and, what's the count now? 400 something units. And I think a lot of people don't even realize that we manage all that stuff. Anyway, Curated.
From there, I went to a little bitty place in Utah, Timpanogos Cave.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Gorgeous.
What's that like?
Oh, it's a little jewel box of a cave.
Is it a dry cave, wet cave?
It's a wet cave. It's still alive, with doors in it to help maintain the moisture ratio.
Wow.
It is way up high on a cliff, so people show up and expect it to be like Carlsbad, where they take an elevator or stairs down to the cave. Instead, they have to hike 1.5 miles up.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
it's in the limestone face.
What part of Utah is that in?
Just south of Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in the Wasatch Range there. It's beautiful.
I love that part of the country.
And then from there, I went to Great Sand Dunes. Now it's National Park and Preserve.
Yeah.
And then
at that time, was it?
It was just a national park.
National park, and then they added the preserve later.
Yeah.
That's also a fascinating place. If anybody's coming to Rocky and you have a longer trip, you should visit some of these places around us. I mean, Great Sand Dunes is bizarre.
It's phenomenal.
It's just
phenomenal.
These, hundreds and hundreds of foot tall sand dunes up against the Sangre de Cristos, and there's a 14er like right behind sand dunes.
Yes.
It's very bizarre. And then what's that creek that flows down?
Medno.
Yeah, and it flows like under the sand and kind of emerges on the other side.
It
and there's a
comes in
wetland.
and out.
I mean, it's just,
there's secret pockets back in there.
It's a bizarre place.
And bison herd and an elk herd. And
yeah, it's definitely worth. I mean, all parks. I've literally every park I've been to.
Same
even
here.
when I'm like, I don't know about this place. It's always interesting.
Every park has had some beauty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And so then after that, you came here to
up
Rocky.
here.
Huh. That's great. You got to be in
And
some
I'm a
nice
happy
places.
ending. Oh, I have been in wonderful
Yeah.
places.
You like it here, okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So how did you get into interpretation specifically? Is that what you'd always wanted to do, or
Yeah,
were you
I've
kind
done
of?
lots of jobs in the national parks, resource management, law enforcement, cleaned my share of toilets. But my passion was to get people excited about these beautiful places. And to me, interpretation was the key to that. Just to share my love for and knowledge of and watch that glow spread across their face. That's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I have to agree. I love that too. So you talked about taking trips with your family. Was there anyone specifically, like a specific ranger that you remember, or someone in your family specifically that really inspired that desire to
my
communicate
mom was
and inspire
a professional Girl Scout, outdoor education. And I was a scout myself, and that offered me many wonderful opportunities.
Yeah.
And then my dad being a birder, that's what we would do together. We'd go out on Saturdays and go birding when we could. So he taught me a lot about the different, birds and why they were there and the ecosystem idea. And I just loved science in school. I was a little science nerd. I just adored it.
Yeah.
But
that's great.
I had a hard time deciding whether I wanted to go into research and because I just love immersing myself in resource knowledge. But I really wanted the other piece too, the communication of the sharing of. That's important to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot for people in the Park Service. They kind of have a lot of interests. It takes a little bit to figure out, do you like being out in the field collecting data all the time, kind of on your own, or do you like interacting with people and and all of that?
Both.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of feel
And
the same
the
way.
old time ranger, when I started, was more of a general ranger, a generalist, and we got to do a lot of the different things. And we've gone a little more pegged now into different categories.
Yeah,
but
I've heard a lot of people mention that. I guess I've only been doing park stuff for about 10 years, but I've heard a lot of people say, it used to be much more general, and it's just gotten more specialized over time.
And it
Why do you think
depends.
that is?
Well, a lot of my first parks were smaller parks, so you wear a lot of different hats because you don't have a lot of staff.
Yeah, exactly.
And then if you move into a bigger park, there's just more people to assume more roles.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
A lot more everything. I mean, at Rocky, you were just a little under 250,000 acres, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of visitors.
Yes, we do.
I bet that's changed a lot. Do you know what the visitation was when you were here, like in 2000, approximately?
I think it was still, don't quote me on this, but I think we're still under 3 million at that time.
Yeah.
And now we're at 4.5.
Yeah, last year we had
and
4.5
growing.
million. Yeah. So what kind of changes have you seen at Rocky since you've been here?
Oh,
Any kind of
I
changes?
think the interpretive role becomes more and more important because we are trying to help people understand where they are so that their visit can be as low impact as possible and they can see the beautiful places and enjoy it, but still in the spirit of national parks, leave it for that next generation. So even though there's a lot of visitors, most of them really want what's right for the park, and we just help them understand how their behaviors can help the park.
So, again, just in case some people listening don't know all the details, what are some things that we mean by impact, or like remaining low impact while we visit?
Oh, it can be as simple as going to the bathroom in the correct place or
That's
in
true.
the correct manner.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing worse than thinking you're in God's own wilderness and looking down and seeing a big pile of human leavings.
Yeah.
Or a pop top or things like that. So, with that whole leave no trace idea is a good one.
Yeah, I know that's a big one, and one that we've been having to work with people on just because we do have so many visitors now.
That's right.
It's understandable,
That's right. And using trails, if there's a trail available, use that. Don't make your own. And that can really help the undergrowth and the vegetation around our heavily used areas and little things like that. And people need to remember that it's a little thing, but it really does make a difference.
Yeah.
Because we have 4.5 million
Exactly.
people doing that little thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I always try to think about because it's understandable. Like it's understandable why people do little things and you don't think about it. But
Right.
I always try to remember, like, okay, what am I doing right now times 4.5 million?
Right. That's a good way to look at it.
Can make a pretty big difference.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I try to think about too, that I think you're right, this is where interpretation is so helpful, is that national parks are really fun, and they're fun to come to, and they're fun vacation, but they're so interesting because they're set aside forever. They're supposed to be here forever for everyone.
Right.
Every generation, grandkids, great grandkids, everybody. And so that always helps me
isn't that
too.
the best dream ever?
It is. I know. It's an amazing idea.
And you get up in the morning and put on your green pants. If that's the reason we're getting up and putting on our green pants, we could have a lot worse troubles.
I agree. Okay, time for a little break while we give you quick news and announcements about things going on in Rocky Mountain National Park. First of all, summer is here. So it's hard to believe, wasn't that long ago, we had a huge late May snowstorm, over 3 feet of snow in Estes Park, way more up in the higher elevations. But Trail Ridge Road is now fully open for the season. Roads are clear, but watch out for ice. It can get below freezing at night, and any water from melting snow on the runway can freeze. And be prepared for cool temps and high wind. It can really surprise you. For example, on Monday, I went up to the Alpine Visitor Center. When I left Beaver Meadows Visitor Center, it was 76 degrees, light wind, sunny. Up at Alpine Visitor Center, it was 46 degrees and very windy and pretty clouded over. So the weather changes really quickly, and temperatures always get colder as you go up in elevation. I was really glad to have a jacket, hat, and gloves and to not be in sandals. And we recommend that any of you coming to visit bring all those items as well. Warm clothes, hat, gloves, and if you're wearing sandals, some extra shoes in case it's really cold up there. Wildflowers are starting to bloom in the lower elevations of the park, and wildlife are out and about with new elk and moose calves being spotted around the park, and lots of species of birds joining us from near and far, including the hard-to-miss ruby-throated hummingbirds. They buzz and chirp. You hear them through the air. Ranger programs. Have you ever joined a ranger-led program? They are a great way to learn about the park and have fun doing it, and they're free. So on a ranger-led program, you show up at a location, a ranger is there with you. We have walks and hikes, we have evening programs, we have more like presentation style, hands-on. We even have things especially for kids. They're absolutely great benefit, and like I said, no cost to you. We have a special program coming up on June 16th at 8:30 p.m. at the Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and we call it Party with the Stars. So if you have not been to Rocky Mountain at night and seen our night skies, they are incredible. The Milky Way, all the stars, I can't even describe it to you. You have to see it yourself. So on this program, you show up 8:30 p.m., Upper Beaver Meadows Trailhead, and you watch as night descends on Rocky Mountain National Park. And then when it's dark, there's actually going to be volunteers available with big telescopes that will help you experience the magic of the night sky. They can point things out to you, or you can just look through the telescopes and get some great views. So highly recommend you check that out, June 16th, 8:30 p.m. We also have all of our summer programs beginning this Sunday, June 18th. There are way too many for me to talk about here, but you can find them online. For a full list of our ranger programs, check out our online calendar at go.nps.gov/RockyCal. That's Rocky, C-A-L. Or if you're here visiting us in the park, you'll get a park newspaper when you come through an entrance. Just turn to pages 3 through 7 in that newspaper, and you'll see our full list of programs for the summer. Finally, a few updates on our park roads. Old Fall River Road is currently closed to vehicles. It's open to bikes and walkers. It is set to open as usual in early July, weather permitting, so stay tuned on that. There's construction going on Moraine Park Road from the intersection with Bear Lake Road to the Moraine Park Campground. You can expect delays of up to 15 minutes there during the day while construction is going on. And all throughout the summer, we have a park-wide project to repair and preserve pavement in the park, and that also might cause short delays in a few sections of road, and those sections will be changing throughout the summer. So just something to be aware of as you visit us. All right, there is all the news that is fit to speak for you this week, and let's get back to our interview with Kathy. Since it's spring, thought we could talk a little bit about spring in Rocky.
Spring in Rocky?
Yeah. So when you
be ready.
Be ready. Yeah. When you think about spring in Rocky Mountain National Park, what do you think of? You think of be ready.
The first thing I think of is change.
change.
Yeah, because it's going to be changing either by the minute or by the day, or you can have a 50-degree day one day and be sitting and getting sunburned on a rock, and the next day you are in 3 feet of snow. So be ready. Folks who come visit us, they have their shorts and sandals on and they're ready to climb longs, and we're saying, that's still a winter climb. They forget how far north we are and how high we are in elevation. It really makes a difference.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I totally get it. I remember the first time I came out west, because being from Kentucky, it snows a little bit.
Yeah.
May is
Summer.
usually warm. It's summer, basically. And I remember we came out here. I think it was early June. We went to Yellowstone, and the snowstorm was coming in, and they were basically like, you can either stay here for 3 days or you can leave, but you're not going to be able to get in or out. And we were just like, what? It kind of blew our minds.
Yeah.
So that's a good tip for everybody. Be prepared for anything, like you said, sunburn and 60, or 20 degrees and dumping snow, or 3 feet of snow like we just had in May.
Yes.
What else what other things are changing here? I think it's interesting when you live in different types of environments, there's always change happening, and we have spring, but I think a lot of people wouldn't maybe think of it as spring or recognize it as spring.
It's not a long drawn out spring like other folks have. I think of my senses when I think of spring. There's things you smell. You can smell the current blossoms or the current leaves. You can that's one of our shrubs. You can smell the willow catkins and that green meadow waking up smell. It's just really is strong sense in the spring. I think of sights. I think of the blue of the bluebirds coming in. They're in their breeding plumage, and they are an incredible color blue. Your eyes just can't register it.
Yeah, it is shocking when you see one. You're like, whoa, is that real?
Extremely pregnant cow elk.
I've seen a lot of those around town.
Yes. I think of sounds. We have the red-tailed hawk coming in to build their nest, and they do a lot of calling back and forth, the breeding pair. I think of the broad-tailed hummingbird when he swoops down, the male, the wings vibrate, and you hear that funny little noise.
Yeah, it's always exciting when those show up.
Yes.
Maybe we'll be able to drop some of these sounds in.
Yes. Oh, yes. Wouldn't that be
the
great?
podcast, so you can
it's
kind of
all
know
about
what those
timing.
Sound like.
Because when the ribes, the current, when it puts its little blossoms out, it's one of the first ones. That's about the same time that the hummingbirds show up, and it's a vital food source for them. So it's all about, we call it phenology. We study the timing of different events. And springtime is boom, 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 event after event.
Yeah, it can happen really quickly once it gets rolling. Yeah, we're feeling the sun right now. This is kind of exactly what we're talking about on a short term. Because when we first came out here, we were pretty cold and it was cloudy and everything. And now the sun's out and we're like hot almost, especially with the sun hitting it below your face. That's another tip for people when you come anytime. Sunscreen in the summer, in the winter. I think some of the worst burns I've ever had have been in the winter because it hits you from below.
Yep.
I like the sunburn in the nostrils. That's always a good one. I remember the first time that happened to me. I was like, what's going on? Yes, plan ahead. Yeah, those are all great things to listen for. We hear robin right now, right? So the hummingbirds, red tails.
The robins are our noisy little neighbors. They call loudly.
Yeah.
This time of year, you see a lot of juncos, finches, chickadees, white-breasted nuthatches, and the red-breasted nuthatch, speaking of sounds, who sings its beautiful little call. I always just say, okay, honey.
Sounds like a trombone with a cold or something.
It kind of does, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And who else is here? Green-tailed towhees are doing their little dance. The magpies are nesting. They build that huge nest with a front and a back door.
Magpies are fascinating.
They are my favorite bird.
They're so smart.
Oh, and beautiful.
Yeah, they are. They're beautiful. Yeah, when I guess on the blog we'll try to put up a picture of magpies for you to watch out for. They're pretty unmistakable.
Yes.
They're big, white body, long, kind of blue-black iridescent tail.
Yeah.
And they build, if you see a nest, it's pretty unmistakable. They're just
big
these
dome.
big structures, big dome structures.
And they're corvids, so they're smart.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Along with the jays and the...
Yeah, our Steller's jays,
ravens.
all the corvids. So you like birds a little bit.
I like birds a lot.
I get the impression.
I like birds. I like everything. That's why I'm a naturalist.
Well, that's true. It is a generalist.
I have a real plant obsession, and I love the trees and I love the rocks, and it all works together to make a very nice world.
Yeah. Have you always led spring bird walks in the spring here?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Tell people about that a little bit.
Oh, it's a wonderful time to get out and see what's going on our calm spring mornings. There's no place more beautiful than out in the meadow, listening and watching, and again smelling. I love to smell everything too.
Yeah, it's an important sense.
It is.
People forget about sometimes.
It is,
or
but
I
you
do.
know how it's so linked to memory.
It is.
Yeah. So I think folks will come here and they'll smell something, and later they'll get a whiff of it and go, "Oh yeah, Rocky." So the spring bird walks are at 7. Or excuse me, they're at 8 now, and they'll be at 7 in the summertime. We have wonderful mix of rangers and volunteers, our wonderful skilled volunteers helping us lead these. And this is the time of year when the migrants, the bird folk who go thousands of miles away, come back up and come home to Rocky. So it's great to see them arriving.
It's amazing. It's really amazing. Yeah, bird walks are one of many types of walks and talks. We have so much stuff going on, especially in the summer. When you arrive at the park, for listeners, you will get a newspaper when you go through the gate, and that will have all our programs. But if you want to look ahead of time or while you're visiting, if you're back in your hotel or whatever, if you go to our website, there's actually a little calendar up in the right-hand corner, and you can search for your specific dates, and it'll tell you everything going on those days. And all of our ranger programs are free.
Yeah, you betcha.
Right?
All included in your price of entry.
Exactly.
And boy, I sure want to encourage you to plan ahead if you can.
Yeah.
Because we are getting so busy, and there's times when there's no parking, and I know how frustrating that can be. But if you plan ahead, you can be where you want to be before the crowds get here.
Yeah, that is a really big thing as it gets more as Rocky gets more popular. I mean, it's great that we're more popular because that's what we want. We want more people to come learn about not just this park, but this place as a representation of, the Southern Rockies, the Colorado Rockies. But yeah, planning ahead is so key. Our website's great for that. You can do a lot of research, and we actually are going to have an article up there that you can go and see about planning ahead. And a lot of it is, look at ranger programs you might be interested in, see exactly what time they're going to be, kind of think about your day.
Yeah. We want to give you all the tools so your visit will be very successful and fun.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. We want everyone's visit to be great. We really do. I mean, that's what I think about all the time.
Sure.
Is all of you who are coming to visit us, we want you to have a beautiful visit.
I see people who get grumpy with the traffic in town.
Yeah.
And I always just laugh because I said, that's a mom and dad and 3 little kids, just like my car. And they're all having the adventure of their lives. I'm not going to get mad at them.
Exactly. Yep. You just think back to that time.
Yep.
What are some of your favorite visitor questions that you've ever gotten?
Oh.
Are there some that come up on a regular basis that are...
there was one time that I gave terrible misinformation to a lady without thinking about it. She came to me at the front desk and she said, I've been here looking for elk and I can't see any of them. And it was a very warm spring day. So I said, oh, they're up in the trees. Their coats are so hot. And she said, I didn't know they could climb trees. So I misspoke. By being up in the trees, I meant taking shelter under the forest canopy. But I said it poorly.
Yeah,
she was very surprised.
Yeah. It's there's so many animals and things here that a lot of people aren't familiar with. So maybe elks do climb trees. Elk. That's pretty funny.
It was.
If you could give listeners you can give more than one, but one piece of advice for their visit, let's say this summer, because we're going to put this podcast up in mid-June. What do you think it would be? Doesn't have to be practical. It can be anything.
Well, probably my biggest piece of advice is just come with an open heart and open eyes and look around and absorb this place. It's yours and it is magical. Be open to that. Don't get caught up in the traffic and where we're going to eat lunch and all the day-to-day things. Let those slide to the back of your mind and your heart and just be here now.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice because I experienced that too in the park. Sometimes you have an idea of I want to do this specific or go this specific place,
right?
And yet everywhere you go in the park, anything you do, I always find beautiful and enjoyable.
Yeah.
It just kind of
And the mountains will, John Muir said, their peace will flow into you. It's that. I find myself on the way to work thinking about getting the kids to the dentist, and I look up at the mountains and go, oh yeah, that's what's important.
Exactly. Yeah, let it kind of, like you said, let it flow into you, let it calm you down. It's important to remember sometimes, all times. We already talked about bird walks. What are some other events this summer that listeners might want to know about? Or what about some of our night sky stuff?
Oh, we have several. They're primarily on Friday nights.
Yeah.
And I have a wonderful ranger on my staff who is a dark ranger as well as a park ranger, which means she is highly skilled in astronomy and the skills to teach that. We go out into these meadows here and we look up, and I promise you've never seen stars like this. It is so magical. There are thousands. And we have a wonderful cadre of volunteers who come and bring their telescopes so we can all get a look. Last summer, I sat out here probably till about 2 a.m. watching Saturn, and you could see the rings, and it's just, it's impressive.
Yeah, it is stunning. It's really amazing. And the difference between near to town and then when you drive into the park a little ways is
if you're used to a lot of light pollution in your urban sky, when you get out here and look up, you're going to be just amazed.
I mean, a lot of times you can see the Milky Way just before your eyes even get adjusted. Yes. You just look up and there it is. You don't even have to adjust.
Yes.
Yeah, those are great programs. What do we like to say? Half the park is after dark.
That's right.
But it's really true. It's really true. There's just so much amazing stuff. And in the winters too, we do some full moon walks sometimes.
We do.
Because
that's a magical night to be out. Sometimes we have to go in snowshoes, but we're out in the winter landscape under that full moonlight, learning about how the planet works and how the moon works, and it's just wonderful.
Yeah, so we have our night sky programs. If you go on our website, you'll find all of those listed. We also have evening programs, so not quite around when it's getting dark. Can you tell people about those?
Yeah, those are primarily located in our campgrounds, but you don't have to be staying in the campground to come. You can pull in and attend the campfire program as well. Actually, we call them campfire programs, but we don't do the fire part anymore because of fire danger.
Yeah.
We have wonderful evening programs on every topic imaginable. It's a great way to learn about the park.
Those are in our amphitheaters, right?
Campground amphitheaters.
And all kinds of different topics, different people.
Yeah. Different show every night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and those are nice because there's a lot of visitors around. It's kind of a nice, fun way to meet people.
Yeah,
communal
they're real
spirit.
family oriented, and some we do early before the sun goes down because we know we have some campers who need to be in bed.
Sure.
And then some we do as it gets dark, and we use a slide a PowerPoint projector for that.
I'm trying to think of some of our other programs. We have lots of walks.
We have visitors. Yeah, we have walks. We have programs that are tied to the visitor center because we know you're busy, but you might want to learn something but don't have time to go on a long walk. Walks, talks, everything imaginable. Just, again, check out those web listings and see what fits your needs.
I'm also thinking we also have some kind of fun, like Coffee with a Ranger. I think that's kind of an interesting program.
That's a fun one. Meet the ranger at 7:00 in the campground.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just, we try to keep it informal. It's just a chance for you to talk and ask questions.
And you know what we really use it for? We use it as a chance to really put our finger on the pulse of what the visitor is doing, thinking, feeling. And we really like the feedback of what your experience is like and how we can do better.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't even thought about that part of it. But that is a great opportunity to just talk and see how things are going with people. And then visitor centers, we also staff those.
Oh, yeah. Swing in and you can find maps, information, trail information, anything you need.
And then also the bookstores.
Oh, yes. Wonderful sales items with our partner.
What are some of your favorite books about Rocky?
Oh, let me think.
Other than anything.
Yeah. Well, field guides, yes.
Field guides are great.
That's what makes my knee go. Anything by Enos Mills. He was he's the father of our national park, and he was the father of really the rangering profession of taking people out into the field and learning. And he writes lyrically. You will fall in love with the mountains by reading anything Enos wrote.
Yeah, Enos. Maybe we could talk about him for a little bit because I think that's pretty fascinating, and definitely I encourage anyone to read because it's almost it's like halfway to poetry.
Yes, it is.
It's kind of halfway in between prose and poetry.
It is.
When did he come to this area?
He came when he was a kid.
Yeah.
He was like
Same?
same but different reasons. He was quite ill back in Kansas where he lived, and they had thought that maybe if he came out here and lived with his uncle in the rarefied mountain air, he would get better, and he did. He got strong and wonderful, and
Really?
Set up a mountain school, a nature school on the side of Long's Peak. And I can't remember how many times he climbed Long's Peak, but it's in the 300s, 400s.
Yeah.
He was like the king of that area. He knew it. He was such a good naturalist, and he could tell it in such beautiful ways that everybody got excited. And then he used that skill to get the idea of the national park going, and campaigned for us all across the nation.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how many national parks have that sort of story. They have, a person or a small group of people that recognize the beauty of the place, and they really work hard to have it protected. I always find that really inspiring.
I do too.
Because it's just a few people who spearhead it, and then now we've had this park for 102 years. 102 years.
Thanks to their efforts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
So never think that you cannot help or make your dream come true. You can.
yeah, it really is amazing to read about all those folks. And so, Smills basically, what would you say? Did he create the idea of a naturalist as like a defined profession, or do you think he pushed it forward?
Nature guiding is what he called it. And he said, don't tell them so much the what, but get them excited about the how and the why and what it means to them. So he had the answers way back then. And his nature school was just a wonderful place to come and learn, and people would go up.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting thing for me that maybe surprises some people when they go on interpretive programs, and that's why I think that's part of the reason why we have our own term, interpretation, as opposed to education, because we're not just trying to bring people out and just throw facts at you all day. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Oh, I think our main goal is, we know that people want to learn.
Sure.
We like it too. So we do that part, but we don't let it in there. We try to take it to that next step, which is something transformative, something inspirational. That's where people's hearts are touched. And our goal is to touch you in your brain with the intellectual and in your heart with the emotional. And we want you to leave this place a steward. We want you to leave this place a champion for national parks and for Rocky, and to do everything you can to help protect us.
Yeah, I think, not to get too much into technical verbiage, but we're also, I feel like that's a growing thing in the Park Service, these more interactive programs with rangers where, again, we're not just talking at you, but we actually want to have a conversation, not just between the ranger and the person, but between everybody that's in the group. And I've been on some of those programs, and it is amazing what comes out,
Oh, we learn so much from our visitors.
Yeah.
We look at it as being more of a dialogue than just I'm going to stand up here and tell you everything I know now.
Yeah.
And through that dialogue, everybody is enriched. Everybody learns, and everybody has a chance to be heard.
Yeah, I feel, on so many ranger programs, not just guiding them, but also being on them. It's amazing how you can have more energy and excitement when you're done.
Yes.
Than when you start. So it's very different than a class almost, because you're like, okay, I'm taking it all in. So by the end, you're like, oh, excited.
Yes.
I've had that experience at a lot of parks where you go on a ranger program and it opens your eyes up to things you hadn't even noticed maybe, or...
And it's the same thing for the rangers. The visitors keep our pilot lights lit. They keep us excited and enthused and in love with this place.
Absolutely.
Seeing it through their eyes is just wonderful.
Absolutely. And I love kids too.
Oh, yeah.
All of our programs are all ages. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So any kids are welcome. And I think a lot of times they have some of the most insightful comments and questions.
They do. I'll never forget
they'll
the
ask
time
a question. Yeah,
I had an environmental education contact with a kid, and we were doing these great programs, and he goes, "That was great." Then he looked at me, he goes, "Hey, you were teaching us stuff."
He saw you, huh?
And I thought, okay, my job here is done. He had a good time, but he learned, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And our Junior Ranger program is one of our most popular programs in the park. We have
I'm
wonderful
glad you brought
books.
that up.
And then we have programs up at our Hidden Valley area where we have Junior Ranger headquarters. And kids, that's just for you.
Yeah, so Junior Ranger, Yeah, can you explain it a little bit, like the details of it?
We do 4 programs a day, and it's just a way to kid-level learning, the fun stuff, a way to learn about the national park and what's here. And then the kids can fill out their books. There's all sorts of fun activities and things to color and match and draw lines to, and then they get their badge. And kids, your badge is bigger than my badge, so it's
That's
pretty
true.
cool.
They are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to a visitor center or to a junior ranger
Our
headquarters.
junior ranger program,
Yep, and it's great. I mean, the books are I love the books here
they're
at Rocky.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Our partner helped design those.
they're all
Rocky Mountain
hand
Conservancy.
illustrated.
They're
and,
gorgeous. Yes.
Yeah, they really are.
And kids are really excited when they open it. It's not, it's summer oftentimes when the kids are here and they don't want to do homework, but it doesn't look like homework. It looks
it's
like fun.
It's
There's
games, searches, and puzzles,
beautiful colors, and
it's just a great way. I mean, the kids learn about it, but the parents learn about it too because they're helping the kids, and then you get a badge, and it's just a great program, and it's free.
Yeah.
So
and we have some kids who hit our desk. They are showing up with little vests on with over 100 junior ranger badges, and they just inspire me. They give me hope for the future.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we have junior ranger books for different age groups. So,
Split up.
whatever the age of your child or yourself, we have something.
Say, literally, whatever the age, I awarded a junior ranger badge to a 91-year-old gentleman once, and it was just a high point of my life.
Yeah, that's amazing. Wow, what a good story. 91 years old.
He was grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, it's a great program. I feel like I'm 32. I have tons of friends in their 20s, and who go and they collect them just like an 8-year-old. Like, it's just as fun. It's just as fun. This is going to be a complicated answer, maybe, but that's okay. We can muse on it until we're done.
Okay.
You've been coming to Rocky for a long time. What does Rocky mean to you? I know it's an impossible question, but so many.
Rocky is part of the fiber of my being. Something, this is going to sound all woo-woo, but something physically, literally happened to me the first time I saw these mountains.
Really?
I just fell in love. I said, they are the most beautiful. And everywhere I've worked with the National Park Service, like I said, every park has been a gift in some way, but I always thought these mountains here in Rocky, the Never Summer Range, the tundra, it touched me in such a way. My mom and I spent so many happy days with our noses to the ground and our butts in the air up on the tundra, learning about the botany up there. And it's just such a special place. It's inspiring to me. It gives me strength. It grounds me. I have a real mountain fetish, and I love to visit any mountains I can find, but these are the home range. And our poet laureate, Thomas, you'll have to dub this in. I can't think of his last name right now. But he said, you can say that I loved a range of mountains so much that I could hardly breathe. And that's what this is. And to have the honor and the glorious experience of sharing this with the park visitors, that's the best thing I could ever do with my life, because they're going to help me protect it, and it'll be just as special to them. It's not mine. I just happen to love it.
Exactly. I think that's such an important point for everybody, is that this park belongs to everyone. It's all of ours. Connect with it however it connects to you. Find the place that speaks to you. I had a similar experience the first time I went to Yellowstone. I mean, I'd never been in the mountains from the East Coast. I think I was 16 or 17. And I just was like, this is it.
Yep.
This is what I want to do. And I've been working in national parks at least seasonally ever since then.
Yay.
There's just something about it,
And that's one of the biggest things I want to tell people. Their jobs are hard right now. But please don't let anyone tell you that you can't be a park ranger. If you want to be a park ranger, you can. And it's my job and the rest of the rangers to help you get there. People helped me every step along my career, and I'm so grateful. So if you have a real itch to do this, if it's really in your heart, get in touch with a ranger somewhere, whether it's out here or in the park that's closest to your home, and just say, what can I do? And you can start as a volunteer. I did. When I was a master's student, I was volunteering at Redwood. Just get your foot in the door, and this can be yours if you want it.
I think that's a great message, and I totally agree. You know, every person that I've ever asked my whole career or as a visitor has always been so warm and welcoming and excited to have someone interested in it. So definitely, if it's something that you're interested in, you know, for some people it ends up being a career. For some people it ends up being a few summers that they never forget, or winters if you work in southern parks, or the Everglades,
and you
or
know,
something.
just because you come out here doesn't mean you have to grow up to be a ranger. You can grow up to be a dentist, but you're going to be a dentist who loves national parks and will help protect them.
Yeah, that's great. I think this has been great. Thank you, Kathy, so much for coming out and talking to us. It's super fun. Who knows? Maybe we'll get together another time.
Sure.
It'd be fun to go up and
bring coffee next time.
Okay. Good note. Good note. We'll bring coffee next time. Well, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. And that's our show. Thank you for joining us for our very first episode of our very first official podcast. We hope that you will join us for the rest of the season. We have so much stuff lined up for you. It's going to be really fun and interesting and varied. Our next episode is on June 30th. We really hope that this podcast grows into something that's useful to you and useful to people all across the country and the world. So if you dig our show, please tell your friends to join us too. You can tell them in real life, or if that's getting too passé, you can tell them on social media or however else you want to tell them. And if you really want to help us out, please make sure to give us a review on iTunes. Reviews make it easier for people to find our podcast when they do searches in their podcast app or on iTunes or whatever platform they use. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, you can visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's RMNpod. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Welcome, and thanks for tuning in to this USGS Corecast. I'm Marissa Lubeck. The mountainous expanse of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem is known for the native wildlife of its national parks and picturesque private lands. Grizzly bears live in this area of the Northern Rockies, making it one of the largest strongholds for grizzly populations in the United States. Recent research by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team provides new insight into grizzly population dynamics and the hazards that influence bear mortality within this ecosystem. I'm here with Chuck Schwartz, USGS biologist and lead of the study team, to discuss these findings. Thanks for speaking with us, Chuck.
You're welcome.
What is the current status of grizzlies in terms of an endangered or threatened species? How are they doing with population numbers, and what does this status mean for the greater Yellowstone ecosystem?
Grizzly bears in the continental United States are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. They were listed in 1975 and remain listed today. Grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem were actually delisted in 2007, but they were put back on the list following a decision from the district court judge. Bears in Yellowstone represent one of 6 populations in the United States that still exist today. They've been eliminated from about 98% of their historic range, and they only occur in smaller pockets in a few remaining mountainous areas of the western United States. In Yellowstone, there's probably somewhere around 600 grizzly bears, and the population, since it was listed, has been growing at a rate of about 4 to 6% per year from about 1975 through today. They now reoccupy habitats in the ecosystem where they were basically eliminated in the late 18 and early 1900s.
Previous grizzly studies have suggested that human activity can affect bear populations in certain ways. What new findings about grizzly hazards have come from your recent research, and how much of a role do people play?
One of the things that we know for grizzly bears in general, and this is pretty consistent across all of North America where grizzly bears or brown bears live, is that if you're a bear and you're no longer dependent upon your mother for care, so excluding cubs and yearlings, there's about a 90% chance that your cause of death will be directly associated with humans. Bears die in accidents on roads. They're killed in defense of life or property when they get into trouble with people. Agencies go in and remove them if they're in conflict for livestock killing or damaging property. And so what really drives bear demographics is humans. What our studies show, and they repeat some of the previous work, is that roads in developed areas, for example, impact grizzly bears. Essentially what we did was we took radio-collared bears, we looked at where those bears lived, and then whether they lived or died during our period of study. And took the bear's home range, and essentially what we showed was what we call human disturbance variables strongly influence whether a bear is going to live or die. And so bears that live in very secure areas that have little or no road density or very few developed sites in the form of campgrounds or lodges or facilities that have attractants for bears. Bears that live in areas that don't have these human developments typically have very, very high rates of survival. As the amount of human development increases, it becomes more hazardous, and they tend to die at higher rates. Some of the new findings that we have shown is that ungulate hunting also is hazardous to bears. We know, for example, that an important food of grizzly bears is ungulate meat. And so in one way, when a hunter kills an elk and cleans that elk, bears use that as a food source. So that brings bears into close proximity with hunters, and on occasion they do get into trouble. They are killed in defense of life. Rural development in the form of ex-urban or outside of urban areas also increases the hazards for bears. And so when we have large ranches, for example, that have been maintained as open space for agriculture, but the human activity on that land is very low, when those lands are developed into ranchettes divided into 40-acre parcels that each get a house, it also becomes much more hazardous for grizzly bears to survive in areas like that. There's a saying that biologists have is a fed bear is a dead bear, and so these kinds of developments just increase the probability. As far as natural hazards are concerned, is cubs and yearlings, which are dependent upon their mother for care, face a different suite of mortality agents. And what we typically see is if you're a young bear and you're going to die, you're more than likely going to die from natural causes. There's starvation or predation. And in the instance of starvation, in some years when we have poor food production, these little cubs don't get enough nourishment and they starve to death. The other thing that we see is more predation. And in the world of bears, cubs and yearlings are vulnerable to being preyed upon by large adult males.
You mentioned that you used years of bear tracking information from collared bears to come to your conclusions. Can you tell me more about how this information was acquired?
The grizzly bear study team is responsible for monitoring the grizzly bear population in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And one of the ways that we do our monitoring is we capture and radio collar a sample of bears. So we trap every year and we try to catch a sample of random bears from the population. We then put radio collars on those individuals and we track them through time. That's what allows us to get a very clear understanding of how bears use the environment, what factors influence rates of reproduction and survival. And so we can look at a female in the fall and determine whether she's weaned her offspring, and then determine the following year if she's produced a new litter of cubs, how large that litter might be. That's basically how we track the demographics of the Yellowstone bear.
Can such bear mortality data from the past contribute to insight on future grizzly populations? Can it be used for predictions?
We can't really predict, but we can project what the future might look like based on information from the past. And as long as systems don't change dramatically, those projections provide some insight and guidance to managers on what they might need to do or consider for maintaining a healthy bear population in the future.
How do grizzly population dynamics in the somewhat remote Greater Yellowstone ecosystem affect people and places on a national level?
The Yellowstone ecosystem is one of the last remaining intact temperate systems in the continental U.S., and as such, it has a large amount of wild lands where we still have healthy populations of large carnivores, including grizzly bears, black bears, gray wolves, cougars. And one of the things that we know about bears is bears are very popular animals. There's millions of people that come to this system every year, and one of the reasons they come is with the hope of getting to see bears and wolves in a natural state. And so maintaining these large systems like that in an intact fashion, I think, is important to people in our country.
Thanks for taking the time to speak with us today, Chuck.
Thank you.
This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Thanks for tuning in.
Triple Arches is probably one of the most recognized features along the Going to the Sun Road. Built to span several large gaps in the mountainside, engineers had originally planned to create a large retaining wall and use huge amounts of fill to build up the roadbed. Designers came up with a more elegant solution by constructing a series of 3 arches to span the gaps. It is a reflection of the care and dedication evident throughout the original construction of the Going to the Sun Road. Probably, as you've been driving the road, you really didn't notice most of the bridges, guardrails, and structures along the way. That's because the original designers of the road worked hard to create a road that blended with the environment rather than competed with it. As you continue on, however, give them a second glance. Even simple culverts in many locations are beautiful creations constructed of the same multicolored rock from the surrounding mountains. The Going to the Sun Road is one of 6 National Historic Landmarks in the park and one of a very few roads in the country to make that list. Today there is a massive rehabilitation project in progress along the entire length of the Going to the Sun Road. Engineers and contractors are working hard to ensure that the historic features of the road are maintained while creating a road that meets modern safety and traffic requirements. It's a challenging job and will take several more years. Big Bend is a wide, sweeping curve about midway between the Loop and Logan Pass. Dramatic vistas of the Lake McDonald Valley and the high peaks of Mount Cannon, Oberland, and Heavens Peak make this a great place to stop and take a break from driving. Scan the hillsides for goats and the occasional bighorn sheep, although the sheep are hard to spot since they blend into the surroundings so well. Often, however, mountain goats can be seen resting on the impossibly steep cliffs overhead. Binoculars or a spotting scope will help. As you look up the mountainside, you'll notice several huge avalanche paths. The lack of trees attests to the fact that tons of snow and ice roar down these paths every year. It presents a difficult challenge to the park road crews every spring as they begin the annual plowing operations to reopen the road. Some years the avalanches are small and the snowplows can make short work of them, but often the crews discover 30 to 40 feet of snow piled over the roadbed, and it can take a week or more to plow this one short section of road. Avalanches are a real danger to the road crew as well, and USGN's avalanche specialists work hand-in-hand with the park to assess and monitor the snowpack and advise the staff of conditions. Spotters on the crews stand guard to radio reports of any snow movement high on the slopes in time to warn workers below. When weather prevents adequate observation or when snow conditions are deemed unsafe, plowing is not permitted. Safety is paramount, even if it delays the opening of the road by a day or two. This site high above the lake was once the location of the Going to the Sun chalets. Built in 1915 by the Great Northern Railway as part of a network of hotels, chalets, and tent camps, the chalets sat high above the lake on the rocky promontory called Sun Point. Constructed in the Swiss chalet style, the beautiful rock and log buildings could accommodate up to 200 visitors a night. In the days before the construction of the Going to the Sun Road, transportation in the park was an adventure. Visitors arrived at the Going to the Sun chalets by boat or horse. In fact, the majority of the visitors to the network of hotels and chalets operated by the Great Northern rode horses, and these chalets served as a hub for horseback travel over Pegan Pass to get to Mini Glacier or over Gunsight Pass to the Lake McDonald Valley. The chalets were closed during World War II and sadly never reopened again. During the war, the buildings fell into disrepair and were finally razed in 1949 due to their dilapidated condition. You can still visit the site of the chalets, which is a short walk from the parking area. As you stand at the old location, imagine sitting on the balcony of this spectacular hotel, overlooking the amazing vista, sharing tales of the day's trail ride with new friends as you rest up for a hearty dinner in the dining room. Today, the Sun Point Nature Trail starts here and offers outstanding views of St. Mary Lake, the stunning mountains of St. Mary Valley, and into the high country towards Logan Pass. The trail winds through forests and meadows to Bering Falls, where the water cascades across a sheer cliff into a natural basin carved in the rock. Hikers can also connect this trail with the St. Mary Falls Trail, the Trail to Virginia Falls, or the Sunrift Gorge Trail, ending their hike at either the St. Mary Falls Trailhead Shuttle Stop or the Sunrift Gorge Shuttle Stop. Vehicles longer than 21 feet and wider than 8 feet are prohibited on the Going to the Sun Road beyond Sun Point. Oversized vehicle parking is available at Sun Point, and drivers can connect to the shuttle system at this shuttle stop. In addition, a picnic area is located here. This large pullout along St. Mary Lake offers spectacular views of the lake as well as an opportunity to marvel at the skill of the builders of the Going to the Sun Road. One thing you'll notice as you approach from the east is the impressive wall of cliffs here. These limestone cliffs posed a significant challenge to road builders. In order to construct the road along the cliffs, workers blasted rock out of the mountainsides to allow for a wider road and to provide stone for rock work. The large retaining wall is 550 feet long and almost 30 feet high. It was built in just 5 weeks in 1933 and was one of the first improvements to the road after it opened to traffic in late 1932. Across the lake, the Red Eagle Fire area is visible. Just last summer in August of 2006, this fire, of undetermined cause, burned over 32,000 acres in the park and on the neighboring Blackfeet Indian Reservation, despite immediate efforts to extinguish the fire. Within hours, it went from a small puff of smoke to an impressive inferno with towering smoke plumes that could be seen miles away. Most areas of the park have burned at one point or another, so fire is nothing new to the species that live here. In fact, many plants and animals are dependent on fire for their survival. For instance, lodgepole pine cones spiral open in the heat of a passing fire and release their seeds on the wind to flutter to the ground and germinate in the newly created sunny soils. Several species of woodpeckers thrive in the years following a forest fire as they seek the insects that attack the newly dead trees. Many shrubs start to sprout from undamaged rootstock within days of a fire. The Red Eagle Fire looks black and uninviting to us, but places like this are essential to many species and are vital to maintain the tremendous biological diversity found inside the park. At Sunrift Gorge Shuttle Stop, a short 200-foot trail leads to an overlook where Bering Creek makes a sharp 90-degree turn after exiting a magnificent 800-foot-long, 80-foot-deep, narrow gorge. This shady, moist gorge creates a microclimate that supports a variety of different plants and animals than those found in the drier forests surrounding Sunrift Gorge. Watch for the dipper, or water ouzel, in the stream below. This stocky gray bird is the largest member of the sparrow family and gets its name from the unusual bobbing and dipping motion it makes as it hunts for insects in the stream. Watch for a while and you will eventually see it plunge right into the swift-moving water and literally fly underwater using its wings to maneuver through the rapid currents. When it comes back up, look closely and you might notice a large insect in its beak that it plucked from the rocks in the stream bed. Sunrift Gorge is also the trailhead for the Sai Pass area. Hikers can explore the high country of Glacier National Park on this spectacular high-elevation trail. The preferred route for this 10.3-mile hike is to start at the Sai Bend shuttle stop and end here at Sunrift Gorge, since starting the trail here involves much more elevation gain. Hikers may also wish to venture up this portion of the trail for views of Bering Creek, abundant wildflowers, and later in summer, some great huckleberry patches. Just remember that grizzly bears love huckleberries too, so be cautious and always make plenty of noise on the trails. An impressive architectural feature of the Going to the Sun Road, the Bering Creek Bridge, spans Bering Creek here. The bridge was constructed in 1931, and many people consider this the most beautiful of all the structures built on the Going to the Sun Road. It was designed to blend into the landscape using the same red and green argillite that adds color to the mountains and color to the streams throughout the park. The bridge was also designed at a time when horses were the dominant mode of travel in the park. It is high enough and long enough to allow riders on horseback to travel comfortably underneath on their way from Sai Pass to the chalets that were located at Sun Point. Part of the Old Horse Trail is now the Sun Point Nature Trail, and a short quarter-mile walk down the trail leads to Bering Falls.
One spring, shortly after I first came to Glacier National Park to start working as a ranger here, I made my first trip up the Going to the Sun Road. In spring, while the plow crews are still working on clearing the winter snow from the road, the area past Avalanche Creek is closed to cars. At this time of year, it's popular to bicycle up on the closed part of the road. One afternoon, I took my bike up to Avalanche Creek to ride. Only planning to bike a few miles, I was outfitted in just a t-shirt and carrying only a simple repair kit, a small water bottle, and of course a can of bear spray. When I reached my intended destination, a switchback in the road called the Loop, I was still feeling strong. The sun was bright and the sky was that deep blue color you only really get in wide open country. From that spot, there's a spectacular view of a mountain called Heaven's Peak. I just couldn't turn around. I eschewed my original plan and kept pedaling up towards Logan Pass. I couldn't stop. Those miles above the Loop are home to some of the grandest mountain views you'll find anywhere. As I came around each corner, a new and breathtaking vista came into focus. The effect was magnetic. As my legs became leaden from the miles of climbing up towards the pass, the mountain views compelled me forward, foot by foot, the beauty of the scenery practically physically pulling me up. If you've ever ridden the Going to the Sun Road, you know exactly what I mean. The feeling was ineffable and unforgettable. Eventually, I reached the high point of the road, Logan Pass, and by then I was in a complete euphoria. As I looked around, I relished the alpenglow lighting up the mountains, the evening light shimmering in the snow, and the glacier lilies pushing up through the fresh soil. The pinkish orange of the sunset was so beautiful I screamed. I couldn't react except primordially. I breathed the crisp mountain air and the place became part of me. I turned the handlebars of my bike back towards the car and began to cruise down the road. But as night started to close in on me, my bliss quickly turned to worry. The sun dropped behind the tall peaks and the temperature plummeted. The road was coated with frigid water from the melting snow, which was kicked up by my tires, and soon saturated my green t-shirt. My stomach growled with hunger. I had cycled much further than planned and missed dinner. But worst of all was the wind. The air itself was still, but biking downhill and picking up speed, I would generate my own wind faster and faster. I couldn't decide whether to descend slowly, staying warmer but dragging out the experience, or to just let go and frigidly descend as fast as possible. Gravity and the thought of my warm car were irresistible. I let loose. As I picked up speed, the cold wind turned my hands numb. They slumped over the handlebars, pale and useless. Suddenly, I regretted that decision. In the fading light, I saw a herd of bighorn sheep jump down into the road from a rocky outcropping above. directly into my path. I squeezed my brakes as hard as I could with my unfeeling hands, not knowing if it would have any effect. With a shriek, my tires locked up, and my bike came to a halt. I was a little too close for comfort to the curly horns of a large ram. He seemed unmoved. Slowly, I made my way down to the car, arriving safely, but well after dark. At home, I cooked up fried eggs, refried beans, anything caloric and warm I could find in my cabinet. Since then, I've biked the Going to the Sun Road many times, and the views still capture my heart. But now, before I leave, I always make sure I have all the necessary safety gear, including snacks, a jacket, and especially gloves.
Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're at Logan Pass. And after a brief description of the place itself, we'll hear some stories about what makes it so important.
As the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road, Logan Pass is a place of extremes.
One extreme is visitation. This is the starting spot for two of Glacier's most popular trails, the Highline and Hidden Lake, and has some of the most coveted parking spots anywhere.
To get one of the 234 spots here on a summer day often means arriving before 7 a.m.
Logan Pass is also home to extremes of weather.
Once, wind speeds of at least 99 miles per hour were recorded for 12 hours straight.
It can snow any month of the year here, and often there's still 10 plus feet of snow on the ground into July.
As crazy as this may sound to listeners from warmer areas, if you show up to hike at Logan Pass in July, don't wear your sandals. You'll likely be walking on snow.
Because of the extreme geography and weather here, there's really only a short window to visit.
Crews start plowing the Going to the Sun Road every year at the beginning of April, but it's a monumental task.
The plows will have to maneuver through avalanche chutes, manage extreme weather, and finally tackle a section simply called the Big Drift, where snow often blows into a pile 80 feet deep. They do all of this on extreme terrain, and it all has to be finished before the road can open to the public.
Typically, the Going to the Sun Road opens for the season in late June or early July, but the opening date will depend on conditions. So if you're planning to drive to Logan Pass, don't plan your trip any earlier than that.
If you want to bike like I did, the road will be available for biking before it opens to cars. But you're not allowed to bike in the immediate vicinity of working plow crews for obvious reasons.
To reach Logan Pass, you'll need to bike after hours or on the weekend when crews aren't working.
Once Memorial Day hits and car traffic really ramps up, there are more restrictions on when and where you can bike on the Going to the Sun Road.
You'll really want to consult the park website or newspaper to read all the details.
It's only a few short months before winter makes its return to the pass. Winter storms have ended the Logan Pass season as early as September in recent years, but mid-October is more typical.
It's a narrow window, and that's not accounting for wildfire or other natural events that can lead to unplanned closures.
But Logan Pass is a magical place, full of wildflowers, wildlife, and unsurpassed views. The wild and rugged nature of this place, which makes it so appealing, can also make it unpredictable. It's good to keep in mind that some things you plan to do just might not be available. Be flexible and have a backup plan. There's always something fun to do if you're creative and prepared.
With all that in mind, let's move into our first story of the day, about how workers in the 1920s and 30s were able to build the engineering marvel that is the Going to the Sun Road.
So, Michael, how many times would you estimate you've driven the Going to the Sun Road?
Oh, gosh. I never really counted, but I'd say over the last 7 years, over 100?
That's a lot of trips. Do you ever get tired of it?
Absolutely not. No. Every time you drive it, thanks to changing sunlight or weather, it looks different. And out of all those trips, I've only ever seen one porcupine or wolverine. So it really does feel like each time you go, you notice something new.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky to live in this place and to get to drive that road all the time.
Yeah, you can say that again.
When I'm driving the Going to the Sun Road, as it climbs along those sheer cliffs and hugs the side of the garden wall, I always think about the engineering that must have gone into it. I mean, they constructed that thing in the 1920s and 30s.
Yeah, and the road would still be impressive if it had been constructed today. So how did they pull that off nearly 100 years ago now?
You know, I have an idea of just who we should talk to. Someone who's been teaching the history of this road for decades.
Ranger Bill?
That's exactly right. Bill has been working here for a long time.
Well, I started in Glacier National Park in 1966. I worked for the boat company, and then in 1988, I was lucky enough to score a job with the National Park Service, and up until this year, I think I had 32 years in.
If you're lucky enough to meet Bill, you'll find that he's got a ton of stories about the park throughout the years.
When I asked him what he'd say to someone about to drive the Going to the Sun Road for the first time, he didn't undersell it.
Well, first of all, I would tell anybody that I was talking to that they're in for probably one of the greatest experiences of their life.
In Bill's reckoning, the road really democratized Glacier National Park. It made it a place accessible to a lot more people.
It allowed everyone that came to the park, whether you're young or old or if you're from a different country, it gives you the opportunity to get up very close and personal with one of the finest wilderness areas in the United States, as well as alpine scenery.
According to Bill, the Going to the Sun Road's origins go all the way back to the inception of the Park Service.
It came back to Stephen Mather, who you probably know was the first director of the National Park Service. The National Park Service came into existence in 1916. Stephen Mather, within a year, became the director.
Okay, what about the route? I mean, it seems obvious now. It's absolutely spectacular, but how did they decide where to put it?
According to Bill, the routing we have today was not even the one that they had originally planned on.
The first architect, landscape architect that was involved in the road was a guy by the name of George Goodwin. And George Goodwin proposed 15 switchbacks over that 3,500-foot climb up to Logan Pass. And Stephen Mather came out and he rode up to the area where he proposed the 15 switchbacks. And Goodwin's whole thought process was he wanted to show the human spirit and what the human spirit was capable of doing. And he felt that a road like that would definitely be there for all time to come.
Oh, really? The road was supposed to have 15 switchbacks? I mean, it only has one now at the loop, right?
Yeah, fate intervened and the 15 switchback idea was shot down.
But along on that trip was another younger architect by the name of Thomas Vint. And Thomas Vint said, I don't think that's a good idea. And Stephen Mather also said he didn't think it was a good idea that they would ruin this incredibly beautiful scenic part of the park.
Okay, yeah, no, I've got to agree. That does not sound like a good idea.
15 switchbacks would have covered like the whole area in pavement. So Vint proposed a different route instead. One that only had a single switchback. One where the road would blend into the landscape, emphasizing the natural scenery rather than the human engineering.
It sounds a lot more like the road that I know.
Yeah, Stephen Mather preferred that proposal as well. He wanted the road to lie lightly on the land, to emphasize the natural over the human.
So what was the next step to take it from drawing board to asphalt?
Well, they had to do a survey of the route.
And they finally decided that it was going to be a one switchback road. A civil engineer out of San Francisco by the name of Frank Kittredge came in and hired a group of 30 men. And he'd had a lot of experience building roads along the ocean.
Michael, you know how steep and cliffy that terrain is. Well, surveying it was so terrifying and challenging that a lot of people simply quit. Turnover was so high on these survey crews that Kittredge had to have 3 crews simultaneously. One that was actually working. Then he also had to have
one crew coming and one crew quitting. And the ones that quit said that it wasn't worth it to climb up and down those cliffs and put your life in the hands of a rope.
I don't blame them. That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, to be out on that crumbly sedimentary rock, no thanks. They finished that survey in 1924, and the next year the contract to build the west side of the road was given to a company out of Tacoma, Washington, called Williams & Douglas.
When they came in 1925, instead of starting from the bottom and working up to the high point, Logan Pass, What they did was they established along the west side 5, maybe 6 different camps, and they would work from there. They would work in both directions until they ran into the other camp that was coming their way.
Oh, that's clever. So they were able to work on a bunch of different sections of the road all at the same time.
They estimated that there were 300 men that worked on the road. And, there was no OSHA, there were no hard hats, and there the kind of clothing they wore, that wasn't such a big consideration. And the amazing thing about that is there were only 3 deaths.
It's really pretty humbling to know that 3 people died working on that road that we all enjoy so much. I can't even imagine what it'd be like to be part of those crews.
No, I don't want to either.
Yeah, I asked Bill what some of maybe the biggest challenges they were facing were.
I think the biggest thing was safety. You can see guys rappelling down off the sides of very steep cliffs, with a 1,000-foot drop below them. And when they did it, they actually, to get all of the materials they needed up to those 5 camps, they actually had packers that came in, many of them from Columbia Falls, Montana. One in particular was a guy named Joe Opalka. And the interesting thing about Joe was in 1983, they had the 50th anniversary of the Going to the Sun Road, and I was lucky enough to be there. They had a lot of the civil engineers, a lot of the people that were responsible for building the road were there, and they spoke, and they were eloquent. They were eloquent in the fact that this is going to be a National Historic Site, which it is, and it's actually obviously a civil engineering National Historic Site, and said all this big flowery stuff about it. And Joe Opalka turned around to one of his old buddies that were sitting there, 50 years later, and says, "Oh, hell, they can talk all they want about that. It was just one dangerous, damn hard thing that we were involved in, and a lot of hard work, and it was scary."
Joe Opalka passed in 1991, so we're pretty lucky to still have people like Bill who knew those involved in the original construction.
How long in total did it take to build the thing?
While a few small sections had been built in earlier years or even decades, the bulk of the construction was done in just 8 summers. Because of the limited working season, it's really only about 3 years worth of working days. The road was finished in 1932, and then
in 1933, they dedicated, I think it was on the 15th of July, and there were 4,000 people that showed up. Now today, it would be an environmental disaster because 4,000 people, and they camped out all over in the beautiful meadows and the wildflowers.
That is a lot of people at Logan Pass.
Yeah, so I guess some things haven't changed that much. Bill emphasized to me that hearing about the road and learning the history is great and all, but
if possible, people need to come here. You can ooh and ah at the pictures, but when you're on that road, oh my God.
There's something irreplaceable about really being there.
It's just like now where I live, they're rebuilding my road, and now they're digging. The guy that runs that excavator, he is phenomenal. The way he handles that great big bucket that's got to be like this, and he's just got it in his hand and he can put it here and there. And I just actually took a chair out last week and just sat out there one kind of sunny day and just watched him work. It was just so much fun. But I was there and I was part of it. And to me, that's what education is all about. You got to be able to, hell, you can talk about wildflowers, but when you can actually see it happening, it's just so much more effective.
That's such a great image of Bill sitting out in his lawn chair watching the excavator.
Yeah, it actually does sound pretty cool to watch.
Yeah. And I loved the way Bill described the experience of the Going to the Sun Road.
It's like giving somebody a hug. You're hugging the park because it's so beautiful. And the road obviously is a tribute to the spirit, the human spirit, but it also is a tribute to nature. You've got to respect it. You've got to take your time. And you've got to realize you're in a place that pretty much is starting to disappear in our world, in our country. When you think about all the industrialization that's gone on, but Glacier's a place where you can come and it still relatively is untouched.
He told me about an experience that can really only happen at a place like Logan Pass.
When I was working up there a couple of years ago, and there was a mountain sheep, beautiful mountain sheep, just this big, huge horns guy. And he was looking at us, and it was just like a statue. And the guy came up to me and he said, "Geez, Ranger," he said, "I swear to God, that same mountain sheep was standing in exactly that position 20 years ago when I came here." And I looked at him and I said, who knows? Probably not, but the park is just exactly like it was when you were here 20 years ago because it was set aside to become a national park. and how fortunate we are to have places like that.
We'll be right back after this break with a story about some of the interesting steps the park has taken to deal with the impact of visitors at Logan Pass.
Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about a very special ranger you'll sometimes see at Logan Pass.
Glacier Conservancy, this is Doug.
Hey Doug, it's Michael and Andrew. How are you doing?
Michael and Andrew, what a treat to hear from you today.
Likewise. Well, we're calling because Andrew and I have both worked at Logan Pass as park rangers, but no matter how good a rangers we are, most visitors who come up to us are asking for a different ranger, one special ranger. Do you have any idea what ranger that might be?
I have a feeling that it is our own four-legged ranger, Gracie the Bark Ranger. Would I be correct?
You're absolutely right.
Can you tell us who Gracie is and what she's doing up there?
Yeah, sure. So Gracie is an amazing addition to the team at Glacier Park, an especially trained animal who helps separate the public from wildlife. Gracie and her handler, Ranger Mark Beal, have won a bunch of national awards for the work that they've been able to do in Glacier to be able to keep wildlife and people interactions safe.
So basically, Gracie the Bark Ranger is a specifically trained wildlife dog that the park uses to mitigate human-wildlife conflicts at Logan Pass. When you say Gracie's helping maintain a safe distance between animals and visitors, is it usually visitors approaching animals, animals approaching visitors, or a little of both?
It's a little bit of both. So, obviously, as unfortunately we know, animals are attracted to salt, which can come from the bottoms of our cars, and so they can end up in the parking lot, and either people can get too close to them, in which case Gracie will gently nudge her way around both the people and the animals, and generally shoo the animals back to the other side of the road where they are safe and sound and out of harm's way, as are the people who may not know that you just don't get within 5 feet of a bighorn sheep. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah, bighorns have a few big reminders on their head to keep that distance, but it's nice to have a charismatic ranger doing the extra work.
I think generally in the name big and horn, you just would get the idea.
Yeah, it's always fun to hear about the special projects the Glacier National Park Conservancy funds and supports here in the park.
And it's always fun to hear your guys' latest podcast. Thanks for the work you're doing.
Great. Well, we'll talk to you soon, Doug.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast. In this episode, we are at Logan Pass, and for this next story, I wanted to talk to someone who had worked there. On an average summer day, how early would you say the parking lot filled up there?
Normal, probably 7:45 was about average.
Okay.
It's when I first started working there in 2013, it was probably closer to 9 o'clock.
Wow.
So it started, people kind of got the idea that they need to get there early.
That's Emlyn Stanton.
Emlyn Stanton, and I was the visitor service assistant for Logan Pass.
Who spent 7 years more or less managing the whole area. You're one of the people that would make the call to close the parking lot
right
when it's full. How do you know when it's time to do that?
Normally for closing it, if there's more than 20 cars circling, is normally when we made the call to close it.
In the summer of 2019, Logan Pass was open for 86 days. And 3/4 of the time, the parking lot of the visitor center was full by 9 a.m.
And from having staffed that visitor center, it's worth noting that Emlyn or another ranger who's making the announcement that it's full, they don't live up at Logan Pass. They have to drive up in the morning like everyone else. So if the lot is actually full at 6:30 in the morning, it won't get called in until Emlyn arrived at work.
Yeah, you're right. So what would your advice be to somebody who didn't find parking at Logan?
Just go down the road, try to find a legal pullout, and have them just take the shuttle back up.
Now, on a personal level, I don't think anyone, when they visit Glacier, is excited to have to jockey for parking or deal with congestion. I mean, it's just not fun. But there are some other concerns that park managers have when they see crowds like this at Logan Pass.
Yeah, you've got to think about, can an ambulance get up here? Are people going to be forced to walk on the vegetation? Are we getting too close to the wildlife? Is someone going to get gored by a mountain goat?
Things like this are often cited as proof positive that our national parks are being loved to death. And while that might be a little hyperbolic, they are great examples of the difficult nature of carrying out our agency's mission. Now, the mission of the NPS is beloved, but actually implementing it proves challenging, thanks to what's known as its dual mandate. Could you describe the dual mandate?
Sure. Well, the mission statement says that places like Glacier are to be preserved unimpaired. But you're not going to set a glacier aside in a museum or hermetically seal it only to be viewed at a distance, because the mission also states that they're to be preserved for future generations to use, for people to enjoy and learn from.
Yeah, and that balance between protecting something as it is and allowing for others to enjoy it, that's a tightrope walk. Too far to one side and you'll preserve it so well that nobody could ever see it. Too far to the other, you build enough roads, resorts, and attractions that you built a theme park.
Yeah, you've got to find a middle ground somewhere.
Logan Pass, as we've said, is a place of superlatives. It's the highest point on the Going to the Sun Road with some of the park's most extreme weather and abundant wildlife. But it's also a case study in how, in the face of extreme visitation, Glacier has grappled with this dual mandate. And none of these concerns are unique to Logan Pass. Destinations all along Going to the Sun Road seem to grow more and more popular each year. But as the literal and figurative high point of many people's visits here, Logan Pass has been at the center of both the visitor experience and park management for a long time. And if you look at its history, you'll find some of the most misguided, controversial, and just downright bananas attempts the park has made to define our relationship to this place. Today, I'm going to share 3 examples of times that our favorite alpine playground was nearly loved to death. Now, the Logan Pass Visitor Center was built as part of Mission 66, a massive National Park Service program to expand and standardize infrastructure at park sites all over the country in preparation for the 50th birthday of the NPS. Andrew, could you describe the Logan Pass Visitor Center?
Sure. It's built into a hillside, and it's got this big sloping roof that kind of matches the contour of the hill. It's made with stone walls and big windows everywhere to enjoy the views.
Yeah, it's beautiful, it's visually striking, and I think really complements the scenery well. But as with any construction project, it disturbed the ground it was built on. This is my first story of management foibles and folly at Logan Pass, and I'm calling it the cover-up. But first, Andrew, could you describe what the meadows are like?
There's all those subalpine meadows with glacier lilies, monkey flower, all sorts of grasses.
Exactly. By the time construction had finished in 1965, pictures of the building show barren dirt all around it. But the same photo just 2 years later shows lush green vegetation all around the building.
Wait, what? This seems impossible.
Yeah, no, look at it.
Things don't usually grow that fast up at that elevation.
They don't?
Those meadows are covered in snow for like 8 months of the year, so I would expect it to take decades for all those plants to grow back.
Yeah, you're right. And here's how they did it, if you could read this excerpt from a newspaper article at the time.
Sure. Okay, park officials decided to gather alpine turf elsewhere and transplant it around the visitor center, exactly as one might in developing a new lawn in the city. The source of the alpine sod, unfortunately, is a short distance from the visitor center, just out of the line of sight. Collectively, the sites represent an area as large as a football field. Wait, they just stripped away plants from another spot and replanted them there?
Yeah, and they didn't try very hard to hide what they were doing either, because hikers on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook just behind the building immediately noticed patches of barren dirt like 200 yards from the visitor center.
Oh no, that's pretty egregious.
Yeah, and so management caught some flack for that, as seen from that article you just read from. But what came next was an attempt to actually protect the meadows.
Okay, that seems like a good thing.
In a story I'm going to call The Toxic Trail.
Well, that doesn't.
The hikers that noticed the sod stripping were on their way to the Hidden Lake Overlook, a 1.5 miles southwest of the visitor center. Now, today, if you were to hike there, what would you be walking on?
It's mostly on a boardwalk.
Yeah, a raised wooden boardwalk. When the visitor center opened, it was just a regular trail.
So let me guess. After they built the visitor center, it got a lot more crowded up there, and the park was worried that all these people would start to stray off trail and walk on the plants. So they built a boardwalk to try to keep people on the trail.
It's almost like you work here. But you're right. A boardwalk was proposed for that very reason, but it wasn't a popular proposal. It was widely criticized, notably by the trail crew members that would be tasked with its construction. In a letter to the editor of the Hungry Horse News, they opposed the boardwalk for 4 reasons. Now, I have them here. Can you read them?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Obvious damage to the aesthetic value of this alpine area, nothing short of an atrocity.
And their second complaint?
We do not feel that this boardwalk will fulfill the purpose for which it is intended.
Third?
There are a good many well-used trails in Glacier Park that are in dire need of repair and maintenance, and this money could be put to much better use.
And finally, we feel, as do all park employees, that visitor impressions are important, and so far, all comments from visitors viewing this project have been negative. A pretty thorough rebuke.
Yeah, but there actually is a boardwalk up there today, so they must have changed their minds?
Well, park management actually dismissed both the feedback and the employees who gave it. The trail crew members who spoke up were actually fired.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the park superintendent at the time, William Briggle, was so insistent on finishing this project despite widespread concerns that the trail crew was replaced and work began immediately on the boardwalk. And this haste led to additional complications as well. The wood initially used was treated with pentachlorophenol, a petroleum-based solvent that pretty much right away began to leak out onto plants.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Yeah, and folks that were there at the time observed the death of trees or grasses growing alongside it, but it also made it slippery and toxic for us to walk on.
What a mess.
Yeah. Needless to say, they got a lot of flack for that as well and replaced all the wood with environmentally friendly wood at great inconvenience to visitors because it stayed closed for longer and at great cost to the park. But I saved the best for last. The most absurd story of visitor management, in my opinion, anywhere in the park, centers around the toilets at Logan Pass.
Oh no, this can't be good.
We often advertise that the park is home to over 1 million acres, but we don't advertise that we've got over 300 toilets.
300?
Not including lodges or hotels.
Does that count all the backcountry campground toilets too?
Yeah, vault toilets, pit toilets, flush toilets, outhouses, lowriders, visitor centers, campgrounds, you name it. Waste management is kind of a great unspoken truth of civilization. When you've got to go, you've got to go, even if you're miles into the backcountry. And remote restrooms like some of them here are met with a unique set of challenges. Sperry and Granite Park chalets, which you reach after hiking thousands of feet up from the trailhead, get enough traffic that their pit toilets rely on barrels that are sealed and flown out at the end of the year by helicopter.
And I think I've heard that there used to be a solar-powered composting toilet somewhere.
Yeah, there was, until it was destroyed by an avalanche.
That sounds like a huge mess.
And I even ran into a backcountry toilet this summer that had been completely torn off its foundation by a curious bear.
Oh no, that also sounds messy.
So one of the reasons we don't advertise that we have over 300 toilets is because they're kind of gross, but it's also because nobody seemed to know the number offhand. I had a series of really humorous emails with facilities management to try to track down that estimate. But the whole reason I started looking into toilets and waste management in the first place was because I learned about our third and final story. A story I'm going to call The Fleeting Fountains. Coinciding with the new visitor center, a new waste treatment facility was installed at Logan Pass, one that promised to capture and treat waste with a septic system that filters out liquid waste in a 17,000-gallon tank before spraying clean water out of nearby nozzles.
Nearby as in out onto the meadows at Logan Pass?
Yep, watering the plants, so to speak. The only problem was, after this 17,000-gallon septic tank opened to the public, it got 5,000 visitors and 20,000 gallons every day.
Oh no. That's what, 3,000 gallons silver capacity?
Yep. And that 17,000 gallon tank that they advertised to the public, that they reported to a federal sanitary engineer, well, they exaggerated the size a little bit. It turns out it was only 6,000 gallons.
So the system was faced with a demand more than 3 times its capacity.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference. That's a lot of excess waste you got to deal with.
A lot. The result was, well, can you read this?
Okay. The tank continued to overflow, and untreated sewage effluent continued to run directly into Reynolds Creek. It was an awful sight. Saturated toilet paper made its way through the spray heads and was draped on adjacent small trees. Undecomposed fecal matter was sprayed onto the subalpine vegetation, killing some of it, with the liquids then flowing into Reynolds Creek. Oh, that is a terrifying description.
I mean, it's just horrific.
Yeah.
Some people began referring to them as the fecal fountains of Logan Pass and suggested the best way to solve the issue of people seeing and being disgusted by them was to only set off the nozzles at night and light them up with a colorful light show that rivals that of Disney World.
Oh my God.
Isn't that nuts?
Oh, that's, yeah.
Luckily, these 3 examples of management fiascos at Logan Pass weren't all for naught. Each scenario has new management solutions today. Take the sod stripping. What do you think we'd do in that situation today?
Well, rather than pull up plants that are already doing fine in the park, we'd grow new ones in the native plant nursery.
Yeah. In the case of disturbances like construction, we can replant vegetation using local seedlings collected and raised by our nursery staff. Now, in the case of the boardwalk, there are systems in place now to evaluate potential development or construction before it happens.
Yeah, and it's not unique to national parks, but any project like this boardwalk would now require an environmental impact statement.
Or assessment.
Which would detail all the ways that the project would impact the environment.
And finally, the toilets.
Yeah, I don't think we use that system anymore.
No, we don't. We've got a new system.
Wow, it is a beautiful day.
And one morning this summer, I drove up to Logan Pass to meet with one of the folks that helps this system work. I feel absolutely puny in my little sedan behind this thing. The fecal fountain fiasco was a huge black eye to the park, ultimately attracting national attention. In a letter to the then senator from Montana, the assistant director of the National Park Service wrote the following. Here, one last thing to read.
Okay. Sprayfield on Logan Pass is being eliminated, and there will only be holding facilities. Next summer, Logan Pass sewage will be pumped into tank trucks and hauled to lower elevations for disposal. This will make unnecessary any additional engineering improvements to the existing system and will obviate further intrusion on the natural environment.
What's your name and job title then?
Jeff Hoyt, equipment operator.
Awesome. I met with Jeff outside these vault toilets at Logan Pass after he drove one of those tank trucks all the way up here.
Do you have a name for this thing? No, it's the bigger one. That's either the big pumper or the little pumper. That's what's in the tank.
And they are as noisy as they are enormous.
How big is that tank?
Huge.
You know how big this tank is? It is a 3,500 gallon. Wow. 3,500 gallon.
That tank could hold 18 hot tubs and when full would weigh as much as 7 bull moose. Now, all of the waste at Logan flows into a storage tank, which is periodically vacuumed up into tank trucks like this one before being trucked down to a waste management facility near the entrance.
On a busy season, we're usually 3-4 loads minimum every day.
Wow.
3 to 4 trips every day?
Yeah.
That's like, what, 28 bull moose worth of human waste?
Yeah, that's just Logan Pass. There are at least 3 more vaults like it along Going to the Sun Road alone that get the same treatment. It's an incredibly labor-intensive strategy. Today, it's worth noting, we get more than 3.5 times the number of visitors that they did when the visitor center opened in 1965. All these tools, the native plant nursery, environmental impact statements, vault toilets, the park uses them to maintain the balance of our dual mandate, using and enjoying these places without destroying what we love about them.
Yeah, we can have convenient bathrooms with no fecal fountains.
Exactly. But this balance can get harder and harder to handle in the face of increasing visitation. Now, we wouldn't have the solutions we discussed today if people hadn't spoken up about the old ones. It was the voices of visitors that raised awareness of sod stripping and put pressure on the park to fix the boardwalk. The most effective management tool a park could hope for is a community of people that support it, that care for it, and are conscious of their impact during a visit. And if my time here has been any indication, we're incredibly fortunate to have supporters and stewards all around the country. In fact, if you're listening to this right now, you're a part of that community. So thank you.
Yeah, we really couldn't do all this without you.
So the next time you're at Logan Pass, pat yourself on the back and spare a thought for the toilets, because they are a slightly smelly symbol of our collective ability to protect this place.
Okay, all this talk of toilets has got me thinking about the smells here. There are so many things to smell. Do Do you have any scent-related memories here, Michael?
Yeah, I remember the second summer I came out here to work, I noticed how much I associated the smell of the forests around park housing with the park itself. I remember calling my family to let them know that I made it safely to Montana and mentioned that I realized how much I missed that smell. My sister Katie thought it was hilarious. Like, what do you mean you missed the smell? Bringing up on phone calls from time to time. But when they finally got the chance to visit, I remember her apologizing. I know what you were talking about now. It smells great.
Yeah, that's a great story. And you're definitely not the only person who's ever been teased for their interest in the smells here. I want to play you a clip from a conversation I had recently.
I got so much grief from my colleagues, just like kind of jabbing at me, like, smellscapes, are you still like doing this? Like, what are you talking about? Smellscapes, that can't be real. And I was reading Aristotle for a class at the time, and he called smell the lowest of the human senses. And it's like, even he's beating up on smells. We've never given smell its due, whether it's in the parks or just in culture.
I mean, that sounds a lot like what happened with me and my sister. Who is that?
That's Will Rice. He's an assistant professor at the University of Montana's Department of Society and Conservation.
Did I hear him use the word smellscape? Like, what is that?
When Will was doing his graduate studies at Penn State, he worked on a survey about what motivations people had to visit an especially busy part of Grand Teton National Park. One visitor told him,
"Well, I'm here for the smellscape." And initially it was kind of funny, like the smellscape, that's kind of an odd term. We hear soundscape a lot in national parks, and a lot of the research I do surrounds soundscape. So I was just interested, well, is this even a thing that's being studied in any capacity?
He realized the same thing that you were just talking about, and that your sister realized when she visited, that smells play a big role in how we experience national parks, but we hardly ever talk about them. So he wrote a paper. Here, you can check it out.
Pungent Parks, Smells Growing Relevance in Park Tourism by William Rice, Garrett Hamilton, and Peter Newman.
Luckily for us, since Will now just works down in Missoula, he was willing to drive up and take a walk with me around Apgar here and talk about the smellscape. So first of all, Will, can you tell me what is a smellscape exactly?
Sure, so a smellscape is just the aggregate of all the smells that make up a certain area. And the scale can really vary. So we can have smellscapes that are, just the size of a small room or just a meadow, or we could have the smellscape of all of Glacier National Park, the aggregate. But really it's kind of what you're smelling as you're moving through a space.
The whole concept of a smellscape kind of seemed like a joke at first, but I totally get what he's talking about. If you're at Logan Pass, you're going to have a very different experience if the main scent you smell is the pit toilet versus wildflowers.
And interestingly, Will told me the biggest threat to natural smellscapes is not toilets, but actually climate change.
Droughts, we know, are going to become more prevalent in an era of climate change. And droughts tend to really change. Like we're standing right now around a bunch of wildflowers that are dependent on rain every year. And if we go through a period of drought, those wildflowers may become less prevalent. In turn, if we have a larger rain event like you're seeing, with the super blooms in Southern California, that changes the smellscape. Changing weather patterns, but also wildfires, a big one. I mean, wildfire can really dramatically change the character of a smellscape rather quickly.
Have people tried to capture these national park smells in any way?
If you go into a store, they have officially licensed candles, air fresheners, and laundry detergent that smell like various parks. So we're trying to bring that home. I would say, like if you open up the candle for Rocky Mountain National Park and you get this hit of lavender, maybe that's not exactly what it smells like. But we're trying to authenticate it somehow. But we're really failing because it is so unique.
Why should people care about smells?
They're vitally important from an ecological standpoint, but also from the standpoint that I study parks from, the social experience, the visitor experience. Imagine walking into Glacier, with your nose pinched. It's really going to affect your experience. And as we noted in the paper, There's so much about your park experience that you can curate, that you can, really make your own. Now it's taking pictures and putting them on Instagram. You can share this experience. You can record the soundscape, as some people are starting to do with microphones and taking those home and mixing that. But you can't really take the smell home from a park, at least legally. You're not supposed to take, pine straw home.
Yeah.
Everyone's experiencing this smellscape while they're in the park. It's tying us all together in a place. And so we're left with this really authentic experience.
Thanks so much for joining me today, Will.
I had never thought about it that way. There's all sorts of pictures and videos of the park. There are recordings and now even a podcast of the sounds, but to experience the smells, you just have to be here.
Yeah, and our last story today is about another experience that you really just have to be here to have. It's something you can't experience anywhere else in the whole of the American Rockies. Just this one spot in Glacier National Park.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to join me to find out.
Okay. Okay, you've really got me on pins and needles here. What is this experience you were talking about that's rare?
Well, I think we should replicate the journey of one Marcus Jones.
Who's that?
Jones was a botanist. He worked in Montana in the early 1900s. He was pretty prolific. In his career, he documented and even named a ton of plants. So he was a really great botanist, but he's actually best known for his roasts.
Wait, so he's a botanist that moonlights as a roast comic?
In a sense. He was a pretty prickly guy, and in fact his views were so unorthodox that by the late 1920s he was shut out of most of the botany journals. So he just took matters into his own hands. He bought a printing press, taught himself to typeset, and he started putting out his own botany journal called Contributions to Western Botany. With no one to edit or censor him, Jones just took to excoriating those botanists he disagreed with. I had a friend dramatize a few of his comments for you.
It is a common comment of workers in the gray herbarium that Fernald is becoming a common scold. He needs to be taken out in the woodshed and given a spanking. It is to be hoped that this will be done before he gets to the Bronxian position of seeing nothing good in the work of outsiders.
Wow, he really doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, and the next one's probably even worse.
There have been several notable deaths in the botanical world since my last contributions. Green, the pest of systematic botany, has gone and relieved us from his botanical drivel. They say that the good that men do lives after them, but the evil is interred with their bones. I suspect that his grave must have been a big one to hold it all. Green was first, last, and at all the time a botanical crook and an unmitigated liar.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he was not afraid of speaking ill of the dead.
Wow.
Now, to be fair, Jones was just as likely to praise those he agreed with as to nail those who he felt had crossed him.
So, okay, you can't deny that he was witty, if a little bit temperamental, but what does that have to do with Glacier?
Well, Marcus Jones spent the summer of 1909 all around Glacier National Park. During that time, he spotted a rare plant, the Glaucus gentian. And to this day, over 110 years later, it's never been found anywhere else in the American Rockies besides this one pond along the Continental Divide in the Alpine of Glacier National Park.
Oh.
I think we should go see it.
I'm game, but what was it called again?
The Glaucus gentian.
Okay. Where is it?
I'll have to show you. It's near Logan Pass, but it is a bit of a hike.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so yeah, we've hiked just over 10.5 miles already this morning, climbed 4,700 feet, and now I think we're within like 100 yards of our gentian. We're getting really close. I'm pretty excited to see it in a minute here. So when we get up to the pond, there's some water kind of seeping out the bottom of it, and you can see there's these mossy patches that have started growing in that wet area below the pond. That's our habitat. So we're gonna walk down there. I think that's where we're gonna find our flower, and we're just gonna be looking for something just a couple inches tall.
It's a pretty tough hike up here, so I was glad to get a little break while you explain some of the background of the flower and why we're up here in the first place. So he discovered the Glaucus gentian, the gooseneck sedge. Did he name all these things?
He didn't. The Glaucus gentian was named actually all the way back in 1790. A Prussian botanist named Peter Simon Pallas named it.
What does Glaucus mean?
Glaucus is, I think it's a really interesting word. It's not one that people use very much these days, but it's actually one of the oldest color words that we know about. Glaucus goes all the way back to Homer. In the Odyssey, Athena is described as glaucous-eyed, and so it became a descriptor of a kind of blue-green color.
So what is special about this Glaucus gentian?
Well, it's a pretty unique plant because it grows in so few places. It really has evolved to a very specialized kind of habitat here. This is a really harsh environment. There's a lot of snow, a lot of wind, it's cold, really short growing season. This particular spot we're in is really wet. It's fed by a snowfield. You'll see more of this type of habitat like in the Arctic Circle. Mm-hmm. So this plant is really adapted to really an Arctic situation. But because this area is kept moist by a snowfield, it's pretty threatened by climate change. If that snowfield were to disappear, this area is going to dry out. So scientists have been monitoring this site for 40 years, trying to track how the hydrology affects the plants. And they've noticed a statistically significant decline in the number of gentians that grow here. It really seems like it's attributable to that shrinking snowfield. It's not keeping things as moist as it used to be.
Oh, wow. So it sounds like climate change is making this plant even rarer.
I talked to one scientist who's been coming up here for years, and he said when he first started, he would kneel down to look at the flowers, and when he'd stand up, his pants were soaking wet. And in recent years, he stands up and his pants are still dry. It's just not as moist here anymore. It's interesting because, we've seen the climate trends in this area. We've seen increased temperatures, obviously, but we've also seen somewhat increased precipitation. So you'd think maybe a wet plant would benefit from that and it would be fine. But because that summer heat is so intense, it starts so early. It's warmer in March, April, and May. Often it stays about freezing at night in May. Things are just melting out faster and it doesn't stay wet late enough into the season.
So it's less about the amount of moisture, but about the consistency.
The timing, yeah. It doesn't stay all summer anymore. So we're gonna keep monitoring this site and see what happens to the gentians, but they're really a signal for us to the health of our snowfields and the changing climate up here. Oh, and there's a mountain goat.
Well, I'm excited to try to find it.
Should we go ahead down there?
Sure.
Okay, it's been about 30 minutes now. I really actually thought we would have found it by now, but no sign of it so far. The search continues.
Spotted saxifrage, buttercups, and lots of moss, but no gentian yet.
All right, we're hitting the 1 hour mark. Still no sign of the flower. Bit puzzled. Thought we definitely would have found it by now.
Oh, big pile of bear poop.
Okay, we're approaching 2 hours. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is even here anymore. I really don't know where else to look, but I think we're gonna give it just a little longer, maybe another half hour.
I think Andrew just found it. I heard him shout.
I have like the biggest smile on my face right now. It's so nice to find it. That feels so good. We've been looking for a couple hours at this point. Yeah, 2.5 hours of just combing every square inch of this area. But it's here. It still exists. It was as glaucous as advertised.
Yeah, when you said blue-green, I was picturing more blue than green, I think. But it definitely was hard to pick out from everything around it. I can only imagine the insults Marcus Jones would have hurled at us after that performance.
Hey, all's well that ends well, and it was pretty exciting when we finally found it.
One of the coolest and most special things about Glacier National Park is the easy access to these wild alpine habitats. I mean, you could just drive right up to what is basically an Arctic habitat zone at Logan Pass. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's really great, but it comes with some responsibility as well. These alpine environments are really sensitive to disturbance, like from climate change, as we discussed, but also our small individual actions, like walking on or picking the flowers. It's never worth stepping on one flower to get a better picture or view of another one. But despite the toilets and the cars and all of the people up there, Logan Pass is still one of the best places in the world to get close to nature.
And together, if we leave no trace, we can be sure to keep it that way for a long, long time to come.
That's our show for today. If you're interested in learning more about visiting Logan Pass or how to leave no trace when visiting any natural area, you can find links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Bill Schustrom, Emlyn Stanton, Will Rice, Darren Lewis, and Jeff Hoyt, along with the entire facilities crew here at Glacier.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Jake Frank.
Hey, Jake, how's it going?
Miles, mustache is looking super good today.
Yeah, our podcast listeners can't see my new magnificent mustache, but
guys, it is spectacular.
Got to use mustache wax. That's the tip.
Yeah.
Today we're going to be talking to Heather Basak. She's an administrative support assistant for Yellowstone's Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. We call it RUIP for short. Before we get started, though, a little trivia question for you, Jake.
Bring it.
I don't know how you would know this, but you can make a good guess. How many seasonal employees does REYP employ in the busy summer season, rounded to the nearest 10? What do you think?
100.
Pretty close, a little lower.
90.
One more.
70.
80.
I did that on purpose.
Nice. I think the full positions would be 83, but somewhere around 80.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. There's a lot that goes into that, including hiring all those people and doing paperwork and doing budgeting and all sorts of fun things.
Gotta pay the people.
We got to pay them. We like to. And then one note, if you notice a difference in sound quality for this episode, there's a good reason for that we're going to get into during this episode. Heather is a fully remote employee, so we're doing our interview via video chat. So the sound might be a little bit different, and that's on purpose. So, you ready, Heather? You ready as you'll ever be?
Yep.
Good to see you, Heather.
Yeah, it is good to see you. As always. So, first question to kick it off. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service? Or if you got started in something that led into the Park Service, you could even start with that.
Sure. So I never thought I would actually be working for the National Park Service.
when I grew up, my family, we didn't really visit national parks. We didn't really do that type of thing. We did other types of vacations, but never the parks. So that was never on my radar. And it wasn't until I was in college that I visited my first national park, Big Bend National Park in Texas. And it was a wonderful trip. I had a blast. It was beautiful. But again, didn't put 2 and 2 together. Never thought that I would work for them. And it was getting towards the end of college, and I didn't have a job lined up. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. I was thinking about going the museum studies route because I was an anthropology major, but I just didn't have anything lined up. And so I actually saw a poster on one of the buildings in my college, and it was for the Student Conservation Association, or SCA. And it talked about internships on public lands, and I thought, that could be something to look into. I don't really have anything lined up. I'll look into it. So I went on their website, and it was a ton of internships. It was with like U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, doing a lot of the park servicey, park ranger type jobs. But then there were other internships like archaeologist or curatorial intern that was really interested. I was really interested in, because that's the route that I thought I was going to take. So I did my first internship with a National Park Service site in Kansas called Fort Scott National Historic Site as a curatorial intern. And I was working a lot with their museum collections, taking care of that. And I really enjoyed it. But other part of that internship was doing guided walks around this old military fort. And I got to do a little bit of living history. And I thought, this is pretty cool. This is pretty fun. Maybe this is something I want to look into more. So then I decided to do a second internship after that through the SCA, this time with Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska, actually where I met Jake. We worked together. And it was really there that I thought, okay, this is something I might want to do for the rest of my life. There were amazing people to work with. There were just beautiful things to see and do. It was, I never would have experienced that. I never would have probably visited Denali without first going to Fort Scott and doing some other internships. And I thought, this is something I really, really want to do. And so then just to be sure, I did one more internship with SCA, this time at Big Bend National Park.
Nice. Back to where you started.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of feels like I came full circle. Like it was the first national park I visited. And then it was the national park that kind of really was like, yep, this is definitely what I want to do. It was such a unique experience. I got to do it visit as a visitor and then also be an employee or an intern there. And so I thought, this is it. This is what I want to do. And then from there, I made the jump to actually Fish and Wildlife Service and then National Park Service. Worked a couple seasonal positions at different national parks and then eventually made the slide into a permanent position in Yellowstone and now as an administrative support assistant.
So I have a few, that was a varied background. So a couple things. You mentioned living history. Did you get to wear like period appropriate? Like, I don't know, is it costumes is the right word or clothes?
Yeah, it was a while ago, so I'm trying to remember everything that happened, but it was this very special service. It was called Fort Scott by Candlelight, and it was close to Christmas time. And they had like different vignettes in all these different military buildings where we would act out scenes of what would have happened in these different buildings. And I got to be a military laundress. And so I got to be wear kind of more or 19th century garb and pretend to be doing the soldiers' laundry. So that was pretty fun and unique. It was really great.
Yeah. And then the other thing, she mentioned that the people she worked with in Denali were really great. I just want to concur that I am very great to work with.
That is true.
Get that on the record.
I think, when were you guys there? I was there 2008, 9, 10.
2012 was when you were there, right, Heather?
Yes,
it was my
2012.
second summer there. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so I missed you. I was a little earlier than.
Yeah, there is like
the best people
for our
in Denali.
listeners. There is like a legit. If you've worked in Alaska, you have like a camaraderie with the people in Alaska because it gets into your bone. Like such a cool place. Like, yeah, you can tell from Heather. She's like, I went to Alaska and then I realized this is what I wanted to do. Like, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yep. I resemble that remark.
So out of all those jobs that you did to get you to Yellowstone, all the seasonal jobs, did you have any repeat jobs, or did you move like every season? Was it a different job?
So good question. I worked for Fish and Wildlife, had a very similar job. I was a park ranger, interpretive park ranger for them. And I worked with preschool kids and did a preschool program for them, and then kind of translated that into the National Park Service. I did interpretive park ranger jobs. So a lot of the guided hikes, the guided, talks and walks, that type of thing, working in the visitor center, helping plan people's programs. But then I worked also as a campground ranger in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Got to help people check into their campsites, go over campground rules, walk around, talk to them, educate them about the park. And then I went to Yellowstone and worked as a remitter. So I worked in what's called the cash room, and counted all the money that comes in from the entrance stations and the visitor centers, reconciled all that money, and then got it ready for deposit. And then also worked in the visitor services office in Yellowstone, helping people plan their trips and then work on some special use permits. So I did move around a little bit, but I might have been in a little bit different boat seasonally because I was with my husband who had a permanent job at some of these places. Yeah. So I stuck around in some of these parks probably a little bit longer than other seasonals do. They might tend to move around a little bit and follow their job, while I was more in one area for a longer period of time.
Yeah, I was asking because until I got my first permanent job, I moved 12 times in 6 years. So it was every 6 months I was on to something else. So that is part of the lifestyle until you're permanent.
Okay, so where are you joining us from right now?
So I work fully remotely from Boise, Idaho.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been working fully remote? Has it been 2 years?
Oh, that's a great question. It's been probably about 1.5 years.
Okay. So what do you have a typical day? What does your typical day look like? You have a typical day?
So I don't think there ever really is a typical day for an administrative support assistant, because so many things get thrown at us and there's so many things that pop up last minute that we have to take care of, that I don't think any one day is completely the same. But we do have a lot of reoccurring tasks that happen every 2 weeks. And so we'll do a lot of the same stuff. Every 2 weeks, but it may not just be every day. We have to get payroll done. That's kind of the big one. Everybody wants to get paid. It's pretty important. So that's kind of one of our,
Thank you.
You're welcome. One of the biggest tasks that we have. But we also arrange travel for a lot of our NPS employees if they have to go to meeting that's outside of the park, any trainings, go to other parks to assist with anything. We help arrange that travel. You can think of us kind of like a travel agent in that regard. We deal a lot with HR. So we're kind of an HR liaison. So anytime there's personnel actions for hiring somebody, all those 83 seasonals, we put in hiring actions for them. If anybody resigns or moves to a different position, that kind of all starts with administrative support assistance. And then depending on the park or even the division, you might even help with some budget work, reconciling accounts or tracking expenses and expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Do you also have a credit card?
I do. Not all do, but I do have a purchase card and I make purchases for some of our division.
Yeah, I know that I've never owned a purchase card as a government employee, but that's another thing that administrative folks are worth their weight in gold for managing the purchasing process. It's very complicated and
there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of rules with it. Yes.
Yes. So what would you say is the most important skill for your job? Or if there's more than one, you can say more.
Yeah, I think administrative support assistants really need to be flexible because there are so many things that will pop up last minute. So occasionally you'll be working on something and then have to put that task away and work on something else because it's time sensitive. So you need to be able to jump from one task to another pretty easily and change your priorities on the fly. And then I think you need to have a really good customer service mentality. I mean, administrative support assistants, we don't work with the public, but we can think of our customers like our fellow employees. We want to make sure we give them as much support and as many tools as we can so they can be successful in their jobs. And so they can protect the park. They can also, share it with visitors. So we really need to be focused on our fellow employees.
Mm-hmm. What's your favorite part of your job?
I think the variety. There's a lot of stuff that you get to do as an administrative support assistant. You're not really necessarily pigeonholed into one thing. You get exposure to a lot of different routes, parks, career routes, like budget, HR. You get exposure to different divisions. Every division needs an administrative support assistant, and what they do for each division is a little different. So you just get exposure to a lot of different things, a lot of different processes. And I really, really enjoy that. And I mean, you get to work with people, which is pretty great too.
Mm-hmm. And what about the flip side? Do you have a least favorite part of your job or hardest part?
All the emails.
Yeah, nonstop emails.
Nonstop emails is just be a little overwhelming at times. But but in all seriousness, I think having to juggle so many different things at once and balancing all the different pieces and being able, like I said, to switch from one task to another can be a little difficult at times. So it's really important, if you do get one of these jobs, to take meticulous notes, be really organized. I'm still figuring out really great organization methods for some of this stuff, but but that's kind of the hard thing.
And I think sometimes you all have to deal with really long-term deadlines, or what seem like long-term deadlines to me. And that, I think that's always hard for me, where it's like, oh, we need to have this thing in like 6 months ahead of time, or, and they're deadlines that you can't miss, really.
Yes, those are, especially when it comes to HR, we've got deadlines pretty far in advance for some of our things. And if you miss those deadlines, then it pushes back, maybe when somebody can start. So there are some definite repercussions when that happens.
Yeah, a lot of people relying on
Yeah.
You guys they're like the grease of this machine. They make sure that everything keeps chugging along, and without all the little actions and paperwork and everything, it seems like we're constantly in contact with admin.
Yeah, and you all know all the little things and the tricks and the say, wait, what do we do? How do we do that? Let's ask Heather. Oh, she knows.
Well, a lot of research. You do have to be a researcher, I feel like, in this job to look at some of this stuff and know who to ask when you've got some of those questions. Because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things and I'm still constantly learning. And that's also why I really like this job too, is like I feel like you never really stay static. You're constantly in motion. You're constantly learning.
Mm-hmm. So you mind if I ask you about when you're talking about moving with your husband and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I think that would be interesting for people who are thinking about NPS as a career. It can be challenging, I think, for, long-term partners to work in the service. Like, I've known people who are married and live apart for a long time, sometimes like a really long time, or they date and are long distance for years before finally, and things like that. So I don't know, just like, how did that play into your career and your husband's career, and how life has gone for you guys so far? I mean, it seems like that's probably part of the remote position or some of the flexibility, but I don't know, just anything you would want people to know about your experience with that, who might be thinking about the park service.
Yeah, that is a great question, because there are different routes that people can take, because I have also known couples who have had to be apart for a little while, each working separate parks, and then making their way to each other. We've been fortunate enough that where my husband has gone, I've been able to pick up seasonal work. I know that's not necessarily in the cards for everybody, but thankfully I was able to. And that's kind of also the reason why, I didn't just stay in one career path. Like I've done a couple different things, and that was to really, I kind of took a job where I could, but I really liked that. I think that's made me a little bit more well-rounded. Really appreciated that. And then thankfully, when my husband moved to a different position away from Yellowstone, I was able to go remote, especially with some administrative work kind of leans more towards that. You can't do that with every job in the Park Service. There's so many that have to be in park. But thankfully, this job allowed me to have that flexibility, and my supervisor was very, very supportive. And I was able to get a remote job that way. So that's really helped with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that we need to dive too deeply into it in this episode, but it is interesting. I think a lot of people would be surprised to learn that, number one, if you work for a national park, it doesn't mean you're going to get like housing in the national park. In fact, it generally means you're not going to. And that it's not just Yellowstone, but like a lot of parks, it's becoming harder and harder and harder to find places to live right by the park, just because of how the real estate and things have gone as well. And then sometimes with some of these parks that are really remote, there's situations with like school for kids or extracurricular or all sorts of things. So, that's part of why one of many reasons why we wanted to talk to you, is just to let people know that is something that remote positions are something that parks are utilizing for the right positions and the right people. Like you had already been at Yellowstone, so the park, people here. I just think it's cool that that's been able to work out well for you, and it has worked out well for us as well.
Well,
kind of
I'm not a
everybody.
very big fan that Heather is remote, but other than my personal opinion that we don't get to see her in person.
Yes, I agree with that.
Tease her in person. But.
So, even with the, I'll say, difficulties or challenges of, managing relationship and career and all different parks and the tough things about jobs and the good things about jobs, what has kept you working for the National Park Service? Like, what has kept you knowing that your decision, this is what you're going to do, is the right one for you?
I think that's a good question. I think, it really goes back to when I did that internship, or a couple of internships, and you just see it and you just feel it. And it's just, I just believe in what the Park Service stands for. And I've just met so many great people along the way, both, fellow employees, peers, as well as visitors, that it just makes it, it just makes it worthwhile. I actually have in my office here, I worked with a school group when I was in Yellowstone from Lowell, Massachusetts. They came all the way out to Yellowstone, and I actually have a picture of those kids. The teacher gave it to me. I have this picture of those kids on my desk, and that kind of just reminds me, I'm part of something bigger, and it's really awesome to feel like I make a difference. And so I just believe in the Park Service mission quite a bit.
Yeah. Same. I think I kind of had a similar experience. I think a lot of us do, where it's like, I think my first summer in a park was here in Yellowstone making beds at Canyon. But then, I did a couple SDA internships, and at some point you're like, can I go back to a normal lifestyle? I don't know if I can. And then the mission, and just to remind everybody, the mission of the Park Service is to preserve unimpaired the natural and cultural resources and values of the national park system for the enjoyment, education, and inspiration of this and future generations. So, like you said, even if sometimes a day might be filled with like a checklist of what might seem like mundane tasks or something, I think for me, and it sounds like for you, having that bigger mission that you're working for really does make a difference.
So a question that I have, like with that mission, I think a lot of us, when we have the rough days that like physically work here, you have the rough days, but then you go outside and you hear the wolf howl or you see Old Faithful erupt. Like, how's that transition been for you going remote? Like, and, you know, keeping yourself, like, how do you remind yourself that, you know, when it's not in your face, like it was when you were physically working in the park?
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a transition to remote. I very much enjoy it, and the flexibility it has given me to be, you know, still continue to work for the Park Service and be with my family. I think it becomes more about the people, and than necessarily, I do feel a connection to the place, but I feel a connection to the people even more. And so to me, Yellowstone has not just become like the first national park, an amazing place to experience geysers and hot springs and wildlife. It's really become like a community. And it's about a people connection now for me as well. And so that's kind of helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hashtag Team Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's a good point too, because I know I've talked to people in my family or friends about working for the Park Service. And I think as people will get the impression pretty quickly while they're listening to this podcast over all the different episodes and all the different people that we talk to, you just get to be surrounded by interesting, brilliant people in like every job, basically doing all these things for the park. And it's such a cool community to be a part of. So I think, yeah, that over time, I've appreciated that more and more and more as to like what makes it such a cool place to work. So getting into the details of if someone were interested in this type of work that you do. So your official title is Administrative Support Assistant.
Yes.
Do you know the job series on USA Jobs?
Yes. It's a 0303. And sometimes that it comes up as like a miscellaneous clerk, but it's administrative support assistant, and the GS level can range, I've seen from like 5 to 7.
Okay. Do you need formal training to get started in this job series, or like what are the minimum requirements that people would need if they were thinking about applying for this type of job?
Sure. So there's a lot of on the job training. Like I said, I'm still learning about so many things. But if you have like a background in budget or HR or travel, you know, those are all applicable to the administrative support assistant. A lot of times how I, you know, came up through it is I just worked my way as a GS5 and seasonal interpretive park ranger, and then switched over to a visitor services assistant as well. So, I mean, if you work seasonally in the Park Service, getting your time and grade in, I think just even that experience can help you along too. But if you could take any, even if it's like informal trainings on budget, purchasing, HR, anything like that, you know, put that on your resume as well. Because a lot of things you may not think apply do, because administrative support assistants are in every single division. And I think if you work your way up kind of through the division as well. So if you're a seasonal maintenance worker, like, you know what seasonal maintenance workers need, and you know the support that they need. So you may not think it applies, but it probably does.
It also seems like a lot of the systems that we use in the government are like proprietary. They've like were built for the government. So if you haven't worked in the government, you could have, like, say you're an accountant, like you have budget experience, but you still have to learn new things in a job. So like, to your point, it's like, you know, if you're in an entry level position, it just seems like having a base level, you know, being organized, and, you know, it's like, you're not necessarily going to know how to do FBMS or insert any other acronym right here, because, you know, there's so many of them.
Right. And different federal agencies too, some will use different systems as well. Like, I learned from an HR specialist who moved over from the Forest Service that they have they don't use FPPS for their HR actions. So there's different, you know, different things that you'll learn on the job in the park that are even different from other agencies.
And then just being in government in general,
Yeah.
having almost over 200 years of laws and things that have developed for different reasons and special ways that we do things, and not just scrutiny, but like we have a high responsibility to everybody in the United States, basically.
Yeah, it's like taxpayer dollars. We need to make sure that we're not, there's no waste, and there's a good accountability. There's all those checks and balances.
Exactly. All right. So last question. Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or any other national park that you would want to share?
This is a hard one. Yeah, because they're all, it's like asking to choose your favorite child, because they're all unique and they're all special. But I think my favorite one that sticks out the most happened in Yellowstone. And I was driving down into the interior. It was late in the season. There was snow on the road. I was the only one on the roadway, in between Norris and Canyon. I think that's where we were. My son, who's like 1, was in the back seat. And we went around, I think, a curve, and all of a sudden there were wolves all over the road. I had never seen so many wolves in my life. And I've got a video because I slowed down, pulled over, and I whipped out my phone and I took a video because I was like, this will never, ever happen to me again. And the wolves, I remember it was a black wolf walked within 3 feet of my car door, and it looked at me and I could see its eyes, and it just kind of continued walking off. And I was like, oh my God, I get to experience this with my son in the backseat. Of course, he's 1. He's not going to remember this. He has no idea what's going on. But I was like, oh my God, we got to do that together. And I know he won't remember it. I mean, yeah, of course he won't remember it. He was 1. But to think that he got to be there and I got to share this special moment with him that will never, ever happen to me again in my life. And to be able to experience Yellowstone in that type of way and feeling that wild with him was really neat. And it's something I'll be able to show him the video of and tell him about when he's older. And then hopefully, when we go back to visit Yellowstone, he could have a similar experience. So I still can't believe it actually happened. It was just absolutely
awesome.
Incredible.
Very cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for this week's episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Heather.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When are you coming back for a visit? When are we going to see you in person again?
Not soon enough. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
Righty. Well, we'll keep in touch virtually until then.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Headwaters is brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
This summer, Gabby went to Helena, Montana's state capital. She went to look at a painting, but she was also trying to get some perspective, to see one historic moment from another point of view.
Later we can go see the rotunda. Yeah. The rotunda. Cool.
An expert from the Montana Historical Society, Jennifer Bottomley-O'Looney, took Gabby around the Capitol building.
Okay, so once we walk out, it'll connect us to the House of Representatives chamber.
Hanging on the walls are 2 very different pieces of art that depict one particular chapter in Montana's story, the Lewis and Clark expedition.
Entering the anteroom, and here are the murals by Edgar S. Paxson. Probably the best known is this painting, Lewis and Clark at Three Forks.
This painting depicts them kind of in the center of the image. They're kind of standing up straight, holding their guns, looking off to the distance. They all kind of look like action figures a little bit. The way that they're standing and looking off to the side, it feels
very formal. Yeah, very formal type.
It puts them at the center of the story. Yeah. And it feels a bit stereotypical to what we know of Lewis and Clark, or kind of what's depicted in history books, at least when I was growing up. It reminds me of what I learned in high school.
And this image is used in a lot of history books. It's requested over and over from us to provide an image for this. So you probably have seen this exact image in your history book.
That is good to know. And not surprising at all.
This is not the painting that Gabby went to Helena to see. This is the painting that everyone expects. Lewis and Clark as painted by Edgar Paxson, wearing fur hats and fringed buckskin jackets with their guide, Sacagawea, pointing at the horizon. Edgar Paxson didn't break the mold here. This is how Lewis and Clark are usually depicted, and it's probably the image you have in your head right now. But Gabby was touring the Capitol building to see something different. A much larger mural by the artist Charlie Russell that depicts Lewis and Clark as they're meeting the Salish or Flathead people.
And then through here is the Charlie Russell mural. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. This version is a totally different point of view. It's not what I was expecting, and it's definitely not the history book painting I felt like I'd seen before. It's a single freeze frame of a pivotal moment, and it turns my whole understanding of the expedition on its head. Wow. Wow.
Welcome to Headwaters, a podcast about how Glacier National Park is connected to everything else. We are calling this season Becoming. It is by no means a complete history, but rather a collection of stories exploring how this place became what it is. This episode is about understanding history by finding different perspectives. Specifically, it's about one of the single most important moments in American history, the Lewis and Clark expedition. These were the first representatives of the new American government to set eyes on what is now Glacier National Park. Lewis and Clark are celebrated yet controversial, memorable and misremembered. Either way, their names still echo through the park today. The main mountain range through the park, that's called the Lewis Range. Montana state flower, the bitterroot, it has the Latin name Lewisia. So does Montana state fish, the cutthroat trout. And of course, you can't forget the Clark's nutcrackers. And we can blame Lewis for confusingly naming one of Glacier's most iconic flowers, beargrass, which is neither a grass nor eaten by bears.
This will all be very helpful for my Lewis and Clark Junior Ranger book.
Well, personally, I think there's no better way to get an introduction to a park site than a Junior Ranger book.
Our story starts and ends at the Montana State Capitol, but I made 3 different stops on my journey there. 3 different attempts to understand this expedition and this history. And my first stop was becoming a Junior Ranger.
Junior Ranger Activity Journal. 2 explorers look into the distance.
These are clips from videos that describe the booklet and make it accessible. It covers the basics, like how far the expedition went,
4,900 miles.
How long it took,
3 years between 1803 and 1806.
And whose homelands they crossed.
Territories of 65 plus tribes.
The Lewis and Clark expedition, which is also called the Corps of Discovery, was a special military unit of the American Army. It was created by Thomas Jefferson to explore the brand new Louisiana Purchase, but he also wanted to see how the country could make money out in the American West.
The booklet uses hand-drawn maps to remind me of the route they took.
The route winds along the Ohio River, southwest from Pittsburgh to St. Louis.
A long and winding path to the west coast.
The route continues west along the Columbia River to Astoria and the ocean.
On both the way out to the Pacific and on the way back, the Corps of Discovery traveled extensively through Montana. On their journey back, part of the Corps took a detour up the Marias River to just outside what is now Glacier National Park.
That ends up being one of the most fateful moments on the expedition. They have a violent encounter with a group of young Blackfeet men that results in 2 of the native boys being killed.
That was in the summer of 1806, and it was the first military conflict between the U.S. and a Plains Indian tribe.
The Junior Ranger book does a good job getting you to think about these kinds of encounters and their interactions with native groups more broadly. On one page, it asks the reader to think about the Lewis and Clark expedition like a stranger marching into someone else's house.
How do you show respect when visiting someone's home?
And while we're just sharing the audio descriptions, the Junior Ranger book has full-color illustrations that help bring it to life. It was a much more diverse expedition than I'd remembered. There was Pierre Cruzat, a one-eyed, fiddle-playing French and Omaha guide. And then there was a man named York.
Credited as the first African American to cross the continent, tribes sometimes cooperated with the expedition just so they could meet him. Though he was enslaved, the body servant to William Clark.
Another way these stories are brought to life is through living history. Hassan Davis, a performer who contributed to the Junior Ranger book, gives programs as York.
My presentation of York brings audiences into the triumph and the tragedy, the pride and the pain of being a part of, but separate from, what some would argue was the greatest American expedition ever mounted.
This booklet does a remarkable job presenting different sides of a story I'd only really heard from one point of view. Such a good job, in fact, that the woman behind it won the Freeman Tilden Award, one of the highest honors the National Park Service gives out.
How do you do justice to this very complicated story that is rooted in colonialism, exploitation, slavery, destruction? So those things are part of this story.
This is Katie.
Well, hi, I'm Katie Campbell, and I am an interpretive specialist for the Lewis and Clark National Historic Trail.
So what does the Corps of Discovery mean to American history, and why do you think it matters?
Yeah, it's absolutely pivotal. It's almost hard to think of a more pivotal moment. And it's one that's interestingly kind of misremembered. So most people think of the expedition as Lewis, Clark, and Sacagawea or Sacagawea in a canoe exploring unknown wilderness. But there was already a huge network of trade and complex politics already in place among the tribes of the West, among each other, and also with French traders and British traders. And additionally, at this watershed moment in history, you've got this moment in time where you have the young United States, coming up with and starting its diplomacy with all of these tribes of the West.
Were they on a diplomatic mission, do you think?
I mean, this question is at the heart of the whole legacy of this expedition, right? There are so many different perspectives on this, and the expedition's legacy is remembered so differently, and especially if you're from a tribe. So in a way, I think they thought that they were doing diplomacy, and yet they would use words from Thomas Jefferson that said that we are your new white father. That is how Thomas Jefferson, wanted it to go out to tribes.
With so many points of view on the same story, it makes me wonder, how does the National Park Service, and those of us who work for and visit park sites, how do we fit into this? What role do you think the National Park Service plays in interpreting history?
I love the idea that when you come to the actual place and when you stand in that place, that learning about history, culture, nature just becomes so much more profoundly meaningful when you are doing it with your 2 feet on the ground in that place. I just think that that's kind of the point of the National Park Service, by saving that place for us to come to really think about what is so important, think about some of these big themes of our history.
It feels like almost everyone has a different perspective and a different way that they approach studying this history. How and why do you think perspective is important with unpacking this history? And
Yeah. The way I think about it is the more angles you examine, the more perspectives you hear, the closer you get to the truth. And sometimes we won't ever get a crystal clear picture of an event, of something that may have happened. But anytime that we can include additional perspectives, it's like a puzzle, and it just completes the picture. And I believe that's true even when the perspectives, or especially when the perspectives are opposing. And that's a really long answer to your question, but that question, like I said, is at the heart of what this Lewis and Clark expedition's legacy means. It's complicated.
It's no surprise that an expedition that traveled over 4,000 miles crossed paths with so many different people and points of view. But as I've researched the core of Discovery, those paths kept converging on one name: Charlie Russell, the painter behind the giant mural at the Capitol.
Today, Russell is considered one of the most famous Western artists that has ever lived, and he painted mainly romantic scenes of the Old West.
I hadn't heard of him really until I moved here, but when his name kept popping up in my research, I was excited to see it show up on the schedule for campground talks here in the park.
When he was a 16-year-old boy in 1880 and he wanted to come west, he wanted to see the West that was passing, because in 1880 it was. The buffalo herds were almost gone, the railroads, the development, the mining, everything was changing. So he got here just in time to see the last little bit of what he grew up listening to stories about and what he'd read. And of course, he read the Lewis and Clark journals until they were in tatters, because he just loved that era of the mountain men.
That's Mary Jane.
My name is Mary Jane Bradbury, and I am a storyteller.
She gives a program on the life and legacy of Charlie Russell, but she does it through the eyes of his wife, Nancy.
And I like to tell it from her perspective. But in order for me to do that, we all have to use our imaginations. You use your imagination, and we'll both just pretend Nancy's going to walk out of the forest and step right up here and tell us her story.
Living history is the art of portraying historical figures by dressing in their clothes, talking the way they might have talked, and giving a performance in character.
To be honest, I wasn't that familiar with living history, and at first glance, I thought it sounded a little corny. But then I met Mary Jane.
When I put the clothes on, I get the strut going, I get the voice going. I admit, you don't get in my way now, because I'm Nancy Russell, and you will pay for this painting because this is what it's worth, and there will be no more Charlie Russell art. So you want it, you pay for it.
I love that.
Okay, Mary Jane Bradbury. She's kind of a character herself. I think I usually associate living history with more Revolutionary War, Civil War reenactments. The Park Service does a lot of those.
But Mary Jane uses her outfit, her accent, and her strut to tell a more personal story.
I asked Charlie one time if he ever thought he'd run out of ideas for paintings. And he said a man couldn't live enough lifetimes to run out of all the ideas that he had for stories in his art. And if he ever lost the use of his hands, he'd learn to paint with his toes, because he had to paint not only what was in his mind, but what was in his heart.
And Mary Jane shared that while Charlie was a talented artist, he wasn't much of a businessman.
Charlie was blessed with a great amount of talent, but not a lot of ambition. So lucky for Charlie, at a very critical moment in his life, he met Nancy Cooper, who became his wife. Together, they could create the legacy of art and stories that we have now. That is a remarkable chronicle of the West.
Charlie would make paintings, and Nancy, his fiery, no-nonsense wife, would get people to buy them. She'd travel all over the country to sell his art. New York, Los Angeles.
And here in Glacier, too. Charlie and Nancy started coming here before Glacier was even a park, and they loved it so much they ended up building a cabin on Lake McDonald. They named it the Bullhead Lodge, and it was a really big part of their lives.
Glacier was a special place for them.
After the park was established, Lake McDonald Lodge was eager to capitalize on having the Russells as neighbors. So they set up a special gallery where Nancy could wheel and deal and sell Charlie's art to wealthy tourists. The two of them were amazing storytellers and would give captivating impromptu performances to tourists in the lobby. Charlie would even join in on visitor pack trips as the official storyteller.
It sounds like they really love this place, and people here really love them back. Mary Jane always pulls a huge audience to this talk.
I love telling the stories from the first-person perspective, the historic portrayal. That brings alive the history that we've been through and gives us a little bit of an insight as to where we are now and hopefully where we're going next.
What I love about this approach is that you get to see the people behind the paintings. The man with a vision, the woman with a plan, and the couple that spent summers in Glacier for decades. And it's easy to imagine why the people building the Montana State Capitol hired Russell to paint its largest mural.
When the Capitol was built, they wanted a mural. They had asked a number of Montana artists to contribute. Of course, Eastern artists were all the rage in those days. You know, if you really wanted something of high notoriety, you would hire a big Eastern artist. And Charlie said, fine, if you want angels and cherubs flitting through the skies, go ahead and hire an Eastern artist. But if you want history, hire me. And so they did.
Hey, Gabby, tell us about living history and meeting Mary Jane Bradbury. Like, what did you like about it?
It was really cool. I thought the way Mary Jane Bradbury captured Nancy Russell and shared her experience with us was amazing. I'm somehow relating to this person hundreds of years ago.
I think it's neat that you're learning about one person, Charlie Russell, but you're doing it through someone else who knew him and from their point of view, like Nancy, his wife.
Exactly.
Often history is kind of presented as just one thing, a set of facts in a textbook, but I think that's a good reminder that you can learn a lot from different people's interpretations. All history is someone's interpretation.
Yeah.
Perry, and the way you're describing this, I'm imagining my family and I looking at a piece of art, and we are all looking at the same thing, but somehow we are taking away different meanings, different interpretations.
And so often we study history through art. You know, my high school history textbook was full of old paintings.
What I'm hearing you two say is that there's a lot of power in understanding the past through not just different perspectives, but using art, whether it's a painting or a living history performance that an actor's doing. There's a lot of value in understanding history through that art because it forces you to see something from one perspective or one point of view.
Right. I think we're really comfortable with the idea that art can have a lot of different interpretations, but we don't often think of history that way.
I'm finding that history gets a lot more complicated when you start considering multiple perspectives. I just wanted another take on Lewis and Clark, but that led me into a history of Charlie Russell, and then that led me to seeing things from his wife Nancy's point of view. And I'm not done yet.
Hello!
Before I see Charlie Russell's painting in the Helena Capitol building, I wanted to get one more person's thoughts. So we stopped at Jermaine White's beautiful home on the Flathead Reservation.
Do you guys want a drink of water or anything? I have both LaCroix and Waterloo.
So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Charlie Russell painting, because we're going to go see it tomorrow.
I love it.
Why? How so?
I think that when you look at it, what you'll see is Salish people. They're on horses, they're dressed in their finery, front and center. That's like hero of the story, you know, that central perspective of a painting. And then off on the side is this little straggler group of folks that kind of look like they're lost. You know, it's a direct collision of cultures that is about to occur. And it's really quite powerful.
When Daniel called and I thought, oh my gosh, really? I don't know if you want a tribal voice talking about Lewis and Clark, who I sometimes irreverently call Clueless and Lark. They're revered by so many. Mm-hmm. And
there really has not been, until recently, I believe, Indigenous people included in history. Indigenous people are eloquent but dead, or dead. Did I mention?
Mhm.
Did I mention that?
Germaine is now retired, but she started the Cultural Resource Protection Program on the Flathead Reservation and is currently serving as a board member for the Glacier National Park Conservancy, the organization that funds this show. But I'm talking to her because she helped create a book telling the Lewis and Clark story from the Salish perspective. So I'm curious, how did you get involved? Where you kind of contributed / wrote this book?
We wanted to tell a story that was really framed by the voices of our elders. The title of the story is not Lewis and Clark and the Salish people. It's the Salish people and the Lewis and Clark expedition. They entered a homeland that was known and loved and that was fully occupied. As the people watched Lewis and Clark, it appeared that they were aimlessly moving across the landscape, that they really had no sense of the world they were moving through. And for us, our lives in so many ways are deeply connected to the natural world. It appeared that these people were kind of bumbling across the landscape, and those that observed them thought they might be ill. They looked unhealthy. They didn't appear to be moving with purpose and clear direction. They're upside down face people. They have hair on the bottom of their face and no hair on the top of their face. And who are these strange, unhealthy looking people? And as the people observed them, there was great discussion among the leaders and the people in the camp. And there were those among the tribe that said we should eliminate them. We were a large population. We were strong and healthy, and they were not. And there were also those among us that said we need to visit upon them traditional norms of hospitality. That's who we are. The more pitiful they are, the more in need they are. So we need to help them. Those that said we should help them prevailed. So we met them and, we gave them buffalo robes to be warm. We gave them food stores because they had very little. We gave them vast stores of goods that we had gathered to make our winter successful. And that really is profoundly important because we came with kindness and generosity and hospitality. It didn't appear that they did. It appeared that they were coming to catalog and inventory resources for appropriation. And I think that really set the template for a lot which was to follow.
Do you think their mission was exploratory and diplomatic or colonial and capitalistic?
Can it be one disguised as the other? So, for example, we could have this nice introduction. I could welcome you here. I could offer you a beverage, LaCroix. Would you like a little sparkling water? And also, look at that really nice recorder you have here and think about how I could have a hostile takeover and acquire that before you leave, regardless of your intent of leaving with it. So Lewis and Clark inventoried, cataloged, moved through, went back, reported to the government.
It's funny that you say that they were coming in just taking stock, because I kind of just imagine them being oh, okay, there's this, cool, I'm taking notes, and
Of course, they had, the journals were basically an inventory. That's what Jefferson sent them out to do. Their mission was clear.
Mm-hmm. So what do you think then that history has gone in incorrect about this meeting?
The whole story that this land was known and loved and occupied Our elders knew the place not just encyclopedically, but they knew it intimately. Our elders knew the curves of the hills and the lines of the trails as intimately as they knew the lines and curves of their mothers' faces. That story has really not been told.
The Corps of Discovery met dozens of tribes on their years-long journey, not just the Salish. And versions of this encounter happened over and over again. And in every case, there's one story we can read in the Lewis and Clark journals, but there are many others too, even if they're less well known. Carrying what I've learned from Katie, Mary Jane, and Jermaine, I finally feel ready to see the painting at the Capitol. Okay, so Jennifer's opening the doors, unlocking them, and we are about to enter the chamber. Wow. Wow. Oh my God, it's huge. This is, no joke, the biggest painting I've ever seen. It's the entire wall of the chamber, above where the Speaker of the House sits, up on a platform. I'm surrounded by legislative desks, all of which face the painting. I walk up the center aisle, and I kind of feel like I'm walking up to an altar.
And what do you think?
I'm overwhelmed. The painting shows a broad Montana valley, and I'm imagining the sun just under the horizon. It's kind of just turning the clouds pink. The center is dominated by Salish people on horseback, their camp of teepee lodges behind them. It's hard not to be overwhelmed just staring at this. I can't look away.
Yeah, and it is in itself just an amazing painting. The way the center of your vision is right here in the front, where you see the Salish Indians swirling.
Kind of feels like there's a frenzy in camp.
There is
an
energy, yes, yeah.
Russell's painting is loud and dynamic. I feel like I can almost hear the thunder of horses running through it. It is the exact opposite of the first Lewis and Clark painting I saw here in the Capitol. For one, no one is pointing at the horizon, but more surprising, Lewis and Clark themselves are barely in it. The Salish on horseback are charging toward and past the viewer, but the Corps of Discovery are tiny, off to one side. Somehow the emotional and intense energy does not reach them.
No, it does not.
They're kind of just standing there, and there's not much emotion on that side.
You can see, the focus in Paxton's painting, of course, is Lewis and Clark and the Corps of Discovery. And here the focus are the Salish Indians. Yeah.
Near the bottom of the frame, there's a dog that I assume belongs to the Salish. And from my perspective, it looks like it's stalking. Directly behind the Speaker of the House, watching the politicians of Montana. Without saying a word, the painting comments on the sweep of history about to unfold.
Charlie never talked about it. There's no recorded documentation that I know of what he thought about this painting. So what happens next? And that's up to the viewer to decide.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from our partner, the Glacier National Park Conservancy. Season 3 of Headwaters, Becoming, was made by me, Daniel Lombardi, along with Perry Sassnett, Michael Feist, and Gabby Esaberry. Frank Wallen wrote and performed our music. Eric Carlson created this season's cover art. Special thanks this episode to Jermaine White, Katie Campbell,
Thanks for signing my Junior Ranger book.
Jennifer Bottomley-O'Looney, and Mary Jane Bradbury.
Or should we say, Nancy Russell.
Making this season is a huge team effort, and we couldn't have done it without Lacey Kowalski, Melissa Slodek, Sierra Mendelko, Brent Rowley, Darren Lewis, the whole team at the Archives, and the Montana Historical Society. Thanks for listening.
Next time on Headwaters.
We visit the 100-year-old cabin of a complicated character to untangle the fur trade in northern Montana and what it left behind.
And at the end of the day, 120 years later, we're left with kind of a semi-unclear picture of what kind of a guy Joe Kipp was.
What happens when the sun goes down? Hell is not our fault. They're the ones that are taking the drink. We didn't make them drink.
That's next time on Headwaters. Hey, Andrew.
Hi, Gabby.
So Headwaters is made possible by the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
That's right.
What else are you guys supporting?
Another project we're supporting is to add Indigenous language to interpretive signage in the park. This project's really cool because it's a big collaboration. It's going to involve Glacier National Park, the Department of the Interior, as well as the Blackfeet and the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes. And the goal is really to add that authentic language back onto a lot of the signage in Glacier.
Yeah, that's really cool. When I spoke to Jermaine this summer, she talked about how important place names are.
Yeah, and she's a really big part of this project. She believes, and we believe, that when this language is included, it recognizes the connection these places have to so many Indigenous people, but it also enriches the experience of the person reading it and learning about that connection, and just deepens their knowledge of the park.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. So if people want to learn more about this project, where can they go?
They should check out our website, glacier.org.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
When spring comes, it means lots of work for the rangers. Yes, it's all day from sun up to sundown, and then sometimes far into the night, as the rangers work to guard the public lands. Each spring I'm especially concerned because the river rises high with water from melting snow coming down from the mountains. And come spring each year, the river's a threat to the town of River's Bend. But one year there was a new threat, a new danger. It was the time the rangers and I fought the river monster.
How high is the Shady River now, Bill?
It's climbed our gauge just 3 inches.
That plenty water.
Tain't nothing yet, sonny. Wait till old Shady really gets her dander up. Then you'll see more water than you ever seen before. When all that snow begins to pour out of the mountains, you'll think somebody opened up the gates of Hoover Dam and let her all come rolling down on us.
Yeah, I remember last spring. The folks at River's Bend thought the levees were going to break open for sure.
How well I remember, pal. I never filled so many sandbags in all my life. But they held the river back.
Maybe they not have same trouble this year. They build dikes stronger and bigger than before.
Well, personally, I'm not worried about the town at all this spring because of those improvements. But we'll have to keep watching the old gal anyhow. You never know when she's liable to get angry and pull a new caper on us.
Well, at least we won't have to fill sandbags. All the river can do now is flood the rangeland, and, well, that'll go down after a few weeks.
Yep. Guess we can scratch old Shady River off our worry list.
Where did you come from?
Bill, there's big trouble.
Trouble?
Shady River.
The Shady River? What's it doing now?
No, it's not the river she behave. It's Zach Stevens. He got a big log raft on river. Too big to handle with more and more water coming into river from mountains.
Oh, man. How big is this log raft, Frenchie?
Frenchie, not know for sure. Only she look like big river monster.
This old fireplace sure feels good after being out cutting logs all day.
You said it, Zach. Oh, guess I'm getting old.
Look forward to coming inside the cabin every evening and soaking up the heat.
Yeah, me too, Clarence.
Zach, what are we going to do about that oversized log raft we've got in the river?
Yeah, what do you mean, what are we going to do about it?
Well, some of the boys saw Frenchy DuSalle looking at it early today.
I don't mean anything. Besides, Frenchy's quit being a troublemaker since he's got religion.
Yeah, but Frenchy's a good friend of Bill Jefferson.
So? What am I supposed to do? Like I said, Frenchy's quit being a troublemaker.
You mean he doesn't pick fights anymore? But that oversized raft we've got is a menace with the water rising in the big shady river. Frenchy might get the Rangers about it.
Hey, who are you working for? Me or that Frenchman?
Okay, forget it, Zach. I just got a feeling we might get a visit from the Rangers, that's all.
So the Rangers visit us. So the raft is extra big. So the raft is a menace. So I'm as good a raftman as I am a lumberjack. You let me worry about the raft, Clarence. Your job is to see that the boys cut down the trees and make logs. That should keep you busy enough.
Okay. But if you get into trouble, don't say I didn't warn you.
Warn me all you want to. I'm not breaking the law. I'll move that raft when I'm good and ready, and not before.
What are you going to do about that big raft, Bill?
I don't know yet, pal.
Might be plenty dangerous if it get loose on river with floodwater coming fast.
She be very dangerous. It take everything with it that gets in way.
How much do you think that there monster weighs, Frenchy?
Oh, the raft have maybe 200 log. They weigh 1,000 each. Maybe the raft, she weigh 100 ton.
Wow.
Say, fellas, what do you say we go out and take a look at this monster, huh?
Look at the size of that thing, would you? Look like an overgrown whale come up to see what's going on.
Too big.
I'll say it's too big, Grey Wolf. Personally, I think Stevens ought to be ashamed of himself to put a thing like that together.
It's only held together with heavy chains and cables.
Oh, heavy chain and cable only fasten logs together. But cable not hold to river bank if water get higher, run faster. Then break loose.
If you ask me, them mooring cables don't look like they could hold back 100 tons once the river got mad.
That's what's worrying me, old-timer. The river is higher every day.
Yep. Pretty soon old Shady'll be hopping. Then bingo.
When do they figure the peak will be reached, Grey Wolf?
Maybe a few more days.
Uh-oh. Here comes Zach and his foreman.
Don't worry. If Zach get tough, Frenchy fix him.
You're forgetting, Frenchy. No rough stuff.
Where are you, Rangers? What are you doing on private property? Get out.
Perhaps you haven't read the rule book lately, Zach. The law says that 10 feet beyond the edge of the river is public property. Public property is our field of operation.
You keep soft tongue and head, you get along better.
Oui, Zach Stevens, maybe you like to try and throw Frenchy out.
Hold it, fellas. Zach, we didn't come here to start a quarrel or a fight. We're here on business. You're not afraid we might see something that we shouldn't see, are you?
Oh, me? Don't be silly. I haven't got a thing to hide.
You're right there, Zach. You couldn't hide that thing we're looking at even if you wanted to.
Hey, you mean the long raft?
You hit the nail right on the head. You know a raft that size could do a lot of damage if it ever got loose.
Who says it's gonna get loose?
You don't think them shoestrings you got it tied to the shore with are gonna hold it, do you, young feller?
That's my business, Ranger. And I'll thank you to mind your own.
Listen, Zach. And listen hard. This is our business. That oversized log raft is a menace to all property, public and private. And it's also a threat to the town of River's Bend. If that thing ever got loose and went careening around the bend of the river, what do you think would happen to the levee the town spent thousands of dollars to build up?
Now, you listen to me, Jefferson. You're not telling me what to do or how to do anything. I'm the best raft man on this river, and when I'm ready to move that raft, I'll move it. Move it safely. But that's when I'm ready to move it, and not before.
Zach, I'll be back in 1 week. You'd better have that raft floating carefully down the river to the mill, or else reduced to half its size.
Is that a threat, Ranger?
No, it's an order. And I can assure you of one thing, I never was more serious in my life.
Will you men please come to order?
Quiet down, everybody. So we can get on with this meeting. Quiet down.
The meeting will please come to order.
Come on, fellas. Hey, knock it off, will ya? We got important business to do. We don't want to waste all night.
Thank you. Now, gentlemen, there's no use me going over the problem that caused this meeting. The question is what we're going to do about that monstrous raft that threatens the safety of our town.
That's right,
The chair will listen for any motion from the floor.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Sykes?
As mayor of Rivers Bend, I move that the chair appoint a committee of 2 men to pay a visit to Zach Stevens and warn him to either get that raft moved or make 2 rafts out of it. I second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion, or are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion's carried. As chairman, I appoint Mr. Sykes, our mayor, and Mr. Close, our treasurer, to pay Zach Stevens a visit. You 2 men will ask Mr. Stevens to break the raft apart before it gets loose and smashes the levee that keeps the Shady River from flooding our town.
And if he won't comply, then what do we do?
Well, I'd suggest that you take the whole matter to the Rangers, Mr. Close. Bill Jefferson will know what to do.
Sure is beautiful up here at the headwaters, Bill.
Yes, pal. We're several thousand feet above sea level here. Now, there's Knotty Pine way over to our left.
Yeah. Looks like it's just a couple of miles. Yet it's 25 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you find out what you came up here for?
I think so. I wanted to see how much snow was melting and running down the mountains into these tributaries of the Shady River.
Yeah, believe me. This old sun's getting mighty powerful.
You see those 5 creeks all running down the mountains? Every one of them swollen with water.
I'll say. How many creeks feed into the river, Bill?
No, I think they estimate 106 tributaries into the Shady. The 5 we see here give us a good idea what the sum total of volume is. I'd say all we need are some warm southerly winds, and that river will rise 10 feet overnight.
How long do you think it'll be until the river's at its peak?
About a week or 10 days.
Boy, 106 creeks can empty a lot of water in a few days' time.
Sure could. You see, some of these high mountain passes have 15 feet of snow in them, and where the temperature's above freezing, that means millions of gallons of water flowing off.
And meanwhile, Zach Stevens lets his river monster sleep at its moorings. Why, it's criminal, that's what it is.
Well, he's only got 4 days left to let it sleep. I gave him a week to move it, to destroy it. 4 more days, he's going to get into real trouble if that raft isn't moving or split up.
Zach, in the name of common sense and decency, why won't you listen to reason? You're threatening the whole town of Rivers Bend with that raft.
Well, that's too bad. What am I supposed to do? Break down and cry because you're worried?
Well, I'm surprised, Zach. I always thought you were a gentleman with a sense of honor. And I'd sure hate to think I was mistaken.
Now you listen to me. I'll give you 2 fellas just 5 minutes to get off my place, and if you don't, I'll call the boys and have you thrown off. You forget one thing. That raft is my private property, and it's nobody's business what I do with it. I'm the best raftman in this whole country, and I know what I'm doing.
I doubt that very much. If you had an ounce of brains, you wouldn't take the chance of having a tragedy occur at your expense. You'd better listen, Zach Stevens. There are 400 people in Rivers Bend, and if you...
So what'll happen if I don't listen, huh?
Come on, Close. No use talking to this guy. Let's take the matter up with the Rangers. Bill Jefferson will show this smarty where to head in.
Yeah? Yeah, well, you go ahead and get the Rangers. See if it'll do you any good. I'm not going to move that raft, and there's not a thing you can do about it.
That's the answer he gave us, Bill. Just a lot of mean, smart-aleck answers.
Well, the whole trouble is, Mr. Sykes, I'm afraid he's right.
You mean you can't stop him with the law? You mean that Zach Stevens can't be forced by a court order to break up that oversized log pile he's got floating on the river?
Mr. Close, there are times when the law seems inadequate to fulfill its purpose. As in this case. We've got to remember that in America, we respect the private property of others. Sometimes, even if that property is dangerous or undesirable.
But what are we going to do? You know as well as I do that nobody can get that raft safely down the river, no matter how experienced he is.
I agree. The river's too high now to handle that raft safely. It's got to be broken up. But how to do it?
Mr. Sykes, give me until this evening to figure out a solution. I'll come to River's Bend with some kind of an answer, and that's a promise.
Do you think it'll do any good to talk to Zach again, Bill?
Well, frankly speaking, pal, no. I don't think it'll do a bit of good. I want to try just once more anyhow. And nobody can say I haven't given Zach fair warning.
We'll be there soon. This road's just around the next bend. He's only got 2 more days until his week is up, hasn't he?
That's right. Just 2 more days.
Oh, there's the road into Zach's main camp now. Hey, there's a barricade across the road.
So there is. Just pull to the side of the road, Henry. We'll find out what this is all about.
Right. Hey, there's a sign on the barricade, Bill.
Yeah. Let's see what it says, huh?
No trespassing. Private property.
Looks like Zach's getting a little erratic, huh?
Bill, wait. I just saw a reflection of something shiny between those rocks over there. You see it?
Yes, pal. You know what it is? It's a rifle barrel.
What? Has Zach gone out of his mind? What do we do now? Do you think they'd shoot if we walked past the barrier?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
No, Bill, no. What if they shoot?
Well, there comes a time when you don't back out. This is one of those times. If Zach thinks he can call my bluff by using guns, then the time's come for me to change his mind. Now, you get back to the car and stay there. That's an order.
But, Bill, what if
they... Get back to the car. Now, Bill Jefferson, let's see what kind of an eye you've got. If you'll only stick that rifle barrel out again. You there, behind those rocks. I want to talk to your boss.
Can't you read that sign, Ranger? My boss ain't talking to anybody. You come past the barricade, you get a hole in your head.
I'm coming past the barricade right now. You better make that first shot count. Yeah, there's the rifle barrel out again. Now, a slug against that rifle should do the trick.
Don't come past the barricade. I'm warning you.
Atta boy. Now I can see it. The sunlight reflects off of it just like a mirror. Now.
Oh, boy, Bill! You knocked the rifle right out of his hand!
Come on out from behind those rocks with your hands up, or I'll come and get you.
I'm coming, don't shoot.
Henry, knock that barricade down and bring the car. We're going in and talk with this man's boss. Zach Stevens, I gave you credit for more brains than this.
Yeah, Bill, my man wouldn't have actually shot you. His orders were only to scare anybody who tried to come past the barricade, not to shoot. And that's the honest truth.
You think people will believe that? You listen to me. I was going to go to Judge Gordon to get a court order against you because you're possessing a hazard of public and private property and human life. But now I don't have to. I could arrest you right now for assault with a deadly weapon.
But we didn't do any shooting.
Is that so? You're this man's boss, and you probably threatened to beat his ears off if he didn't do what you told him to do.
That's right, Ranger. He did.
Well, Zach, what'll it be? Jail or destroy the river monster?
Yeah, Bill, I'm sorry about the gun incident. I really mean that. As far as the raft goes, can't we work out some sort of a compromise on that?
Well, now you're talking. Zach, I believe you about the gun incident. I don't think you've got it in you to shoot anybody. As long as nobody got hurt, I'll forget about the whole thing. We'll charge it off to, well, misjudgment.
Thanks, Bill. I really appreciate it.
Now, what kind of compromise are you thinking about on the raft?
Well, Bill, I've got a confession to make.
Oh?
Main reason I haven't moved that raft is because, well, I've just been plain scared to death.
Well, Zach, why didn't you ask for help? My rangers would be glad to help you.
You mean that, Bill?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, I'm relieved. You see, I've got an awful lot of money tied up in the raft, and I was figuring I could cut my shipping cost by having only one crew handle a big raft instead of making smaller rafts. But I built a log monster that scares me to death.
Okay, Zach, we'll help you. I've got to leave now for a council meeting in River's Bend, so let's move it downriver first thing in the morning. Henry, you stay here for the rest of the day. I'll be late to the meeting as it is, so I've got to leave now.
Okay, Bill.
Believe me, I'll sure be glad to get rid of that monster. It was getting so I couldn't sleep at night.
Gentlemen, come to order now. Quiet down. Thank you. Mr. Sykes, your report of Zach Stevens' answer is most disturbing. In fact, my reaction is to go over there and punch Stevens right in the nose.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree with your remark, but Mr. Close and I were promised by Bill Jefferson that he'd have an answer for us at this meeting tonight.
Where is the ranger? What are we supposed to do? Wait all night for him?
I'm sure he'll be here soon.
He's probably afraid to show his face. He couldn't do anything with Zach Stevens either.
That's not true. Bill's helped us before. He'll help us now.
Yeah, well, he'd be here by now. I say we should get some dynamite and go and blow that raft up ourselves before it gets loose and bashes at our dike. Let's go. Come on.
This meeting will come to order and we'll adjourn. Come to order now. Either we'll keep order, the meeting will be over, and we'll have accomplished nothing.
I ain't doing anything anyhow, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion we adjourn and go blow up the raft ourselves. That ranger ain't gonna show up tonight. He's scared to, 'cause he ain't got an answer ready.
I wouldn't say that if I were you. You men will not take the law into your own hands. Constable, guard the doors. Don't let any of these men out.
You had the answer you promised, Bill?
Yes, Mr. Sykes. I have an answer, and it's a good one. Zach Stevens is going to move the raft in the morning.
Well, thank you for what you've done, Bill.
And my thanks too, Bill. You've done our community a great service again.
Oh, forget it. Glad I could help. Well, I better get back to Knotty Pine, get some rest. My rangers and I are going to help Zach at the raft.
What's wrong over there? What's the commotion?
Why, it's Zach Stevens trying to get through the crowd.
Something's wrong. Look at his face.
Yeah, he looks half scared to death. He's coming this way.
Bill, I gotta see you. The raft is broken loose, and Henry's on it.
Quiet! You men, quiet down and listen to me. You're not going to take the law into your own hands, do you hear?
Throw that Stevens in jail. He's a murderer.
Bring him up. That's what he deserves.
Quiet, I tell ya! You men are wasting your time talking when you should be doing something to stop the raft from coming down the river.
Bill's right, fellas. Come on, let's quiet down. You got a plan?
Yes. You men see that your families are evacuated. If the raft does ram the levees, there's nothing you can do. The thing weighs 100 tons. Meanwhile, Zach and I and the Rangers will be responsible for stopping it. Now get going.
Come on. Come on, guys.
Now, Zach, what about Henry? How'd he get on that raft?
I got no time to tell you now. But another thing is, There's a load of dynamite on the raft that I'd planned to use to blow it up.
Dynamite? Great Scott. Come on, my car's outside. You drive it, I'll work the radio. Let's go and step on the gas.
But where are we going, Bill?
To the helicopter base on the sand flats. We'll take Henry off with the copter first, then blow the monster apart with dynamite. Ranger Bill Jefferson to Sand Flats. Jefferson calling Sand Flats copter base. Come in, over.
Sand Flats copter base to Ranger Bill Jefferson. Come in, Ranger. Over.
I need a copter right away. Emergency. Matter of life and death, and I'm coming to the flats as fast as I can.
We've got a copter on runway now, warming up for a routine flight. You can use it. The pilot will wait for you. It's copter 26. Drive on strip 4 and jump aboard. Over.
Thanks, Sand Flats. We'll be there in 4 minutes. Over and out. All right, step on it, Zach, and don't spare the horsepower. Coming, Zach?
Right behind you. You're the first one. That's it.
Okay, pilot. Head for the Shady River. There's the raft. Still got about 3 miles to go before it hits the town. How's the dynamite set on the raft, Zach?
I've got it stuffed between the logs. Big boxes of it. That's how Henry got on the raft. I went back for more dynamite. He was stuffing it between the logs when the raft broke loose. I figured I'd blow the thing up if it got out of hand.
Well, we got 2 jobs then. Get Henry off, then stop the raft before it gets to the town. Meanwhile, that raft could blow up at any time. All it needs is to hit a snag big enough to make the logs crush the dynamite.
Yeah, there's the raft. And there's Henry.
Good. Pilot, bring the copter down over the raft as close as you can. Now lower the cable.
Bill! Can you hear me?
Yes, Henry!
Bill! The current's taking the raft toward the shore all the time. You gotta blow her up before she hits the bend. She'll bust that nut into smithereens. Flood the whole town.
That's right. Now listen to me, Henry. See what we're lowering on the end of the cable?
Wait a minute. It's a stick of dynamite, isn't it?
Yes. Some matches to light the fuse. Now be very, very careful. Our lives depend on it. Put the stick of dynamite under the box of it and light that fuse. It's long enough to give us time to lift you on the cable and get away before the dynamite explodes. You understand?
Yeah. I got it.
Remember, pal, be careful.
It's late, Bill. Pull me off.
Grab on, Henry. It's yours.
Okay. Ice away.
You all right, Henry?
Yeah. I'm coming in now. There. I'm in. Boy, I was just about to swim for it when you came along.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been too good in that current.
Oh, hello there, Zach.
Oh, Henry, am I glad you're safe. Why, I'd have never forgiven myself if anything had happened.
Boy, look at the logs scattered along the river. That dynamite sure broke the raft up.
You said it. At last the river monster is dead. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Howdy, this is Stumpy Jenkins, Ranger Bill's old sidekick, as I guess you all know. Just adding a little extra word of thanks for getting yourself in on the program today. Always glad to have you along. And I hope you invite your friends, too, for we sure got lots of adventures to tell you about. And we don't want you to miss any of them. So you make sure to be there by your radio every week. Don't lose out on our next story.
Okay, Andrew, it's summertime as we're recording this.
Oh.
But I want to rewind the clock to mid-May of this year. Think cool air, drizzling rain, spring.
Okay, I'm with you.
This May, I volunteered with the Harlequin Duck Project, and we were trying to capture ducks on Upper McDonald Creek. And as we talked about in the Goat Hunt episode, you catch them by stringing a net all the way across the creek and trying to catch them as they fly down. But with all the melting snow in the spring, that creek is flowing too fast to safely walk across. So a few people and one end of the net get carried across to the other side in a raft.
So did you get to go across the creek?
Well, no, I stayed behind to help spot the birds with binoculars. But at the end of the day, everyone on the other side had to come back, and I volunteered to help catch the raft and pull them to shore. The raft, really conveniently, has a handle on the bow that helps you grab it. And I leaned over to grab it, totally missed, and fell face first in McDonald Creek.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was totally soaked.
Well, it's pretty cold in the spring. Did you have a change of clothes?
Well, yes and no. It was very cold, but I didn't have any spare clothes. But the volunteer paddling the raft that I failed to catch had a spare pair of long johns, and despite my insistence that I'd be warm enough, made me go change into them.
So you had warm legs and a bruised ego, but isn't this episode about Many Glacier?
Okay, let me finish. That volunteer's name is Gerard, and I'd met him before because he drives a school bus for some of the local students I've led on field trips, but through the Harlequin Project, I got to know him a little better, and a few weeks later, I had the chance to get him in the studio.
Yeah, my name is Gerard Bird. Born and raised about 9 miles from Glacier National Park in a little town of Martin City.
He's the sort of wonderful person that seems to know everyone and can do anything. What were you doing just before this interview?
We were helping band songbirds, trapping and banding.
I think he volunteers with every single wildlife research project in the park.
We started about 12, maybe 13 years ago, helping out with the Wolverine Project, got involved, and we put in roughly 175 backcountry miles.
Did you make him come into the studio just to return his long johns?
No, he's got wonderful taste in long underwear, but that's not why I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to talk to him about a trip he did with the Glacier Institute in 1986.
Glacier Institute was founded in 1983, started working in 84. I came on board in 85. I'm a school bus contractor. They were looking for someone to transport students around the park, specifically up over Logan Pass.
Wait, so what is the Glacier Institute?
The Glacier Institute is one of the park's 3 official partners. They offer hands-on, field-based learning opportunities for both kids and adults all throughout Northwest Montana, and they do a lot of work here in Glacier.
There was grizzly classes, flower classes, and then some geology classes, which included glaciology as well. And this one particular class, we were hiking into Grinnell Glacier, and it was a geology class, but one of the founders had wanted us to go and meet this gentleman that was given, I can't remember where he was from now, but anyway, he was giving a speech on Grinnell Glacier. And so
the guy's name was Bob Anderson, and he was a geologist with the California Institute of Technology. And he wasn't just giving a talk on Grinnell Glacier, he was giving a talk in Grinnell Glacier.
He had an access point that we were able to enter underneath this glacier.
Into an ice cave.
It was about maybe 3 foot high, and it kind of went back maybe 20 some feet.
And the times I've spent in other park units like Mammoth Cave National Park, one of the biggest takeaways was just how dark it got. Like, what was the lighting?
Oh, straight up. I mean, it's no different than a regular cave. If there were human bodies blocking that, entrance, yeah, it would be no different than being in an underground cave. As I looked around, there was probably 20 of us crowded into this small space, and there was a flash photographer taking tons of photos. Leaned over, and I said, Lex, how come this is so obnoxious? He goes, Gerard, National Geographic's in here doing a photo op here under this glacier.
National Geographic was there?
Yeah, they published a 20-page article not long afterwards, which really reads like an introduction to Glacier, where it is, what it's all about, a harrowing search and rescue tale. And here's the one photo they used from the ice cave.
Wow, this is crazy. So this is under Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, the photo, it's really dark. This guy's wearing bright yellow pants, sitting on the ice. And yeah, it's in Grinnell Glacier.
I've been to Grinnell Glacier a handful of times, and this looks nothing like anything I've seen up there. It's like a totally different world.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell in the photo. I asked him what the weather was like outside, and he said it was sunny, but doesn't look at all like that. It just looks dark.
Cold.
Gerard described these little threads of ice that would dangle from the ceiling of the glacier, and if you looked at it too long, either your breath or your headlamp would even melt them. So it was a really powerful experience for him.
Well, the funny thing is I had visited with my wife when I came out, and I said, oh my gosh, honey, you got to come in and look at this. I said, this was incredible. I was so moved. Well, raising 5 kids and whatnot, it just was about 3 years later, and we decided that we could go back in, and we hiked in, come to this rock face, this is where the glacier was. And I kept looking at the rock face thinking, God, maybe I'm on a whole different, but I did recognize the area where we entered, and the glacier had melted back about 200 plus feet. I was absolutely astounded. 3 years. That's when I really became aware of man's impact on our beautiful planet. Yeah.
So if that's how much it changed in just 3 years, what has he noticed in the last 30 years since then?
Yeah, that was something I was really interested in, but he surprised me. When's the last time you went back to Grinnell Glacier?
Oh, it was back then, probably 89.
Really?
80s, yep.
Haven't been back since?
I haven't been back to there since. I've done a lot of different areas in the park since, but not been back there since 89.
Wow, 30 years. I can't imagine what he'd say if he got to see it now.
I know. We have got to get Gerard to Grinnell Glacier this summer. Welcome to Headwaters, a Glacier National Park podcast, brought to you by the Glacier National Park Conservancy and produced on the traditional lands of many Native American tribes, including the Blackfeet, Kootenai, Salish, and Gillespie people.
We're calling this season The Confluence, as we look at the ways that nature, culture, the present, and the past all come together here.
I'm Michael.
I'm Andrew.
And we're both rangers here.
And today we're going to be taking you on a journey to the Many Glacier Valley.
Nestled in the northeast corner of the park, Many Glacier is one of its most spectacular destinations. I know every time my family's come to visit, we've made a point of taking Highway 89 on the east side of the park just to get there. Typically, the road is open from mid-May to late October, but the high elevation trails have a much shorter season because they're only reliably clear of snow in August.
According to longtime Many Glacier Ranger Bob Adams, there are 2 trails in particular that people come here to see.
Today, that would be the Grinnell Glacier Trail, and that would be the Iceberg Lake Trail, which is...
This area is popular, like really, really popular.
But there are lots of people, roughly 600 or more a day.
That 600 is on each trail.
So this isn't the place for solitude?
Not exactly. And to make it even more extreme, Bob sometimes has to close one of those trails for bear activity. And if the Iceberg Lake Trail is closed, then...
You'll get 900 people on the Glacier Trail.
900 people on the Grinnell Glacier Trail?
So that may not be what you want. It may be exactly what you want because you maybe feel safety in numbers. That's a false assumption, but people make that assumption.
Why do so many people come here?
I asked Diane Sine. She's a ranger, and she spent more than 40 summers in Many Glacier.
It not only has the actual glaciers that are still hanging in there, just barely. Then we also have the historic hotel. We have, in my opinion, the best hiking trails in the park. So if you just wanted one location that sums up all that's excellent about Glacier National Park, it's Many Glacier. And yes, this is a commercial for Many Glacier.
And she's not totally joking about the commercial thing. The marketing of Many Glacier and of the Glacier National Park region as a whole is a really important part of the park's history.
What do you mean by that?
Well, in the early days of Glacier National Park, a lot of the infrastructure was built by the Great Northern Railway. And the railway executives wanted this place to look like the Swiss Alps.
Yeah, there's definitely Swiss architecture noticeable, not just at the Many Glacier Hotel, but the Lake McDonald Lodge too. But why Swiss?
That's actually a pretty interesting story. To learn more about it, I decided to join Diane Sine, the ranger you heard a minute ago, on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel.
Well, I'm jealous.
Luckily for you and our listeners, these tours are offered during the summer at the Many Glacier Hotel and Lake McDonald Lodge. You can find the schedule in your ranger-led activities guide, which you'll receive at the park entrance station.
Well, welcome. My name's Diane Sine. I'm a seasonal ranger here with the National Park Service. I have done this for a whole lot of summers. This is our daily walking tour of the historic Many Glacier Hotel. So before I start...
She told us about how she first fell in love with Many Glacier as a child on a family camping trip, and all through college worked here in the summers as a singing waitress.
Wait, she was a singing waitress?
Yeah, as she tells it,
in that era, all the employees at the Many Glacier Hotel were hired to staff the regular hotel positions because they all had music or drama backgrounds. And as a little girl, just starting out as a cellist, I thought, that's what I want to do.
Why do they do that?
well, in those days, the Many Glacier Hotel was a bit beat up and weathered. So, to attract guests, the manager decided to use music.
Well, why have I never heard Diane sing at the hotel?
Well, she's not a singing waitress anymore. After those summers singing and waiting tables, something changed deep inside of her.
After having worked here for 4 years for the hotel, my life was warped. I was hooked on this place, and I figured out how to become a park ranger.
And once Many Glacier wormed its way into her life, it never left.
Along the way, I met my husband, who was another ranger here. We got married at Lake Josephine, had our wedding reception here at the dining room of the Many Glacier Hotel. My stepdaughter met her husband here as well, and the tradition has continued. So, Many Glacier...
But this is all a bit of a digression because, although this place is important to Diane,
the Many Glacier Hotel is considered to have national significance. It has value to the American story as a place that ties us to the past, not only the past with visitor experiences, but the past with the early development and advertising of national parks.
Diane told us about the construction of the building in the winter of 1914. When temperatures hit 40 below.
Okay, we've both been here in the winter, and 40 below is cold.
It's very cold. As Diane described it, the workers the Great Northern hired
were hardy Scandinavian descendants, and they could withstand hardy winters. And the story is...
The finished hotel was pretty impressive.
Paint a picture for me.
Well, as you approach the hotel, a friendly bellhop, clad in Alp-style lederhosen, opens the front door and offers refuge from the harsh winds of the valley in the warmth of the lobby.
Wait, okay, lederhosen?
We'll get back to that in a minute.
Okay.
Once you're inside, the lobby is vast and echoey with a hodgepodge of different styles. A massive copper fireplace anchors one end, while the other opens up to an elegant spiral staircase. Naturally, your gaze will be drawn up as your eyes trace the giant Douglas fir beams towards the ceiling. And dangling from that ceiling is an impressive array of Japanese-style paper lanterns.
Okay, so I'm standing in a Wild West Montanan Swiss chalet with Japanese paper lanterns?
Now you're catching on, that's right. But even though there's a lot going on, the thing that really pulled me in was those giant Douglas fir beams. And according to Diane, this was their intended effect.
The idea behind the design of both this Many Glacier Hotel and the Glacier Park Lodge at East Glacier, they were originally referred to as big tree lodges. The idea is that you can be down here in the lobby and you can actually feel like you're in the forest with the trees rising above you.
That makes a lot of sense having stood in them, but you still have not addressed the lederhosen thing.
Okay. Well, part of it is actually an accident of history. In 1914, as construction was just about to begin for the Many Glacier Hotel, World War I cut off Americans from some of their favorite European vacation destinations. The Great Northern saw in this an opportunity to put the American West on vacationers' radar, and they started to market this area as a replacement for the Swiss Alps.
Okay, but people go on vacation to Spain or to Germany. Why Switzerland?
Well, as Diane tells it, Louis Hill, who at the time was the president of the Great Northern Railway, just really liked Swiss architecture.
He had a home outside St. Paul where his family would go for winter getaways and ice skating parties, and that home was designed as a Swiss chalet. But he also had a winter home at Pebble Beach, California. In fact, his home became part of the golf course there. The design for his Pebble Beach home was also Swiss architecture. So the guy just had a thing for Swiss chalets.
How'd the Great Northern get word out about the area?
Well, they decided to do this big advertising campaign called See America First.
See America First. Huh.
And the idea there was to try to convince Americans that vacationing in the national parks was the patriotic thing to do. They also gave artists free trips out here. And as you can imagine, once those artists saw this place, they took the idea of See America First and just ran with it. One of these artists was the writer Mary Roberts Reinhardt.
She was a very well-known writer of the time. She went on to write a couple of books about her experiences in Glacier Park. She said, "I have traveled a great deal of Europe. The Alps have never held this lure for me. Perhaps it is because these mountains are my own in my own country." So that was her idea. Be a patriotic American, see America first, come to the Switzerland of North America, come to the Many Glacier Hotel.
Okay, so this marketing campaign is why we have all the Swiss buildings around Glacier.
Exactly, and it's had a pretty big impact on the way people use the park even to this day. But it also starts to get at something that's really central to the mission of the Park Service.
What do you mean?
Well, we're supposed to be preserving these places for future generations, but our mission is also to allow for their enjoyment today. That can be a tough act to balance.
Okay, I see what you're getting at. People come to Many Glacier to see the bears and the glaciers and to feel a sense of wilderness, but their very presence alters those things.
Right, the Many Glacier Hotel and the marketing around it got a lot more people to come out and enjoy this area. But it also changed the character of the valley. When people and nature come together, both are changed by the encounter.
But that's not always a bad thing.
Certainly not. Encountering the natural world is an important way that we can learn and grow as people.
I know that hiking here in Many Glacier has changed both you and I, but in our next story, I'd like to look at a way that we collectively as people have changed Many Glacier as well, although we might not have meant to.
So, you know how we've been talking about doing a hike in Many Glacier?
Yeah?
Well, I just talked to Lisa McKeon. She's a physical scientist with the USGS. She invited us to go up to Grinnell Glacier with her next week.
Oh my gosh, we've got to bring Gerard.
I thought you might say that, so I asked Lisa about it, and it turns out that they actually already even know each other from some projects he's volunteered on, and he's welcome to join us too.
Of course they know each other. Well, I've got to call him.
Yeah, let's get him on the phone. Each episode, we seem to cover at least one thing that, like this podcast, wouldn't be possible without the support of the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
With the help of some friends over there, we got the number of Executive Director Doug Mitchell and decided to call him up out of the blue to ask about these projects.
For this episode, we wanted to ask about the restoration work done on the Many Glacier Hotel.
Glacier Conservancy, Doug Mitchell speaking. How can I help you?
Hey Doug, it's Andrew and Michael. How you doing?
Hey guys, great to hear from you today.
Likewise.
We wanted to call because for this episode, I had the chance to go on a tour of the Many Glacier Hotel with Diane Sign, and she pointed out a staircase to me that she mentioned you might have had something to do with.
The famous double helix staircase. To be able to bring that back here in the 21st century is really a treasure, and those people who haven't seen it ought to definitely get out there and take a look.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable, this magnificent, as you said, double helix, like kind of DNA strand staircase.
Yeah, you know, we joked a little bit around here that they need a T-shirt for the lodge that says history, it's in our DNA. And history really, and historic renovation is in our DNA here at the Glacier Conservancy as well. And that is a property at Many Glacier that had fallen in disrepair. And actually some had talked about tearing it down, and what a great decision not to.
Absolutely.
Has the Conservancy had a chance to be involved in any other historic preservation projects in the park?
We really have have spent a lot of time and focus on that because really our future is part of celebrating our past. There's a lot of different kind of places that we've been able to help, like the Wheeler Cabin and the Sperry Chalet, of course, and the Walton Ranger Station. And those kinds of historic preservation projects are ones that we've been very proud to be involved in over the years and really, we think, add to the fabric of this great tapestry that makes up Glacier National Park.
Well, thanks for making the project possible in the first place, and thank you for taking some time out of your day.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Call anytime.
All right. Bye, Doug.
All right. Cheers.
Before the break, I found out that I had a chance to get Gerard back to Grinnell Glacier for the first time in 30 years. So I called him. Naturally, Gerard's a busy guy, so I didn't get a hold of him the first or second time I called.
Hey, Michael, Gerard here. Yeah, I haven't forgot about you. I had you on my list.
But after playing voicemail phone tag, I reached him and invited him to join us. Well, we're going on Tuesday with Lisa McKeon, so you're certainly welcome to tag along on that if you want.
I would love to. I'll have to look at my calendar to see what's on there, but that would be a wonderful invite. Thank you.
The next day, he shot me an email. He could make it. So we had everybody meet at park headquarters and wasted no time getting going. Because if you're headed to Mini Glacier, you should plan on an early start. Whether you're looking for a parking space or a campsite, everything fills up early. Like, really early. And on top of that, it's not especially close. It's the farthest main entrance from the airport, and from the west entrance alone, it takes about 2.5 hours whether you go into the Sun Road to St. Mary or Highway 2 onto the south end of the park. But we found a spot and set off on one of the crown jewels of Glacier's trail system. Now, the trail is popular not just because of its destination, but because of the scenery along the way. If you're not looking at wildlife, you're looking at towering snow-capped mountains or crystal clear lakes. Round trip, it's 11 miles and you gain 2,600 feet of elevation, so it's not an easy hike. In fact, one of the fan favorite ways to do this trail is to actually skip the first few miles entirely. The Glacier Park Boat Company offers historic wooden boat tours, and some of their tours include a hike to the glacier. And taking that boat shuttle shaves off nearly 4 miles of the hike, but none of the elevation. If you're interested in boat tours at Mini Glacier or anywhere else in the park, it pays to plan ahead. We didn't catch a boat, though. We just hiked. And you don't have to hike too far before you stumble into one of the most famous views in the whole park, a bright blue Grinnell Lake tucked into the mountains.
And if you've ever seen a poster of the park, odds are it was a picture of Grinnell Lake. In fact, Lisa McKeon told us she had a poster of the view in her college dorm room.
Yeah. I've been up this trail so many times, I never thought about that.
Oh, good.
But, the classic Grinnell view.
Good
right
story.
Here. Yeah.
When I worked for a different agency in a different state, that same poster was on the wall in the office next to me.
And I had a funny experience with this view as well.
When I got hired, I was in college and I was so excited about it. I'd never been here before. And so I Google image searched Glacier National Park, downloaded some cool pictures for my phone background. And I didn't ever really look up where it was, but I was hiking up here for the first time and I'm like, oh my God, this is the view from my phone.
Yeah.
So I took my own photo from that spot and I still have it as my
That's still your background?
Yeah.
This whole time?
Good story.
So,
That's great.
I was like, oh, this is it. This is why I came here.
And it is so easy to get swept away by the beauty of this trail, by the wildflowers, by the wildlife, whether it's mountain goats or bighorn sheep. But the entire time I was distracted, wondering how Gerard was going to react once we finally saw the glacier. And the trail does a really good job at building that anticipation because you can't really see it until the very end. But after a few hours and a few thousand feet, we made it. We crested that final hill and were able to look down at Grinnell Glacier. And it was the first time any of us had seen it that year, but for Gerard, it was the first time seeing it since the 80s.
All right, Gerard, what's the big reaction to this big view?
That's our producer, Daniel.
There was just more snow and ice here. Right here, there was this snow.
Gerard's a guy who always has something clever to say. I had never seen him at a loss for words, but he stood there for a minute, stock still, staring out at the ice in disbelief.
Holy cow.
Wow. I felt pretty fortunate to be there in that moment with Gerard. It left him totally speechless. and experiences like his are as powerful as they are rare. In the grand scheme of things, most people are lucky to see a place like Grinnell Glacier once in a lifetime, let alone have the chance to revisit it. I mean, growing up in Ohio, I could have driven in any direction for several days and never seen anything quite like it. And that's where Lisa's work comes in. Lisa McKeon is a physical scientist with the USGS, or United States Geological Survey. And over the course of her career, she's taken experiences like Gerard's and made them a lot more accessible.
No, I agree. I mean, we've got, area change data, we've got some volume estimates, we've got mass balance, we have a lot of quantitative data looking at change. Most people can't relate to that, and they can look at a pair of images and go, wow, something's happening there. Yeah.
The USGS's Repeat Photography Project is an effort to visualize glacial change not with graphs or charts, but with pictures. By retaking historic photos of glaciers throughout the park, you can see the change that's happened in the intervening years with your own eyes. And Lisa's been involved since it got started in 1997.
Yeah, I got swept up into doing repeat photography right at the very beginning. Jerry DeSanto had brought in this repeat pair early in the spring and showed Dan, and we had decided, oh yeah, let's do some of this. Let's document glaciers in the park with photography. And then later that summer, Vice President Al Gore decided to come out and have a little event here at the glacier. And he was talking about climate change. Like right then at 1997, the media came out and we had taken a few repeat photos and they couldn't get enough of them. It was some of the first really visual evidence that people could relate to with this idea of climate change.
It struck a chord as soon as you started.
Because they're so easy to...
Yeah, they answer themselves.
Yeah. You don't really need any text, nothing. It's just...
And it's not... A picture really is worth 1,000 words. Because I could read through statistics about how Boulder Glacier's area today is 35,298 square meters when it used to be 829,577 square meters. Or I could show you a picture. Well, not really, this is a podcast, but you could find the photo from a 1932 horse packing trip to Boulder Glacier, where 80% of the frame is filled with ice, and 4 people stand there staring into the mouth of a towering ice cave. When Ranger Jerry DeSanto took that same photo just 50 years later, the frame was empty. The ice had receded, revealing only barren rock and the distant mountains. These repeated photos have made it possible for people, no matter where they are or when they are, to make sense of this change. But while these repeated photos are easy to understand, they're quite difficult to capture.
Some of them take quite a while. Some are, much harder than others, but it's been amazing. Sometimes when you think, oh, I know where that one is, and you go, oh no, I guess that's not it. Oh, it's up here. So then you climb up. Oh, wait, no. It was down quite a bit. And it can go up and down, up and down. We've gotten better at it for sure.
They don't physically mark any of the sites, so they rely purely on perspective to initially find the right spot. And one thing that's helped a lot is technology.
It's been really helpful with Google Earth now because you can kind of go in the landscape and line up the peaks pretty well that way before you get out in the field.
The next part of our day was actually taking a repeat photo. And while Lisa had taken this repeat photo before, had seen it on Google Earth, even had the GPS coordinates, she gave us the authentic experience. Using a printed photo, we had to line up what we could see, boulders in the foreground, mountains in the background, with the landscape in the picture, which was easier said than done.
Over that ridge. So I think we gotta go further that way.
Yeah. We knew from the picture that we'd have to go up, so we started up this moraine or hill of loose rock, feeling pretty good about it until it dropped off, and we had to climb down the boulder field and scramble around until we saw this snow patch, and then we had to go over the snow patch. Needless to say, it took a while. And as we were searching, we had to be very mindful of timing, because a lot of factors go into a successful repeat photo. The time of day can cast shadows off the mountains that make it harder to see the ice. And on a larger scale, the time of year is important. Seasonal snow is a huge obstacle to taking a good photo.
You have to wait so long. I have people in June asking if they can come to the park and take some photos for me. And I have to say, well, you can't really until the end of August at the earliest, maybe, or in September. You got to wait for the snow to melt so you can see the actual margin.
So are we seeing snow there on top of the...
Yeah, it's mostly.
And even we were cutting it close, right?
Yeah, quite honestly, our trip was really more about getting a behind-the-scenes look at the process, and not necessarily because Lisa needed to repeat this particular photo.
The thing is, though, we don't have the moraine in front.
No.
Because that's going to be...
Once you finally find the place where the photo was taken, your last step is to get the camera set up and line up the shot.
Yeah, so I'm just putting the camera on the tripod, and then I'll just kind of start lining things up and slightly overshoot it so I can crop it down a little bit, but I try to match it as closely. I haven't taken any photos all summer, so half the battle is remembering how to use this camera.
No pressure, you just got...
Yeah, right, yeah. I'm not even, paying attention to that.
Once it's all said and done, you've got the photo. If it's good enough, Lisa will line it up next to its historic reference photo back at the office and upload it onto the Repeat Photography Project webpage, where you can access all of them. And at the time of this recording, at least 80 photos have been repeated of 20 different glaciers throughout the park. But after spending the day playing research assistant to Lisa, we wanted to take a repeat photo that had never been done before, one that had her in it.
In the summer of 1988, the year before Gerard returned to the glacier with his wife, a teenage Lisa McKeon had hiked with her parents up to Grinnell Glacier. When they got to the top, Lisa posed for a photo. With a white tank top, yellow shorts, and some very 80s sunglasses, Lisa stepped out onto Grinnell Glacier for a picture. With a grimacing smile that screamed, "Mom, please don't make me take another photo," Lisa unwittingly created the perfect opportunity for a future repeat picture. So, Michael, when I pulled out that photo of Lisa up at Grinnell Glacier, that was your first time seeing it, right?
Yeah, no, it was. And it took me a second to even figure out what the photo was of, let alone who was in it.
Do you recognize Lisa in them? Would you have known that was her?
I don't think so, no.
You'd been like, who are these people?
Look at this lovely picture.
What if Gerard was in the background?
That's right, wouldn't that be cool? He's down below us,
Yeah,
somewhere in the cave, going, woo.
I tried to find the spot for Lisa to stand and recreate her vacation photo, but I ran into a problem. The lake.
Spent the last 10 minutes or so trying to find this other spot that we have from one of Lisa's photos from the 80s. And I keep coming further down this way, and I still think we've got to go a lot further that way to get to the spot. I think where you were standing is in the lake at this point.
Yeah, I would guess.
So I don't think we're going to be able to get you back to that spot.
Yeah, I know, right?
Finding the nearest dry spot to where she had stood in 1988, Lisa replicated the pose and grimacing smile. Daniel started to wonder if these photos might be used someday too.
What about the next 20 years and the photos that you're in? Do you think that people working for USGS in the 2050s will be using photos of you as a teenager and repeating those?
I have not submitted these to the archives yet.
Who was that babe?
We'll see. I'd probably rather have those submitted than now. But certainly, it's really exciting thinking the photos I'm taking now will certainly, be used in decades to come.
This place has meant a lot to Lisa. Some of her best memories are here in this glacier basin.
I've been lucky enough to come up as a youth, and I've brought both of my daughters here because I think it's a really special place, and I want them to see the beauty and to see the change. I want them to have their own memories of what it was, and then be able to see how it's changing. Mm-hmm. And my husband proposed to me here too, so I have a lot of great memories associated with this place.
Where was that?
I think it was right down on some of these rocks here, actually. I don't even remember.
Straight around the corner.
Exactly, the spot, yeah. Beautiful piece of slick rock like this.
Over a lifetime of visits, she has seen so much change. Not just to the glacier, but to people's understanding of it, and to our understanding of the changing climate.
Well, our glaciers are going. They're on a track to disappear now, but I think what we've done is helping the world understand the connection between climate change and what's happening on the landscape. Yeah, a little piece of that. This happens to be a really visible piece, but there's so many other ways that climate change is impacting this park that are not as visible as a glacier melting away. They get people thinking about climate change, and I love that maybe it begs the question of, wow, what else is happening in this park? And there's scientists out there figuring that out, and there's people maybe looking a little more closely for it in their own experiences here.
It made me wonder, when did Gerard learn that the changes he'd seen up here were part of a wider, global phenomenon?
Yeah, that's something I was wondering too. And I asked him, were you aware of climate change when you made that trip up to Grinnell?
I was aware that something was taking place because of humanity or how we were living. Because when I come back that 3 years, I was like astounded. I was just so impressed that we could get underneath a glacier at that time. And I told my wife, I said, oh, honey, we got to go back in. I got to show you this. This was the coolest experience. And so I wasn't really aware of it at that time. It was 3 years later.
So it sounds like you noticed that something was going on just from your experience here. But later, did you read in the paper or hear on the news about climate change science and realize, oh, that's what I saw at Grinnell Glacier?
Yeah, then the pieces started fitting the puzzle, and I was like, wow, yeah, I witnessed something there that was pretty profound and didn't know it at the time.
With all the good memories from this place, but also all the evidence of melting, I wanted to ask Lisa how she felt about Grinnell Glacier on the whole. Does she have a good or bad feeling from this place?
Yeah, I think what you described, bittersweet, is exactly what it is, because it's always a stunningly beautiful place, but the glacier's shrinking. I mean, that's one of the main comments I get back from the repeat photos is people feel loss.
But when I asked Lisa if she still had hope, she perked up a bit.
I do have hope. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't have hope that these glaciers are going to last here, but I'm hopeful that climate change is not going to be the end all for this planet.
Before we left, Lisa wanted to walk up to the glacier itself, to let us see what was happening to it with our own eyes, hear it with our own ears. As we approached, the sound of melting water rushing off the glacier turned into a roar. I had to shout just for Lisa to hear my question.
Well, Lisa, where's all this water coming from?
It's coming from the glacier, every bit of it. It's melting off the glacier. It's quite a torrent today. It's a hot day in the Glacier Basin and things are cranking.
As we stepped onto the glacier, we reflected on what made this change so meaningful. The Earth has always been changing, and glaciers have advanced and retreated many times. But something about this felt different.
Yeah, I guess the fact that these changes that maybe historically happened on like geologic timescales are now happening on human timescales makes it really dramatic.
Yeah.
Very poignant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's where the repeat photography comes into play. That's very visual. You can see that. You don't need to be one political party or the other, old or young. You can see that in the blink of an eye right there.
I think for me, I feel part of this change. There's something major going on. That's climate change. And, ice melts when it gets warm. And we're part of that equation. I'm part of this. But I also feel like part of the solution to not necessarily changing the trajectory for these glaciers, but in a larger sense, this brings awareness. It's pretty stark. It's raw.
Well, it's such a quick change in geological time. And there was change in the past, but it was thousands of years. I mean, what I've witnessed in just my little lifetime here is incredible. Your grandkids, your great-grandkids won't see this. It's brought an awareness to me for just being present. This is all we have. Tomorrow's not here, yesterday's gone. This is all we have. We're just fortunate to be able to witness the last part of Grinnell Glacier.
That's our show. If you're interested in learning more about the USGS Repeat Photography Project, climate change, or interested in getting to Grinnell Glacier yourself, we put links in the show notes for more info.
Thanks for listening.
Headwaters is a production of Glacier National Park with support from the Glacier National Park Conservancy.
The show was written and recorded on traditional native lands. Andrew Smith and Michael Feist produced, edited, and hosted the show. Ben Cosgrove wrote and performed our music. Alex Stilson provided tech support. Quinn Feller designed our art. Renata Harrison researched the show.
And narrated the credits.
Lacey Kowalski was always there for us. And Daniel Lombardi and Bill Hayden were the executive directors. Support for this show comes from the Glacier National Park Conservancy. The Conservancy works to preserve and protect the park for future generations. We couldn't do it without them, and they couldn't do it without support from thousands of generous donors. If you want to learn more about how to support this podcast or other awesome Conservancy projects, please go to their website at glacier.org. Of course, you can always help support the show by sharing it with everyone you know, your friends, your family, your dog, and also leave us a review online. Special thanks this episode to Gerard Bird, Diane Sine, Bob Adams, and Lisa McKeon.
Hello again, you rockin' Rockyites. We are not going to do any announcements this week. We are going to get right into that sweet, sweet podcast action. If you have ever visited Rocky, chances are you've interacted with a volunteer. And even if you haven't interacted with a volunteer, I can almost guarantee that you have enjoyed the fruits of volunteers' labors in ways you might not even be able to imagine. So many projects and things that they're involved in here at the park. And they're so involved, in fact, that we couldn't do what we do without volunteers in this day and age. It would not be possible. They are absolutely essential to preserving and protecting Rocky and providing for the enjoyment of it by visitors like you. We could not do it without them. And we have to have somebody, or actually multiple somebodies, who coordinate all the volunteers, who wants to volunteer for what positions, all the hiring. It's not hiring, it's volunteering, but there's still paperwork. And then just making sure people are well trained, that they're coordinated, that needs are being met. There's so much that goes into it. And so on today's episode, you're going to learn all about our volunteer program from the viewpoint of its director, Lindsay Lewis. Lindsay is super positive, super professional, always fun to work with. And I cannot help but wonder if it's because she knows the importance and the impact of her work with volunteers and the way that it impacts their lives and the joy it brings them, and also the absolutely essential things and services that they provide for us. We hope you enjoy this episode and that it inspires you to become a volunteer yourself. Let's rock.
Sounds great.
Okay, so we're here at Sprague Lake on
we
a
are.
beautiful, beautiful, beautiful summer day.
Not a cloud. Oh,
There's
some
very,
clouds.
very few, but nice clouds in the sky, and it is super warm. Like we're sitting in the shade without a jacket on, which is, you know.
Pretty nice.
Yeah. We'll enjoy it while it lasts. So we'll start with your name and what you do. So what's your name?
Sure. I am Lindsay Lewis.
Lindsay Lewis. And what do you do at the park, Lindsay?
Yeah, I am the volunteer program manager here at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Volunteer program manager.
That's correct.
So we'll start broad and then we'll see where the conversation takes us. So what are the broad brush strokes of our volunteer program at Rocky? Like how many volunteers, volunteer hours, just that kind of overview.
Yep. So in 2016, we had 2,706 volunteers.
Wow.
Here at Rocky Mountain
That's
National Park.
amazing.
It
So,
is
like,
amazing.
Almost 10 times as many staff.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
And collectively, they served 116,000 hours, or a little over that, which is the equivalent of about 56 full-time year-round employees, which is huge.
Oh, yeah.
So it makes us the 9th largest volunteer program in the whole park service.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a few volunteers.
We have
at
just a
Rocky,
couple. Yeah.
Volunteering
Keep me busy.
a bit of time.
Yeah.
And so you are in charge of that whole program?
Yep.
Okay.
So thankfully, I don't directly supervise.
Yeah, that would be impossible.
2,700
Yeah.
people, because I would lose my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of folks.
Yeah.
But here in the park, we have about 30 or so volunteer supervisors
Mm-hmm.
that oversee different volunteer groups who do a variety of work in the park.
Mhm.
And so I kind of consider myself like HR for volunteers.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of different policies and things that are related to volunteers that don't apply to staff and vice versa. So my job is to kind of be the subject matter expert on the volunteer program policies of the Park Service.
Mhm.
And then also I do a lot of recruiting for those volunteers.
Mhm.
I do volunteer recognition. We have big parties for our volunteers, which is fun. And then I'm in charge of volunteer training and making sure our volunteers are properly uniformed,
Mhm.
that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's actually really fun. It sounds kind of boring. Actually, now that I just said it, but it's actually a really fun job because I get to be out in the field and then also just supporting at my desk people that just really love this park, love this
Right.
place, and really want to be here. You
Yeah.
know, when you're working in
That's pretty
HR,
nice.
yeah, when you're supporting staff with, you know, making sure that they're getting paid and filling out all of their paperwork properly, it's not super fun. But when you're working with people who just
good
want
point.
to do this because they love this place, it
Yeah.
makes it a lot more fun
Yeah.
to do that kind of work. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's hard. It's hard to even describe, I feel like, to people the extent of the volunteer program here.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
It's just, it seems nonstop. Like there's always stuff going on.
Exactly. We're really lucky. This park, not every national park or national public land has neighbors that adore it
Mhm.
like Rocky does. So we have over the years really harnessed that and have taken advantage of and really benefited from neighbors who, you know, live in Estes Park, Lyons, Longmont, Loveland, Boulder, Denver, Grand Lake, Granby, who love this place and have some time on their hands and want to donate it back to the park. So of the 2,700 volunteers, about 700 are individuals, like a lot of retirees and a lot of interns who donate their time to the park. So just last year we had about 40,000 hours served by residents of Estes Park.
Wow.
Which is incredible.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I know. And 4,000 hours served by the residents of Grand Lake, which again, I mean, that's incredible too, considering the size of the
Yeah, the
population.
smaller population.
Yeah. And so then they do a little bit of everything from, we recruit for volunteer positions like we recruit for paid
Right.
positions. So we have really specific openings. People, you know, that have an interest in science can go out and support scientific researchers in the park. They can work at visitor centers if they like that sort of interaction. They can go out and count elk for us or monitor raptors.
Yeah, there's like
or
something
work in the
for
greenhouse.
everyone.
Yeah, there like really is.
Depending
there really
on your
is.
skill
Yeah, you
set
can work in
and
the
depending on
library. You can work
whether
in
or
the
not you want to be
archives.
inside or outside, whether or not you want to interact with people or not interact with people,
Yeah.
what kind of whatever part of the park you want to be in, even to some
Absolutely.
degree.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. It is kind of awesome how specific some of the roles get. I mean, I know that one time we recruited for like a digital asset management person and had multiple people apply that all had database skills
I
and
know.
photography and all these specialized skills. And it's I almost feel like there's a culture in Estes Park of some people, like they retire so that they can come here and be a volunteer, like at least half-time, some of them full-time.
Yep.
That's what really blows my
Absolutely.
mind is
I
people
know.
I meet and I'm like, you're working full-time.
I know.
You're volunteering full-time job.
One of our volunteers,
amazing.
it is amazing. One of our volunteers, when he moved away, and before he moved, I calculated his hours, and he had served on average of 43 hours a week for an entire year. So I know it is pretty wild.
amazing.
I know we are really lucky. I had in 2012, my first year here, one of my funniest phone calls here was from a prospective volunteer who called and he said, "Hey, I am retiring in 2018 And I'm just wondering how I can get involved in volunteering in the park. And I thought, oh my word,
6
this
years
man
out.
either hates his job or he loves Rocky so much
Or both.
that he's a little A and a little B, that he is planning 6 years
ahead.
out. Yeah. So I was like, well, contact me 2017 and let's see what we can do. So
Right.
maybe this is the year I'll get a call back.
Yeah,
from that
maybe
guy.
you will. I'd be like, yes, I called you 5 years ago on. They'll give you the exact date and time.
Yeah, probably.
Took notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really. The first time I ever came here was to make the map, our brochure map.
Oh, yeah.
And so we kind of got a grand tour of Rocky to get a feel for the whole place, to figure out what we want to put in the brochures to give people an overview of the park. And yeah, that was one thing that I was very struck by, is everywhere we went, there were volunteers in a lot of times pretty key positions, and how just smart and interesting and dedicated and, I mean, incredible people. Like, I feel like every person, if I talk to them enough and get their story, I'm just like, what? Your stories, what?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that you know that
Oh yeah.
way better than me. Tons
Yeah.
of people. Maybe we can touch on some of that in a little bit. So how did you get into volunteer coordination?
That is a great question, and
Yeah.
I'm so glad you asked me.
Yeah, what was your path to coordinate volunteers?
So I actually started, like a lot of the rangers here, I started as an intern myself. So when I was in school, I was in college studying geology in Wisconsin, in one of the flattest parts of the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, where, what school?
At University of Wisconsin at Oshkosh.
Okay.
So, and I went there for a couple of years, 2 years, and I had finished, 2 years. I'd finished my second year, and I thought, oh my word, is this really what I want to do? Do I really want to do geology? And so I started looking into internship programs and ended up very last minute deciding to do an internship at the White Sands National Monument in southern New Mexico.
Nice. I made a map for that as well.
Did you really?
I did.
Oh my word.
That was
Just
fun.
the dunes. Did you get to map the dunes?
Actually, yeah, it's a 3D. It's like a bird's eye view, and so it's looking to the west from the east.
Yeah.
And maps are very interesting. You kind of tell, you have to move past the truth to get at the truth. So when you're looking from the view that we have, because I did all of White Sands, including outside the park where it's a missile range.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
so
my
that
word.
whole valley.
Oh yeah.
And so you're so zoomed out that the actual dunes themselves would be so small that you couldn't see anything. So what I did is I took a LiDAR, which is a laser. Basically, you shoot a laser out and you measure how long it takes for that laser to come back to where it came from. And since the speed of light is a known constant, you get the distance.
Wow.
And so they had done LiDAR on this strip of dunes, and they were doing a repeated study to see how they moved over time at a very fine level of detail.
Oh my word.
Anyway, I took their data, exported it, brought it into a 3D imaging program, got the right angle of the dunes at much bigger than they should have been, and then went into Photoshop and pasted those in and painted it all in. But anyway, that was a fun one. So you were at White Sands.
That is really interesting.
Yeah, it was fun.
Does it still have the exposure?
It does.
For the Oryx?
It does. Yeah, there's the nature, is it Nature Conservancy? I don't know who owns it, but in there behind, to the west of the park, that is closed to public access.
Wow.
And yeah, I think it's for, I don't know if it's Oryx.
Keep the Oryx
Yeah,
out. They introduced a bunch of African antelope into the Tularosa Basin back in the 60s and 70s, and they just did really well. But
yeah, so how long were you there?
So I was there just for 3 months,
In the
but
summer?
I had the time of my life. In the actually, I moved there in January.
Perfect.
Or February.
Time to be there.
It was the perfect time to be there, actually, in southern New Mexico.
Yeah,
in
so
the
for
dunes.
3
It was
months.
great.
So that was your
for
first
3 months.
internship.
First internship.
Yeah, what was that like?
It was great. It was my first experience out of Wisconsin. I was in my
Are you
early
from Wisconsin?
20s. Yeah, I'm from Wisconsin
Where?
originally.
Where
I
in
was born in Eau Claire.
Okay.
And then when I was 10, my folks we all moved to Neenah, so south of Green Bay.
Okay.
Kind of in that area, in the Fox Valley.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Really close to Hope.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure we have Wisconsin listeners.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wisconsin.
I always ask people, specifically where they're from,
Yeah.
so people can
Yeah,
rep the
so I'm
hometown
from-
pride.
Yep,
So that's
exactly.
so you went to White Sands on this internship.
Yep, just like
and
on
it was
this-
the first time.
My first time. So, had the time of my life. I lived in a single wide trailer with a rattlesnake that lived underneath the trailer.
Nice. Did it have a name?
And it did not,
Okay.
but it freaked
Terror?
kind of freaked me
Fear?
out. But
Yeah.
it was you know, it was definitely for a Wisconsin gal living in southern New Mexico. It was definitely a really
What a change.
Yeah, it was a change, and I absolutely loved it. I worked in the visitor center and gave tours. I did the sunset stroll. So I did a walk in the dunes with folks, and then the stroll ended with the sunset and the white sand dunes, which sounds magical.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It really
that
was.
Sounds magical.
It really was. And so I had such a good time that I ended up applying for more internships for the summertime, that coming summer, and ended up moving to the Petrified Forest National Park, where I did yet another internship.
In Arizona?
In Arizona, yep, in northern Arizona, kind of in the between Albuquerque and Flagstaff.
Yeah, I stopped in there one time when I was driving, or driving as much as you can of Route 66. What's left. And went right through there.
Yeah.
That's a really interesting place.
It was really unique.
The Petrified Forest stuff is interesting.
Yeah.
For sure. But I was surprised at just all the other stuff there, like Blue Mesa?
Yeah, well, there's
all the different
Pueblos
formations
too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a really cool place. And so my job there was I did interp as well. So I worked in the visitor centers, and then I also did half-time with resource management and helped to do a little work on some endangered plants in the park. But then also they had me going out and trying to catch people that were stealing petrified wood, which is a big problem there.
Yeah,
and
it is.
So I would go.
Did you scare them with the curse?
Well,
or?
you know, I would go out hiking and I would never find anybody that would be stealing petrified wood because, you know, they were
I don't know.
I think they're kind of sneaky. And then one day, some of my coworkers were laughing at me, saying, you know, you're probably just going out and hiking. You know, you're not really trying. And I was like, no, I'm really trying to catch people. And so one day I was like, I'm gonna sit out by this rock and hide on this trail until I find somebody.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So I had some good binos, and I sat at a rock, and I just sat and I watched and I scoped. Yup. And there, sure enough, from a distance, I saw somebody who bent over, picked up a rock, looked at it, showed it to their friend, and put it in their pocket. And then I radioed it in, and law enforcement met them at the trailhead, and I felt kind of terrible and guilty, but it was also they learned the lesson, and they knew when they went into the park that they can't be taking that stuff. So anyway, so that was my internship at the Petrified Forest.
I enjoyed when I visited at the visitor center. The case they had that was like notes from people with the curse.
Yes.
And people would write letters, and they're like, ever since I stole this petrified wood, everything is going wrong in my life.
Yeah.
Please take it back. Please make it stop.
Yeah. And
basically.
so so people feel guilty eventually, which is nice. So like their conscience gets to them. And then they mail these pieces of wood back, and the park can't put them back because they don't know where they came from. Yeah. And so in the visitor center too, there's this big log that somebody had sent back.
Oh, that's right. That thing's huge. It must weigh like hundreds of pounds.
I know. And so, so anyway, and then I ended up doing another internship where I recruited possible interns through the Student Conservation Association. I toured around to college campuses to tell them about my internship.
So you were an you were an internship doing recruiting for interns.
Exactly.
For SCA, for the Student Conservation
That's
Association,
right.
for listeners who don't know about that organization.
So I toured around in Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio for a month, driving a little red pickup truck, going from college campus to college campus.
Though.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
And
such a great organization.
It was. And then we went out to Massachusetts and recruited. I went out to DC to recruit for a few weeks in the DC area.
On the road constantly.
Universities. It was fun. And then one of the internships that I was recruiting for was to work on Capitol Hill. It was a partnership between the Student Conservation Association and Unilever, and they were sponsoring internships 5 months in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill, and then 3 months out in a national park. And so I was recruiting for it, and I was like, well, this sounds pretty good. I'm going to apply. And I applied, and I ended up getting the internship and interned out in D.C. working for Congressman Ron Kind of Wisconsin, the 3rd District of Wisconsin. Really great guy. And then the second half of my internship was out in Yosemite, and I did backcountry patrol.
Oh, wow.
Which was really fun, and just kind of a little bit
of
everything.
What was the idea behind that program? Was it like see how it works on the the bureaucratic technical level and then go in the field, or what?
Yeah, they wanted to, Unilever wanted to sponsor interns that were doing something good for the environment and doing good for resources. And so they placed us in congressional offices where the congressman sat on the either the resources committee or the agriculture committee. And so that's how I landed in Congressman Kine's office. And then, and I think it was just their way of giving back. It was just, it was, philanthropy.
What would you do there in his
So
office?
I opened some mail.
Yeah.
I answered some phone calls.
Yep.
I responded to some constituents.
Yep.
And then I was his intern for the House Resources Committee.
Okay.
And so I would go through prior to committee meetings and come up with bullet points on various issues that were going to be brought
summary,
up.
basically.
Yeah, to give them a summary. I did some tours of the U.S. Capitol building to constituents. It was really fun.
Yeah.
And just a wild experience.
It's a great experience, I feel like. I mean, I certainly didn't spend 5 months, but I was in the Goal Academy thing that the Park Service does, and you do a short stint in D.C., but they kind of give you like the fastest tour ever of sitting in on committee meetings and sitting in the House and Senate and just basically seeing how the sausage is made at that level.
Yeah.
And for me, it was great context, because when you're like, why are things like this, or why are things like that, and then you go and you see it and you're like, oh wow, okay, this is crazy complicated, and things are slow, and there's a reason they're slow, actually. Like, we're a democracy, and that must have been good perspective.
It
for
was.
you. And plus exciting, like moving to such a huge metro
It was.
area.
It was really a blast.
I bet.
It was really a blast. So there were 4 of us. We lived in a National Park Service house in Battery Kimball Park, right across the street from American University, right in DC. And it was just a blast. So we got to go to a bunch of, all of the different lobby groups invited us to parties and gatherings right on Capitol Hill. So we got to go to those. So we definitely stayed busy over those 5 months. But
and then you went to Yosemite.
And
That
then
must
I
have
went
made your head spin.
It did,
like,
but I
city
wanted
to
it to.
backcountry.
Yeah, and so then they asked me what I wanted to do in Yosemite, and I said, honestly, I just want to hike.
Yeah.
I said, I've been in the city.
Sure.
I want to just get out and hike, and so I got to do wilderness patrols while I was in Yosemite. And
So what's that entail for?
So I went out on
listeners?
like a. One of my favorite patrols is I did the Grand Canyon of the Tuolumne on a patrol, which was 2 nights out, 3 days, 2 night hike, and I just got to hike and make contact with visitors, and I was wearing my volunteer uniform and just letting folks know that I was out there, and it was really wild. I think hindsight, looking back, I was by myself, hiking. I think it's like 36 miles.
Yep. I did a few like that too, yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in SCA twice, and one of them was in Yellowstone at the Tower Roosevelt Junction at the Tower that ranger station. And so I did a 3-day, 2-night thing, something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's great, but you're right. It is
where you're like hindsight.
You have a
I
radio
can't
and
believe-
everything.
Yeah, so if something went wrong, I did.
And there were
checking
backcountry
in the
crews
morning,
out,
and
but
then
still,
Yeah, isn't that kind of funny? We look back on that kind of stuff, and we don't really have volunteers that do that kind of work here. Just because of our backcountry travel policies at Rocky, but I had the time of my life, and so I took in all, it was a 1.5 years off of college, and ended up going back, changed my degree to geography because I was really interested in why people lived where they lived. I was interested in cartography and all of that. Map making.
It's interesting. I kind of ended up going in that direction.
Yeah, you did.
For grad school.
Yeah.
Because undergrad I did music composition and English.
Oh, no kidding.
And then I finished up and started working. One summer in between years, I worked in Yellowstone. For Xanterra, making beds.
Yeah.
But I was just like, wait, you can get paid to live here? Like,
it's amazing.
Okay. Anyway, and so I started doing some SCA internships, and
so that's how you got into.
SCA, Student Conservation Association. I did one in Yellowstone that next summer, and then I did one at Black Canyon and Gunnison in the winter, which was awesome.
Oh, that's awesome! What a neat place.
Yeah, that led to some other stuff, but
So then
but that happened to me too. I went back to grad school, and I was like, I did environmental studies, but I ended up focusing on geography and cartography. I just think it geography kind of encompasses, if you're a general interest kind of person.
Totally.
Yeah, so you went back for that. So it totally changed
my degree, and totally changed my school. I finished at University of Wisconsin at Eau Claire. Yep, totally changed my life. And had
so you finished your degree?
I finished my degree.
So there's a good story for parents out there if you're worried about your kid.
Yes, I did. If they take a year and a half off and do internships,
as long as they're doing something,
finding their focus.
Exactly.
Yep, exactly.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. No, it was. I would not. I had no regrets.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So that's how I kind of got my foot in the door of the Park Service, was doing those internships, because eventually down the road, between here and there, I did some other wild, fun jobs, and then I ended up getting my first Park Service job. Was a permanent year-round job as a volunteer program assistant at Yosemite, and I loved Yosemite. My time when I was there for those 3 months or 4 months in the summertime back in 2002, and then always wanted to go back, and so just totally lucked out with a job there in 2009, and I was there for 3 years. I was there as the volunteer program assistant for 2 years, supporting their program, and they have a massive program.
I was about to say, theirs is huge too, right?
Yeah, 10,000 volunteers a year, and like 170,000 hours.
Wow.
Something like that. Just, it's absolutely huge. Yeah,
I've heard group is really big there too, like
the group program?
Corporations and companies bringing people out for kind of service.
We have that here too.
Yeah,
those corporate groups love to come out and volunteer, and it's really, it's a win-win, because they, can give back, and promote that they're giving back to the park, and we give them a really neat experience, hands-on experience, and they do some team building and all of that.
I bet it's really. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's also just really good for them. Like, a good bonding experience.
Yeah,
brings people a little closer.
Exactly. So
what are those? Are those usually day or multi-day, or it just totally depends on what people need?
Depends on what they want. So most of the corporate projects are just one day. So they'll drive in. We'll hook them up with a campsite for that night. So they'll get free campsite in Moraine Park Campground, and in the morning they'll wake up and meet a ranger to do a service project. So they'll do, a full day service project, or a half day in some cases, and then they can spend the next night there too, and then pack up and leave, and have a really great experience. Totally hands-on with our staff. They get to choose what kind of project they want to participate in, so they could work on trails projects, rebuilding some of our trails, or just doing tread work or whatever. Right now they're doing a lot of projects on horse trails kind of behind Moraine Park Campground with volunteer groups. And then we're also doing a lot of vegetation work with volunteer groups, so they can choose those kinds of projects. So they put in a big water line. There's a big, massive water line project that happened in the park, as you know.
Still happening. Moraine Park Road has delays on it.
Yep. And so last summer, they cut a big swath of,
that was huge.
It was huge. It was, a couple of miles by 60 feet, I think.
Yeah.
And so we're using a lot of volunteers to actually re-veg that area, which is pretty neat.
Yeah.
And so they're doing that, or they can build, the big burn piles that look like big, huge teepees in the park.
Yeah, actually, that's a good one to bring up, just because I know a lot of people wonder about that. So for our listeners, when you see these big stacks of wood out in the woods, big piles, they look like big teepees or like huge campfires or something. Those are burn piles where we go in, remove fuel from the forest, stack it, and then at a safe time we burn it. And what we're trying to do is create like defensible lines, things that would keep a fire from growing out of hand or crossing certain areas. So they help with that.
Yep, exactly. They do. And so
that's hard work.
Yeah, it is. And so the firefighters will go out and they'll take down the trees, like a lot of the standing dead trees that are pine beetle killed. They'll take them down, and then they'll buck them and limb them into pieces that can be easily carried by volunteers, and then the volunteers run around and make burn piles.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Because I don't have the stat with me, but I mean, hundreds of burn piles are built by volunteers every year.
Yeah.
And just a couple of winters ago, they burned, under the right conditions. They wait for the snow, there to be snow on the ground and no wind.
Right.
And then they'll burn the piles. And just a couple winters ago, they burned like 5,200 piles here in the park.
5,200.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
which is a lot in
That's
one
a
winter.
lot. That's
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah. Anyway, so volunteers
Yeah.
get to do that too.
Yeah. So for those projects, how do people go about setting those up? Do they
So
approach you? Do you already have a list of needs?
We
How does that
do.
go?
We have a catalog, actually, Miles.
Catalog.
So we do.
I've
we
seen
have
that
We have a
catalog.
catalog. Yes, you have seen the catalog.
Yeah.
You've helped us with it.
Yeah.
So it's on our website, so people can, just find us on the web. And
Yeah, like if you search for Rocky Mountain National
Recommend.
Park volunteer
Exactly.
program.
You'll find our
Or
webpage.
here's a special
Yeah.
shortcut for our listeners. We're giving you the inside knowledge. Every park has a 4-letter code that we use for shorthand. So if you ever want to shorthand to search about your favorite park, like Rockies is Romo, Rocky Mountain, ROMO. So if you search Romo volunteer program, that will also come up.
Isn't that nice?
Either way.
Yeah.
So that'll take you to the
Shortcut.
volunteer page.
Yeah, so it'll take you to the volunteer page, and you can, if you're an individual person who wants to volunteer here in the park, you can search for opportunities just for individuals, or you can search for opportunities for volunteer groups.
Uh-huh.
And so that's one way to do it. Another way is to just give us a call, and we can walk you through the process and tell you what we have available.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we have a lot of projects that we're still recruiting for, actually, for this summer, for late in the season especially.
nice.
So if anybody's out there and wants to come out and volunteer with us,
Yeah.
we can hook you up.
Yeah, you can
with a
you can
volunteer
become
opportunity.
a VIP.
Yes, you sure can.
Volunteers in parks.
That's right.
So clever.
Yes, I know, it's pretty slick.
It is pretty
And
good.
actually, if you guys, if those who are listening come out, sometime during the summertime, pick up a copy of the paper, and we advertise for a very cool drop-in program that is just 1 hour long. It's on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays in the summertime. There's no minimum age requirement, so you can bring young ones or, whoever wants to come out and volunteer with us. We'll tell you a little bit about the volunteer program. We'll tell you a little bit about Leave No Trace and the importance of leaving this place pristine and as you found it. And then we get you signed up as a volunteer, and you go out and do a litter cleanup with us.
Oh, nice.
And then afterwards, we weigh the litter.
Uh-huh.
And whoever has the guesses, they win the bag of trash. No, just kidding. Just kidding.
Get to take this home with you.
That's what we say.
Yeah.
And anyways, then they get a little fun giveaway gift.
Yeah, everybody
as a
gets a
thank
little
you
gift, right?
Yeah. And then you can go on with the rest of your vacation to the park and feel good that you were able to give back a little bit. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a great program. I've heard from people who've done it that they really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I think some people are like, oh, why would I go work for an hour? But you get to learn a lot. You get to meet other visitors.
Yep.
If you have kids, you get to set that great example of like, we're here enjoying this. We're going to give back just a little bit.
Absolutely.
Make it better than when we found it, which
Yep.
is a big thing.
Yeah, just on the
And you get a little swag.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And this year, it's some really cool sunglasses.
Ooh.
Really cool. They're called Risky Business sunglasses, and they say Rocky Mountain National Park VIP on the bow. They're really cool.
That's pretty
They're
awesome.
pretty slick. So you'll have to come out and volunteer.
Yeah, there's
with
only
us,
one way to
Miles.
get those.
That's
Gotta
right.
volunteer.
Exactly.
Show your cred.
Yep. And actually, so just this 4th of July, this past Tuesday, I led a volunteer group doing the litter cleanup at Beaver Meadows Visitor Center, and we had 11 people show up, including a 1-year-old with his family.
Really? That's great.
Yeah, and so he got to wear a little safety vest and go out with his mom. He held the bucket while she held the litter picker and cleaned up. It was really cute. I have some really cute pictures.
That's awesome.
And then there was another gentleman who was out there with us who, I shook his hand afterwards, and I was like, oh, thank you so much. I thank them over and over. And he's like, no, thank you guys. He said, I've had such a great trip out here. It's the least I can do is to give back. And so that's pretty cool, that people have such great experiences out in the park and feel like they want to do something to give back to this place. And so it's really fun to help them find that avenue to give back.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you were in Yosemite for 3 years, you said.
Yep.
And then here?
And then here. And then I moved out here in 2012.
Yeah.
And I've been here since. So I've been here for just a little over 5 years.
Wow.
Now I can't believe it.
Yeah.
I know. So this
It's
is
a long time in one place.
It is. It's the longest I've been in one place, and it pretty much since I lived at my parents' house.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I was the same way. I think that map making job I had, I was there for like 3.5 years.
Yeah.
Wow, this is the longest I've lived in one place in a long time.
Yeah. But it's a nice place to be.
It is a nice place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does the so it sounded like the Yosemite volunteer program was bigger.
There's a little muskrat over there.
Oh yeah, we got a
Right?
muskrat in the lake, I think.
Right?
Maybe.
What is that?
No, he's
Oh, it's a lure.
Oh.
the muskrat.
I thought we had a moment. I thought we were having a moment.
We might still, we might have a moment.
Here, I'll keep looking.
Is that a submerged moose?
It has to be.
It's gotta be. It's just doing the moose, the famous submarine technique.
This is a good place to see moose.
It
so we
is.
might luck out actually.
That would be nice.
If we're out, keep looking.
So Yosemite's program a bit bigger. How does Rocky
So in
compare,
comparison,
Yeah.
So Yosemite is a really strong group program.
Uh-huh.
So a lot of groups come out to serve in the summertime. So they'll serve for a day or two or even a full week, and they have a volunteer campground, specifically a volunteer campground in Yosemite Valley, which not a lot of people know about. And so it allows them to, bring in and accommodate a lot of volunteer groups. So they have a really busy group program. And then additionally, they partner with the Yosemite Conservancy and who also has a really neat volunteer program. And all of those volunteers are considered Park Service volunteers as well. And then Nature Bridge, which used to be the Yosemite Institute, they bring kids out on service projects too.
Yeah, I met some people that did Nature Bridge stuff in Golden Gate National Recreation Area, like just north of Golden Gate Bridge. They have a camp out there.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that was a neat program.
It's a really neat program. And then they have a lot of interns. And so again, their group program is massive. And then here at Rocky, it differs in that we have a lot more individuals that serve. So of the 2,700 volunteers, we have 700 individual volunteers who are retirees and interns, and collectively they served over 99,000 hours just last year. And so it's just our individual program is massive here. It's huge, and it's just those people that drive, they commute literally an hour and a half one way. We have a volunteer who she lives down in Denver, and she drives up to Bear Lake every Saturday to be up there at 8 a.m.
Wow.
So she leaves her house, depending on the weather. She's up there year round too, every Saturday.
That's dedicated.
Yeah, so we have some really dedicated individuals that serve here. And so
tough spot. Too.
We're so we are really lucky. So a lot of volunteer programs in the Park Service, probably wish that they had the situation that we have here, and I take zero credit for it. It's the program that I inherited and just the neighbors that love us.
Yeah.
And give
back.
back.
I think working at different parks, that's one thing about Rocky that does sort of stand out to me is that we do have these gateway communities and metro community that's so close.
Yeah.
It's, I worked at Yellowstone for a while, I worked in Denali for a while, and there's just not.
No, it's remote.
Hardly anybody lives around there, or even if they do, it's a long drive to get into the park and get anywhere. Whereas here, we have so many people.
Yeah.
That I think that's great.
Yeah, we're in a really unique situation, just being a Western park, like a big Western park, and having neighboring communities that are just right there with amenities. Coming from Yosemite to get to the nearest big grocery store was, the Pioneer Market in Mariposa, California. That wasn't really that big. That was, a 45-minute drive down the canyon.
Yep.
And so when I moved here, and it's like,
you have a grocery store?
I have a grocery store that's 6 minutes away.
What? Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't believe it. Or coffee shops and restaurants, and so it's a really unique situation for Park Service, especially the employees who get to work, for the Park Service in this wild place with a ton of wilderness, a ton of wildlife.
Yeah.
And then we also have, we can go out for Thai food if we want to.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
evening.
Multiple Thai places.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think, a lot of our listeners probably live in larger communities than 6,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a Park Service person, a 6,000 person town is like, whoa, this is
Metropolis.
huge. Yeah, if you do the big Western Park thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Denali is like 2.5 hours one way for groceries. It's just or Yellowstone. I don't even remember where we'd go. A long way.
Yeah, a long drive.
Yeah, so here you can even be at the airport.
Yeah.
So
it's
I feel like that has to have a major positive influence for the volunteer program for sure.
Yeah, it does.
I think also one of the reasons I want to talk to you is just to let our listeners know how key volunteers are for Rocky and for the entire Park Service. I just don't think we could do it
No.
Otherwise, it's just not possible.
No, I agree.
We've had to rely on it more and more over time, too, I think.
Yes, we have. Yeah, so we say that our volunteers kind of augment the work of the staff. There's a lot of visitors who come here to the park and have no interaction with a paid staff person, but will see a volunteer or 2 or 3 even. And so their only interaction with a staff member is that of a volunteer. And so it helps, park staff, paid and unpaid. It furthers our reach. It helps get the word out to help educate folks because, not all of the 4.5 million visitors that come to Rocky know all the rules of the park. And so it's important for, not only the visitors, but also the resource of the park to have those volunteers out there providing visitor information, collecting data for us that we wouldn't otherwise be able to collect, putting plants in the ground, rehabbing trails. They do a lot of work that we simply don't have the resources to do, money or staff. Yeah.
I mean, even aside from specific jobs, like you're saying, like trails or vegetation or research projects, is just like Bugle Corps,
absolutely.
who are out in the meadows, not in the meadows. Yeah. You don't go in the meadows in the fall; they're closed, but they're on the periphery, basically just letting people know that the meadow's closed, letting them know why.
Yeah.
Keeping them a safe distance from elk. Or we have the same thing at Sheep Lakes. We have volunteers there. Tundra Guardians up on Trail Ridge Road, again doing kind of the same thing because we just don't have the staff to be out there like we would like to be talking to everyone and educating people, because that's a lot of what it is. We're not out there to scold people. We get that people are in a totally new environment, totally different animals, totally different experiences that they have maybe never had before. That's why they're here.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you just don't know certain stuff about different animals and how they behave, and how dangerous they may or may not be. So that's one of the things that I think is great is being able to have people out there to just do the kind of general rangering of just being able to answer your questions, talk to you, and help make sure you're having the best experience possible.
Exactly. And a lot of what they do too is preventative search and rescue.
Oh, that's true.
Oh my word.
Yeah, preventative search and rescue.
Yes, at the trailheads especially. They visit with folks, and visitors might not, they might be very well aware and have their whole trip planned out and be very dialed in to what they need to do to get to the top of certain peaks. Other times they might not know. And so volunteers out there just talking with them, having conversations about, how much water they might want to take them on a hike up to Flat Top, or what time they should maybe start their trip up Long's Peak. They're helping the paid rangers prevent, potential search and rescues.
Yeah.
And so, volunteers here are saving lives, really. It's hard, you can't quantify that.
Sure.
But it's, they're educating folks and helping them to make some really good decisions when they're out there on the trail.
Yeah, that's a huge one.
Yeah.
I've mentioned it before on a couple other podcasts that we're working on, like a preventative search and rescue, or we call it PSAR. We like acronyms, and the NPS.
Yeah, we do.
Preventative search and rescue, for longs and just generally at every trailhead.
Yeah.
Because like you said, just saying hey, do you have water?
Yeah, exactly.
Or do you have a way to treat water? Don't just drink it.
But those are some nice looking flip flops. Where are you going?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to Sky Pond in these flip flops. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you really big into barefoot running, or?
Yeah. Because you never know.
Are you a hobbit?
Yeah.
Maybe do you stand on nails in the evening? Because otherwise, it might not work out. Also, there's snow.
Yeah, that's
still.
True. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another big one too, I think, is a lot of our volunteers, they just love the park, and so they're out in the park.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of times they have more time to be out in the park than we do.
Yeah, they do.
The staff.
Sure.
And so
for sure.
a lot of times they can answer people's questions so well about what is this trail like, and they'll tell you exactly. Because they hiked it yesterday or 2 days ago, and
they do trail
and they can
reports.
tell you exactly what the snow is like and what to watch out for, which is super valuable.
Yeah, that is. I agree.
Oh, just got a mosquito.
Good work. I haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah. So, anything else about the volunteer program that you want to mention or want make sure people know? I feel like we've hit a lot of the
Yeah,
highlights,
we've
group,
hit a lot.
individual.
Yeah.
It's important how big it is.
Yeah.
Go to our webpage
Yeah.
to find out more.
I feel like we covered a lot of it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, no, the park is the volunteers are vital for the operations here at
Yes,
Rocky.
absolutely.
I mean, like they are in a lot of national parks, and so we're just really lucky. I feel like I'm really fortunate to have this job and
Yeah.
to be able to support the volunteers and support the staff who rely on volunteers to
Mhm.
assist them in the different operations.
Mhm.
And anyways, it's been a treat.
So to end, or to move towards the end,
Sure.
we'll
Uh-oh.
talk a little bit more about you again and just general life
Yeah,
stuff.
sure.
So as we talked about, you had a certain path going.
Mhm.
You're from Wisconsin,
Yep.
born and raised,
Yep.
never left
Right.
until that
yep.
internship.
Yeah.
Was your family big outdoors family? Were you
Nope.
outdoor stuff? No, not at all.
We would go camping. Every summer we would go to this really cool campground that was like on a bike trail in Wisconsin. It was called the Sparta Elroy Bike Trail Campground. Yes, you know it. That's a great spot.
Yeah.
And anyways, and so it was really fun. So it was once a summer we'd get together. My mom is from a family of 11 kids.
Whoa.
I know.
Okay.
Yes.
You have a few
And
cousins.
I know, so I have a few cousins. I have a lot of cousins.
A little bit of family.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit of family, and so we'd all get together
Wow.
and camp out for a weekend and ride our bikes through these old tunnels, these old railroad
So
tunnels.
it was all on bike trail?
Yeah, so the campground was right on the bike trail, and so you could, if you were.
Oh, I
if
see what you're
like,
saying. So you could pull up in your car.
Yeah,
camp,
if you're like
but
7
then-
years old, you could make it to like the
Okay.
first tunnel.
Sure.
And but yeah, so it was really fun, and so that was kind of my experience in the outdoors growing up. We
I
had
was
a
similar.
nice
Like, I didn't,
yeah.
I would do like a Boy Scout camp out once a year, and that was
Yeah,
pretty much it.
we had a yard with kind of woods, and so we had a little fort, and so we loved to spend time outside. I mean, my parents encouraged us. We spent a lot of time playing outside. I mean, those are some of my favorite memories growing up with my siblings and my cousins. Is running around, playing out in the yard, and going swimming and ice skating. My
Mhm.
dad would flood part of our backyard and make
Nice.
an ice rink and
Yep.
and snow blow a mountain in our backyard, a mountain, quote
Uh-huh.
unquote, for a kid,
For you to
us
sled
kids.
on?
Yeah, for us to sled on. And so we spent a lot of time in the outdoors, playing
Yeah,
outside,
right,
but not
right.
really, out hiking trails
Right,
and that kind of
right.
stuff. That I didn't really get to until I was a little bit older in my
Yeah.
20s. But
yeah, I was the same way. I was in my 20s.
yeah, and in terms of like family vacations, we would take our first. The first national park that I remember going to was Mount Rushmore.
Oh, okay.
And so living in Wisconsin, we would go. Our vacations were like wherever was in a day's drive of
Yep.
Wisconsin, which a day's drive could be like Florida for my
Sure,
dad who
sure.
loved to road
Yeah,
trip.
it's less than 24 hours.
Exactly.
So it's a
I
day.
mean, yeah. Or it's like, yeah, pretty much. That's
Yeah.
right. And so, so that was, my first kind of introduction to the Park Service was going to Mount Rushmore, and we'd go out
It's
to
a good
DC.
introduction.
It was a great introduction.
Black
yeah, it
Hills
really
are
was.
really
yeah,
amazing.
the Black Hill. This
they're
is Black Hills.
they're a
Gold.
bizarre place.
I got when I
Oh,
was little.
nice.
Yeah. Anyways, and so we, so that was
Yeah.
our family growing up was doing
Uh-huh.
our annual camping trips and
So what?
playing outside.
When you did these internships,
Yeah.
was there like a moment when you're like, yes, this is it, or was it just kind of
No,
this is fun, and you just kind of kept doing?
It was really fun. I
Yeah.
mean, it was really fun.
Yeah,
I
like
think
what?
each one
What drew you
was
into
just,
it, or like I'm gonna keep doing this,
for like to keep doing the internships,
or just to keep doing park stuff?
Yeah, well, so I loved being outdoors. I
Mhm.
loved just the idea of traveling and
Mhm.
having a new home every 3 months.
Yep.
It was just a wild
fun for a while.
adventure.
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely. And at that point, I realized that I could live basically anywhere for 3 months. I really
Sure.
could. I could live in a
Oh, sure.
in a single wide trailer in the middle of the desert with a
Yeah, there
rattlesnake
you go.
living under it, for 3 months, or I lived at the Petrified Forest with a giant desert centipede
Or you
in
said
my
you
bathroom.
did cruise stuff in Alaska,
Yeah,
right?
I did. Yeah. So when I graduated from college, I finished and I had my degree and I had this really cool experience, and I was just trying to figure out what I wanted to do with it. And when I lived out in Washington, D.C., I had a really good, one of my fellow interns, Jeffy P., who he went off to do all kinds of fun adventures as well, and he worked for a cruise company, and it was like a pocket cruise company, so small cruise
Really
ships that
small.
had between 30 to 60 passengers.
So you could really get up into
Yeah, you can get up into
all the
those
stuff
down
down
inlets
there
and
in
stuff.
Southeast
Yeah, it had
Alaska.
just a 7-foot draft, so
Wow.
7 feet of the boat was underwater, so pretty.
Wow.
So we could sneak into some really cool
Yeah.
places. And anyways, and so he told me about that job. I applied for it and got it, and graduated in December, and moved out to Seattle for training with this boat company in February, and worked on the Columbia River in the spring and also in the fall, and that following fall as a guide, as a kayaking guide, as a naturalist on board this boat. And then in the summertime, we spent our time up in Southeast Alaska, ducking into some really cool passages. We got to go to Kenai Fjords and Admiralty
cool.
Island and Glacier Bay every week.
I never got down to Southeast. I worked in Denali.
Amazing.
And people are like, oh, you go to Southeast Alaska? And I was like, well, it's really far away. And I work all summer, but I would love to.
Yes.
Because it just looks incredible and totally different. And it's funny, when we were walking over the lake, we realized that, that you want somebody that I worked with in Alaska in Denali, who's like one of my best friends, you worked with in Southeast
I know,
Alaska.
it's a small world. Like,
that we both know him really well. So Eric, if you're out there, Eric Toussaint.
We both know you.
We both know you. And now you're hearing our voices. We won't give away your personal information. Yeah, it is amazing how small. It's a small world.
It really is. And so I had that experience, and it was wonderful. And that was just a season that I worked for the company, and then I worked for the Southeast Alaska Guidance Association, which is a nonprofit that supported volunteers and interns. It was an AmeriCorps program for the state of Alaska. So I moved back to Alaska the next year, and I lived in Juneau for a few months, and then I spent the summer in Girdwood, Alaska.
Yep.
You know, Girdwood,
Oh, yeah.
which was awesome.
Yep,
You know,
I
that
know
was
Girdwood.
that was a great place to live. And supported 70 AmeriCorps members building trails in the interior of Alaska, which was really fun.
Very cool.
And so I did that for a season.
Yeah.
And then ended up, and just keeping with my seasonal, spirit and jobs, I ended up lucking out, and I was a relief naturalist for a boat company out of the Virgin Islands. And so I got to be a snorkeling guide on board a small another pocket cruise ship in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. So I did that for a short stint. It was not bad, not too
tolerable.
shabby to go from Alaska, to the Virgin Islands. Was pretty nice.
Yeah, it must have felt nice.
Yeah,
I feel like
really
after
great.
about my third summer in Alaska, I was kind of like, I sort of miss summer.
Yeah. Oh, it felt really
You
great,
know, like
actually.
being able to swim.
Oh, yeah. I know. I was like, maybe I'm bored, because I thought for a while, I was like, oh, Alaska's it for me. And then when I went down, I was only in the Virgin Islands for like 6 weeks, maybe, like 2 months tops.
Made you wonder, like,
And I was like, maybe I'm more of an island gal. but I haven't been back to the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, now you live at
Been to
8,000
Belize a
feet,
couple of
so
times.
who knows?
Yeah.
Keep
So-
being drawn back to the mountains.
I know. And then in the winter, I'm like, maybe I should move back to the islands again.
I don't know. You're a Wisconsin gal.
I know,
It's
that's
hard.
true. That's true.
It's hard when you grow up with real winters.
I know, I sure do.
Did you like winter when you were
In
growing
Wisconsin?
up? Yeah, or were you just kind of like, it just was?
This was the only option.
Yep, this is what it is.
It is what it is.
It's just interesting meeting
Exactly.
people, because I lived in the South growing up, like Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, and then we moved from Mississippi to Iowa, and it was Southeast Iowa. So it's still, it's not Wisconsin length winter, but it's still, it got cold.
And the Rocky Mountain winter is pretty serious.
It is.
It is pretty serious.
Up here
I mean,
in
it's
Estes.
gonna start snowing again in about a month. I just want you to know this, Miles.
Oh
Just
yeah.
just reminder.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah, so we have to harness this.
The thing
good
that gets me
weather.
up here is the wind. It's so brutal.
Nobody tells you about it.
Well,
I
or
didn't
they
get the memo.
do, but you just don't even. I remember when I was moving here, a couple people, they're like, "Yeah, the wind, is pretty rough." And I was like, "Oh, I've lived in windy places, whatever. I've lived in lots of different mountains."
Yeah.
No, it's
nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty next level here. I've heard East Glacier is worse than here, but it's a similar setup. You're just right up against the mountains on the east side, and the wind just blasts.
Oh, my word. Yes.
Because I don't know about you, but like, I would gladly take like a 0 degree calm Wisconsin type of winter day over
Oh,
like
easily.
35
Easily.
and knock you over
Yeah,
wind.
100-mile-an-hour gusts or 80-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah.
There was one day in my first winter here where I would, because I live in the park, so I have like a 2-minute walk to work, which is
that's pretty
super
nice.
sweet. And so I was walking to work, and it was just one of those days where it was the temperature was really cold and the wind was really blowing, and I thought, oh my word, I should have driven to work. You know, it's
it was that bad.
Yeah, so I should have driven to work, and I thought, oh my goodness, we have this volunteer group called the Road Hogs, and they are just this super dedicated group of volunteers that do a lot of the roadside work in the park every single Monday, year round.
Wow.
You know, except for on holidays and when the weather's really terrible.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my gosh, it's Monday. I sure hope that they called off the Road Hogs because this is just way too cold to be working. And I get to work, and I called the supervisor, and I said, you know, hey, just checking, you know, making sure that this group was called off. And he's like, yeah, we definitely called them off, but we still had 3 people that showed up. So they still, like, despite
dedication.
Absolutely.
Dedicated volunteers.
It was very dedicated. Yeah, they were very dedicated. So anyways, that was kind of a funny, you know, experience with our volunteers and just showing up you know, I mean, it was one of those.
Oh yeah.
Like,
you just feel violated the
yeah,
moment you step outside.
Oh gosh, it was terrible.
There's nowhere
like,
to hide.
Nose was
Doesn't matter how
frozen.
much. Doesn't matter if you have on goggles, a face mask. It doesn't.
No.
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You're gonna take it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no option.
Or you're just gonna dream of when you can find some shelter.
Exactly.
Of some kind.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll end with. This is a hard question, but we've asked it to everyone so far. So, what does Rocky mean to you?
Oh my word.
Because you've been here for 5 years now. You have a family here.
Yes, I do.
You have your job. What is it? You know, from all these other experiences you're talking about, obviously, internships and working in parks change the course of your life very seriously, as it does to many people. I think that's a story that people are going to hear come up again and again in this podcast. So you had all those experiences, but now you're here. So how does it? Yeah.
Rocky has become our home. You know, it's become my home. I feel like I'm very fortunate to get to not only work here, but also to live here in the park and have this wild place as my backyard. And so this is the place where, you know, my husband and I were engaged. I got engaged here at Lawn Lake, you know, and we started a family here. And it's so, of all of the places that I've been, this is the longest that I've lived anywhere, you know, as I mentioned before. And so, I just feel really lucky and really fortunate to be able to call this place my home. So.
And I can tell that you love your job.
I do. Yeah, I like my
said,
job. I do.
Like
I
you
really
said,
do.
it's invigorating.
Yeah.
It's uplifting to be able to interact with people who every day are like giving of their time for no material benefit, just because they believe in it and they want to give back.
Yeah, it's inspiring. I mean, it really is inspiring. These people are just awesome, and they love to share, you know, little bits of their life with me, and I get these fun little emails, you know, from volunteers, and I feel like I've made a lot of really fun connections with a lot of them as well. And so, yeah, it's just been a real privilege to have this job in this amazing national park.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Thanks, Miles.
We're glad that you're coordinating our volunteers, and
I'm glad to be here.
And there's always, to me, I feel like you just get a really positive vibe when you're out in the field and see people. So,
yeah, you do, for sure.
Thanks for all the work you do to make it happen.
Hey, thanks, Miles. Thanks for all you do.
My pleasure. Our next episode will be released on Friday, September 8th. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That's go.nps.gov/RMNpod. When you go there, there will be a blog post for each episode where you can leave us comments. You can also leave us comments on iTunes where you can give us ratings, leave us feedback, all that kind of stuff, and we appreciate it. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Stay classy, Rocky Rangers.
The St. Mary Visitor Center is the eastern gateway to Glacier National Park and is a main orientation point for many visitors, with rangers on duty throughout the summer providing trip planning and other information about the park. If you find yourself on the east side of the park and you have a question about something you've seen or heard while you were here, this is the place to stop and find the answer. This is also the place for backpackers to obtain their backcountry permits for exploring into the depths of the wilds of Glacier National Park. Exhibits in the building explain the park's cultural and natural history, and a 15-minute film plays every half hour. Rangers present evening programs throughout the summer in the auditorium. The building itself has an interesting story to tell. In the 1950s, the National Park Service embarked on an ambitious 10-year program called Mission 66 to upgrade facilities throughout the country's parks. The St. Mary Visitor Center remains a classic example of the architectural style prevalent during this program. If you look closely, you'll notice that the building's lines reflect the mountains in the background. In the years since Mission 66, many buildings and parks around the country have changed or been remodeled or in some cases torn down. That makes preservation of buildings like the St. Mary Visitor Center all the more important. These buildings help to tell the story of one of the most significant initiatives in the history of the National Park Service. One thing you'll notice right away about St. Mary, it's almost always windy here. So the building needs repainting often to keep up its appearance. And over the years, the original colors were painted over in shades of tan and brown. Recently, it became time to repaint the building again, and historians researched the original records and rediscovered the original colors used during the Mission 66 construction of the building. Its exterior has now been returned to its original appearance, allowing the building to once again showcase one of the most important building projects in National Park Service history.
Hello, Rocky Mountain National Podcast listeners, our podcast pikas out there. Before we tell you about this week's episode, we have two special events coming up on Tuesday, July 18th that we want to make sure you know about. So Tuesday, July 18th, first we are celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. And you're going to hear a lot about the Holsworth Historic Site in this week's podcast episode. So stick around, give it a listen. Maybe it'll entice you to come celebrate. The Holsworth Historic Site is located about 8 miles north of Grand Lake on Highway 34 on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park. From 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., we will celebrate the history of the Holsworth family with special displays, programs, and games for children. And we'll also be giving guided tours of the site all day. Then starting at 5 p.m., join us for a special campfire program with actual Holsworth family members at the Holsworth Historic Site Campfire Ring. So a full day of celebrations for the 100th anniversary of the Holsworth Historic Site. We are also on Tuesday, July 18th, celebrating World Listening Day. From babbling brooks and thundering waterfalls to bugling elk and singing birds, the natural sounds in this park and all over the world create immersive experiences that are important for visitors, wildlife, and ecosystems. The unimpaired sounds of nature are fundamental natural resources worthy of protection, and this day celebrates that. So there will be activities, art projects, and interactive games at Fall River Visitor Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fall River Visitor Center again. Then you can meet in front of the Fall River Visitor Center at 6 p.m. to join Dr. Jacob Job, a scientist with the Sounds and Light Ecology team at Colorado State University. He is going to guide you on a 1.5-hour sound walk that will focus on listening to the sounds of Rocky and what they tell us about our surroundings. So again, for that walk, meet at 6 p.m. in front of the Fall River Visitor Center. One thing to note is that you do need a park pass of some kind because you will be going into the park. So either a day pass, week pass, annual pass, interagency pass, some kind of pass so that you can get entrance into the park. All right, so those are our news and announcements. We're going to lead straight into this week's episode, which is a very cool one. We traveled over Trail Ridge Road to the west side of the park and joined Macy McPherson and Michelle Simmons, our two year-round interpretive rangers on the west side of the park at the Holsworth Historic Site. So we sat out in front of Holsworth. We were at the picnic table and chatted all about not only Holsworth and why it's important and what you can do there, but also about Macy and Michelle's career, what it's like on the west side of the park versus the east side of the park, and things to look for over there, about the town of Grand Lake. It was just a great conversation. We had a really good time, and we hope that this will help you learn about some of the lesser visited areas in Rocky Mountain National Park on the west side. So we hope you enjoy, and here we go. Here's Macy and Michelle. Okay, we are here at Holsworth Historic Site. Is that the full name? Yes, Holsworth Historic Site. With, could you give us your names and your title, what you do at the park?
My name is Macy McPherson, and I am one of the interpreters here on the west side of Rocky Mountain National Park.
And I am Michelle Simmons. I'm the district interpreter here on the west side of the park, so I oversee the kind of the visitor communication education operation here. And Macy is selling herself short because she is actually my right-hand person, the only other permanent interpreter year-round here on the west side of the park, and she is amazing. She also is the lead out here at Holsworth Historic Site, so it's thanks to her and the volunteers she works with that we have this wonderful place open to the public.
So we have 2 permanent interpretive rangers on this side of the park.
We do. There are 2 of us that work
There are
year-round.
all 2 of you.
All 2 of us.
Yep.
And a number of wonderful seasonals who help us out in the summer. And then again, some of them in the winter with our ski and snowshoe programs and education programs in the schools. But no, thank goodness Macy is here.
Thank goodness Michelle is here.
Yeah, and for our podcast listeners who have listened to previous episodes, episode 1, we interviewed Kathy Brazelton on the other side. So, Michelle, you're like the Kathy of this side, the district.
In some ways. Kathy is the East District interpreter or East District naturalist. I'm the West District naturalist, and I'm told sometimes known as the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West.
Wow.
So,
okay.
No comment there. But
no comment. Okay. That's funny. All right. So, today I want to talk about west side of the park versus the east side for sure. I'm sure that'll come up, and then also talk about Holsworth, where we are, and we can start with Holsworth Historic Site. So, since that's where we're sitting, could you give us just a real quick overview of what Holsworth is?
The Holsworth Historic Site is a homestead that was homesteaded by the Holsworth family, and then it was turned into a dude ranch and a working ranch through 1974. And so today it gives visitors an opportunity to come and see what life was like 100 years ago. This year, the main cabin is 100 years old. It was built in 1917.
Centennial.
It's a centennial of the Holsworth. Yep, coming up here and homesteading. And we have a lot of family heirlooms here at the site, so visitors actually get to have a one-on-one experience with real artifacts, which you don't get in a lot of places. And they get really amazing one-on-one tours with volunteers who know a lot about the history and kind of give visitors a glimpse into the past here at Rocky Mountain.
and expanding on what Macy said about the artifacts, one of the neat things about the story here is that when the site was sold to the National Park Service, actually via the Nature Conservancy, when it happened back in the 70s. The Holsworth sold it with their belongings intact. So you really do, when you walk through the cabins and you look in the cabins, you're seeing it as they left it, and you're really catching an authentic glimpse of what homesteading life was out here was like out here.
Yeah, that struck me the first time I visited here, which was 3 years ago now, I think. Yeah, you just felt like you were walking into somebody's house. It was really neat. Didn't feel like you're walking into a museum or anything like that. You're just like, oh, wow, okay. That's cool. I'm glad that they convinced them to leave all their stuff.
We have a lot of visitors who say that same thing, or they say, wow, this looks just like my grandma's or my great-grandma's house. Like some of the same artifacts are in here that are in my relatives' home. So it really helps them connect, like, oh, wow, people actually did live here at Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, and it was... One thing that I enjoyed was all the taxidermy, all the various projects, just because it was like, It just kind of gave you a feel for.
Tell them about how that came to be.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of taxidermy items out here.
Yeah, for people who haven't
And
visited, number one, you should come visit. And yeah, it's just like
there's an
coat
incredible
racks, lamps.
coat racks made with feet of animals, lamps. Exactly. There's all kinds of different types of items, and there's actually a whole taxidermy shop where all of Papa or John Senior Holsworth. He has all of his tools and everything are still here. And one of the reasons why he started taxidermy was because he got in a really bad wagon accident just right at the bottom of the hill here when they first homesteaded up here, and he couldn't really work anymore. And so he went back to school to school long distance.
Like correspondence?
Correspondence courses to Nebraska, and which I'm still puzzled of how you do that in the early 1920s.
Good stuff here.
Right.
Amazing.
And so in 1924, he got his taxidermy license officially, and it's hanging up in the taxidermy shop for folks to see. So, they turned a pretty tough situation into something really, really interesting and a great opportunity for the family to still make a living out here.
Yeah, some of the stuff in the taxidermy shop is really neat.
It's
Is
really
that a
neat.
deer that's in the case?
There's a deer in the case. There's
Like
also
a
full-size deer,
Full body.
and it's kind of white because it's been bleached by the sun.
Yeah.
So that's why it's hidden in the back now. And there's also a couple birds stuffed back in there. And then yes, in the mama cabin, there's a lot of deer and some elk, and then a literal footstool.
Yeah. Yep.
Which you'd have to see in person to really
A
appreciate.
footstool made out of feet.
Yes.
Yeah. So they first came here then in 1917, correct?
Yes.
When they built the first cabin.
Yes.
So paint the picture. What was homesteading like here
And
in
tell 'em why they
1917?
came.
Yeah, and why did they come here?
Yeah, so if you can try to imagine being a family in Denver in 1916 and operating in a saloon, Colorado was one of the first states to pass prohibition. And so this family, the Holsworths, lost one of their main businesses in 1916. And so they had to start all over again. They had a huge change happen to their family and had to figure out what to do, what to do. They were in their early 50s. So they had to really start over in the middle of their lives. And they still had one son at home who was 14, Johnny Jr., and they decided to come up and homestead. John Holsworth Sr., or Papa, had homesteaded before in his younger years, but it didn't really work out for him up here in the county. So they decided to try again. And luckily enough for them, there was still homesteaded property available up here on the edge of Rocky Mountain National Park in 1916, which is pretty incredible to think about. So the park was already a national park, but where we are right now was not parkland. And so 1917, they came up here and built a cabin and started working the land, which is what you had to do to homestead. And then really quickly after that, Papa injured himself. So that 14-year-old son, who had been probably 15 or 16 at the time, had to take on everything, farming, building the cabins, keeping up all the work. They cut ice off of Grand Lake for a living in the winter, but also to keep their food cold. So there's a lot of work year-round. And so this place was very different, I imagine, back then compared to today. There wasn't a paved road. Fall River Road wasn't open yet, or Trail Ridge Road. Grand Lake was a little community, but there wasn't a lot there. So it's just under 8 miles south of us. So they had to somehow get back and forth to town, even in the winter.
Seems very remote.
Very remote.
Very remote.
So they were tough.
And just hard winters.
Very hard winters.
Up here.
When you come out here in the winter nowadays, you're snowshoeing on a good 4 or 5 feet of snow.
Yeah.
So I can imagine it was pretty incredible back then as well.
Too. I just can't imagine trying to homestead.
I know.
Just like trying to grow food or anything.
Well, and indeed, the homesteading part, particularly the ranching and trying to raise cattle or horses, proved to be a real challenge. And like many of the homesteaders in the valley here that made it work, they discovered as the park became more popular that it was far easier to make a living in the recreation industry than it was actually being, relying on ranching and cattle. And so they did. As the park grew in popularity, as Fall River Road did open, and then eventually Trail Ridge Road, they made their living by building more cabins and catering to tourists who would come through here, offering lodging, offering home-cooked meals. Johnny Holsworth, Johnny Jr., catching fish down in the Colorado River, which is here on the property, and serving visitors now we don't do all of that today, but we're
Sure.
still in the business of serving visitors,
Yeah.
and that's what's really kept up here in the Kawanichi Valley.
Yeah, when did they start making that switch from homesteading to starting to do the
It really
tourism,
happened in the early 1920s.
Okay, so they weren't homesteading too long
Too
before they were
long.
like, okay, we need to do something else here.
Yeah, and they actually had a lot of Papa's friends coming up from Denver just to stay here.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh, so
Mama or
maybe they
Sophia
thought,
Holsworth was kind of getting tired of taking care of them all without, getting anything. And
That makes
Johnny was
sense.
doing all the work. And so she said, I'm going to start
Mhm.
charging people to stay
Mhm.
here and cook for them
Mhm.
and that sort of thing. And so they built one of the first guest cabins in 1921.
Mhm.
And that one you can go in today. It's called Twin One.
Mhm.
And see kind of what it would have been like to stay here. Little
Yeah.
log cabin. And Mama Holsworth would cook and really great German food. She was a German immigrant as well as
Oh, really?
John Holsworth Sr. They both immigrated into America separately, but met in Denver and very strong German roots. So she had some apparently great German food coming out of that
Oh,
kitchen.
wow. That sounds great. Come stay back here for how long would people stay? Just totally varied, or was it more long term?
I don't know exactly how long they would stay. I know in the 20s they charged $2 a night or $11 a week to stay here, and that included food and whatnot, probably horses to
Sure.
go on trips,
Wow.
pack trips with.
I could handle that.
Yeah, I would imagine for how long it probably took to get up here. It probably took in those days, even in a Model T pickup truck or something like that, it would have taken a while to get up here from Denver over Berthoud
think it would
Pass
take-
or over Fall River Road. It
Right.
would have taken forever. So I'd assume once you got up here, you'd
You
probably
stay
stay
for
for
a
a
little
while.
Yeah.
Which people still do today. A lot of visitors come up to the Grand Lake area and they don't just come for one day. Usually they're here either camping here in the national park or outside,
Yep.
staying in a little cabin or whatnot
Mhm.
for a good few days or a week at a time.
Yeah.
Or even for the whole summer.
Actually, one of the fun things about how much time people spend, a lot of folks are driving through the valley here and see the sign for Holsworth Historic Site, don't really know anything about it, but stop in. The bulk of the buildings are about a half a mile across the valley and across the Colorado River from the parking area. But we have one historic cabin that's right by the parking area. And so during the times that we're open, which is about 10:30 to 4:30 daily here in the summer, you'll meet you'll meet a volunteer at that cabin who will tell people a little of the history and encourage them to take that half a mile level stroll across the valley to come see the main part of the historic site.
Mhm.
And what often happens is people think, oh, well, we'll trot back there quickly and spend a few minutes and come back. And it is not uncommon to watch people spend 2 hours, 3 hours. They get
Mhm.
out here and there's so much to see. And the volunteers who run the site are so knowledgeable and friendly. And there's a few activities for kids to do. We've just actually, thanks to one of our interns this summer, another amazing volunteer, Emily, have started up a bingo, a little bingo game that you can play out here looking for some of the artifacts. Like, is the footstool on it? The footstool's on it.
The toilet seat in Twin One is on there. Which
Oh, really?
You have to come find.
Don't tell them where it is.
I won't.
Okay.
It's
okay.
in there somewhere.
In there somewhere.
So at any rate, if you're planning on coming, give yourself plenty of
Yeah.
time because folks really do get hooked out here.
Yeah, that
It's
happens.
a great place
Yeah, the
to
first
stay.
time that I came out here with a small group of people, yeah, we were like, oh, we'll just stop in and check it, and we stayed quite a while. The buffalo coat lured us in.
Yeah, so we have an incredible buffalo coat that is a remake of the original buffalo coat, but it's still really incredible. And
So heavy.
It's so heavy, and it's just amazing. We just had it restitched a little because we have so many people try it on. It was actually falling apart, and that's how much people love this buffalo coat. They actually come here looking for it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's made out of 2 buffalo hides, and it weighs 22 pounds. So you definitely need to come check out the buffalo coat and put it on.
I'd love to have it on when it's cold, just to see. Because every time I've put it on, it's been warm.
Yeah,
and
it's
you're
been
like,
hot.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
hot
and you're like,
immediately.
"This
Take it
isn't-
off.
I'm done."
Yeah, but it'd be interesting to see how it is when it's 10.
I try to
10 below, 20
imagine
below.
wearing that heavy coat and walking around in the snow because it's down
Good
to the
workout.
ground.
Yeah.
So, and with how much snow there is, even if you're in skis or snowshoes,
Yeah.
you just be coated in snow and ice.
Absolutely.
Well, it's down to the ground for you, Macy. I'm not.
That's
I'm not
true.
sure it would have been true for Johnny Holsworth.
Maybe he was much taller than me.
so while we're setting it up, so yeah, when people pull up, you're driving on 30
Trail Ridge Road.
Trail Ridge Road, 34, whatever you want to whichever you want to call it, you'll see a sign, Holsworth Historic Site, one of those nice brown signs that you see in parks. And there's a parking area, and like you said, the cabin. There's someone there to talk to. Then you walk about half a mile, and it's a nice walk. It's a great walk. There's some signs that teach you about the area. You can kind of get out in the middle of the valley to get a little bit more of a feel. You walk over the Colorado River.
There's often elk or moose
Yep.
that you see along the way.
Elk or moose. And then you get over here, and how many cabins are there total? A lot. It's quite a site.
We're counting. Hang
Yeah,
on.
we're counting right now.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's 12 cabins out
12?
here, plus a few outhouses that
Yeah.
are kind of scattered throughout.
And then, so when you come to visit, how many of these can you look inside? You can look in the main cabin.
You can look
right?
in the main cabin, the mama cabin, which we give tours of because
The
that's where
mama
all
cabin,
the
okay.
yep, that's where all the artifacts are. So we ask you to go in with one of the volunteers or one of
Uh-huh.
the rangers out here.
And that is really cool.
It's
I mean,
really
we're audio
great.
only, so we can't show you.
Yeah,
but you need to come see it.
It's really really neat in there. And then there's one of the guest cabins, twin one, that you can go in that's self-guided, as
Uh-huh.
well as the taxidermy shop.
Uh-huh.
There's also an ice house where they kept blocks of ice that they cut off a Grand Lake
Yeah.
in, and it has the original sod roof from the Holsworth
Yeah.
family still growing on it.
Oh, that is okay.
That's actually
really
the real
neat.
grass. Yes.
That's amazing.
And then the little tent house
Mhm.
that Johnny built himself because he got tired of sleeping in the one-room cabin with his parents.
Wonder why.
And those are the main public buildings, and then
Uh-huh.
the one down by the parking lot as well,
Uh-huh.
the Fleshy cabin,
Uh-huh.
which is a little older than the cabins up here.
So people can look at those. They can get. They have to get a guided tour through
Yep.
Mama House.
Yep, Mama House.
And then there's bingo.
There's bingo.
There's a coat you can try
There's
on.
a coat. There's also a washing machine where you can wash
like a
socks.
hand
and
wash
There
machine?
is a hand wash machine with a crank.
Yeah.
And wring out the socks. You can also dress up like a pioneer or a cowboy. So we
Wow.
have clothes for you all to try on, and you can also rope a horse and sit on a saddle.
Wow.
So
So
there's-
much to do.
Well, explain the horse. It's not a live horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Miles was getting really excited. No, we do.
Oh,
We
I
do
wanna
have
be
a
on a
little
horse.
saddle you can sit on.
Oh,
and
I see.
you can. Is that a sawhorse? What would you even call that horse?
It's certainly an original artifact.
Log horse
A
or
log
something.
horse. A horse
Saw
made out of
sawhorse. Yeah.
There is a log horse. Yes,
There's
but
a lot to do.
definitely you can try your
Yeah.
roping. And actually, if you come during the heart of the summer, during July, and I'm trying to remember, we might even go into the first week of August this year. On Friday mornings, there is a program that we offer, a ranger-led program called A Walk Backwards, which is geared towards kids, typically kids age about 6 to 12. And it's by reservation, so you can call the park ahead of time to sign up your kids. 970-627-3471 to make reservations for that. But they actually will dress the kids up in period costumes. That's led by one of our longtime rangers, Barb King, who's amazing with children. So they get to dress up in costume and pretend that they're part of a ranch family. They come back, they get a tour of the mama cabin, and then they get to engage in a bunch of different period-type chores, whether it's mixing some biscuit dough together, or cleaning fish, or milking a cow.
Wow.
Again, the cow may also be made of wood, but it's a
I sense
whole
a
lot.
theme.
It's a whole lot of fun. And what else? Well, sewing on buttons, or
Wow.
making
they
making
make
period dolls.
Period dolls. They weave a little rug. They nail horseshoes. They saw wood. They do a lot of chores.
Wow, how long
they
is
have
this?
They do get to do a few games like sack races, but
How long is it?
The program is about 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's actually, when you look at our statistics, is one of our most popular programs here on the west side of
I
the
bet.
park.
Sounds fun.
Which is why we ask people to reserve in advance, so that it doesn't get too unwieldy in terms
Mhm.
of the numbers. But that's Friday mornings. I'm sure it runs through July. I think it might run through August 4th. But if you access the website
Yeah, you
that
can check
Miles
our
takes
online
care of,
calendar.
you
yeah.
can check the online calendar.
Yeah, when you go to our website, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, there's a little icon, and it says calendar. Click on there. Search, put in the dates when you're going to be here, and it'll show you everything that's going on then. So you can confirm all the details. It's also in the park newspaper. When you come in the park and they hand you the newspaper, look in the middle of that, and it has all of our programming.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, another program.
Yeah, another one of our
Oh,
really
yeah, this one's
special
neat, too.
programs
Yeah.
that happens out here. happens on Friday evenings. So Fridays are a big day out at Holsworth Historic Site. But Friday evenings, another one of our rangers who's worked here more than 20 seasons, Harry Cannon, does a program called Old Ranch Campfire. I have to be careful not to say Old Ranger Campfire.
Wouldn't want to offend anyone.
No, but
come see an old campfire
with
an old
Harry.
ranger.
But he does that in first-person character. So
cool.
when you arrive down at the parking lot down at Fleshett Cabin, he greets you as if he were a ranch hand working for Johnny Holsworth at the time that this was an operating dude ranch. And so he will lead you across that path across the valley, telling you tall tales and stories, which are very much in the style of what Johnny Holsworth was famous for. When they had folks staying out here at the ranch, they would have evening campfires, and he was known for his tall tales. So Harry tells those, and they come back here to the site. We have a campfire ring here at Holsworth Historic Site. They gather around, and it's just an old-timey, old-fashioned good time. They sing a lot of songs, campfire songs. Marshmallows are roasted, and more tall tales are told, and it's a really fun, feel-good, family-friendly type program. And again, that goes into early August, I think, on Friday evenings. And again, look at the website for the details on that. But that is not to be missed if you can help it.
Wow, a lot of stuff going on over here at Holsworth. I didn't even realize. I mean, I did, but I don't think of it all at once.
On the 18th, Tuesday, July 18th.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Celebrating the 100 years of the Holsworth family homesteading here. So we're going to have, throughout the day, we're going to do our normal tours and have everything accessible. And then we will have some special booths set up and some kids games from Barb's Walk Backwards program. And in the evening, around 5 p.m., we're going to have a campfire with some of the Holsworth family members. They're going to come out and tell some stories and answer our questions. So if you're in the area on July 18th, that would be a great time to stop by the Holsworth Historic Site.
Yeah, come on by. We've had a couple hundred. There's that for here, the 100th anniversary of Holsworth. And then not too long ago, we had a centennial celebration here for the whole park. So this wasn't part. When did the Comanche Valley area become part of Rocky Mountain National Park?
Well, it changed little by little. Slowly, the park accumulated some of the private in-holding lands and parcels. Yeah. 1975 is when the Holsworth property, which was almost 800 acres at that point.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, they accumulated a lot of land over the period of them living here.
Yeah.
And so it was called the Never Summer Ranch at that period. And so the whole Never Summer Ranch was turned over to the National Park Service in 1975. So that was a good chunk of the Comanche Valley, but there's still, even today, are a couple in holdings in the valley, and we're still acquiring land here and there.
Yeah, didn't one just recently get acquired? And
Yeah, there's just a few
just a few,
private in-holdings here, people who own property since before the time that the park was established. And there was, I think it was the Johnson property.
That's right.
That was acquired with the help of the Rocky Mountain Conservancy just a couple of years ago. And so, these things, as they become available and as we have willing owners, there's an attempt to try and make the park whole in terms of the boundaries of the private property. So more sites that people can go visit. That particular one is kind of in an obscure location.
Hard to get to.
Yeah, kind of hard to get to. It's not on the main road. But what that protects it from, though, going forward, is that a private owner could sell to another private owner who could look at things like development. Whereas when it does get purchased and given to the park eventually, it ensures that it'll be preserved in a natural state for generations to come.
Yeah, forever. Hopefully, at least that's what we're supposed to do.
Yes, indeed.
So, what else? We can come back to Holsworth as things come up. Are there other key things you want to make sure we hit before we talk a little bit more broadly?
I'm going to give one more pitch for the volunteer program out here, because this site would not exist in a way that was accessible to the public if we didn't have volunteers. We usually have a staff of about 6 volunteers a day that it takes to operate this place and do the tours and provide wonderful service for the public. So, moving forward year by year, we're always looking to recruit volunteers.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of cabins on site here that are used as housing for some of the volunteers who get to experience what it's like to live in a rustic area
Sounds great.
off the main roads. Yeah, with no internet and very minimal cell phone coverage.
Yeah, pretty idyllic though.
But we
You're
do
not too
each
far
year.
from
We
Grand
have 2 or 3 or 4 volunteers that live up here on site and help us out 4 days a week, both at Holsworth and doing a lot of other things. So we typically do recruiting over the winter and then have everybody in place for training in the summer and to get us through the summer season. But watch volunteer.gov is the website where those options are posted, and we're always looking for wonderful people who want to share this story with the public.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. We recently recorded a podcast with Lindsay, our volunteer coordinator, and we were just talking about all the many different ways and programs that are just would not run without our volunteers, and I think this is a great example.
We're getting sometimes now 400 or 500 people a day here at Holsworth Historic Site, and I can't remember what our visitation was for last summer. Got to be in the 30,000. And those are visitors that wouldn't have the chance to experience this if it weren't for the really amazing volunteers who dedicate so much time.
Yeah.
Give
much
back
time
to the national parks.
Yeah, I remember the first time I came here. Maybe she's here today. I met someone, and she'd just been volunteering like full time for I don't even remember how many summers. It was incredible. It was like a full-time job.
Yeah.
She just loved it so much. And not just being out here and volunteering too, but how much I could tell people were really into it, like really into the story, and how much research they'd done and binders they'd made, and just so much love and care and support that they put into it, and to talking to everyone. It's really nice. Okay, that's a good thing to cover. So I just want to talk a little bit more about the Kawanichi Valley and the west side of the park, and what do we mean by the west side of the park, and all that sort of stuff. So what do we mean by the west side of the park for our visitors who may not know?
Well, of course, the park is divided not exactly halfway, but pretty close by the Continental Divide, by the main range that runs through here with all the high peaks, and so both geographically and logistically, it makes sense for the park to sort of have an east district or east districts and a west district. During the summer, to get from our visitor center and offices here on the west side of the park to where Miles is over at headquarters is an hour and a half or longer, depending on moose jams.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Up over the top, and the reality is that in this high mountain elevation habitat, that road is closed most of the year, usually from about mid-October to Memorial Day, weather dependent.
Right.
And so that time of the year to get from here to there is about 3.5 hours. So there is this geographic kind of separation that makes it logical to have sort of a west side of the park and an east side of the park. It's just practical for that. And so there. It's all one park. A lot of things you'll find similar, in terms of staff and programming and things side to side. But there's also some differences. Certainly, the Estes Park, the east side of the park, being closer to all the Front Range cities like Denver and Boulder and Fort Collins, bears the brunt of the visitation.
80%.
Yeah,
right?
well,
something like that.
I think in terms of how people enter, I'm not sure. I think
right.
That's just entrance station. So, but a lot of those people, not all of them, but a lot of those people who enter on the east side do come all the way across Trail Ridge Road and come down here. But it is a percentage of them. It's not all of them. And so one of the differences you'll find is that the east side of the park is busier than the west side. Now, in the past few years, the west side is getting busier and busier, and so we're finding some of the same challenges with full parking lots and busy visitor centers as the east side. But still, if you want a chance at having fewer people during your visit, the west side would be a good target to come over here and see some of that. We have this wonderful historic site, which is kind of unique in the park.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that there aren't historic areas over there, but there's not a place like this where you can go on tours through an intact.
Yeah, it's usually like something was here, or here's a sign of what it looked like, or something like that. It's not, oh, there's cabins that you can see people's stuff, see their...
Another one of the attractions is the headwaters of the Colorado River.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Which is huge, obviously one of the major rivers in the United States. And it starts from, little rivulets flowing together to form stream up here at the head of the Kawanichi Valley. So it flows through the Kawanichi Valley as it heads.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah,
starts its journey.
I mean, people, if they come to the park, should learn about it. It's in our brochure and everything, but the Continental Divide, like Michelle was saying, runs right through the middle of the park, and so water that falls on one side of the divide ends up eventually in the Atlantic Ocean, and on the other side ends up in the Pacific. And it's interesting how it takes that big jag here, kind of a big U-turn.
Oh, yeah. One of the fun
That's
things
an
to
odd
do
one.
is to have people, when they visit Holsworth Historic Site, be standing out in the valley with these amazing views of the mountains around and say, okay, point to the Continental Divide.
Uh-huh.
And the correct answer is to point in 3 different directions because, yeah, the Continental Divide does, following the topography, kind of head up the north side of the Kawanichi Valley, cross over at Laputer Pass, and then come south along the crest of the Never Summer Mountains. And so it's kind of funky to be up here at the head of this valley and be almost surrounded by the Continental Divide.
Yeah, it makes a pretty weird turn.
Yeah.
It's amazing. That's one of my favorite things about here, actually, is just because if you've been in the West and been to lots of other parts of the Colorado where it's this huge, muddy, raging thing, and you're like, oh, it almost looks like a little creek.
Yeah.
It's really neat.
Yeah.
It's really neat to see where it starts. I haven't hiked all the way up. I should.
Yeah.
All the way up to the headwaters.
One of my favorite little hikes over here that sometimes people overlook because it's a simple little hike is the Coyote Valley River Walk, which is kind of halfway down the valley. It's also an accessible trail, so the trail is designed so that wheelchairs can go on it. But it's maybe a half a mile one way.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's right on the river. You got the river on one side, the valley on another side, some scattered trees, and it's often a really good place for wildlife. Plus, there's a real pretty picnic area right there. So, if you're looking for something short, especially in the evening, right at sunset, it's just beautiful out there.
Yeah. What are some other kind of not all day hikes, but just short things people can do if they're coming through?
The East Inlet Trail is definitely the most popular trailhead on the west side of the park, mostly because it has awesome views of the mountains and you're along a creek the whole way, but it also is really close to the town of Grand Lake. It's just on the outskirts of Grand Lake. So it's if you're coming up to Grand Lake, that's a great little intro, but it definitely can be busy in the middle of the day, so that's also a good morning or afternoon stroll. Definitely talking about the Colorado River, one of the great trails is the Colorado River Trail, and you can just stroll on that one as well. It's not a very hard hike. You kind of meander in and out of the woods and the meadows, and then sometimes you're along the river. And if you want to go for a longer hike, about 3.5 miles from the trailhead is the site of Lulu City, which was an old mining town. There's not a lot left, but there are some logs and some foundations, but it's a really pretty site, and you can really kind of picture people living up there. But also it's really remote, so it kind of is puzzling of how they lived up there and how they got back and forth to different places.
People did some real wild things to try to mine.
They did. And it didn't work out too well here in the valley because there really wasn't any gold or silver, but they did try.
They tried.
And that is definitely one of the beautiful trails here in the valley. It has some nice older trees on it and not a super steep rocky hike. It's beautiful along the river.
And then there's the visitor center, of course.
Yep, the Kawanichi Visitor Center, which is right before the Grand Lake entrance, just about a mile from the town of Grand Lake. And we're open during the summer from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we are open year-round. The hours do shorten in the fall, winter, and spring, but we're open every day except for Thanksgiving and Christmas Day.
Actually, that's a really good point. The west side of the park is a great place to visit in the winter. Even though the road over the top is not open, the road here in the Kawanichi Valley is plowed to about 12 miles from the entrance. So the valley itself, you can access the valley. Beautiful place for snowshoeing or cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've heard the cross-country skiing is really
good.
Yeah.
Well, part of it is because it's a nice valley, so you have the option of having fairly level, options for skiing. And we do, in the winter, again, in the heart of the winter, usually from about the very end of December through February to the very beginning of March, we've offered ski and snowshoe programs. Ski programs mostly in January and the snowshoe programs throughout that whole time on the weekends. Again, by reservation, same phone number. But the ranger that leads those makes a point of tracking routes that don't follow summer trails. So you specifically have the opportunity to get out and see parts of the valley, see parts of the park, that are different from what you can easily access in
Right.
the summer.
Right.
Because once it's blanketed with snow, you can go just about anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
And the snow's pretty consistent over here through the winter too.
We get lots
right?
of snow.
Yeah, which that's something that's definitely different.
Snow
from,
is a reality. Snow, yeah, no.
Yeah,
snow
definitely
is a
different from the
certainty.
east side of the park.
Yeah,
what's weather and conditions on
we
this side
usually get an
compared to the other side?
average of about 150 inches of snow a winter.
So much more than us.
Oh yeah. With the way the storms come from the west
Yeah,
and bump up
it
against
all
the
hits on this
Continental
side.
Divide, it drops. We're sometimes known as the better, wetter side. And so, pretty typically throughout most of the winter, you'll have 2 or 3 or more feet of snow on the ground.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's great.
usually by the time you get to late December, early January,
Yeah.
the skiing and snowshoeing is really good for the next few months.
Yeah, because I'm a pretty novice cross country skier in terms of like steepness skill
Yeah.
set, and so a lot of times on the east side of the park, I'm kind of like, whoa, man, I don't know, this is kind of beyond me.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah. No, this is a good place for beginners.
Yeah.
And it's also, again, even quieter in the winter because without the road open, we don't get the folks that are
Sure.
coming through the park, and so you'll have a lot of peace and probably a fair amount of solitude if you come in the winter.
What about the wind over here compared to the east side?
Not so much.
Not so much.
Not so much. No,
Calmer?
no. We don't get the winds the way you do. Not that you can't have a windy day
Sure,
here
but-
and there, but they're not a regular feature of the climate.
And cooler on this side as well, correct?
Yes, that's true.
Including in summer too. to some degree.
Yeah, do be prepared in the winter for really. Yeah, but the nighttime temperatures are typically below zero.
Yeah.
20 below is not uncommon.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen it in the 12 years I've been here was minus 44.
A little chilly.
Yeah, well,
a little bit.
yeah. That's not when I would recommend skiing and snowshoeing.
No.
But the good news is it's usually sunny. I mean,
Right.
we obviously get storms, we get the snow, but there's usually beautiful sunny days in between. And when you have sun and it isn't windy
Yeah.
and the temperature is 10 or 15 or
Yeah,
20 or
feels warm.
25, it's really
Especially for
comfortable.
skiing or
It's
snowshoeing,
amazingly
really
comfortable.
That's one of my favorite things about Colorado is just you get that
Yeah.
nice crisp. I worked at Black Canyon, the Gunnison for a while, and so I lived, in the winter
Yeah.
and lived up
Yeah.
on the rim.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would just, like you said, it'd be 10, 15, and you get out and you hardly need, just like a long sleeve shirt, some pants with long johns, and
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, oftentimes
almost too hot.
even if it's uncomfortably cold overnight, it'll warm up into something
Yeah.
that's very nice for recreation
Yeah.
during the day.
So winter recreation, West Side, don't
yeah,
forget.
don't forget us. Come see us.
And then I'm trying to think of what else feels different on this side to me. I mean, you have the whole valley set up, which I feel like is and it looks like a valley. I mean, on the Estes side, it's a valley sort of. It's like this circular sort of basin almost, whereas here you really have that feel of.
This Kawanichi Valley, going back to, we talked about the headwaters of the Colorado
Uh-huh.
River, but back in the last ice age, this was carved by a glacier, the Colorado River Glacier, which extended from the head of the valley, 20 miles,
Wow.
maybe more than 20 miles
glacier.
down beyond where the park boundary is now. But that's part of the reason it feels so valley-like, and also part of the reason
interesting. I didn't know that.
that it's wide. The glacier was 1,500 foot thick, and one of the fun things here is as you stand on the floor of the valley and look up at the sides of the valley, you see these lumpy ridges up and down, and those lumpy ridges are the lateral moraines, the side of the glacier where the debris and the rocks that the glacier was carrying melted out to the side.
I've never noticed that. I'm
Oh
gonna have
man,
to pay
no! So
attention.
you can get a feeling for just how deep the ice was by looking up above you at the lumpy ridges.
Yeah.
And then if you head south of the park, as you head south on Highway 34, you drive alongside Shadow Mountain Lake, which is a reservoir adjacent to Grand Lake. But as you drive along Shadow Mountain Lake and get to the southern end of it, there are some lumpy ridges there and some little crescent-shaped islands. And the crescent-shaped islands and the lumpy ridge, actually the lumpy ridge represents kind of the terminal moraine. And as the glacier receded and would pause in its melting, it would build up these little ridges, which are now the islands in Shadow Mountain Lake. So the geology, there's glacier geology on the other side of the park too, but here it's got this really nice,
Yeah.
well-defined,
It's just so big.
massive
Yeah,
valley.
it's just massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost. Well, you worked up in Alaska too.
Yeah,
and
I did
Yeah,
have
it's
the chance.
interesting being back down somewhere where the glaciers are pretty much all gone and being in like a post-glacial landscape.
Exactly.
And thinking about the two and. what it would have looked
yeah.
like filled with this huge glacier.
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
And then the Never Summers as well, which is the range that is really prominent when you're in the Kawanichi Valley. It's to the west of the valley. I think is really neat too because it's all volcanic, correct?
Yes, and one of the neat things, actually a couple things that I thought of when you were talking Never Summer Mountains,
Mhm.
the Never Summer Range. We're in the Kawanichi Valley. We have the Tanahutu River.
Good names.
Yes, a lot of the names here, certainly on the west side of the park, and I know some of them on the east side too, but date back to a tour that was taken with a group of Arapaho Indians who mentioned their names that they had for some of these features.
Mhm.
So Kawanichi Valley, the term Kawanichi refers to coyote.
Mhm.
Tanahutu means big meadow, which we also call Big
Big
Meadow.
Meadow.
Funny about that.
Yeah.
Tanahutu River runs through Big Meadow.
Mhm.
There's Anahu Creek, which was named after actually a racehorse. The Native Americans would have races here in the valley, and there was a horse that would, to get warm, would back up towards the fire, and the name Anahu means warms himself.
Oh, okay.
But when you mentioned the Never Summer Mountains,
Yeah.
that actually comes from an Arapaho word too, which I'm sure I won't pronounce correctly, but it's along the lines of Nichibichi,
Mhm.
and it translates never no summer mountains.
Hmm.
And so when whoever translated it into English, they decided to drop the double negative, and so now we have the Never Summer Mountains. But a lot of the topography over here still reflects the Native American heritage.
Mhm.
So that's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, the Never Summers are just so cool.
Oh, and you mentioned volcanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely igneous. They were a range that erupted as a volcano. What is it? 24 million years ago, I think is what geologists say. So they're recent. I mean, that sounds like a long time, but
yeah, in mountain
for a
terms, yeah.
geologist, that's really quite recent. And the other really unique thing geologically about them is it was really one eruptive cycle. With a lot of volcanoes, they'll erupt, they'll
Right.
erode, they'll erupt, they'll
Mhm,
erode. You
mhm.
get layers and layers.
Mhm.
This was sort of a one-time event, which gets geologists
Must have been a
excited.
big event.
But when you look at the mountains now and the beautiful rugged snow-capped peaks, most of the summer, never no summer, you are actually looking at the inside of the volcanoes. You're not looking at the volcanic rock that came out. You're looking at the igneous granitic rock that was part of the magma chambers on the inside that
That it
cooled and
cooled.
hardened.
Mm.
What's happened is that in the years since, particularly with things like glaciers in action, the lava that erupted and cooled has already been worn away. It's already so I always like to tell kids
That's
when we have school groups that you're looking at the guts of these volcanoes. You're looking at the inside. There are places you can still see a little of the ash that erupted from
Oh,
the
wow.
Never Summer Mountains at Lava Cliffs.
Yep, lava cliffs.
Up on Trail Ridge Road.
Mhm.
There's some places, if you know where to look across the valley here, you can see some outcrops.
Just where stuff was
Specimen Mountain,
ejected way far away.
Specimen Mountain.
Uh-huh.
But when you look at the Never Summer Mountains themselves, you're actually looking at
The
intrusive igneous rock
Uh-huh.
rather than extrusive volcanic rock.
Yeah, that's cool. It
Yeah.
definitely, when you see them, hopefully that'll help give listeners a
Yeah,
better understanding.
yeah,
Because when you
yeah.
see them, they do look different. If you pay a little attention, these versus the main mountains in Rocky, it's like, that looks pretty different. And
Yeah, when
they
you
have a
drive
very
over
different
Trail
story.
Ridge Road, except for those few outcrops, you're looking at rocks that are much, much, much older.
Right.
Metamorphic rocks and other granites, but that are just way older
Mhm.
than the Never Summer Mountains.
Hmm. And in terms of wildlife over here, pretty similar. We're starting to get some moose on the east side now.
Yeah, we're
but-
sharing our moose with
Yeah,
you.
you're sharing. They're exporting some moose. The moose are
No,
finding.
the moose are doing this on their own.
They're exporting themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're finding their way through and over the mountains onto the east side of the park. But still,
we definitely have a larger population over here
Yeah.
than on the east side of the park. So the odds of seeing a moose are
Yeah.
higher on the west side of the park. I find that they're much easier, more commonly seen early in the summer. Right now, as we're recording this in early July, this is a pretty good time. June, they seem to be everywhere.
Huh? Do you think they
Um,
move up into the mountains later in the summer, or we're not really sure?
You know, what the time of the year I find it hardest to find them is September, October, right? And I don't know if that's because it's the rut
Mm.
and they're more shy,
Busy with that,
or if it has to do with hunting season
Oh.
in the forest around us.
Right.
But certainly, I think you've got a higher probability of seeing moose June, July than late August,
That's good to
September,
know.
October.
Yeah, one of the first, other than coming over here for a brief tour and going to Holsworth and stuff, one of the first things I did on this side is I hiked up North Inlet all the way and actually went up to Lake Nanita and what's the other one? Nakoni, yeah. And then up and over that saddle and then up into the upper end where there's no trail and came down through there trailless. A lot of moose sign.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of moose sign
yeah,
up in there where there aren't any trails.
Yeah. And if you come in the winter, I can just about guarantee you'll see lots of moose tracks. Whether you see moose,
right?
Maybe not, but you'll definitely see moose tracks. And
moose
sign.
are amazing.
Yeah.
I love moose. And of course we have elk over
Lots
here.
of elk over here. I'm trying to think what else. Is there other things that would be unique?
We see a lot of river otter signs in the winter. We don't rarely ever see the
That's
otters,
interesting.
but in the winter along the Colorado River, because the river is mostly frozen over, but when you're kind of standing on top of it, you can hear it bubbling underneath you. And there are a lot of river otter tracks and slides where they're sliding down hills, and you can even see holes in the ice where they've broken through into the river.
That is very
especially walking out from the parking lot here at Holsworth out here to the cabins in the winter.
Cool.
Wandering along the river, there are a lot of otter tracks.
Wow.
But we really actually see the otters any time of the year.
Need to come check that out. I would love to see that. That'd be really fun. So, Michelle, you said you've been here 12 years on this side of the park, and Macy, you're a newcomer, right?
Yes, I'm a newcomer. I got here in May of 2016, so I've been just over a year.
Okay, where were you here? Where were you before here?
I was at a little park in New Mexico called El Malpais National Monument.
Little different than here.
A little different.
Yeah. What other parks have you worked at?
I've also worked at Grand Teton and Glacier as a seasonal.
Okay.
And then I was permanent at Great Basin and Grand Canyon.
Oh, Great Basin.
Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's a very cool park.
It's a very cool park.
Yeah, I have not gotten to go. I've only gotten to work on the map. And it made me want to go.
It's really neat. There's such low visitation there. They only get like 80,000 visitors a year. So it's a real wilderness type of park, but it has some amazing features.
Yeah.
Bristlecone pines and really cool caves.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's definitely one not to be missed if you're out in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's everyone that I know who's worked there or been there. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely.
It's a great
You
park.
got to go. It's amazing. So how has the west side of Rocky compared so far to other places that you've worked?
Well, I've wanted to work on the west side of Rocky for many years.
Really?
This has been a dream spot for me.
What was the dream? Why did you want to be over here?
Well, first time I came to Rocky, I was 16 with my family. We were doing a cross-country road trip, and I just remember being up in the Alpine. I think we were up at the Alpine Visitor Center, maybe Farview, and I remember looking down in the valley and just thinking it was just, wow, that's a really beautiful place. And for some reason, as my career went on, I just always wanted to come back to Rocky.
Of your head,
Yep. And yeah, this is definitely one of the most beautiful places I've gotten to work, but also one of the most fun jobs I've ever had. I absolutely love it here. It's definitely one of the best places.
Yeah. What do you like? What do you like about the work? What makes it so fun?
It's very
the supervisor.
Other than your supervisor.
Of course.
Of course. That's the
Other
number
than
one
Michelle.
reason. Yeah.
Seriously though, like Michelle makes this such a fun place to work, and I think the diversity of the work is what makes it so fun. The seasons are awesome, so you have a really busy summer season, and then the fall and spring are really busy with school programs, like not as many
I didn't
daily
think about that.
visitors,
Yeah.
but yep, we get to do a lot of school programs in the classrooms, but also they do field trips out here. And then the winter is quiet, but also I feel like I was really active this winter with all of our ski and snowshoe programs and just getting ready for summer and, playing in all the snow. It's just such a diverse park in that way. And the job is so diverse. So every day it's something different. And then seasonally I do different work. And, like right now in the summer, I'm out here at Holsworth a lot of the time. So it's just such a neat position because of the diversity of different jobs I get to do.
And how do you like living in Grand Lake?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah? It seems like a great place.
I love it, yeah.
What's the year-round population of Grand Lake? Do we?
Not many, I would say.
I think at Grand Lake year-round maybe 500, but of course that's a lot more in the summer.
Sure.
There are a lot of second homes, a lot of vacation homes, summer homes up in this area.
But year-round, 500, wow. It's even less than I realized. Yeah.
And we have the local communities too of Granby and Winter Park and stuff,
Right,
and Kremling. So there are some communities in the county here, so you don't feel too isolated in the winter. And plus, people come up to go downhill skiing up in the mountains too, so you run into those folks visiting the park as well.
Yeah, and actually, while residents may be, in the hundreds, that Grand Lake, like the park, operates on recreation. And so there are lots of visitors still in the wintertime.
Oh, okay.
Who come.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
In the forest around us is one of the most amazing snowmobile trail systems. And so that's one of the highlights for folks who come to Grand Lake is a lot of snowmobiling. Of course, there's the activities in the park, the skiing, the snowshoeing. But there are also 3 ski areas. No, more than that. We've got 3 Nordic ski areas. There's one in Grand Lake, one down in Granby, and then one outside of Fraser, plus a couple of downhill ski resorts, one in Winter Park and one in Granby. And so, a lot of winter recreation. Huh. So it still businesses
quiet,
are open,
but
restaurants are open. Yeah, there's still things to see and do, even though the actual year-round live-in population drops quite a bit in the winter.
Yeah. Does it become a snowmobile town mostly, or is it mostly still cars? Or just a mix?
They actually, in Grand Lake, don't plow the streets to where they'll melt off because they want to make it snowmobile friendly.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's both. I mean, vehicles are just fine.
Yeah.
But you'll see snowmobiles pulled up at the local restaurant or whatever. So.
And so you've been here for 12 years, Michelle. Where were you before?
Before this, I was at Sitka National Historical Park up in Alaska. And
on an island?
On an island off the coast of Alaska.
Off the road system.
Yeah, you know, it was funny because when they interviewed me for this job here on the west side of the park, they actually flew down the two finalists for this position.
Wow.
Because in part they were worried about the people understanding the remoteness of this area. And yeah, I was going, you have a road.
Yeah. I can
you
drive
can get
here
to Denver in 2
other
hours?
places?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was that was kind of fun. This was coming to the big city.
I never got to go down to Southeast Alaska. I was always up in
Alaska was amazing.
Central, yeah. How long were you there?
We were there about 5 years.
In interpretation as well?
Yes. I worked in the park there. Actually, the last few years I was there, I was the chief of interpretation.
Okay.
So that's kind of fun to be in charge.
Yeah.
And then before that was Lake Mead National Recreation Area down in the desert. Lake Mead by Boulder Dam and Hoover
I've
Dam.
been around there.
And before that was Lava Beds National Monument in northeastern California.
Oh, yeah.
A hidden gem.
Yeah.
Kind of like Great Basin.
Right.
And then before that was I started as a volunteer intern right out of college at Death Valley National Monument, as it was back then.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I love Death Valley.
Yeah. Oh, one of my all-time favorite places.
I got to do their map. It was great. I've talked about it before on the podcast, so I won't drone on and on.
You name dropper.
It was amazing. It was such a fun place to get to map. Just it's so bizarre and diverse.
Yeah.
From, way below sea level to like 11,000 plus foot telescope peak, and you're standing there in salt, and we were there in the middle of the winter, it was like 85 and you're looking up at snow. It's pretty fantastic. And just all the weird formations.
Yeah, incredible
Devil's
geology.
Golf Course,
Incredible
geology. Yeah, I remember when I got there, I'm sure, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure. I bet this person was still there when you were working there. I can't remember his name, an interpreter. He's been there for a really long time. But anyway, I was like...
Yes, listeners, this is what rangers do.
Yeah.
Do you know so-and-so?
Yep.
Have you met Oh, you work there. You must know so-and-so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I was talking to Lindsay...
It's as bad as a family reunion.
When I was talking to Lindsay, she had worked on a small, like a pocket cruise company up in Southeast Alaska. And I mentioned, oh, yeah, one of my best friends my entire life did that too, that I worked with in Alaska for a few summers. And she was like, what's his name? I said, Eric Toussaint. She's like, yeah, we know each other. We work together all summer. So happens all the time. So you've been here for 12 years, all those other places. What about you? What do you think? Macy has the new experience. You've got the 12-year experience.
Oh, this has been an amazing place.
Yeah.
You don't spend 12 years in one place unless you've really fallen in love with it.
True.
Some of it is, the people I work with. I have wonderful staff members like Macy and the seasonals. One of my seasonals has worked at this park for over 40 years.
Whoa.
42 or 43 years.
Wow.
And she's amazing. And so...
Seasonal.
Seasonal, yeah, seasonal. She's a teacher the rest of the year, and so it
amazing.
works out really
Yeah,
well
that's
for her.
great.
But this is just a very, very special place because it's somewhat smaller in size and in visitation and in staff than the east side. People on this side of the park do tend to have a more diverse role. Like Macy said, it's less specialization just because the size is smaller. So each person tends to do more things. So that the diversity is fun, but it also makes for kind of a family atmosphere on this side of the park. Those of us who are division leads over here actually work in the same hallway. So there's a lot of interaction between specialties, and that's really fulfilling.
Yeah.
The communities, are amazing, and it's my son is now 13.
Oh wow!
So he's kind of grown up here, and it's
Yeah.
been an amazing place to raise a kid and have him have the experience both inside the park and in this community in this area. So yeah, happy times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like a great town. That's another thing. When people come over, go into Grand Lake, of course, visit, has a very different feel than like Estes and the east side of the park. Very, very different feel in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's interesting how diverse different Park Service sites are.
Oh yeah. Even district to district.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you said, even in a lot of the bigger parks, there's almost always one or more smaller districts that are just so much more quiet. I remember like one summer I worked in Yellowstone. I worked at Tower Roosevelt Junction right there, and it's just it's like a little ranger station and a few people, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, exactly like you said, it becomes very, very tight knit. The culture, it's almost like one big family. Definitely a different feel on the east side of the park. It's just there's just way more people.
You got to see them both.
There's just so much going on. Yeah, you have to experience both.
Haven't experienced Rocky Mountain National Park till you've seen both sides of the park.
I agree.
In multiple seasons.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I haven't come over in the middle of real winter here. I really need to do that.
I mean, autumn is spectacular. We haven't talked about autumn, but when the colors usually peak around the third week of September. And generally you've got the elk doing the elk rut and bugling at the same time. And again, things can be sometimes gridlock over on the east side of the park. And over here, it's a much more, less crowded viewing experience for those kind of things. So.
Yeah, I remember we came over last year to film and take some pictures of some of the fall colors, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
And significantly earlier, too, than our side of the park, at least last year. I mean, I'm sure every year it varies somewhat.
I think that's true. We're a little higher.
Yep.
And we're a little higher.
A little higher elevation.
Things start faster. Winter comes
sooner. Quite a bit
Spring
sooner.
comes later.
Yeah, definitely. Do you get, when do you usually get your first snowfalls? Early?
Usually around Halloween. It can happen earlier. I mean, it can happen any time of the year. But the first ones
somewhere
of
around
significance,
Halloween.
usually around Halloween.
Yep.
This is one of those communities where you design your Halloween costumes around being able to be worn over a big coat.
My fiance and I joke about that because she grew up in Wyoming, in Douglas, and for a while when I was growing up, I lived in Iowa, in southwest Iowa, and we actually, believe it or not, we would have snow. It'd be pretty cold in end of October, and yeah, we were just like designing your costume around exactly, or a huge coat. We would often do like a huge coat with a trash bag over the top and a mask or something, so you didn't freeze.
So we'll start getting snow consistently, usually around then. We don't typically have enough to be really good skiing snow until mid to late December.
Yeah.
But we certainly will.
Kind of typical pattern around here. Takes a little bit into the winter.
Get the base built up a little
Sure.
bit.
Great. So we've covered Holsworth, talked about what you can do out here, talked about the Centennial event that you should be at, which is next week. Fridays, big days, County Tree Valley. There's also one thing we didn't mention. I mean, it kind of goes without saying in Rocky. Tons of hiking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so much hiking. It's beautiful from this side. I feel like a lot of times the approaches are longer to get up into the mountains.
If you want to get to a really nice lake over here, you're probably going to have to go at least 5 miles.
Yeah, you're in for a longer day for sure. But
there's some waterfall. Well, the Adams Falls you talked about already is real close. But there's other things that are, in between 3.5 miles and 5 miles, there are some really nice destinations on most of the trails.
So great hiking, And don't be afraid to come any time of year. There's
Yeah.
great stuff all year round.
And
It
if you
doesn't shut down in the winter. You
No,
can't
it
go over
does
Trail
not.
Ridge.
It does not.
You can't go over Trail Ridge. Trail Ridge does close, but park stays open, town stays
Yeah.
open. There's tons of stuff to do.
Absolutely. And if you do come in the summer, and we'd love to see you, actually tell us if you listen to the podcast. That would be fun. But
Yeah.
if you do come in the summer, similar guidelines now as to the east side of the park. Plan to come early in the morning or later in the later afternoon or evening if you want
That's good.
to be sure that you can get a
That's
parking
a good
spot.
thing to cover. Yep, it's getting busy everywhere,
Mhm,
early or
mhm,
late.
mhm, mhm.
Okay, so our final question.
Uh-oh.
that
Here,
been a-
Macy.
We've been asking everybody this. Your answer doesn't have to be profound or whatever, but we've been asking everyone.
Good.
It's a very general question, so you can take it wherever you want to go. What does Rocky mean to you? People have given us a gamut of answers, in terms of professionally and personally. So,
I would say, honestly, that Rocky means to me home. This is one of the national parks that I feel at most home in.
Mhm.
And there's always something exciting going on, and it makes it a really fun home to have.
Did you grow up around here, or were you
No, I did
you came
not.
on trips?
I just love the Rocky Mountains, and I came on trips, and out of all the national parks I've lived at, this one feels most like home.
Oh, that's great. How about you, Michelle?
I'm going to have to wipe away the tears first. I think I'm actually going to steal something I learned from Barry Sweet, who is our wilderness wilderness backcountry system coordinator. But he talks about Rocky Mountain National Park as being a place where people can come and remember how to be their best selves. How when you get out of the everyday routines and you get out of the, whatever business or whatever pressures you have, and you come and you spend time in this place, whether it's, touring the road and seeing the scenery from the road, or whether it's getting back on a backcountry experience, a wilderness experience, it gives us time to kind of reflect on who we are and what we're about, and remember our best selves. And I love that. It's true of our national parks in general, and it's really true here at Rocky Mountain National Park. You can come to Holsworth and you can learn about how people overcame setbacks and persevered and created something wonderful here. You can spend time in the natural world and contemplate what things were like if you were standing under 1,500 foot of ice. But yeah, I think it lets us remember some of the good things about who we are, about the country we live in, about what we can be.
Great. All right. Thank you guys so much. And that's our show. Thank you so much for joining us for yet another episode of the Rocky Mountain National Podcast. Our next episode is going to be released in 2 weeks on Friday, July 28th. So make sure to tune in then. We really appreciate any comments that you want to leave for us on our homepage. And we also appreciate any reviews that you may want to give us in iTunes. Those reviews help other people find us. They get us onto recommended lists. They make us easier to find when people search. And of course, the best thing you can do is spread our podcast through word of mouth. We just had an article in the Estes Park Trail Gazette that you can find online highlighting the podcast and this project. And we're just trying to get it growing and going and in more people's ears and minds. So if you enjoy it and you think you know other people who might, please let them know to subscribe and hear all our episodes. For show notes, transcriptions, and to learn more about our show, visit our homepage at go.nps.gov/RMNpod. That is go.nps.gov/RMNpod. Each episode gets its own post on that page, and you can actually leave comments for each episode. The Rocky Mountain National Podcast is a product of Rocky Mountain National Park, one of 417 units of the National Park Service that preserve America's heritage for all, forever. Thank you so much for joining us again. We hope your next 2 weeks are awesome. We hope ours will be too. and we will see you next time. Bye for now.
Surrounded by carpets of wildflowers in the summer, Lunch Creek flows down a natural rock staircase from the striking backdrop of Pollock Mountain. It was named for its popularity as a lunch stop for early visitors to the park and remains a popular stop on the road today. No formal trails exist here, so please enjoy the area from the paved parking. Over time, park visitors have continued to venture off the road and up the creek, exploring the area, and in the process have created a network of social trails into this sensitive and fragile habitat. In order to protect the area from curious feet, Glacier National Park has performed extensive revegetation work to rehabilitate Lunch Creek and eliminate the traces of trails by replanting native vegetation. Please notice the signs marking these rehabilitated areas and do not venture in them. If you're interested in the process of revegetation, plan on visiting the park's native plant nursery at the headquarters area in West Glacier. Each year, as projects are identified, native seeds are collected prior to the disturbance, grown in the nursery, and then returned to the disturbed sites when the plants are mature enough to survive on their own. This helps to maintain the genetic integrity of specific locations around the park and provides the plants with the greatest opportunities to survive in the wild. Every Tuesday throughout the summer, tours are conducted at the Native Plant Nursery at 10 a.m. Join us at the nursery for this interesting look at an important aspect of Glacier's natural resources preservation program.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence of the volcano. First, think of the ground surface, and then let's start having a mass of very hot molten rock, which we call magma, moving up towards the surface. As it moves up, it starts to break the overlying rock, and those breaks basically are earthquakes. So in the area on the ground surface, above the molten rock which is moving up, there will be hundreds to thousands of earthquakes per day, and those earthquakes will probably be in the 4.5 magnitude range or larger. The other thing that occurs as this gets close to the surface, the ground starts to deform. It actually gets bent. So in the area of the earthquakes, you should also see significant ground deformation. Sometimes up to a yard a year may occur preceding an eruption. Also, we would expect to see changes in the hot water features, the geysers and hot springs, as this molten rock gets near the surface, and we would expect to see changes in the geothermal gases that come from the ground. Now, do we have earthquake swarms in the park? Definitely. Do we have ground deformation? Definitely. Does the hydrothermal system change? Every day. But are those signs of an impending eruption? No. All these things have to be coincident in the same area and very concentrated, a greater magnitude, and many more of them than we currently see. So having an earthquake swarm near Norris and ground deformation in the White Lake area and changes in the thermal system in Mammoth, they're all part of the normal vital signs of this volcano, and there has been nothing that has been indicated that there is an impending eruption. In the summer of 2014, there was a 3-mile section of road along the Firehole Lake Drive, which is a side road that is north of the Old Faithful area, that was closed because the pavement had become soft and road oil was seeping up through the pavement. Reports were that this was due to increased geothermal activity in the area, and also people then became concerned that this indicated increased volcanic activity in the area. And this wasn't the case. Yes, the road is in an active geothermal area. It's a side road that allows people to view Great Fountain geysers, White Dome geysers, other thermal features. As such, the road is on very hot ground. When we get a very hot day in the summer, with all the sun beating down on the black asphalt, and the road had recently been chip sealed, so all the cracks in the road were sealed with oil, which not only stopped the rain from getting into the road, but stopped the hot geothermal vapors from escaping the road. So the three things of very hot air temperatures above 80 degrees Fahrenheit, the road being in a thermal area, and the asphalt basically being sealed by new road oil that was black, all coupled to deform the road. Within 2 days, our park maintenance crews had been out and worked on the road and fixed it. It's open for travel and has been ever since, after the original 2 days closure. This also happened back in 2002 when a segment of the road near White Dome Geyser approached 196 degrees Fahrenheit. The asphalt became soft, and there what occurred was roughly a 60-foot area of the road. The asphalt was stripped off, which allowed the road to breathe. Gravel was placed there, and that segment of road has been open ever since. First, let's describe what a super eruption is. It's just a very, very large eruption. An eruption of at least 240 cubic miles of molten material, and usually that molten material is forcefully vented into the atmosphere. It's not just one large explosion, but through time, there's a lot of molten material vented into the atmosphere. In Yellowstone's past, there have been 2 super eruptions. One at 2.1 million years ago that was about 600 cubic miles of molten material, and one 640,000 years ago that was 240 cubic miles. To put that in comparison, the eruption of Mount St. Helens was about 0.1 cubic miles. So the super eruptions are very large. They do change basically world climate, temperatures, everything else due to the volcanic ashes and gases that are expelled. Do we know if there will ever be another super eruption of Yellowstone? No, we don't. The volcano experts who study Yellowstone, the volcanologists, do not know if there will be another super eruption of Yellowstone. Is volcanic activity and volcanic eruptions, are they in Yellowstone's future? Definitely. But the most probable eruptions are much smaller than these super eruptions. Now, by smaller, we may mean they might be as large as a Mount St. Helens sort of eruption, or even much smaller than that. Maybe an individual vent that puts out a very nice Hawaiian-type basalt flow. A very robust monitoring network is in place in Yellowstone National Park that monitors earthquakes, monitors ground deformation, monitors stress and strain within the earth, and all these data are online real time through the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. So none of those data, which are publicly available, have ever indicated to the experts that there's even a potentially small impending eruption. One of the important aspects of the monitoring equipment is to be able to give scientists the ability to predict in advance when an eruption is going to occur. And in its simplest form, the larger the potential eruption, the more molten rock that's coming up over a greater area, the more signals that will occur, the more earthquakes that will occur, the larger the area affected, the more the ground deformation will be occurring in that area, and the more there will be changes in the thermal system and gases. So the larger the eruption, the more advanced notice there'll be, and the smaller the eruption, the less advanced notice. But that's the way we would hope it would be, because the smaller the eruption, the less the effect of it to Yellowstone or even to smaller areas than just the park itself.
Jackson Glacier Overlook is just a short walk up the Going to the Sun Road from the Gunsight Pass Trailhead shuttle stop. For visitors just driving the road, this is the best view of a glacier they will get. The bluish-white ice of Jackson Glacier is about 5.5 miles from this viewpoint. This glacier has changed dramatically over the last 100 years and is much smaller than the one seen by early park visitors. In fact, it is now split into two glaciers, Jackson and Blackfoot, as it has melted over the decades. Although the glaciers in the park today are small compared to their Ice Age counterparts, they do work the same as the larger versions. Glaciers form when more snow falls in the winter than melts in the summer. As snow accumulates over many seasons, ice forms. And the weight of the ice and snow causes the bottom layers to compress and become more flexible and less brittle than the top layers. As the glacier starts to move downhill under its own weight, it becomes a frozen river of ice that slowly flows across the land, eroding and shaping the bedrock into unique landforms. When less snow accumulates and less ice is created, the glacier's forward movement no longer keeps pace with melting, and the glacier melts back and retreats up the mountain. That is what is currently happening to all the glaciers in the park. In 1850, at the end of the Little Ice Age, it is estimated that there were 150 glaciers in the park. By 1968, they numbered only around 50. Today, there are 26 glaciers, many of which are just small remnants of what they once were. For many years, scientists have been studying global climate change, and it is clear that ecosystems like Glacier National Park are undergoing dramatic changes. While the Earth's climate has undergone cooling and warming cycles in the past, if current warming trends continue, scientists predict that the glaciers in Glacier National Park will be completely gone by the year 2030.
Hello, you rockin' Rockyites. Guess what? Today is this year's autumnal equinox, which means it is officially fall. It's felt like fall for a little bit, but now it is official. And you can feel it. The aspens are turning gold like crazy at higher elevations, and even some lower elevations. The air is getting more crisp and cool, and is about to take a turn for the chilly. This weekend looks to be rainy and in the 50s in Estes Park, and potentially snowy. Did I say snowy? Yes, snowy. And significantly colder, above 9,000 feet. So if you are coming to visit us this weekend, plan accordingly. And of course, the clearest auditory sign of fall, and we love our auditory signs here in podcast land, elk bugles. In the spirit of bugle time, today we're bringing you an interview with Hannum Abules. Hannum is a landscape ecologist, don't worry, we will explain what the heck that means, and spends much of her time studying Rockies elk and the complex ways they interact with and shape park ecosystems. So when we want to learn about elk, Hannum is the person to talk to. We hope you enjoy this deep dive on elk, on landscape ecology, on history of different areas in the park, especially Moraine Park, and so much more. Let's rock. All right, so we're here in Moraine Park, and we are here with, could you give us your name and your title?
My name's Hannum Abules.
Uh-huh.
Hannum with an M.
Hannum with an M.
Not Hannah spelled incorrectly. And my title is landscape ecologist.
Landscape ecologist.
I work on big things.
Big things. All right. I like that.
Lots of things that kind of transcend the boundary of the park, if you will.
Oh, nice. That's a good way to think about it. So I thought what we'd do today is we'll just kind of walk through different aspects of what you're doing here at your job, and then that'll probably flash us backwards or forwards in time into other stuff that might be going on here in the future, and also how you got into what you do here at the park and what you do for a living and all that kind of stuff. So, landscape ecologist, what's the broad overview of what that means at Rocky in terms of like your projects, day-to-day work?
So the idea, most of the time, if you're in a park, you're
Mhm.
going to hear people say, I'm a botanist, or I'm a wildlife biologist, and what we've come to realize, which seems very intuitive now, but maybe wasn't so intuitive 50 or 80 years ago, is that everything is a lot more interconnected than one might at first think. So there's a lot of fields that have popped up in ecology over the last 50 years. One of them is landscape ecology, where we're looking at patterns over space and time and how do those things connect. A great example of that is kind of our regional elk management initiative. So we're working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We're working with the Forest Service. We're working with a variety of partners, academic, et cetera, to try and get a handle on reestablishing the natural balance on the landscape between elk and all the space that they like to use.
Yeah.
And that's been challenging
Oh, I
because we
bet.
have a pretty disrupted system here.
Yeah, why don't we get into that? Because one of the reasons why I wanted to do this interview with you this time of year is so that we could get something out there for folks coming up to the park to look at elk, among other things, and the rut. And so I think it would be cool to give people some of the background on elk and other wildlife, but we'll start with elk in the park. So you said that very disrupted system in the park. I would guess a lot of our visitors would have no idea of that because they come here and they don't normally see elk, and they see elk, and so they think, oh, it's a national park, it's normal, it's natural.
Right.
Yeah, so could you kind of just go into the history of that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I use this kind of comparison a lot. Just because something looks beautiful does not mean it's healthy.
Great point.
I think that, so we're sitting here in Moraine Park, and it's absolutely stunning, right? We're looking up the Fern Lake drainage. And if you've never been here before, or you don't know what a Western riparian river system should look like, you would look at this and say, it's absolutely incredible. And it is, but I would say it's also a little ill. It's got a touch of the flu. And so what has happened on this landscape over the last 120 years are a lot of things that are incredibly unnatural. And I always ask myself the question, and I think folks that are aficionados of nature and like to visit parks and should be thinking about, are we managing for a picture, or are we managing for a process? So are we happy if we just have a picture that looks healthy, even though the underlying foundation of that is falling apart? Or are we really trying to manage for healthy, sustainable processes that are going to give us these beautiful landscapes for a lot longer time frame than just right now for our one visit or our one experience at that place?
That's a great way to put it. Do we want to manage for pictures or process? That's nice. I like that.
So I think that's an important thing to think about, you know, because if we go the instant gratification route, well, it looks great. So, hey.
Sure.
So what we're trying to do is to reestablish the functionality of the ecosystem.
Right.
And that's hard to do. But there are a lot of things we can do to make it a lot better than it is. And so that's really was the impetus for our elk and vegetation management plan. You know, elk at the turn of the last century were completely extirpated from the park. There weren't any left, so they'd market hunted them out of here.
Right. Yeah, so I think that will surprise people. So extirpated means locally extinct, is that right? Yeah, so so we had a a healthy, functioning elk population. Then people showed up with firearms, with market hunting, with all this kind of stuff. And it didn't take very long before there were no elk in Rocky Mountain National Park area, right?
Right.
At all. And that was by, like you said, the early 1900s or even late 1800s.
Yeah, and I don't remember the exact date of that, but
somewhere in there.
And around the same time, humans also got rid of all the things with teeth and claws.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We like to do that as well.
So wolves,
and grizzly
bears, which again, our listeners might not know were here, just like they are in some other parks that you might go, like Yellowstone or something like that, where people think of those animals. They were here too. So those had all been gotten rid of. The elk had been gotten rid of. Moose.
So moose weren't here.
Oh, moose weren't here. That's right. We're going to get into that.
Moose are a whole different story.
We're going to get into that later because I think that is also going to be fascinating to people, and that's something I want to educate people on.
We can clarify.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Here,
we'll clarify
here
for me
parts.
too. Yeah, what was here and wasn't here. So what was here at that time? We had elk, grizzly bears, black bears, wolves, coyotes, probably,
bison.
Or bison.
Most people don't know.
That's a big one.
Also, were quite prevalent. So you had a complete system, right? You had a system that functioned somewhat in balance with itself.
Sure.
And you have peaks and troughs in that system, but it's what we would call self-regulating, right? Where the human doesn't need to come in and manage actively because it's managing itself. And we are just a part of that system.
Right. And there had been hunting, of course, before that, but it was just on such a different scale in terms of what was being killed and taken and things, right? That it fit with, it was resilient enough to put up with the hunting that was done before Anglos showed up, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, when you start to get into this model of we're going to harvest all the animals in one area and use them to feed humans in places far away, like Denver.
Right.
And that's pretty much what happened.
Gotcha.
So you totally utilized all of the hoof stock here basically to feed folks far away, which is an unnatural thing in itself, right? All these things we think of as normal are not normal at all. And they have pretty wide-ranging impacts. And that's actually where the North American model of wildlife conservation comes from, is that wildlife is a public trust. Folks who hunt that visit the park are probably quite aware that when you do harvest animals, not in the park, but that you're not allowed to sell those animals. And that's where this all came from, is that when you use wildlife as a commodity, it typically doesn't go very well.
So wildlife was being used as a commodity, hunted to local extinction, extirpated. So we have elk now. When were elk reintroduced? How did that work in the park?
So they brought elk down from Yellowstone.
Okay.
In the 2 years before the park was created, actually. So in 13 and 14.
Okay.
And they reestablished a population here.
But didn't reestablish predatory population, right?
Exactly.
So they just brought the elk back.
Right.
No grizzlies, no wolves.
Which has been most of the story of the 20th century.
Exactly.
Is we hunted many, many things to local extinction in many areas of the country. And then we restocked some of those species and not others.
The ones that we liked.
The ones we like.
The ones
we like
wanted.
hoofed things.
Yeah.
We don't like things with teeth and claws. And when I say we, I mean human beings.
Right, sure.
As a culture, not the National Park Service or anything like that.
So from those, the 1913-14 reintroduction, 1915 Rocky Mountain National Park is created. What happened? I mean, of course, there's ups and downs, but the general story over that next many decades where we didn't have hunting and we didn't have any predators in the park who could actually take down an elk. What was the kind of consequence of that? Play through that for us.
So anytime you have an animal that has evolved with predation, right? The reproductive rate of that animal is going to be such that is designed to replace itself with predation.
Right.
So you remove what we call the top-down control. And what you have now is a reproductive rate far exceeding what is needed to maintain that population, right? So that happens, what happens there? Population goes through the roof.
Sure.
In the early days, elk were culled in Rocky.
In the park?
Because even at that time, people started to note habitat impacts.
Interesting.
And it wasn't done the way we would go about management today, where we have extensive base of science upon which we make decisions. They just said, hey, there's a lot of hoofed animals out there. We're seeing things are getting eaten down. We're going to do something about that.
We're just going to remove a certain amount.
We're going to remove some animals.
We're going to remove some. Just
right.
However many we feel like is about right. Maybe let's say.
Right, and that's certainly not ideal either, right? Because we'd like to make our
But that's interesting that even at that time, it's interesting that even at that time, they were seeing like, oh, this is having negative impact. We need to control this.
And a lot of folks were ranchers and farmers at that time, and they're used to looking at a site maybe that they had cattle on, and they'd be able to evaluate, is this suitable, sustainable range, et cetera.
Yeah.
Some of those things certainly have overlap between, understanding habitat health and range condition for livestock. These are hoofed animals. They're ruminants. They consume forage.
Sure.
You need a certain replacement of that feed out there in order to
So when did that culling stop?
So
or was it just kind of scattershot?
Fuzzy.
Okay.
I don't know the full history of exactly how many times they did it or when they stopped doing it. But what I do know is that as we moved into the 1960s, and this was a nationwide movement through the National Park Service, we entered this period of what we called natural regulation. And if you read Park Service policy, you'll see it all throughout there through the 60s, 70s, 80s, even early 90s. And I think that's a noble goal.
And so what is natural regulation? How would you define that?
So the idea there is that these populations would self-regulate.
So we just leave them alone and it'll all come out in the end. They'll take care of themselves.
Humans have mucked with nature so much. If we just leave her alone, she's going to bounce right back. Mother Nature's going to do what Mother Nature does.
And it makes sense that management policy would come in because that's the same time that we're getting things like the Wilderness Act and that kind of idea that let's just leave it alone. Hands off. It'll take care of itself. Okay.
Right. We've caused enough damage.
Gotcha.
And there's a lot of validity to that comment. There's also issues with it in practice. And the issues, I always like to tell the story, if I came to your house and I totally wrecked your car sitting out in your driveway. I've dismantled it. I've done bizarre things to the engine. I've taken away some tires, etc. And then I say, hey, Miles, why don't you fix that car? But I also took your toolbox and I took all of the most important tools out of your toolbox and I have thrown them around the town of Estes Park. Good luck.
Right.
You're going to self-regulate now, right? You're going to fix. That car's going to come back to life. Well, you need the tools, right? You need the parts. You need the equipment. With Mother Nature, when you take away predation, which is a critical tool in a system, when you take away habitat availability, right? These animals now are pushed into a much smaller area than they would have had access to, right? If we look at the larger landscape of how disturbed the area is around Rocky Mountain National Park, you don't have habitat connectivity. It's harder for animals to move around. You don't have the habitat quality that you had. So you don't have your predators. And then another big thing is that we don't have beaver on the landscape. So at one point there were hundreds and hundreds of beaver here in Moraine Park alone.
Just here in Moraine Park?
In Moraine Park.
Wow. That's amazing.
Engineering the system, repairing it, packing every little hole in their dam with mud. What's the aggregate of all that effort? It's a wetland, you know, a complete functioning, regenerating wetland system on this river. And when you take that keystone species away, so you took away all Mother Nature's critical tools, and then you said, hey, fix it. And what we found was that didn't work very well.
That's really interesting. Yeah, the beaver thing. I remember when not too long after I came to this park, and I don't know why I hadn't thought of it, but I hadn't. And someone mentioned that, like just in Moraine Park alone, probably hundreds of beaver. And then I thought about like when I was working up in Alaska and Denali and tons of beaver. I don't know, impacted isn't the right word, but they're there, and they're doing their work.
Right.
And it's so different looking. Just the amount of, like you said, hopefully our speakers caught that. That was a little bugle in the background. So different, just from the shape of the stream to, there I noticed it a lot because there's really no trails, and so you're bushwhacking through everything.
Yeah.
And the vegetation that you're bushwhacking through is so different and difficult to bushwhack through.
Yeah.
And the kind of game and wildlife trails and things that you see is so different. Okay, so that's really interesting. So we have all these tools removed. We thought even without these tools, we're just going to let it sit and recover. So what did that do in terms of the elk population in the park and the effect that it had on the landscape? We can talk about in general or Moraine Park in specific, however we want to do it to help kind of paint the picture for people.
So, with this concurrent decline in beaver, you also had a dramatic increase in the elk population, a completely unnatural increase. And so by saying we're going to let nature take its course and we're going to let it be natural.
Yeah.
And I still hear that a lot today, let it be natural. And I say, well, what is that? In my mind, that's the proper functioning of a system, not an elk roaming around without a GPS collar on it necessarily. So if we think on a macro scale, what is natural? And so we ended up on a very unnatural trajectory, and we ended up with the most concentrated, highest density of elk ever recorded in a free-ranging population.
Whoa.
Right here in Moraine Park.
Wow.
And so it looked like a feedlot
population
out there.
Numbers do we know at that
There were
time?
at different points there were over 3,000 elk between the Winter Range in Rocky Mountain National Park and the town of Estes Park.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And the habitat could not sustain that. So the combination of not having beaver on the landscape, constantly planting willow, constantly digging side channels and maintaining dams and ponds. When that landscape dries out, and we did things to help that along. When I say we, I mean humans.
Yeah.
Right. We ditched and drained Moraine Park. It was a golf course at one point. Most people don't know its history.
And do we think that that's what contributed to that rapid decline in beaver population, or was it because they were actually being trapped and specifically removed from Moraine Park?
So they were being trapped and specifically removed both prior to the creation of the park and after.
Okay.
And that was prior, the fur trade, and then after just a lot of folks thought of them as a nuisance species, and they can be, certainly.
Oh, sure. Yeah, depending. Yeah, exactly.
When they're doing their industrious things where we want them to be doing them, they're fabulous. When they're doing them and flooding your roads and your house, not so great.
Yeah.
So, and that's our job too, as wildlife ecologists, to understand that balance.
Sure.
Right. Humans are in the landscape, and we need to work with that. But so we ended up with these incredible densities of elk, and the way that Moraine Park looked at that time, it was transitioning to a dry upland grassland, and you can make that decision. You can say, hey, we're going to let this go. But what are the costs of that? And the costs of that are dramatically decreased biodiversity. When I talk about biodiversity, I'm talking about all the other plants, animals, fish, things that contribute not only to the function of the ecosystem, but to your experience when you come here to Rocky Mountain National Park. Do you only want to see one charismatic megafauna, or would you like to see that charismatic megafauna in its natural environment with all the other plants and animals that would normally accompany it? I hope the latter potentially is what we're going for.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what we were seeing out there, and that's what triggered.
So between the human
process.
specific hands-on human impacts and then the secondary impacts of reduced beaver and then this exploding elk population, basically it was getting dried out, and also vegetation was getting eaten at a rate that just couldn't sustain, and so we end up with, like you said, a dry kind of grassland that's just way less biodiverse. Okay.
And much more susceptible to weeds, to invasive exotic plants.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Wetlands are great at preventing those plants from coming in. So wetlands, they make up only 4% of Rocky Mountain National Park's total area, but they provide a disproportionate amount of what we'd call ecosystem services, like drought mitigation, water filtration, and they provide a lot of other services. So they're weed mitigation, right? A lot of people, they think about weeds as you go and pull weeds. Yeah, you can do that. And you can also create environmental conditions that are not conducive to weeds in the first place.
They
exactly.
just can't take root. Yeah.
So we're trying to really manage these systems holistically and say, where do we get great bang for our buck? And we get that through riparian restoration. And I think that that's why we've put, some might say, disproportionate amount of effort, into Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows.
Okay, so just summarizing really quickly. So we've talked about all these impacts, talked about kind of how things are looking, that we've really dramatically changed Moraine Park over time. And like we were saying earlier, it might make for pretty pictures. You have this nice open field and there's elk out in it, but from a more complete understanding of the history and how it could be, maybe should be, it's not as pretty and healthy as it might appear.
Right.
So that's where we were. So when it comes, so now we're talking about, you were just talking about the amount of effort that we've put into managing some of these parks. So just kind of walk us through what that effort has been over the last, 10, 20 years, I guess. Yeah. What are the things that we're doing, have done and are doing that maybe wouldn't be super obvious to visitors, but that they can learn more about, or there actually are signs of if they just start looking around for? Yeah.
Yeah. So, we went through a couple decade research process.
Couple decades of research. Nice.
To figure out truly what is the carrying capacity of elk on the winter range, because that's where a lot of the damage was occurring. And when I say winter range, I mean Moraine Park, Horseshoe Park, Upper Beaver Meadows, which also happen to be really popular places for visitors, but they were getting hammered. So what is that carrying capacity, and how many elk could we really sustain? And if you had an environment where you had natural predators, how many elk would you anticipate to see out there? Because that might be your sustainable level. That might be your carrying capacity. And so we've partnered with a variety of universities, partnered very heavily with Colorado State University and USGS and other organizations to figure out all this stuff to the best of our ability, using the best science available. And I think what some folks don't know, or even some folks here who work for the park, is that this is really an incredible example of science-based adaptive management in the National Park Service. And what we have done here and are doing here is a template for a lot of other places. Not that it's without its flaws, certainly.
Sure.
Everything has its flaws, but the process leading up to what we now have and call the Elk and Vegetation Management Plan was pretty extensive. And so we determined at that time, how many elk do we think we can have on the winter range? And we survey that using both ground-based and aerial survey methodology.
Okay. How do those work?
And we estimate the population every winter.
Oh, every winter. Okay. How is the ground-based, and then how do those two work? What's the process that you go through to do that?
So initially what had been happening is multiple times a winter we would conduct just aerial survey.
Okay, so you would go out in a helicopter?
Okay. Yep.
And count, would you do a grid type system?
Right, you're going to fly transects. You're going to look for groups of animals. And what you're going to do is try and count and classify those animals. And when I say classify, I mean cows, calves, bulls, spikes. When we look at something like the cow-calf ratio, how many cows per calf, or how many calves per cow, that's going to tell us information on the population growth rate, right? How quickly is this population doubling, tripling, et cetera? It can tell us what the future might look like. Or are they declining? In which case we should be concerned, because we certainly want to maintain a robust and healthy elk population. So that's what we do from the air. And then what we've been able to do, because we got to know our elk so well through these many decades of research and research that is ongoing still.
It's interesting when you talk to people who've been observing animal populations for a long time, how intimate they be, how well they get to know them, like you're saying. Yeah.
You'll know exactly which group is going to be where and how they might behave versus another group.
Yeah.
And so because we know that so well, we were able to design a ground-based survey methodology, which we're now leaning on a lot more heavily than the aerial work. And that's nice because we try to minimize the number of times we put planes in the sky.
Sure.
You know, that certainly can impact someone's visitor experience if they're happen to be in the park that day.
Yeah.
It's also a lot safer and a lot cheaper to survey from the ground.
So how do those ground surveys work?
So we have a predetermined number of routes, and we survey those every morning for 3 days, the second week of every month.
Okay.
October through April.
Okay.
And we're able to get some very robust, pretty solid population estimates for the winter range. And
Nice.
we look at both the winter range in the park as well as the town of Estes Park. And if folks are interested, a lot of that ground survey work is volunteer-based, so they can get in touch with our volunteer office.
Yeah, another volunteer thing. Yeah, we had Lindsay on the podcast a few episodes back and talked about, we tried to cover all the things volunteers do, and I don't even know if we touched on that one. So yet another thing that volunteers do and that you could do if you wanted to get involved.
It's massive. I mean, just the quality data that we're able to produce, and we would have to fly a lot more if not for the effort of our volunteers. And it's just been incredible. I think it's a great citizen science-based project that's being used for, again, like some pretty advanced modeling. So this isn't just go out and look at animals. These guys are really producing some of the cornerstone data for our management objectives.
So that's how you're getting data on elk population over time and dynamics of, like you said, different classifications and all that. So how does that fit in then with the rest of the plan?
So the rest of the plan, anytime you're talking about a hoofed critter, you've got to talk about plants, right?
Yep.
So again, coupled with this pretty extensive elk monitoring and census, we're also monitoring our vegetation. And how is that vegetation coming back? Is it coming back? And how is it responding to our management actions? We talked about elk. What we didn't talk about were the habitat fences that you see behind me.
Right. Yeah, we're sitting right in front of one. Yeah, you can definitely talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, so
good opportunity.
They are certainly were controversial at one point, and I can understand why. You know, it's not something you're really excited to come to a national park and see a fence.
Sure.
But what we can say now with confidence is that these things are working. So the idea was that we would protect some of the most vulnerable areas and eliminate elk browse from those areas entirely, because our models showed that if we didn't do that, we would lose our aspen and we would lose our willow and they would not come back.
Wow.
So aspen are a part of this as well.
So these fences that people see out and about, we call them exclosures. And that's because unlike, well, I guess a lot of fences keep things in and out, but these are meant to keep out elk and any other large...
Moose.
Yeah, elk and moose. To keep them out, but to allow space, depending on the fence, you'll see different techniques, but between the size of the fencing or space under the fencing to allow other animals to move in and out. But it's basically protecting the vegetation inside of the fence from being browsed by elk and moose.
Yep.
Okay.
And
makes sense.
So every year we collect data on that to make sure that the decisions we've made are actually working, which sounds very intuitive, but monitoring programs are very expensive.
Sure.
And they take a lot of effort to implement. So what you'll see a lot nationwide, globally, people will implement a conservation project, but they don't have the resources to try and monitor that afterwards to see, is that really working what we did? And we're hitting that side of things hard. And what we can say is, with the aspen fences, it's working really well. We're getting great recruitment, meaning little youngin trees are popping up all over the place in there.
Willow,
and
you can see that
for
yourself. Yeah.
I
mean, when you if you haven't yet, listeners, when you go around the park, look for some of these fences and look inside of some of them. And I mean, the difference is, you don't have to be a scientist to see the difference in a lot of the fences at this point. Of course, you're monitoring it, like you said, from the very beginnings of these things all the way up and doing it much more detailed. But it is cool that you can even just see it with your naked eye.
Yeah, I think, if you go up above Horseshoe Park and look down at Horseshoe Park, I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
The different meadows are in different states of, were in different states of decay and decline when we went in and put some of these exclosures in. So in Moraine Park, we've had a little more struggled response. And so one of the things you'll see out there if you walk around in Moraine Park, and we've certainly had a response in the fences, but you'll see that if you look at the Big Thompson, it's extremely incised.
So cut into one narrow channel.
Right, cut down into one narrow channel.
Whereas before, with beaver and everything, it would have been just all over Moraine Park, just meandering side streams, wet areas, almost standing ponds, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so cut down into one channel.
Yep, and so you've got maybe 3-4 foot of bank that river needs to overflow. I mean, again, a very unnatural situation that was created, over 100 years of decay. And I've heard one of the frequently asked questions I get is, when are the fences coming down? And I say, when the habitat can sustain itself. Well, when's that? I think us as humans, we naturally want to operate on these very concrete, very short timelines.
Yep.
But I say, we didn't create this problem in 10 years or 20 years. We're not going to fix it in 10 years or 20 years. What we're trying to do is reset the trajectory, right? Go from a negative to a positive. And we're absolutely doing that. But one of the things that in a place like Moraine Park is challenging is the water. It's channeling, it's running right through the system. It's not spreading out across the landscape the way we'd like to see. So excluding browse through fencing is one tool. But that doesn't necessarily spread water back on the landscape quickly. And so those are some things we're talking about now.
Yeah,
is
that's
really
challenging.
How do we get beaver back in these sites to do the engineering that we need them to do? And that's kind of
TBD?
a hot topic at the moment. Yeah.
TBD? Okay. I won't press you on the details, but we'll have another podcast in the future when we talk about the Beaver Repatriation Act of something. Figure out how we can affect that stream channelization. That's a great point. And again, I think something that if you didn't know it, you never think about it. You look out and you're just like, oh yeah, there's this nice river and I see it and everything, but you don't realize if you had been here 150 years ago, how completely different.
You'd be able to have lunch in the shade. So try and do that now in Moraine Park.
Yeah, exactly.
It's great for your fisheries as well. Trout like cold, cool streams. They like stream bank vegetation. So I've heard great comments from a lot of our fishermen who are, I think, some of the first folks to notice the positive impact of our exclosures.
Interesting, yeah.
They were like, wow, the fish are back in there. I'm like, yeah, because the plants are growing and it's shading the stream.
Right. Oh, that's very cool.
And we saw in 2015, I was actually giving a talk to some of our new law enforcement folks by the exclosure, talking about all this. And up comes a sandhill crane. And it was the first time we had seen one of those in here in a very, very long time. So animals will respond, and if we help it along a little bit, the hope is that, again, we can get that trajectory going and it gains enough momentum where it does start to self-sustain. And we can take the fences down.
Right. Okay.
But it's going to take some time.
Sure.
It's hurting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you said,
humans did a job.
It took a long time to get it where it is, and it'll take a while for it to recover back and be healthy.
Right.
At least on the human time scale. That's the other thing that's hard to remember in terms of landscape ecology and just anything to do with the natural world is that it makes sense. We're humans. We think on the scale of human lifetimes, but human lifetimes are very, very short compared to these ecosystems and these processes at these scales. So, yeah, that makes total sense. That it's kind of like, well, we'll see when it gets healthy. It gets healthy. So, yeah, that's pretty amazing. I hope that helps people understand a little bit more with the fences and what they're seeing. And I also have heard, from people who have been coming to Rocky for decades, they have lived long enough to see some of the changes in our population and the effects, and definitely have questions about that. So, what else about the elk and vegetation management plan do you think would be good to cover for listeners to know?
So we've got a couple projects that are ongoing right now. One of them is long-term chronic wasting disease.
Yeah, could you tell? Yeah, what
monitoring,
chronic wasting
surveillance, looking at
disease.
the health of our elk population,
Uh-huh.
which is different from the habitat
Sure.
side. And so we've historically had a fairly high prevalence of chronic wasting disease in
Mhm.
Rocky Mountain National Park.
And what is, for folks who don't know about chronic wasting disease, what are some of the, like, what effect does that have on the animals?
So it's a prion disease that affects the nervous system.
Okay.
And it leads to death in
So another
those affected
prion
animals.
disease that people have probably heard of would be mad cow. That's another
Right.
type of prion
Yep.
disease.
Or
And prions are
Creutzfeldt-Jakob in
really
humans.
weird. We can't really go into
Mhm.
that, but
Yeah,
very,
that's a
very,
whole other talk.
very, very weird. But it is a prion based. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. So it's nothing like anything we had really seen before.
Yeah.
Either in wildlife disease or any other disease areas. And it's not a virus, it's not a bacteria, it's a protein. And so
Mhm.
that's bizarre. But what it does is it chews through the brain, essentially. And so if you see an animal with chronic wasting disease or CWD, as you'll hear us call it most often, that animal's going to get thin. They might be drooling. Their head's going to be low. Their cognition is not very good.
Mhm.
They're having nervous system impacts.
Mhm.
And so those animals aren't going to last too much longer if you
Yeah.
see an animal in that condition. And we've been an epicenter for research on this because we are the first place that we had this disease occur in a wild population.
Really?
And it's
Interesting.
And we've had fairly high rates of it compared to the surrounding area.
Huh.
And there's been a lot of discussion over why that might be.
Uh-huh.
At this point, we don't have great data to back up
Yeah.
the whys.
Yeah.
But some of the things that we think about are because we had such a highly concentrated population,
Mhm.
they're unnaturally stacked on top of each other for
Yep.
so long.
Mhm.
This disease can persist in the environment almost for unlimited time frames. We don't know how long because we haven't been able to look at it for that
Wow.
long, but for decades, certainly.
Wow.
So if you put a whole bunch of animals in a contaminated space,
Mhm.
what might happen? You know,
Mhm.
so that's another typical issue when you have overpopulations of species is you end up having disease issues, right? Because your
Because the rates
your
of transmission
densities
are just much
too-
higher.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And so we don't know that that's why. But these are just some things we talk
Yeah.
about. And-
This is great. I'm glad we're talking about this stuff because this is another thing that I love in general. I mean, just for my own personal edification, but I think it's great for visitors to realize with parks or with any kind of science is like there are some things that we're pretty confident about and we're, and then there's things where we don't know.
Yep.
And that's why we're doing science because we're trying to figure it out. And so I always think it's cool to remind people that like it's not a done deal. We can't tell you all the answers to
Right.
everything in the park. There's plenty of stuff that we're trying to figure out too as it goes along. So it's
Yeah.
really interesting.
Absolutely.
So chronic wasting disease is a component of this and is something that is being studied.
Right, and we
monitored.
look at how might that affect our population
Mhm.
levels over time.
Mhm.
Is there a time in the future where you
Mhm.
get to a space where you're worried about elk populations?
Right. Yeah.
That conversation has been had in other places.
Mhm.
Right now, our populations of elk, both on the east and the west sides of the park, and I'm talking regionally,
Uh-huh.
right? Because we're one little 25,000 acre nugget, right?
Which might sound big to people,
it's
but
not big.
for animals like elk, it's not that big of an amount of space.
Yeah, if I can walk across Rocky in 2 days,
right?
What does that mean for an elk?
Yeah.
So I think folks miss that sometimes as well,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
scale in nature is very different than the scale you and I might be used to.
Absolutely.
Where a 4,000 square foot house sounds enormous.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yep. Yep.
So that's important because we are looking at elk on a regional
Mhm.
basis. We're looking at these herds where they
Right.
move, and they all only use the park during portions of the
Sure.
year.
So on that regional basis, those
they're looking
populations look
great.
good, right? We think they're within a good range. Right
Yeah.
now.
And another common question I get is, where'd all the elk go?
Uh-huh.
I've heard people say that the Park Service culled thousands of
Uh-huh.
them.
Mhm.
That's not true.
Mhm.
The big story here is really that the wintering animals redistributed, and they're utilizing the Front Range a lot more during the winter,
Mhm.
which is actually a very natural pattern of elk behavior.
Right.
Why would you stay at 8,000 feet in the winter when
Uh-huh.
you can go down to 4,500 or 5,500 and eat grass all
Yeah.
day? So again, suspicions about that. Well, they brought elk into the Estes Valley in 1913 and 1914, and those animals had no roadmap in their head.
Mm-hmm.
So did they just stay up here?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe.
So, or maybe they were, confined because of all sorts of things. In terms of regulations.
You had a lot more agricultural production on the Front Range back then.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've got lawns and gardens, and so the elk are living high on the hog down there in the winter.
That's super interesting. Yeah.
So they're fine.
That
they
to me
just
is
moved.
a great example, again, of how things that we take for granted as being natural, it's like, well, like with elk, I've heard that as, we